The heavens and the earth serve as a furnace, all things as copper, yin and yang as charcoal, and the process of creation as craftsmanship. In the contest of fate, the python and the sparrow devour the dragon. Ultimately, is it the python and sparrow that reign supreme, or does the sacred dragon rise to overshadow all living beings? This is a world where the essence of Qi governs the universe, grand and magnificent as single breath can move mountains, overturn seas, defy the heavens, and wield the forces of yin and yang. The primordial Qi of the world is classified into 9 grades. The first 3 are termed profound. The next 6 ascend to the celestial, and the highest 3 are revered as sacred. I possess a breath of profound yellow Qi, capable of engulfing the heavens, the earth, the sun, the moon, and the stars. Within the brilliantly illuminated inner hall, adorned in gold and jade, a commanding presence prevails. In this hall, a perpetual lamp burns, fueled by a piece of azure stone, from which wisps of azure smoke rise and swirl throughout the chamber. This is the precious green sandalwood stone, which, when ignited, emits a unique fragrance, conducive to meditation and tranquility, an essential item for cultivation. However, its high price suggests that the master of this place holds considerable status. In the inner hall, a middle-aged man clad in a bright yellow robe stands with his hands clasped behind him. His countenance is resolute, with an air of authority in his eyes, clearly a figure of high rank. Behind him, an aura arises, akin to flames or thunder, producing a low, rumbling sound. Yet upon glancing at his right arm, one discovers an empty void is missing a limb. Beside him stands a beautiful woman in palace attire, her slender figure and exquisite features marred by an unusual pallor and frailty. This pair of evidently high-ranking individuals gazes forward with a hint of tension. On a nearby bed lies a youth, approximately 13 or 14 years of age, sitting cross-legged. His physique appears somewhat fragile, his eyes tightly shut, and his youthful face, which should radiate vitality, is instead shrouded in a strange aura of blood. This eerie blood energy surges beneath his skin, faintly echoing the sound of a vengeful dragon's roar. Accompanying this roar, the veins on the youth's forehead throb, his body trembles incessantly, and his visage contorts in a grimace of indescribable agony. By the youth's side, an elderly man with white hair holds a bronze mirror, from which a gentle light emanates, illuminating the boy's form. Under this radiance, the strange blood energy on the youth's face begins to gradually subside. Upon witnessing this, the elderly man lets out a sigh of relief and turns to the anxious middle-aged man and the palace-attired woman, bowing slightly as he says, "Congratulations, Your Majesty and Your Highness." After 3 arduous years, the young prince has finally persevered. The next 3 years should pose no significant issues. The middle-aged man and the palace woman, upon hearing this, reveal expressions of joy, their tightly clenched fists slowly loosening. Master Qin, now that Yuan is 13, typically at this age, young men have formed their 8 meridians and can commence their training. What have you on? The imposing man in the yellow robe gazes expectantly at the elderly figure before him. Hearing this inquiry, the elderly man's expression dims slightly, and he shakes his head gently, saying, "Your Majesty, once again I've been unable to detect the 8 meridians within the young prince." Upon hearing this, the imposing man's gaze also darkens that in this vast universe, the path of cultivation begins with the human body, which harbors an intricate network of meridians. Among these, the 8 principal meridians hold paramount significance. Typically, they begin to form around the age of 12 or 13, except in certain exceptional circumstances. At this juncture, it becomes imperative to identify these 8 meridians, for only by recognizing them can one commence their cultivation, absorbing the primordial energy of the cosmos and unblocking the pathways. This marks the realm of meridian opening, the inception of all cultivation endeavors. Practitioners, by drawing upon the fundamental forces of the universe, undergo a metamorphosis, thus earning the title of Source Masters. Master Qin, perceiving the despondency etched upon the middle-aged man's visage, felt a pang of sympathy and sighed softly. Your Highness was destined to be a divine dragon, destined to astonish the world and gaze proudly at the heavens. Who could have foreseen this calamity befalling you? The middle-aged man clenched his hands tightly, while the elegantly attired noblewoman beside him, her eyes glistening with tears, stifled a violent cough. Your Majesty, please take care of your health. You have already sacrificed a considerable amount of your vitality to nurture His Highness. Do not let your emotions overwhelm you. Master Qin urged gently. The noblewoman waved her hand dismissively, her eyes reflecting sorrow as she gazed at the youth seated upon the bed. Yuan carries a poison within him that erupts every 3 years, each episode more severe than the last. To eradicate it, he must rely solely on himself. Yet now, his 8 meridians remain dormant. What shall we do in 3 years' time? Master Qin fell silent for a moment before responding slowly. In 3 years, the external restraints will lose their efficacy. If the situation remains unchanged, I fear for His Highness's life. Upon hearing these words, a heavy silence enveloped the chamber. The middle-aged man tightened his grip, his body trembling slightly, while the noblewoman stifled a low sob. Are you saying my lifespan is only 3 years? Amidst the silence, a voice, youthful yet composed, unexpectedly broke through. The 3 in the hall were taken aback and quickly turned their gaze, discovering that the youth on the bed, who had been in slumber, had opened his eyes and was now regarding them. Exchanging glances, they were evidently taken by surprise at the swiftness of his awakening, for he had previously required 2 or 3 days to regain consciousness. The boy, known as Yuan, was named Zhou Yuan, and the middle-aged man and woman before him were none other than the king and queen of the great Zhou dynasty, Zhou Qing and Qin Yu. Zhou Yuan pressed his lips together, his youthful face appearing somewhat pallid, perhaps due to his frail constitution since childhood, which had compelled him to immerse himself in study. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly extended his palm. To his astonishment, a dark crimson mass materialized in the center of his hand, resembling a blood-red imprint deeply embedded within his flesh. It writhed slowly, akin to a ferocious blood dragon, emanating a palpable aura of resentment and malice that sent chills down the spine. Father, mother, at last, you must reveal to me what has transpired within me. Zhou Yuan's gaze fixated on the small, dragon-like entity in his palm, his teeth clenching involuntarily. It was this very thing that had subjected him to unspeakable agony, a torment that resurfaced every 3 years, as if it sought to consume every inch of his flesh and blood, delivering boundless suffering. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, both Zhou Qing and Qin Yu's faces drained of color, particularly the former, whose fists clenched tightly, revealing a visage of profound regret and self-reproach. The silence lingered for a while, the atmosphere thickening with tension, until Zhou Qing finally inhaled deeply and spoke in a hoarse voice. This is the dragon's curse. Dragon's curse? Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow, perplexed. With trembling hands, Zhou Qing gently caressed Zhou Yuan's head, saying, "These matters you should now comprehend. My dear Yuan, do you realize you are the sacred dragon of the Zhou family?" Zhou Yuan couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Was there such a tragic sacred dragon? He couldn't even locate the 8 meridians within. Sitting beside Zhou Yuan, Zhou Qing spoke in a somber tone. Yuan, our great Zhou dynasty, in this vast and desolate continent, may seem like a mere small nation, but little do you know, 15 years ago, we were a towering power, with nations paying homage and our might resonating across the lands. A hint of surprise flickered across Zhou Yuan's small face in this expansive continent, with numerous imperial dynasties. Their great Zhou had once held such a prestigious status? Do you know the Great Wu dynasty? Zhou Qing enunciated each word with a weight that suggested deep-seated memories. The Great Wu dynasty? Zhou Yuan nodded. The Great Wu was among the premier dynasties of this vast continent, flourishing with prosperity and countless masters, standing as a giant compared to their great Zhou. Yet, Zhou Qing's eyes began to glisten with a reddening hue, revealing a profound hatred. But do you know that 15 years ago, the current royal family of Wu was merely a vassal of our great Zhou dynasty? A flicker of shock appeared in Zhou Yuan's eyes. The royal family of Wu, now so formidable, had once been subjects of their great Zhou. Their dynasty had been so powerful a mere 15 years prior. Then, how did it come to this? Zhou Yuan couldn't restrain his curiosity. Throughout the centuries of our great Zhou's establishment, The Wu family loyally accompanied us in battle, displaying unwavering fidelity. Later, as our dynasty was founded, we honored their contributions by granting them hereditary titles of the martial king, bestowing upon them immense privileges. For a century, the Wu family safeguarded our borders, instilling fear in adversaries. Zhou Qing's body trembled slightly, bloodshot eyes revealing the depth of his anguish. Yet no one anticipated that, 15 years ago, the Wu family would suddenly instigate a rebellion. It was only then that our Zhou royal clan realized, after years of concealing their strength, the Wu family had amassed formidable power, with many of the lords within the dynasty having been swayed to their side. In less than a year, our clan was defeated, fleeing southward to the ancestral lands where our Zhou family first arose, now the territory of our great Zhou. I cannot fathom why the Wu family would betray us. Their status within our great Zhou was no less than that of the royal family. Eventually, our spies uncovered some intelligence from the Wu family, revolving around a prophecy that had circulated within their ranks for centuries. Prophecy? Zhou Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Zhou Qing clenched his teeth, articulating each word with intensity. The serpent swallows the dragon, the great Wu shall rise. Does the python swallow the dragon, heralding the rise of the great Wudong? Zhou Yuan softly pondered over the phrase, yet its meaning eluded him. What does this signify? At that moment, Zhou Qing's eyes turned a fierce crimson, fixating on Zhou Yuan with profound sorrow. In truth, I was equally ignorant of its significance until that fateful day. Our great Zhou faced utter annihilation. I led the remnants of our forces in a relentless retreat, pursued by the Wu family without relent, until they cornered us at the very gates of the great Zhou city. Yet, they encircled us without assault, as if they were biding their time. Biding their time for what? An unsettling feeling began to churn within Zhou Yuan. Zhou Qing's gaze bore into him, his face a mask of suppressed anguish, a blend of despair and fury that made Zhou Yuan's heart tremble. They awaited your birth. The impact of Zhou Qing's words struck Zhou Yuan like a thunderclap, leaving him utterly astounded. Beside them, Zhou Yuan's mother, Qin Yu, covered her mouth, stifling a sound of profound sorrow that threatened to escape. Do you know what transpired at your birth? Zhou Qing's bloodshot eyes fixed on Zhou Yuan. My dear Yuaner, at the moment you entered this world, the heavens displayed an extraordinary phenomenon. Purple mist ascended, dragon energy enveloped you, and the roar of dragons reverberated across the land and omen of the sacred dragon. You were born with all 8 meridians open, transcending the opening meridian stage and straight into the nurturing Qi realm. This is the legendary sacred dragon's fortune, a rarity of 1,000,000 births, destined to ascend to great heights, harmonizing with heaven and earth, sharing longevity with the sun and moon. You are the sacred dragon the Zhou family has never known. Zhou Qing's voice quivered with fervent excitement, his entire being trembling with the weight of his emotions. One could only imagine the elation he felt at your birth, believing that fate had spared the Zhou family in their darkest hour by blessing them with the emergence of a sacred dragon. Zhou Yuan's eyes widened, clearly unable to fathom such extraordinary occurrences accompanying his birth. Then, why? His hand trembled slightly as it brushed against his own body. If he was indeed born with all 8 meridians open, then why could he not find a trace of them within himself now? Zhou Qing's impassioned voice faltered, the light in his eyes seemingly extinguishing, replaced by a deep sorrow. His countenance fell as he spoke, because at the very moment you were born, outside the city, the wife of the king of Wu also gave birth to a son and a daughter. The male infant was shrouded in the aura of a coiling serpent, while the female bore the spirit of a divine sparrow, both endowed with great fortune. And according to the intelligence we've gathered, the wife of the Wu king had been pregnant for 3 long years, yet had not delivered until today. Previously, I had no inkling of the reason behind it, but now the truth becomes clear. It is said that those born on the same day, in the same month, and the same year can devour each other's fortunes. It becomes evident that the Wu family has been scheming for many years, not merely to undermine the great Zhou, but to target the dragon of the Zhou family. Zhou Yuan's mouth fell agape, a chilling dread ascending from his feet to the crown of his head. This is a conspiracy. Such coincidences are rare in this world. This was evidently a plot brewed over centuries, aimed squarely at the Zhou clan, and even more specifically at him. Zhou Qing nodded, his voice hoarse as he spoke. Indeed, it is a conspiracy. The Wu clan has endured in silence for centuries within our great Zhou, waging wars on our behalf and earning our trust. Yet, no one anticipated that their century of patience was all for your sake. On that fateful day, the king of Wu entered the city, using the millions of great Zhou citizens as leverage, intending to seize your divine dragon's fortune before you and your mother. At this point, Zhou Qing's eyes brimmed with tears of blood. Beside him, Qin Shi wore a sorrowful expression, his voice grave as he recounted. On that day, the king fought valiantly against the king of Wu on Mount Zhou to protect your highness, but he was overpowered and lost an arm. Had the king of Wu not feared that others would destroy your highness's divine dragon's fortune in a mutual demise, it is likely the king would have perished by his hand. In order to successfully claim your highness's fortune, the king of Wu swore an oath to his ancestors that for a century, the great Wu would not set foot in Great Zhou. The horrifying scene from that day surged back into memory. Unable to contain her emotions, Qin Yu knelt before Zhou Yuan, embracing him tightly as she wept, her cries piercing the heart. "My dear Yuan, my pitiful child, mother is so sorry." The brutal memory of that day was once again torn open, and she vividly recalled how the newborn Zhou Yuan was placed as the focal point upon the altar set by the king of Wu. On that altar lay the newly born children of the king of Won, taken and two received. The stripping of fortune felt akin to the tearing of flesh, an unimaginable torment. At that time, Qin Yu had just experienced the joy of motherhood, yet she could only watch helplessly as her child endured unimaginable suffering upon the cold altar, his tender voice rendered hoarse from crying. The despair and powerlessness nearly caused her to faint from anguish. Suddenly, overwhelmed by her emotions, Qin Yu's face turned pale, and she could not suppress a mouthful of blood that stained Zhou Yuan's hair. "Mother, what is wrong?" Zhou Yuan exclaimed in alarm, hastily wiping the blood from her lips. Qin Shi rushed to her side, his palm emanating a gentle energy, which flowed into Qin Yu's crown to stabilize her internal vitality. He glanced at her ashen face before sighing to Zhou Yuan. "Your Highness, do not blame the king and queen for not being able to protect you. The king gave everything he had back then, nearly losing his life in battle. Moreover, the queen, after your fortune was taken from you, infused her own blood into you, year after year, allowing you to survive until today. However, she has paid a tremendous price for this each time she transfused blood. 3 years were shaved off her life. In a span of 12 years, she has lost 36 years of her lifespan, leaving her with less than a decade remaining." What did you just say?" Zhou Yuan was struck as if by lightning, blood vessels in his eyes surging with fury. Even when he heard of his fortune being seized, he had not felt such an intense emotional upheaval. After all, these events occurred during his infancy, and he had no strong sense of belonging to the so-called divine dragon's fortune. Even being deceitfully deprived of it had only left him feeling somewhat shocked. The Wu family has been meticulously crafted over a century. Though turmoil brews within him, Zhou Yuan has managed to suppress it until they ruthlessly drive his beloved mother to the brink of her life, awakening an uncontrollable surge of murderous intent within him for the first time. Thus, upon hearing the words of Master Qin, Zhou Yuan could no longer contain his emotions. A torrent of blood surged to his head, rendering his face a crimson hue, transforming his once delicate and youthful countenance into a visage that appeared somewhat monstrous. "Wu family, how dare you harm my mother? You are truly despicable." Zhou Yuan trembled, his eyes bloodshot, as an overwhelming fury and murderous intent surged from the depths of his heart. Zhou Qing lifted Qin Yu, reclining her against the jade couch. In that moment, his hair appeared to pale, his once formidable presence dissipated, and he spoke in a hollow tone. "In this world, there exists the concept of destiny. The Wu family's foundation is frail to establish a nation, to endure through generations, and to command respect across the lands. They require a sufficient amount of fortune to sustain them. Your sacred dragon's fortune is precisely what they covet. The king of Wu seizes your fortune and bestows it upon his son and daughter. Henceforth, the great Wu is guarded by dragon and phoenix, its national destiny flourishing, all due to the appropriation of your fortune. However, the sacred dragon's fortune within you was forcefully taken by the fate of the serpent bird, naturally giving rise to intense resentment. The king of Wu deliberately confined this resentment within you, manifesting as the dragon's vengeful poison, which voraciously consumes your essence, growing ever stronger until one day it erupts, utterly extinguishing your vitality. Simultaneously, your sacred dragon root has been severed, and your innate 8 meridians have waned. To this day, those 8 meridians have yet to resurface, rendering your path of cultivation exceedingly arduous. Zhou Qing's voice resonated with desolation, laced with an overwhelming sense of helplessness, as he contemplated the unfathomable despair that day brought to the Zhou clan. On that day, outside the city, the serpent birds cried in unison, their cries illuminating the sky as they underwent transformation. Within the city, the sacred dragon lamented, dissipating into ethereal smoke. Thus, the serpent bird devoured the dragon. Chapter 2. The source pattern inside the inner hall. An oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere, rendering it nearly suffocating. Zhou Yuan gazed at Zhou Qing, who sat beside him. The usually imposing visage of his father now bore the marks of impotence and desolation. It was evident that the events of that fateful day had inflicted a profound blow upon him. His own flesh and blood had been robbed of fortune by their enemies. Their very foundation shattered, while he found himself powerless to intervene. One can only imagine the humiliation such a reality would impose upon any father. Zhou Yuan bit his lip, fully aware of Zhou Qing's character. Had it not been for the preservation of countless lives within the great Zhou, it is likely that he would have chosen to perish alongside the crown prince in a blaze of defiance. The crown prince had usurped his fortune and destroyed his sacred dragon. Yet, as if that were not enough, there were intentions to eradicate all traces, leaving him to be tormented slowly to death by this vengeful dragon. What incensed Zhou Yuan most was the toll it had taken on his mother, who had suffered greatly and now had less than a decade of life remaining. Taking a deep breath, he stifled the surging anger within him and looked at the pale, unconscious Qingyu beside him, his heart aching. Father, what shall become of mother? Her lifespan. After a moment of silence, Zhou Qing spoke slowly. In this world, there exist rare celestial materials capable of extending one's life. If we could obtain such treasures, it might prolong your mother's existence. However, he paused, a bitter smile crossing his lips. Those materials are exceedingly rare. I have exhausted the resources of the great Zhou in search of them, yet we have found nothing. Our great Zhou is not what it once was. Now we are merely a shadow of our former selves, struggling to survive. Zhou Yuan clenched his fists, and in that moment, he comprehended the true value of power. If he possessed strength, he could venture into even the most perilous of situations in pursuit of those life-extending materials. Yet, the dormant 8 meridians within him rendered him devoid of even the means to protect himself. With gritted teeth, Zhou Yuan spoke in a low voice. Father, is it truly impossible for me to become a source master? His mother had sacrificed her vitality for him. As her son, how could he stand idly by? Moreover, the Wu family's transgressions against the great Zhou and against him could not simply be forgotten now that he was aware of them. This debt could not be so easily dismissed. Yet, all of this hinged upon his attainment of sufficient power. And those who wielded the greatest strength in this realm were, without a doubt, the Source Masters. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Zhou Qing furrowed his brow, seemingly lost in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke softly. Are you truly unwilling to give up? Zhou Yuan shook his head gently. The trials of recent years, though torturous, had imbued him with an unexpected maturity and resilience beyond his years. He understood that when the Wu family rebelled and seized his fortune, a conflict of life and death had already been set in motion. The fact that the Great Zhou still existed was solely due to the ancestral oath established by the Crown Prince. One could only surmise that when the century came to pass, the Wu dynasty would be the first to unleash a torrent of blood upon the Great Zhou, eradicating any possibility of future retribution. To alter this outcome, he must possess sufficient strength himself. Zhou Qing felt a sense of solace at Zhou Yuan's resolve. After a brief silence, he firmly patted Zhou Yuan's shoulder and declared, Excellent. Your unwillingness to surrender is truly commendable, my son. Since you harbor such ambition, your father shall undoubtedly lend you his utmost support. Does father have a plan? Upon hearing Zhou Qing's words, Zhou Yuan's eyes brightened with surprise. Zhou Qing nodded slightly, then sighed with a hint of melancholy, saying, Do not rejoice too soon, for even I cannot ascertain whether this method will yield any results. What method? Zhou Yuan asked eagerly, his youthful vigor finally surfacing. 3 days hence, we shall partake in the ancestral rites, and this time, you will accompany me to the ancestral grounds. Shou-Ching did not elaborate further but smiled knowingly. Then, pausing momentarily, he continued, "However, I do have one condition." "What condition?" Zhou Yuan inquired, taken aback and perplexed. Shou-Ching replied earnestly, "Regardless of whether you can open your meridians by then, you must not abandon the study of the source pattern. Understand this. If your 8 meridians remain closed, mastering the source pattern will be your final avenue. Moreover, delving deeply into the source pattern may indeed suppress the venom of the vengeful dragon within you. In this world, source masters are predominant. Yet they are not the sole path. Myriad avenues have been explored, with the source pattern being one of the most profound. During the interim, when the 8 meridians remained dormant, Zhou Yuan, under Shou-Ching's guidance, diligently studied the source pattern. For it is said that one can never have too many skills, and many source masters often engage in rudimentary studies of source patterns. Zhou Yuan nodded gently, fully grasping the deeper meaning behind Shou-Ching's words. His concern that Zhou Yuan might succumb to despair should his 8 meridians remain unmanifested, ultimately forsaking his final opportunity. Shou-Ching acknowledged his understanding with a look of reassurance. Rest for today. Tomorrow, you will return to the Great Zhou Academy, and in 3 days, I shall take you to the ancestral grounds. All right. The youth's voice brimmed with anticipation. Shou-Ching affectionately ruffled Zhou Yuan's hair, then lifted the slumbering Qin Yu. Alongside Master Qin, as they exited the inner chamber, Zhou Yuan gazed at Shou-Ching's retreating figure, usually so imposing, yet now exuding an air of poignant fatigue and resignation. He understood that once, his father must have harbored grand aspirations, now worn away by the harshness of reality. The architect of all this was none other than the martial king. Zhou Yuan pressed his lips together tightly, and though his delicate, youthful visage appeared frail, a cold determination flickered in his eyes. "The Wu family, the martial king. We shall settle these debts, one by one, in due time." The following day, as dawn broke, Zhou Yuan departed the palace under the protection of a cadre of guards, making his way toward the northwestern district of Great Zhou City, where the Great Zhou Academy was situated. The so-called Great Zhou Academy was established under the direct orders of Shou-Ching several years ago, who also summoned skilled mentors from the military. The academy admits students without regard to their social standing. Even commoners with talent are granted permission to study there. Over the years, the Great Zhou Academy has nurtured numerous talents for the Great Zhou, thus elevating its status within the Zhou dynasty, to the extent that even Prince Zhou Yuan studies there. At the entrance of the academy, security is stringent, with armored guards meticulously scrutinizing the identity tokens of all entrants. However, Zhou Yuan is exempt from this procedure. Within the Great Zhou City, it is unlikely that anyone does not recognize him. "Your Highness." Upon his arrival at the gates, the guards bow respectfully. Numerous students of the academy pass by, offering Zhou Yuan warm smiles, their expressions tinged with admiration. In the western courtyard of the Great Zhou Academy, within a spacious and brightly lit classroom, orderly desks are arranged. Before these desks kneel a group of young students, enveloped in a tranquil atmosphere. At the front row, Zhou Yuan kneels peacefully at his desk, upon which lies a smooth jade tablet and a dark red long brush. This brush, forged entirely from red jade, has its tip crafted from the softest fur of a fire rat, glimmering delicately. It is a source pattern brush. When it comes to the essence of carving source patterns, everyone would undoubtedly say 3 words: source pattern brush. Every source pattern requires the source pattern brush as a medium to delineate the profound and intricate designs, thereby invoking the source energy of the heavens and earth, unleashing immense power. Thus, the significance of the source pattern brush is self-evident. Without it, even the highest mastery of source patterns would result in diminished efficacy. Holding the red jade source pattern brush, Zhou Yuan's gaze is fixed on the front, where a middle-aged instructor speaks calmly. The so-called source pattern draws upon the spirit, converging at the brush tip, outlining the source traces. Each stroke must be imbued with the spirit, allowing the crafted source pattern to summon the energy of the cosmos. You must remember, when inscribing source patterns, your mind must be as tranquil as still water, free from distractions. The source pattern brush must become an extension of yourself, enabling your spirit to gather at the brush tip, so that the brush moves in harmony with your thoughts, achieving a seamless flow. Now, continue practicing the 3 source patterns I taught you a month ago. I hope that by today, someone will successfully complete at least one of them, the instructor concludes. Upon hearing this, a chorus of groans erupts within the classroom, as many young students were expressions of despair. Though the practice of these source patterns appears simple, each attempt drains one's spirit, leaving them weary. Humph, why all the lamenting? The three source patterns I have taught you, the bull pattern, the lightness pattern, and the iron skin pattern, are merely introductory levels. Upon hearing the anguished cries, the middle-aged instructor sternly reprimanded, his voice brimming with exasperation at the students' lack of progress. The multitude of young boys and girls, witnessing the instructor's ire, instinctively shrank back, silenced and hesitant, before they each grasped their source pattern pins. Commencing to etch upon the jade tablets before them, Zhou Yuan, with a faint smile, held his source pattern pin, his mind focused as the surrounding clamor faded into nothingness. His heart tranquil as a secluded pool, he gazed at the pristine jade surface, a faint glow shimmering between his brows, and soon, a subtle red light flickered at the tip of his pen. As Zhou Yuan began to write, the pen glided smoothly across the jade tablet, leaving behind intricate source marks that resembled the graceful curvature of antelope horns, exuding a certain charm. When these marks coalesced, they seemed to possess a wondrous power. Each source pattern is formed by an array of source marks, and generally, the more source marks a pattern contains, the greater its rank and potency. Zhou Yuan was currently inscribing one of the three foundational patterns, the iron skin pattern, a mere introductory level with hundreds of source marks. However, achieving a flawless depiction of these intricate marks evidently required extensive practice. The tip of his pen flowed like a gentle stream, gliding effortlessly without pause, embodying a beauty akin to drifting clouds and flowing water. Throughout the past year, due to the latent state of his 8 meridians, he had devoted nearly all his time to mastering source patterns. Thus, his foundation in this art was considerably more profound than that of his peers. Most importantly, he sensed that his spirit was indeed superior to that of an average individual. Despite the misfortune of having his fortune taken and his sacred dragon root damaged in his youth, he was fortunate that his spirit remained unscathed. Likely because he was too young at the time for it to have fully manifested, allowing him to escape calamity. Minutes passed as his pen continued to dance gracefully. And with a gentle diagonal stroke of his elongated hand, a sudden radiance erupted from the jade tablet before him. A complex and expressive source pattern gradually took shape, the iron skin pattern emerging as a successful masterpiece. At that very moment, a voice of admiration rang out beside him. Zhou Yuan looked up to find the instructor standing next to him, wearing a smile of appreciation as he admired the source pattern on the jade tablet. The other youths in the hall raised their heads to behold Zhou Yuan, their expressions filled with awe. For some had yet to even begin their work while he had already achieved success. The instructor, visibly pleased, remarked to all the students, "If only you all could exhibit such efficiency in your studies." The young boys and girls chuckled, shaking their heads. It was evident that Zhou Yuan possessed a remarkable talent in this area, and it was unreasonable to expect everyone to match his pace. Yet, amidst the laughter, an odd, mocking sound suddenly pierced through the air. "Hee, the lecturer's words are misguided. Our primary focus is predominantly on the opening of meridians, naturally. We cannot immerse ourselves in the study of source patterns with the same fervor as His Highness Zhou Yuan. Otherwise, would it not be a case of putting the cart before the horse?" This laughter, somewhat grating, instantly silenced the church, drawing numerous gazes in its direction. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly, directing his attention, and soon found himself observing a young man in splendid attire not far off, who was regarding him with a smile that danced on the edge of mockery, lazily twirling the source pattern pen in his hand. The smirk on his lips bore a hint of derision. Chapter 3. The youth named Su Lin, clad in splendid attire, was the son of the governor of the western town in the great Zhou dynasty. Although his status was far inferior to that of Prince Zhou Yuan, it was well known that Su Lin was backed by the young prince of the Qi Wangfu, Qi Yu. Su Lin's ingratiation towards Qi Yu suggested that his father had also aligned himself with the Qi faction. Zhou Yuan's gaze deepened. He had once heard his father, Shou Qing, speak of the Qi Wang, who was supported by the great Wu dynasty, causing unrest within the great Zhou dynasty. It was evident that they intended to disrupt the peace of the great Zhou. Due to his apprehension of the great Wu and the risk of providing them with a pretext to act against the great Zhou, Zhou Qing refrained from open confrontation with the Qi Wang, though covert conflicts undoubtedly persisted between them. Consequently, this relationship led to inevitable friction between Zhou Yuan and Qi Yu, who was also studying at the Great Zhou Academy. As Su Lin noticed Zhou Yuan's silence, a mocking smirk spread across his face, and he was about to continue speaking when the lecturer suddenly shot him a fierce glare, compelling him to silence. In the Great Zhou Academy, expulsion would be a significant setback for him. As both parties settled into silence, the atmosphere in the lecture hall gradually returned to normal. with the lecturer continuing to elucidate the three source patterns until the sound of a bell marked the end of the session. That will be all for today. We shall continue tomorrow. The lecturer tidied up his belongings and exited the hall. With the lecturer's departure, the previously tense atmosphere relaxed, and groups of young boys and girls erupted into lively chatter and laughter. Zhou Yuan also busied himself, preparing to leave. Your Highness, in the midst of his tidying, a gentle voice broke the air. Zhou Yuan looked up to find a girl smiling at him from beside his desk. The girl, clad in the academy's uniform, though somewhat loose-fitting, still accentuated her well-developed curves. Her simple trousers highlighted her long, straight legs, with fair skin, a delicate nose, and enchanting almond-shaped eyes. She was indeed a rare beauty. Notably, a beauty mark at the corner of her eye added to her allure. Her lips were slightly pursed, and although she wore no extravagant jewelry, her simplicity exuded a certain strength. Her long hair was tied back in a ponytail, exuding vitality. Just her graceful presence drew the attention of many young admirers in the hall. Zhou Yuan gazed at this intelligent and charming girl, a smile gracing his scholarly face. It is you, Yu Wei. The girl's surname was Su, and her name was Yu Wei. Upon locking eyes with Zhou Yuan, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she averted her gaze to Zhou Yuan's cluttered desk. Kneeling down, she said softly, Your Highness, let me help you tidy up. Zhou Yuan chuckled and did not refuse, recognizing that their relationship was indeed special. Thus, the young maiden busied herself beside Zhou Yuan's desk, meticulously organizing the chaotic items until everything was impeccably tidy. The gazes of the youthful congregation in the church were filled with fervent envy as they fixated on Zhou Yuan, their jealousy nearly spilling over. Has your grandfather's illness improved? Zhou Yuan inquired, resting his chin on his palm as he observed the industrious girl. Upon hearing his words, Su Yue lifted her delicate face, her jade-like hand deftly gathering a lock of hair that had fallen before her eyes, a smile blooming on her cheeks. He is much better now. Grandfather mentioned that if he finds the time, he would like to invite His Highness to our home, although it's rather dilapidated, and I fear. Very well. We shall go during the next holiday, Zhou Yuan replied with a smile. She still vividly recalled the day a year prior when she first encountered Zhou Yuan. It was perhaps the most despairing day of her life, yet it marked the dawn of hope. That day, her grandfather, her sole companion since childhood, fell gravely ill, and their already crumbling household seemed to collapse entirely. Braving the torrential rain, she carried her grandfather on her small back, and lacking funds, she knelt before various apothecaries, weeping and pleading for a physician to save him. In that moment, she was drenched in mud, utterly disheveled. Ultimately, all the apothecaries remained coldly shut, and under the relentless downpour, the sky felt as though it had turned to darkness, her heart encased in ice. Just as despair threatened to numb her, she sensed someone approach her, placing an umbrella in her hand. Then, through her unfocused gaze, she watched as he strode forward and forcefully kicked open the tightly shut doors of the apothecary. A chilling voice seemed to emanate from that direction. Open the door. Save a life. It was none other than Zhou Yuan who had kicked open the door, and at that moment, Su Yue stood frozen, gazing at his retreating figure. In the past, she had detested such extravagant youths, yet in that instant, she felt that the silhouette of the boy who had burst through the door would be etched in her memory for eternity. From that day onward, she became acquainted with Zhou Yuan and later learned of his identity as a prince of the great Zhou dynasty. In a serendipitous turn of events, Zhou Yuan recognized her innate talent for cultivation and recommended her to the great Zhou mansion, sparking a transformative journey for her. Within just a month of entering the great Zhou mansion, she successfully opened her first meridian, achieving the distinction of being the fastest in the mansion's history to do so, thus earning the title of a genius in the eyes of many. Suddenly thrust into the spotlight, Su Yue felt somewhat uneasy, and at times, there were whispers from those who disapproved of her relationship with Zhou Yuan, suggesting that his assistance was merely an interest in her beauty. However, Su Yue merely smiled at such remarks, for she alone understood the depths of her former self as a filthy, emaciated little girl. Hey, how high are you planning to stack my books? Zhou Yuan remarked helplessly as he observed Su Yue, who seemed momentarily lost in thought, stacking his books into a towering column. Her appearance, however, rendered her even more enchanting, which caused the gazes directed at Zhou Yuan to turn decidedly more menacing. One could surmise that had it not been for their trepidation regarding Zhou Yuan's princely status, they would have swiftly intervened to rescue the goddess. Now that she looked so beautiful, they dared not command her. Noticing the hostile glances, Zhou Yuan could only shake his head and murmur, Su Yue, upon hearing this, let out a soft chuckle and remarked, "Should I apply some makeup to make myself look less attractive?" Zhou Yuan could only roll his eyes in response. By the way, Zhou Yuan tapped the table and inquired, "How many meridians have you opened now?" Su Yue paused, glanced at Zhou Yuan, and cautiously replied, "The third meridian." She was aware that due to certain reasons, Zhou Yuan had been unable to open his meridians for cultivation, so during their interactions, she refrained from mentioning her progress and never boasted about her advancements, fearing it might touch upon Zhou Yuan's sensitivities. With the third meridian opened at this rate, it seemed likely that she could achieve the opening of all 8 meridians within a year or 2. Zhou Yuan expressed his admiration. Su Youwei's talent for cultivation was evidently exceptional, having accomplished in less than a year what others might take several years to achieve. This filled him with immense pride, as it seemed he had inadvertently stumbled upon a treasure. In 2 months, the grand examination will take place. If you exert yourself, strive to open the 4th meridian, and aim to place in the top 10. That spot was hard-earned by me. Securing a place among the top 10 will grant you personal guidance from the lord of the estate, which would be immensely beneficial for you, Zhou Yuan encouraged. Su Youwei's delicate hands, which were tidying the table, momentarily froze, her head lowered, unable to meet Zhou Yuan's gaze. "What's wrong?" Zhou Yuan queried, sensing her discomfort. Su Yue nearly buried her face in her chest, murmuring, I no longer have that spot." His tone was not heavy, yet it caused her heart to race, her teeth biting into her rosy lip, struggling to articulate her thoughts. At that moment, a girl who shared a good rapport with Su Yue interjected, "Isn't at that Su Lin? A few days ago, he was spreading slander about you throughout the estate." When Yue confronted him and demanded an apology, that scoundrel said he would apologize if she could defeat him in a duel. If she lost, she would have to relinquish her spot in the grand examination to him. Zhou Yuan's brow furrowed deeply, but Su Lin has only opened 2 meridians. You shouldn't be able to defeat Yue, right? The girl scoffed. Yue only recently opened her 3rd meridian, and that Su Lin, the shameless wretch, managed to win against her by relying on the advantage of his source weapon. Zhou Yuan's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on the downcast Su Yue, reproaching her. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Su Yue's delicate hands twisted together nervously as she replied softly, "It's my inadequacy. I didn't want to trouble the prince further." Seeing her in such distress, Zhou Yuan felt a pang of sympathy. This girl could be quite stubborn at times, which was equally exasperating. Thus, he directed his icy gaze towards Su Lin, who had been grinning foolishly in their direction. Zhou Yuan coldly stated, "Do you dare to face her again?" Su Lin chuckled and replied, "Not interested. Last time, he merely relied on luck, but now Su Yue has already opened 3 meridians, making it impossible for him to be her match." Zhou Yuan cast a glance at Su Lin and sneered, "I did not instruct you to battle with Yue. Rather, I propose that you engage in a duel with me." As he spoke, he retrieved a jade pendant shimmering with a faint glow from his robe and placed it upon the desk, declaring, "Should you emerge victorious, this gathering jade will belong to you." A chorus of gasps erupted within the chapel as numerous gazes fixated covetously upon the pendant. This gathering jade is immensely beneficial for cultivation. Wearing it consistently accelerates the unblocking of the 8 meridians and is of considerable value. "Your Highness," Su Yue exclaimed in alarm, not out of concern for the gathering jade, but rather due to Zhou Yuan's intention to confront Su Lin directly. How could Zhou Yuan, who had yet to open even a single meridian, possibly contend with Su Lin, who had already opened 2? Zhou Yuan waved his hand dismissively at Su Yue, toying with the jade pendant while flashing a sardonic smile at Su Lin. "Do you dare to accept this challenge?" Su Lin's eyes glinted with eagerness as he fixated on the gathering jade, licking his lips before responding to Zhou Yuan with a cold smirk. "Since your highness is so insistent on bestowing this gathering jade upon me, I shall graciously accept. However, do keep in mind that in the heat of battle, should any harm befall you, do not hold me accountable." Though puzzled by Zhou Yuan's audacity, Su Lin remained confident that a man who had yet to open a single meridian could not possibly overcome one who had opened 2. "I hope you possess the ability," Zhou Yuan replied enigmatically. Chapter 4. The power of the source patterns in the grand capital of the Great Show. The training arena buzzed with an undeniable vibrancy. As Su Lin leisurely ascended the combat platform, the news of his impending duel with Zhou Yuan had already spread throughout the arena, skillfully orchestrated by him behind the scenes. What? His Highness Zhou Yuan is to duel Su Lin? How could this be possible? The murmurs of disbelief rippled through the crowd. After all, Zhou Yuan had yet to unlock a single channel, while Su Lin had already opened 2. Upon hearing this news, The students erupted in incredulous exclamations, with some commoner students expressing their sympathy for Zhou Yuan, deeming the duel woefully unfair. It was well known that for every channel unlocked, one's physical prowess, strength, speed, and reflexes improved significantly, allowing a channel opener to easily overpower dozens of those who had not. Standing on the platform, Su Lin merely smiled at the commotion. Regardless of the opinions surrounding him, the tale of him soundly defeating Zhou Yuan would undoubtedly spread throughout the Great Zhou, casting a shadow over Zhou Yuan's reputation and becoming fodder for laughter among the masses. As Su Lin reveled in his malicious thoughts, the dense crowd surrounding the platform suddenly parted, revealing a slender youth who approached with a leisurely stride. The boy bore a somewhat gaunt appearance, exuding an air of scholarly elegance, reminiscent of a fragile scholar. This was, of course, Zhou Yuan. Amidst the varying expressions of those around, Zhou Yuan made his way directly to the combat platform. "Your Highness," behind him, Su Yue followed closely, her delicate face tinged with anxiety, evidently wishing to dissuade Zhou Yuan from engaging Su Lin. At this juncture, retreat was no longer an option, otherwise, he would be forever branded as a coward. Zhou Yuan smiled at Su Yue, reassuring her. She halted her steps, biting her lip in concern, fully aware that if Zhou Yuan were to bear the burden of defeat, it would significantly tarnish his reputation. Lifting her gaze to Su Lin upon the platform, her eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of steely determination. "Your Highness, this time it is my fault for not being more vigilant and inadvertently causing you trouble. I assure you, I shall not be so lenient again," Su Yue whispered. Her previous defeat to Su Lin stemmed largely from her reluctance to strike with full force. Had she done so, Su Lin would not have had the opportunity to wield his source weapon. This lesson had taught her that sparing the serpent's head could result in a venomous bite. Zhou Yuan was taken aback momentarily and winked at Su Yue, saying, "As friends, it is only natural to help one another with their troubles." With that, he stepped onto the combat platform. Watching his retreating figure, Su Yue smiled softly, warmth flooding her heart. Yet, as her gaze fell, she resolved that should Su Lin dare to harm Zhou Yuan, he would soon learn the meaning of a woman's grudge and retribution. "It appears you possess a considerable amount of confidence in yourself." Zhou Yuan gently adjusted his cuffs and remarked, "I never anticipated that even the prince would be so incensed for the sake of a beauty. It is merely a display of lack of prudence." Su Lin shrugged, evidently perceiving Zhou Yuan's impetuous behavior as an attempt to win Su Yue's favor. "Let us commence." Zhou Yuan, however, showed no inclination for further dialogue. He spread his feet apart, akin to an ancient tree firmly rooted in the earth, then beckoned to Su Lin, stating, "You may advance first." Upon hearing this, the young spectators surrounding the martial arts platform exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by Zhou Yuan's intentions. Despite being in a disadvantaged position, he exhibited such reckless audacity. "Since your Highness is so eager to embarrass himself, I shall not hold back." Feeling belittled by Zhou Yuan's demeanor, Su Lin was engulfed by a surge of anger. With a cold smirk, he forcefully stomped the ground, his figure shooting forth like a swift arrow, his fingers tightly clenched into a fist, aimed directly at Zhou Yuan. This punch, imbued with a powerful current of energy, was formidable enough to crack stone. Yet, as the heavy fist approached, Zhou Yuan did not flinch. Instead, he crossed his arms defensively in front of him. This stance evoked a sense of pity among the onlookers, given Su Lin's honed physique. This strike could potentially fracture Zhou Yuan's bones. Under the watchful eyes of the anxious crowd, Su Lin descended upon Zhou Yuan like a ferocious tiger, delivering his thunderous blow without restraint onto Zhou Yuan's crossed arms. A resounding thud echoed, and as anticipated, Zhou Yuan's feet skidded across the ground, leaving several meters of marks before he barely steadied himself. A scream of agony erupted, but it was not Zhou Yuan's, it was Su Lin, who had thrown the ferocious punch. All present were rendered speechless, witnessing Su Lin cradling his injured fist, which was now a deep crimson, as if he had struck solid steel. "What did you conceal within your sleeves? Despicable!" Su Lin bellowed, tears almost brimming in his eyes from the pain. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Zhou Yuan slowly lifted his sleeve, revealing a complex pattern of luminescence on his arms. The pattern emitted a faint black glow, spreading outward until it enveloped his limbs, resembling a transformation of his skin into impenetrable black iron. The students gazed in astonishment at the intricate light pattern, and suddenly, someone exclaimed, "That is the iron skin pattern taught by the instructor." Realization dawned upon the crowd. It was indeed a source pattern. Su Yue, whose heart had been tightly wounded, finally relaxed. exhaling with relief, and remarked, "So, the prince has already mastered the ability to inscribe source patterns onto his body." Although previously in the church, Zhou Yuan had witnessed the iron skin pattern etched upon the jade slab, it was merely an illustration on stone. To inscribe such patterns upon the human body, one must possess a profound understanding of anatomical acupoints and meridians, thereby ensuring that the source patterns do not inflict harm upon one's physique. Thus, the act of inscribing source patterns on the human form is undeniably more challenging than on jade. Yet, while they struggled to engrave the source patterns upon the slab, Zhou Yuan had already begun to apply his knowledge. The disparity between them was indeed considerable. "Do you truly believe that just because I have not opened my meridians, I am powerless?" Zhou Yuan chuckled. Su Lin's face turned ashen, a wave of indignation washing over him as he coldly retorted, "Do you really think that with just an iron skin pattern, you can triumph over me today? Allow me to demonstrate the gulf between one who has opened their meridians and one who has not." "Open meridians." As Su Lin's commanding voice resounded, a faint luminescence emanated from his body, stirring the dust at his feet, while the source energy of the world surged into him with each breath. His robes billowed dramatically, creating a rustling sound. A subtle glow appeared on his skin, and anyone could sense the immense surge of Su Lin's aura at that moment. The expressions of the other students shifted, for within Su Lin's body, source energy was now flowing, coursing through his meridians, undoubtedly amplifying both his strength and speed. Amidst the solemn gazes of his peers, Zhou Yuan fixed his eyes on Su Lin and murmured, "Open 2 meridians, you say. Since you had your chance to attack, it is now my turn." At the instant his voice fell, Zhou Yuan propelled himself towards Su Lin. "Arrogant, your current speed, strength, and physical prowess are less than 1/10 of mine, and you dare to attack?" Su Lin sneered as he observed Zhou Yuan rushing toward him. "Is that so?" A faint smile graced Zhou Yuan's lips. In the next moment, a delicate radiance appeared around his ankles, revealing intricate light patterns that began to spread. Whoosh! Zhou Yuan's body seemed to lighten significantly, his speed surging dramatically as he darted forward like a cheetah. "That is, the lightness pattern," someone with keen eyes exclaimed, having spotted the luminous patterns around Zhou Yuan's ankles. Just as they gasped in astonishment, Zhou Yuan, now mere inches from Su Lin, suddenly shook his shoulder, and a subtle glow radiated from beneath his garments. Though indistinct, everyone could distinctly feel the raw power emanating from the fist Zhou Yuan unleashed. "The bullish strength pattern." Another cry rang out. "Iron skin pattern, lightness pattern, bullish strength pattern." At that moment, even Su Yue could not suppress her astonishment, covering her mouth with her hand, her face awash with disbelief. In the span of mere breaths, Zhou Yuan had activated 3 source patterns consecutively. This indicated that the 3 patterns taught by the instructor had been fully mastered by Zhou Yuan and were now embodied within him. Bang! Under the scrutiny of numerous gazes, Zhou Yuan, having activated 3 source patterns in succession, unleashed a formidable punch that struck him with astonishing force, as reflected in Su Lin's astonished eyes. With the support of the 3 source patterns, Zhou Yuan's speed, strength, and physical prowess were evidently on par with Su Lin's. Consequently, when the punch landed, Su Lin felt an overwhelming force surge towards him, sending his body flying outwards, crashing heavily onto the ground beyond the martial arts platform. Outside the platform, the previously boisterous crowd fell into an abrupt silence as the young onlookers gazed incredulously at Zhou Yuan atop the stage. No one anticipated that this confrontation would yield such an outcome. Rubbing his wrist, Zhou Yuan leaped down from the martial arts platform and reached into Su Lin's embrace to retrieve a jade token, representative of a coveted spot in the grand examination. Given that you cannot even defeat one who has yet to open their meridians, it would be wise to refrain from embarrassing yourself in the grand examination, he remarked with a smile towards the still staring Su Lin. Upon hearing these words and feeling the multitude of mocking gazes surrounding him, Su Lin's heart sank, and he could no longer contain the surge of blood, which burst forth from his mouth. Following this, darkness enveloped him, and he fainted. He was acutely aware that from the following day onwards, he would likely become the subject of ridicule among the many students of the Great Zhou Prefecture. Chapter 5 Qiyu and Lu Shi. All right, the grand performance has concluded. Everyone may disperse now. Zhou Yuan tossed the jade token in his hand and smiled at the crowd of young onlookers. Upon hearing his words, the gathering dispersed with laughter. Yet the glances they cast toward Zhou Yuan were imbued with a newfound curiosity. It was widely known in the Great Zhou mansion that Zhou Yuan had yet to open his meridians, leading many to believe that despite his noble status, He possessed no real strength. However, the scene they witnessed today extinguished that notion entirely. Indeed, Zhou Yuan had not yet opened his meridians. But he wielded another form of power source patterns. With these source patterns, even Su Lin, who had successfully opened 2 meridians, was no match for him. In this world, while social status is a form of power, the strength cultivated through one's own efforts is undoubtedly the most readily acknowledged. For such strength remains unchanged regardless of any shifts in status. Be careful not to lose it again, Zhou Yuan said as he tossed the jade token to the approaching Su Yue. A gentle breeze swept through the courtyard, causing the fabric of her gown to cling to her graceful figure, evoking thoughts of admiration. Feeling somewhat shy, Su Yue bit her rosy lip. Her bright eyes fixed on Zhou Yuan as she asked, "Are you all right?" Girls tend to be observant, and she noticed that Zhou Yuan's hand appeared to tremble slightly. "Hee, you caught me," Zhou Yuan chuckled, raising his hand to reveal that the knuckles were somewhat reddened, a consequence of his earlier vigorous strike. Without opening the meridians, one's physical condition remains somewhat inferior, Zhou Yuan lamented. Although he had temporarily enhanced his skin's hardness, strength, and speed through the iron skin pattern, light body pattern, and barbarian bull pattern, internally, his body remained too fragile. The recoil from his earlier strike had penetrated within, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable. "I heard from the instructor that certain source patterns can temporarily strengthen the entire physique. If you could master one, you wouldn't suffer from backlash," Su Yue suggested thoughtfully. Zhou Yuan nodded. "Those source patterns with such effects are of a considerable grade. It is rumored that source patterns are divided into 9 ranks. Yet my current level is still at the entry stage, barely qualifying for the first rank. Thus, mastering such a source pattern in the short term is unattainable. You must put in the effort for the upcoming critical examination in a month, unless you can inscribe a first-rank source pattern. It may be challenging to secure a place among the top 10, Su Yue said, biting her lip with concern. If Zhou Yuan performed poorly in the examination, it would likely invite unflattering rumors once more. Zhou Yuan gently rubbed his palm and reassured her, "Do not worry, I know my own limits." His eyes narrowed slightly. At present, he could only pin his hopes on the ancestral grounds expedition in 2 days, which he hoped would aid him in addressing the issue of his 8 meridians remaining unmanifested. Otherwise, he might indeed have to invest all his energy into mastering source patterns. The thought of solely focusing on source patterns in the future left him feeling quite reluctant. As Su Yue observed Zhou Yuan fall into silence, she promptly understood the unspoken sentiment and gracefully shifted the topic. With a playful glimmer in her eyes, she smiled and inquired, "Your Highness, would you like me to apply some ointment for you?" Zhou Yuan jested in response, "Forget it. Such a delightful fortune will surely attract envy, and others might resort to underhanded means against me." After all, Su Yue had garnered quite a reputation within the grand halls of the Dazhou Palace. Upon hearing this, Su Yue shot him an exasperated glance and replied, "Since you're so timid, I shall leave you to your own devices. I need to attend to the library and organize the collection." This was a position she had sought for herself, a means to earn some income. For her family's circumstances were modest, and she had a grandfather to support. Thus, amidst her academic pursuits, she endeavored to find various odd jobs within the Dazhou Palace. Zhou Yuan hesitated for a moment before suggesting, "With the major examination only a month away, time is of the essence. I believe you should dedicate more of your efforts to your cultivation. If you need assistance, Your Highness," he was interrupted before he could finish. He looked at Su Yue, who was now pressing her delicate lips together, her serious gaze fixed upon him. Her voice was soft, yet it bore an undeniable strength. "You have already aided me immensely. You brought me to this place where I can alter my destiny, and I am profoundly grateful. However, you once said we are friends, correct?" Zhou Yuan was taken aback, gazing at the girl before him. In the depths of her shimmering eyes lay a tenacity that was difficult for others to perceive, a determination to uphold her last vestiges of dignity. She understood that should she voice her needs, Zhou Yuan would readily arrange everything for her. Yet, doing so might distort the nature of their relationship. She had been meticulously maintaining the boundaries between them. Zhou Yuan was a prince of the Dazhou dynasty, a figure of great nobility, while she was merely a commoner. The disparity in their statuses was vast, making them susceptible to unwarranted scrutiny. Though she was unafraid of such judgment, she did not wish to be regarded as inferior in Zhou Yuan's eyes. Thus, since entering the Dazhou Palace, she had strived to cultivate her independence while diligently honing her skills to bridge the gap between their social standings. She had succeeded remarkably, being recognized as the most talented genius to awaken her meridians since the palace's inception. her abilities warranting attention even from Zhou Yuan's father, the Emperor Zhou Qing. Very well. Very well. Faced with the girl's resolute and stubborn gaze, Zhou Yuan ultimately relented, raising his hands in surrender and chuckling. Then I shall not interfere. Upon hearing this, Su Youwei's bright eyes gently curved, resembling a crescent moon. Internally, she sighed in relief, knowing that had Zhou Yuan persisted, she might have found it difficult to refuse him, though it would have brought her a hint of disappointment. At least for now, she recognized that Zhou Yuan, in an effort to preserve her remaining pride, had chosen to yield. This realization brought a glimmer of gratitude to her eyes, filling her heart with an unusual warmth. Your Highness, rest assured, I will not neglect my cultivation. I promise you that I will excel in the upcoming examination and secure a place in the top academy. Su Yue smiled brightly and confidently. Within the great Zhou estate, there existed numerous branches, among which the first academy was undoubtedly the most formidable. Zhou Yuan nodded thoughtfully, and suddenly retrieved the piece of gathering source jade he had previously used to wager with Su Lin from his pocket. He then took Su Youwei's delicate hand and placed it within her palm. Do not mistake my intentions. This is not a gift, but rather a loan. I have yet to open my meridians and cannot utilize it. Noticing Su Youwei's inclination to decline, Zhou Yuan promptly added, I shall take my leave. Su Youwei, tucking away the gathering source jade, let out a soft huff and brushed past Zhou Yuan. Such pride, Zhou Yuan mused, watching her slender figure fade into the distance. Shaking his head, just as he intended to depart, a sudden sensation compelled him to look up toward a distant pavilion, where he saw a figure in white. Observing him with a gaze as sharp as a blade, Zhou Yuan recognized the figure, his brows slightly furrowing. The individual in white was none other than Yu, the heir of the Qi royal family. Upon sensing Zhou Yuan's gaze, Yu's face broke into a subtle smile, and he respectfully clasped his fist in salute from afar. Zhou Yuan smirked coldly within, but maintained a pleasant expression, nodding in acknowledgement before turning to leave. In the pavilion, Yu watched Zhou Yuan's departing figure, his expression shifting to one of intrigue as he murmured to himself. I did not expect this prince to have unwittingly achieved some proficiency in the source pattern arts. Behind Yu, a graceful figure emerged, an elegant young woman with striking beauty. Though her thin lips lent her an air of sharpness, lacking the charm of Su Youwei. She cast a disdainful glance in the direction Zhou Yuan had departed, coldly remarking, the source pattern is ultimately a trivial path. No matter how profound one's understanding, it cannot catalyze true transformation. Life is finite, and with a single misstep, even an ordinary person could vanquish it. Her name was Lu Shi, daughter of the Marquis Lu of the Great Zhou, a figure of some renown. Years prior, Zhou Qing had perceived the burgeoning strength of the Qi royal family and sought to counterbalance it by proposing an alliance with Marquis Lu, suggesting that Zhou Yuan wed Lu Shi to strengthen their familial ties. Marquis Lu was hesitant, as the royal family was in decline and Zhou Yuan, the sole heir, was unable to open his meridians. Moreover, as Lu Shi was deeply cherished by her father, he sought her opinion. Lu Shi, proud and haughty, viewed Zhou Yuan as a worthless prince and unhesitatingly rejected the proposal, declaring that the useless prince was like a toad aspiring to eat swan meat, a remark that became a source of jest at the time. Though that incident lay in the past, seeing Zhou Yuan, whom she once disparaged as a toad, stirred lingering feelings of resentment within Lu Shi. Upon hearing this, Yu chuckled and nodded, saying, in this upcoming grand examination, those students who rank at the top have already aligned themselves with me. If our esteemed Prince Zhou Yuan believes he can triumph solely based on his modest mastery of source patterns, he shall only end up humiliated. At this juncture, he paused, narrowing his eyes slightly as he continued. However, that Su Youwei indeed possesses astonishing talent. Her future is boundless. If given the opportunity, we must endeavor to win her over. Upon hearing Yu's words, Lu Shi's face flickered with displeasure, and she scoffed. She is merely a girl who has opened 3 meridians. If we cannot win her over, we should seize an opportunity to render her powerless. Lu Shi, hailing from a distinguished background and endowed with considerable talent herself, had once shone as the brightest jewel in the Dezhou prefecture. Yet, since Su Youwei's emergence, her brilliance has been overshadowed, leading to her profound disdain for Su, who is merely a commoner. Yu could naturally discern the disdain in the girl's voice towards Su Youwei. He merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate, while his gaze lingered on Zhou Yuan's vanishing silhouette in the distance. It seems that Zhou Yuan has utterly lost confidence in himself, seeking to support a genius as his crutch. Oh, Zhou Yuan, the sacred dragon of the Zhou family has indeed become a useless dragon. If that is the case, your Zhou family is destined for ruin. Chapter 6. The Ancestral Shrine as the Sun Ascended. Its warm rays illuminated the grand city of Dezhou, casting a resplendent glow. At the gates of the Dezhou Palace, thousands of armored guards stood at attention, their spears glinting ominously in the morning light, exuding an aura of formidable might. Mounted on a magnificent steed of fiery red, Zhou Qing gazed with a smile at the hastily arriving Zhou Yuan. Are you prepared? Today marks the day of the Dezhou ancestral sacrifice. Zhou Yuan nodded vigorously, his eyes brimming with fervent hope. He understood that the revival of the 8 meridians within him and his journey into the path of cultivation hinged upon this day. A retainer led forth a fiery steed, its tail ablaze, while its head bore a somewhat fearsome lion visage. This was the Fire Lion horse, a first-grade source beast, renowned for its endurance, capable of galloping for miles without respite. Once tempestuous, the Fire Lion horse had been tamed, and as Zhou Yuan mounted, it merely flicked its fiery tail before settling down. Father, let us proceed, Zhou Yuan urged, gripping the reins, his dark eyes seemingly aflame with determination. Zhou Qing nodded with a smile, then waved his hand. With a resounding blast of horns, 1,000 armored warriors surged forth, enveloping Zhou Qing and Zhou Yuan in a protective formation. The sound of their thunderous march echoed as they exited the palace, traversing the streets of the city towards the outskirts. The site of the Dezhou royal ancestral sacrifice lay at the royal mausoleum, situated several hundred miles from the city. However, with their swift pace, they would arrive within 2 hours. Beneath a towering green mountain, Zhou Qing and Zhou Yuan dismounted, and the guards dispersed, vigilantly guarding the various passageways. Even a bird that dared to approach would face dire consequences. This is the resting place of our Dezhou royal lineage, Zhou Qing stated, his expression tinged with a hint of melancholy. Zhou Yuan, sensing his father's somber demeanor, softly reassured him. Father, there is no need for remorse. The martial clan's schemes have spanned centuries, and none could foresee such outcomes. Thus, the fault does not lie with you. With a wry smile, Zhou Qing chose silence and began ascending the stone steps paved with azure stones. Follow me, he beckoned. Zhou Yuan nodded and followed closely behind. The stone staircase led to the summit of the mountain, comprising 9,099 steps, spiraling towards the heavens. The two ascended slowly, their expressions solemn. After the burning of a single incense stick, they reached the peak, where a black ancestral shrine stood resolutely, ancient and weathered, as if it had withstood the test of time. Standing before the shrine, Zhou Yuan turned to gaze down from this height. His vision brightened as he beheld 3 mountain ranges rising vertically from the earth, which, upon closer inspection, formed a natural shape. These mountains, winding gracefully like a hidden dragon, encircled the green mountain beneath their feet, resembling 3 dragons supporting a pearl, conjuring a magnificent aura. What a powerful presence, Zhou Yuan exclaimed in admiration. It appears the ancestral grounds of our Zhou family possess exceptional feng shui. No wonder we were able to establish a dynasty. There exists a certain fortune in the heavens, and the earth's geomancy contributes to it as well. Our Zhou family's rise is indeed greatly aided by the auspiciousness of this ancestral land, Zhou Qing replied with a smile. Zhou Yuan pressed his lips together and said, the principles of geomancy hold some weight, yet it is the relentless efforts of our ancestors that matter more. The heavens operate with vigor, and a gentleman strives for self-improvement. With diligence and tenacity, even the most unfavorable hand can be turned to fortune. Conversely, those who bask in the fruits of others' labor, no matter how advantageous their circumstances, are ever at risk of downfall. Although the youth's voice bore a hint of immaturity, the resilience subtly emanating from him prompted Zhou Qing to regard him with newfound respect, a smile of appreciation gracing his features. It seemed that the trials of recent years had not been entirely detrimental. Zhou Qing affectionately ruffled Zhou Yuan's hair before entering the ancestral hall, with Zhou Yuan trailing closely behind. Inside the grand hall, numerous spiritual tablets were enshrined, surrounded by swirling incense, commemorating the ancestors of the great Zhou royal family. Under Zhou Qing's guidance, Zhou Yuan approached each spiritual tablet to pay his respects with incense offerings. Eventually, Zhou Qing halted before the innermost spiritual tablet, that of the founding emperor of the great Zhou dynasty. After performing a respectful bow, he extended his hand to gently rotate the tablet. A deep rumble echoed as the tablet turned, revealing, to Zhou Yuan's astonishment, a heavy and concealed stone door slowly parting in the stone wall behind it, shrouded in darkness. The interior appeared enigmatic. Zhou Qing gazed into the depths beyond the stone door, his expression complex, and remarked, "Whether you can unlock your meridians and cultivate lies within this place." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan's demeanor shifted to one of heightened tension, his palms clenched tightly, eyes filled with apprehension. Despite his maturity, he was still merely a youth, unable to maintain absolute composure in the face of such a pivotal opportunity. Shou Qing cast a glance at Zhou Yuan before stepping through the stone door. Beyond it lay a lengthy stone corridor illuminated by flickering lamps that cast dim light. The two remained silent, the only sound being the subtle echoes of their footsteps. After traversing the corridor for approximately 10 minutes, they finally reached its end, revealing a vast ancient cave. At the cave's terminus stood a stone platform. Zhou Qing approached the platform, and it was then that Zhou Yuan noticed the ground was etched with numerous ancient source patterns, forming an inscrutable design. "Father." Zhou Yuan looked at Zhou Qing, questioning whether this place could indeed resolve the enigma of his 8 dormant meridians. Zhou Qing's expression grew grave as he regarded the ancient source patterns on the platform. "In our Shou family, there has always been a secret saying passed down through generations, proclaiming that within this chamber lies a great opportunity capable of ensuring our lasting prosperity. The key to unlocking this opportunity is the bloodline of the Zhou family's heirs. However, despite the emperors of our lineage coming here throughout the ages to attempt this unlocking through their blood, they have invariably met with failure." At this juncture, he turned to Zhou Yuan and said, "Hence, I have brought you here to see if you possess the ability to unlock this great opportunity. Should you succeed, resolving the issue of your 8 dormant meridians should not prove difficult." "Oh." Zhou Yuan gazed in astonishment at the ancient stone platform before him, clearly taken aback by the existence of such a profound secret within the Zhou family. "Go," Zhou Qing urged, patting Zhou Yuan on the shoulder. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Yuan felt a tumult of apprehension within, yet he summoned his courage and ascended the stone platform, settling himself amidst the intricate and mysterious source patterns. He produced a sharp dagger, gritted his teeth, and made a swift incision across his wrist, blood gushing forth in torrents, flowing along the etched lines of the source patterns. In mere moments, the patterns upon the stone platform transformed into a vibrant crimson hue. Outside the platform, Zhou Qing observed this scene, his palm instinctively clenching tightly, his eyes filled with anxiety. As he felt the life force ebbing away, Zhou Yuan's already delicate visage paled further, his gaze fixed intently on the intricate source patterns. His heart thundered within his chest. Is this truly my final opportunity? With gritted teeth, Zhou Yuan endured the waves of dizziness assailing his mind, and at that instant, the image of his mother, Qinyu, spitting blood resurfaced vividly before him, piercing his heart with pain. "For my sake, mother has suffered grievously, her vitality waning. For my sake, father has lost an arm to the martial king. My own fortune has been usurped, the sacred dragon's roots severed, and poison gnaws at my life. The great Zhou faces internal strife and external peril, teetering on the brink of collapse. This grand opportunity, I, Zhou Yuan, must seize." A roar echoed within his heart. And at that moment, Zhou Yuan's body trembled violently, as if a voice of fury and defiance, akin to a dragon's lament, resonated from the depths of his being. Buzzing. At that very instant, the ancient source patterns, now drenched in blood, erupted into a dazzling brilliance, the light converging like mercury, swiftly enveloping Zhou Yuan. The sudden turn of events startled Zhou Qing outside the platform, who hurriedly turned his gaze toward Zhou Yuan. To his astonishment, as the light coalesced, he witnessed Zhou Yuan, seated within, inexplicably vanish into thin air. Chapter 7. The mysterious land. A blinding light flooded Zhou Yuan's vision, immediately followed by a forceful tug that left him dizzy, as though he had plunged into a vortex. Fortunately, this sensation of being pulled did not linger for long. Zhou Yuan soon felt a tremendous power surge forth, and his body was abruptly hurled into the air. Thud! Zhou Yuan crashed heavily onto the ground, tasting the dirt, yet, displaying remarkable alertness, he quickly rolled aside, disregarding the pain that coursed through his body. At the same time, the iron skin pattern etched onto his arm began to shimmer faintly, prepared to activate at a moment's notice. However, to his relief, the anticipated attack did not materialize, and Zhou Yuan's tense body gradually relaxed. It was then that he found a moment to observe the changes in his surroundings. Where is this? Zhou Yuan gazed wide-eyed at his surroundings. The cavern he had been in moments ago had vanished, replaced by an ancient and tranquil forest. Towering trees stood majestically, their lush branches blocking out the sun. Nearby, a crystal-clear stream flowed, producing a melodious sound, creating a scene of serenity. What place is this? Zhou Yuan pondered, bewildered. He distinctly remembered being in the hidden cave of the ancestral hall just moments before. How had he suddenly arrived in this unfamiliar location? Strange. Furrowing his brow, Zhou Yuan scanned the area. Could it be that the so-called great opportunity awaited him here? Yet, there was not a soul in sight. Zhou Yuan muttered to himself, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. In the next instant, his pupils constricted sharply, and his expression froze in a look of astonishment, as if he had encountered a ghost. For there, beneath the great tree ahead, stood an enchanting figure, seemingly appearing from nowhere. Upon closer inspection, it was a young girl in a green dress, slender and graceful, leaning against the trunk, her bright eyes quietly observing him. As Zhou Yuan's gaze met hers, an inexplicable shiver ran down his spine. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure, allowing a smile to grace his youthful face, striving to appear harmless. He clasped his hands and spoke. "Miss, might I inquire where this place is? I am Zhou Yuan, who has inadvertently trespassed. If I have caused any offense, I hope you will not take it to heart." The girl appeared to be around his age, and in such circumstances, a sweet tongue would surely serve him well. However, the mysterious young woman paid little heed to Zhou Yuan's courteousness. She delicately brushed a strand of hair from her forehead and gracefully approached him. As she stepped into the sunlight, it bathed her in a warm glow. With her closer proximity, Zhou Yuan could examine her features in detail, and he could not help but feel an awe-inspiring beauty wash over him. The girl possessed snow-white skin, her hair elegantly tied back, and her simple green attire accentuated her graceful curves. She had exquisite features, particularly her bright eyes, which seemed to contain an enigmatic depth, rendering her ethereal and profound. At this moment, the young maiden stood upon the fragmented rays of sunlight, her back graced by the towering ancient tree. A gentle breeze caressed her, lifting her bangs, revealing an ancient and profound pattern faintly etched between her fair brows, exuding an indescribable air of mystery. This scene was so breathtaking that it momentarily left Zhou Yuan breathless. Miss Zhou Yuan smiled, though the beauty before him prompted a flicker of caution within him, as both the unfamiliar surroundings and the enigmatic girl exceeded his comprehension. "Miss." Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's address, the girl in blue slightly curved her lips, seemingly amused. She regarded Zhou Yuan with keen interest and murmured, "Grandpa He was indeed correct. Someone would come here today, what?" Zhou Yuan did not catch her words. However, the girl in blue paid him no mind, turning instead towards the ancient forest. As she passed by the great tree, she called out softly. At her words, Zhou Yuan noticed a small, unremarkable gray creature nestled at the base of the tree, resembling a diminutive dog. A pet dog? Zhou Yuan mused. Arg, as if responding to his thoughts. The small beast suddenly fluffed up its fur and let out a roar towards Zhou Yuan. Yet, due to its diminutive size, the roar lacked any real menace, instead appearing rather endearing. The creature, as if realizing its roar had failed to intimidate Zhou Yuan, perked up its tail and leaped onto a large rock, opening its mouth wide and taking a vigorous bite. Crunch! In an astonishing display, the rock rapidly diminished in size, disappearing entirely within mere moments. The once solid stone consumed entirely by the little beast's tiny belly. Zhou Yuan's expression froze once more as he silently gasped, his eyes wide with astonishment at this dog-like creature. What on earth was this? A massive rock, devoured in just a few bites? Such formidable teeth and appetite. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he dared not look at the seemingly ordinary creature any longer. After all, if it could easily swallow stones, what chance did he have? No wonder it was named Tun Tun. Noticing Zhou Yuan's shock, the creature named Tun Tun proudly wagged its tail and cast Zhou Yuan a distinctly human-like roll of its eyes before scampering after the girl in blue. As the maiden entered the dappled shade of the trees, she slightly turned her head and elegantly lifted her snow-white chin towards Zhou Yuan. If you seek to uncover your grand fortune, then follow me. With that, she stepped into the forest, her graceful figure becoming a fleeting vision amidst the foliage. Zhou Yuan gazed after the departing girl and her small beast, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Everything here felt extraordinarily mysterious, leaving him perplexed. He clearly could not fathom how he had arrived in this unfamiliar place through the stone platform within the secret cave of their ancestral hall. Exhale. Zhou Yuan inhaled deeply, dispelling any hesitation, and promptly quickened his pace to follow the young girl and her small beast ahead. A boy, a girl, and a creature traversed the ancient forest, where verdant foliage flourished abundantly. Occasionally, the air would be pierced by the menacing roars of distant beasts, yet, in those moments, the small creature, Tong Tong, trotting beside the girl clad in green, would emit a soft growl. Though not thunderous, it seemed to silence the entire forest, as if the woods themselves cowered before the little beast's might. This compelled Zhou Yuan to cast an admiring glance at the mysterious creature, which resembled a diminutive greyhound, seemingly extraordinary in nature. The girl in green displayed no intention of conversing with Zhou Yuan, thus he maintained his silence, closely trailing behind her. After approximately half an hour of progressing in this manner, Zhou Yuan finally sensed the young girl's footsteps come to a halt. "We have arrived," her voice resonated ahead. Zhou Yuan's heart quivered slightly as he raised his gaze through the verdant canopy of the forest, revealing a clearing at its center, where a thatched cottage stood serenely. A few rustic fences encircled the cottage, and Zhou Yuan's attention was drawn to a reclining chair positioned before it, where an elderly man clad in black lay comfortably, gently swaying. As if sensing Zhou Yuan's scrutiny, the old man opened his eyes and gazed back at him. Upon meeting the elder's gaze, Zhou Yuan felt a subtle tremor within, for those eyes were imbued with an ineffable depth of experience, as if they bore the weight of countless years. Simultaneously, Zhou Yuan perceived a profound aura of decay and twilight enveloping the old man. However, in that fleeting moment of eye contact, Zhou Yuan experienced a sensation of being seen through, as if, in that instant, all his secrets were laid bare before the discerning gaze of the black-clad elder. Yet, alas, the holy dragon's fortune had been usurped, and its roots damaged. Was this the curse of the vengeful dragon? How tragic, truly tragic. Chapter 8. Seeking the 8 meridians. The voice of the elder clad in black echoed in Zhou Yuan's ears like a thunderclap, stirring a tempest within his heart. This enigmatic old man, with just a single glance, discerned the tribulations that had befallen Zhou Yuan. The girl in green approached the elderly figure, casting a look of astonishment at Zhou Yuan, while the creature named Tun Tun sprang up, yearning to leap into her embrace. However, its current state was disheveled, prompting the girl to disdainfully lift it by its delicate paw and casually toss it into a nearby water vat. Cast into the vat, Tun Tun appeared exceedingly aggrieved. Yet aware of the girl's fastidiousness, it complied and began to scrub itself, creating a rather comical scene. Despite the absurdity unfolding before him, Zhou Yuan remained unmoved, his gaze fixated on the mysterious elder, and as his shock gradually subsided, it was replaced by a flicker of hope. If this elder could so readily perceive the issues plaguing his body, he must be no ordinary individual. Perhaps the enigma of his undetectable 8 meridians could find resolution here. Taking a deep breath to quell the bubbling excitement within, Zhou Yuan clasped his fists and respectfully addressed the elder. "I am Zhou Yuan, a junior, and I humbly pay my respects to you, esteemed elder." The elder in black nodded and remarked, "Indeed, you are of the Zhou lineage." He regarded Zhou Yuan, who seemed eager yet hesitant, as if aware of his unspoken thoughts. With a peculiar smile, the elder continued, "I understand what you are contemplating. Yes, I can assist you in resolving the matter of your dormant 8 meridians, but why should I extend such aid to you?" Zhou Yuan was taken aback, pausing for a moment to carefully choose his words. "I am unaware of this place or your identity, esteemed elder. But since the secret cave left by my ancestors of the Zhou family leads here, it stands to reason that you must have had some connection with them." The elder remained non-committal in response. At this moment, Zhou Yuan had fully regained his composure. He fixated on the elder and slowly spoke, "Given my current state, I cannot offer anything of value to impress you. However, I perceive that you might be willing to wait for me." In the fleeting instant when the elder first beheld him, Zhou Yuan, guided by a sharp intuition, sensed a flicker of unusual brilliance deep within the elder's gaze. The rocking chair finally came to a gentle halt, and the elder narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Zhou Yuan without revealing his emotions. "Young one, you possess quite the audacity. What makes you think you are worthy of my patience?" In response to the elder's words, Zhou Yuan merely chuckled and shook his head. "I am uncertain of that answer myself. Perhaps, esteemed elder, you possess some insight?" The elder's eyes, imbued with a sense of age and wisdom, remained fixed on Zhou Yuan. Though he exuded no overt aura of terror, an inherent pressure emanated from him, rendering the ancient forest around them eerily silent. Outside the thatched cottage, a slender youth bore a faint smile, his gaze unwavering as it met the elder's, displaying no fear, akin to a newborn calf. He believed that the ancient words passed down within the Zhou family were not without purpose. Since he had arrived here, there must be a reason, and he had faith in his instincts. The oppressive atmosphere rolled in like thunderclouds, and after a brief pause, an expression of resigned amusement unexpectedly surfaced on the aged, expressionless visage of the elder clad in black. Reclining in his chair, he sighed. "It seems I have truly aged." I cannot even intimidate a mere child. Behind the elder, the young girl in green cast a glance at Zhou Yuan with her bright eyes, her voice clear, and gently remarked, "He is merely pretending. In truth, he is terrified." Zhou Yuan's countenance momentarily froze, before he revealed an awkward smile, as he felt the cold sweat soaking his back. No matter how composed he tried to be, facing this singular opportunity, it was impossible to remain entirely unfazed. "Senior," he gazed at the elder with earnest eyes. "Enough," the elder replied, his expression shifting as he turned to Zhou Yuan. "I can resolve your issue of the 8 meridians being unmanifested, but there is one condition." "Condition?" Zhou Yuan was taken aback, then nodded earnestly. "Please, senior, do tell." The elder let out a soft sigh, turning his gaze towards the graceful girl beside him, and slowly articulated, "I require you to take Yao Yao away from here and protect her." "Yao Yao?" Zhou Yuan blinked in surprise, looking towards the girl in green, clearly realizing that must be her name. Indeed, she was as delicate and charming as her name suggested. "Grandfather He," the girl murmured, her pearly teeth nibbling at her rosy lip, her exquisitely delicate face now showing signs of reluctance and resistance. The girl named Yao Yao's crystalline eyes dimmed, and she glanced at Zhou Yuan, softly stating, "Grandfather He is too weak." Zhou Yuan felt a wave of embarrassment, yet, as someone who had not yet opened a single meridian, he indeed appeared utterly powerless in the eyes of others. Upon hearing her words, the elder could not help but chuckle. Casting a glance at Zhou Yuan, he remarked, "Though this young lad is weak now, the future remains uncertain." "Grandfather He, will I still be able to see you again?" Yao Yao asked in a hushed tone, her keen intellect allowing her to sense the undertones of the elder's words, which carried the weight of a solemn entrustment. It was evident that he might be embarking on a perilous endeavor, one that could very well cost him his life. He then turned to Zhou Yuan, smiling. "So what do you think?" Zhou Yuan's youthful face took on a serious demeanor. Respectfully bowing to the elder, he gradually responded, "Although I currently possess no power, I can promise you, senior, that should anyone wish to harm Sister Yao Yao, they shall first have to tread over my corpse." The youth's voice, though slightly juvenile, resonated with an undeniable conviction that drew attention. The elder, upon hearing this, displayed a satisfied smile upon his aged face. "Very well then." The elder chuckled, fixing his gaze upon Zhou Yuan. "Let us proceed to resolve your issue of the 8 meridians being unmanifested." Zhou Yuan's spirit immediately lifted, his eyes blazing with anticipation as he looked at the elder. Observing the fervor in his gaze, the elder's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. And then he suddenly waved his sleeve. Boom! The earth trembled, and a colossal fissure tore open beneath Zhou Yuan's feet, forming a dark abyss that swallowed him whole, leaving him aghast. "Ah!" Zhou Yuan plummeted into the void, letting out a cry of despair, as a viscous black liquid surged from the darkness, ensnaring his limbs. The liquid gradually eroded his flesh, bringing forth excruciating pain, as if every pore of his skin was being corroded. The most terrifying aspect for Zhou Yuan was the liquid infiltrating his body through his pores, ravaging his insides, flesh, and veins alike succumbed to its destructive grasp. Agonizing fear gnawed at his soul, with a thick aura of death permeating the air. He felt that if the black liquid continued its relentless assault, he would truly perish here. Zhou Yuan fought desperately, activating the 3 source patterns inscribed upon his body without hesitation. However, just as the patterns began to radiate light, the black liquid surged forth, extinguishing the glow and ultimately erasing the patterns entirely. With the shattering of the source patterns, Zhou Yuan's heart turned to ice. The black liquid spread further, covering his eyes, and with it came a searing agony, as if his very sight was being eroded, plunging him into complete darkness. In that obscurity, he sensed the intense pain within, as the black liquid continued its layered onslaught. The scent of death grew increasingly potent. This was no illusion. If he could not halt the liquid's invasion, he would indeed perish. "I cannot die here. I must restore my mother's longevity. I must avenge my father's injury, and reclaim the sacred dragon's fortune that was taken from me. None of these tasks have been fulfilled. How can I succumb to death here? I cannot die." 8 beams of light coiled like a crouching dragon. Could it be the 8 meridians of cultivation? Zhou Yuan gazed at the 8 beams, his heart jolting as an epiphany surged within him. These were the 8 meridians that had remained dormant within him. Roar! At the precipice of true death, they seemed to sense the crisis, slowly stirring like a dragon, emitting a deep, resonant growl. Buzz! In that instant, a brilliant light erupted from the depths of Zhou Yuan's being, sweeping away the black liquid at a visibly rapid pace. In mere moments, the darkness receded entirely. Zhou Yuan's tightly closed eyes suddenly flung open, bright light flooding his vision once more, and he collapsed, drenched as though he had emerged from water. Beads of sweat trickling down his youthful face. Panting heavily, Zhou Yuan surveyed his surroundings. He found himself once again before the thatched cottage. The preceding events seeming like an illusion. Was it all a mirage? Zhou Yuan was momentarily stunned. What do you think? A voice, aged yet calm, resonated from ahead, revealing the figure of an old man in black, who regarded him with a faint smile. Zhou Yuan's complexion shifted dramatically, for he could distinctly sense how tangible the earlier aura of death had been. Slowly, he raised his hand, only to feel his pupils constrict suddenly. At the tips of his fingers, he discerned a faint black mark that quietly faded away. This dark trace bore an uncanny resemblance to the black liquid from before. Take a moment to sense the depths of your own being, the elderly man in black chuckled. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan's mind stirred, and he closed his eyes to attune himself to his inner self. In that very instant, his heartbeat surged with a thunderous intensity, and an expression of incredulity began to manifest on his youthful, pale visage. For at that moment, he could distinctly perceive within his body 8 meridians, like dragons soaring forth from an abyss, coiling and intertwining. These 8 meridians were, in fact, the very foundations of cultivation. Zhou Yuan's eyes flew open, brimming with excitement. As he fixed his gaze intently upon the elderly figure in black, his voice trembling with exhilaration. My 8 meridians have manifested. Chapter 9. The 8th meridians manifest before the thatched cottage. The youthful visage of the boy, delicate and somewhat slender, was now adorned with an unmistakable fervor. His trembling hands caressed his own form, the sensation akin to rebirth igniting a broad, foolish smile even on the typically mature countenance of Zhou Yuan. This moment was undeniably significant for him. As he matured, his peers began to open their meridians and unveil their distinct talents. Although Zhou Yuan adeptly concealed his own aspirations, deep within, he harbored a profound envy. He too yearned to awaken his meridians, to embark upon the path of primal energy, and to wield the omnipotent force that could transcend the heavens and earth. This day had been long anticipated. You were born with your 8 meridians already open, a natural prodigy in this regard. Alas, upon your birth, you encountered calamity, and the 8 meridians within you sensed the impending destruction. In a self-preserving manner, they retreated to the deepest recesses of your being. Thus, despite reaching the age when the meridians typically manifest, they remained elusive. The old man in black, observing Zhou Yuan's exuberance, smiled and remarked, though your meridians are hidden, they can still sense danger. To revive them, you must place yourself in peril, compelling them to reveal themselves. With a slight lift of his eyelids, the old man continued, do not presume that the deathly aura you felt earlier was mere illusion. If you fail to awaken your meridians in that crucial moment, then now you would indeed be facing death. Startled by these words, Zhou Yuan felt a chill run through him, his expression paling as he recalled the overwhelming presence of death. An unsettling premonition gripped him. Had he lingered any longer, he might have truly perished. It was evident that the method proposed by the old man carried a considerable degree of peril. What? Is it my fault for not informing you beforehand? The old man inquired with a grin. Zhou Yuan inhaled deeply, shaking his head as he spoke slowly. As long as I can open my meridians, I am willing to embrace any risk. Thus, whether I was forewarned holds little significance. It is merely a lingering apprehension at this moment. The old man nodded, a hint of admiration in his gaze. You, young lad, though still in your youth, possess a commendable spirit. However, do not rejoice too soon. While your meridians are now re-emerging, they are once again obstructed and sealed. You must start anew in your cultivation to fully open these 8 meridians, thereby transcending the realm of meridian opening and entering the realm of energy nurturing. Moreover, your situation renders the process more arduous than that of an ordinary person. Your meridians sealed themselves to evade calamity, making the awakening process significantly more challenging. The old man cautioned, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow momentarily, yet it soon relaxed as he replied, at the very least, I now possess greater hope than before, do I not? No matter how dire the current situation may be, can it truly be worse than the time when he could not even locate the 8 meridians? Even if opening the meridians is more challenging, is it not a glimmer of hope? Behind the elderly man clad in black, the young girl in green lifted the small beast from the water jar and gently shook it, causing tiny crimson lights to emanate from its body, evaporating the water droplets completely. Satisfied, she cradled it in her arms. She tenderly caressed the small creature, her serene gaze lingering on Zhou Yuan, revealing her surprise at his unwavering dedication to the practice of opening the meridians. The inability to open the meridians is not a significant matter. For I too cannot harness the source energy, she said softly, her lips parting slightly. The young girl in green clearly possessed a temperament marked by detachment, showing little interest in those or things that did not capture her attention. Yet, her words bore a hint of consolation. Zhou Yuan gazed at her in astonishment. This girl in green was also unable to wield source energy? Due to certain exceptional circumstances, Yao Yao indeed cannot utilize source energy, the elderly man in black chuckled, then turned to Zhou Yuan with a teasing tone. Do not underestimate her. Her mastery of source patterns is a true testament to my teachings. Despite her age being similar to yours, she could very well be your mentor in this discipline. Oh, Zhou Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. It was unexpected to learn that this girl in green possessed profound expertise in source patterns. Yet, do not belittle yourself. The difficulty you face in opening the meridians is indeed greater now, but with every sacrifice, there lies a reward. Thus, the benefits you gain from each attempt will surpass those of the average person, the elderly man in black remarked with a smile. Zhou Yuan's eyes brightened. He understood that each time he opened the meridians, his physical prowess would be enhanced. According to the elderly man's words, his progress would be greater than that of others, making the difficulty of opening the meridians more bearable. With his thoughts racing, Zhou Yuan suddenly turned to the elderly man with a pained expression. Senior, while I am now capable of opening the meridians, I am still a step behind. To reach a level where I can protect Sister Yao Yao will undoubtedly take considerable time. The elderly man in black regarded Zhou Yuan with a bemused look. What are you trying to say in such a roundabout manner? Zhou Yuan chuckled and replied, Perhaps, Senior, you might consider being a benevolent benefactor and grant me a chance. This elderly man before him was evidently enigmatic. Zhou Yuan estimated that his strength had reached an unfathomable level, far surpassing that of his father, Zhou Qing. Under ordinary circumstances, given Zhou Yuan's current status, he would likely not have the opportunity to encounter such a formidable figure. Thus, seizing this chance was a priority for him. This is indeed an opportunity. The elderly man in black chuckled in response. What a clever lad. How greedy you are. Zhou Yuan keenly sensed no anger in the elderly man's words and smiled. Is it not for the sake of better fulfilling your expectations, Senior? Otherwise, should danger truly arise, my slender limbs seem destined only to perish before Sister Yao Yao, serving little purpose beyond that. His woeful demeanor, accentuated by his youthful visage, appeared somewhat comical, prompting a subtle curve of her crimson lips as her eyes sparkled with intrigue. This fellow is rather amusing. Grandfather, hey, if you wish to avoid becoming a hindrance to me in the end, it would be wise to acquiesce to him and allow me to protect him, Yao Yao gently suggested, her jade hand caressing Tunton, her lips parting ever so slightly. Upon hearing her words, Zhou Yuan cast a grateful glance her way. Yet the young woman maintained an indifferent expression, seemingly untouched by his gratitude. The elderly man in black stroked his beard, his gaze flickering as he fell into silence, deep in contemplation. Eventually, he let out a soft sigh and remarked, You speak truth, Yao Yao. If this lad is too feeble, he may indeed become a burden. He fixed Zhou Yuan with a penetrating stare and continued, However, my methods are not to be imparted to outsiders. Zhou Yuan, astute as ever, immediately bowed deeply at this pronouncement, respectfully declaring, Disciple Zhou Yuan pays respects to master. Ah, you clever little rascal, the old man in black exclaimed. Visibly impressed by Zhou Yuan's decisive gesture, he had merely softened his tone slightly. Yet this boy had promptly seized the opportunity to pledge himself as a disciple, truly a masterful execution of timing. The elder shook his head, then sighed, Yet, to encounter you here is indeed a matter of fate. Although you seek my teachings, I shall accept you as a disciple for now. Zhou Yuan, elated by this acknowledgement, bowed in gratitude. The elder regarded him with a gentler expression, his aged eyes softening somewhat. Since you are so determined, I shall not be stingy. Now that your 8 meridians are evident, I will impart to you a technique for drawing in energy. In the realm of opening the meridians, one cannot store source energy within their body, thus rendering the practice of true martial arts impossible. Instead, one may only cultivate the technique of drawing in energy. And once all 8 meridians are opened and one enters the realm of energy cultivation, one may then formally practice martial arts. A glow emanated from the elder's fingertips, as if intricate characters flowed through the light, and then, with a sudden motion, he pressed his fingertip against Zhou Yuan's brow. Boom. At the moment of contact, Zhou Yuan felt a surge within his head, swiftly followed by an influx of information that made his mind momentarily dizzy. However, the disorientation faded quickly as he began to absorb the knowledge emerging in his consciousness. The technique of drawing in energy, known as the dragon absorption technique? Clearly, this technique possesses a name that evokes grandeur. Its effectiveness in practice remains to be seen. Yet it surely must be of no ordinary caliber if it has been bestowed by the Elder in Black. Zhou Yuan nodded earnestly, stating, "The realm of source patterns is vast and profound, not to be underestimated." For the past 2 years, he had dedicated himself to the study of source patterns, and he could faintly sense their intricate depth and power. The art of source patterns, akin to using a slight force to achieve great effects, allows the construction of mysterious source patterns that ultimately unleash formidable strength. Regrettably, the source patterns are incapable of self-transformation, and their profundity is immense. To achieve any notable accomplishments therein invariably requires considerable effort. Consequently, many source masters regard it merely as a minor discipline, lacking the motivation to pursue it further. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, the elderly man in black nodded in agreement, remarking that the ignorant masses dismiss the source patterns as a trivial pursuit, deeming them too obscure and challenging. However, they fail to recognize that the path of source patterns is fundamentally rooted in the spirit and soul, once meticulously cultivated. It can harmoniously complement the path of the source masters. Observing the prideful gleam in the elder's eyes as he spoke of source patterns, Zhou Yuan discerned that the old man must possess extraordinary expertise in this domain. "I see your spirit is vibrant and robust. It suggests you possess a natural talent for source patterns. Allow me to impart to you a technique for soul forging," the elderly man said with a smile. In the next instant, his eyes suddenly radiated a piercing brilliance, which directly penetrated Zhou Yuan's own gaze. The method of chaos soul refinement. Chapter 10. The gift of opportunity. The resounding echoes within Zhou Yuan's mind gradually faded after a considerable duration, and he could distinctly perceive the imprint of the soul forging technique, known as the chaos divine mill, embedded in his consciousness. However, this was not the moment for contemplation. Thus, Zhou Yuan opened his eyes and respectfully bowed to the smiling elder clad in black before him, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for granting me this profound wisdom." He sensed, albeit faintly, that both the chi drawing technique and the soul forging technique were extraordinary in nature. The enigmatic figure before him had indeed bestowed upon him a significant opportunity. The elder in black waved his hand dismissively, hesitating for a moment before reaching into his garment and producing a black pen approximately a foot in length. This pen, reminiscent of bronze, bore a patina of age, hinting at the passage of time and exuding an aura of antiquity. Yet, it appeared somewhat dull, lacking luster, as if it had lost its spirit. The elder caressed the black pen with a hint of reluctance, but ultimately handed it to Zhou Yuan, stating, "Consider this your introductory gift from your master." Zhou Yuan received the pen with reverence. It felt slightly heavy in his grasp. As he observed the ancient patterns etched upon its surface, he sensed a latent, formidable energy. "Is this a source pattern pen?" Zhou Yuan inquired with curiosity. "It is both a source pattern pen and a source weapon," the elder chuckled in response. Zhou Yuan was taken aback, puzzled by the notion that a source pattern pen, typically utilized for inscribing source patterns, could also serve as a weapon. The two categories seemed inherently distinct. How could they coexist within a single entity? Furthermore, this seemingly fragile pen appeared incapable of inflicting harm. "Ah, you underestimate it," the elder remarked with a knowing smile, having discerned Zhou Yuan's expression. "This pen is called the Tianyuan pen and was once a sacred source weapon." "Sacred source weapon?" Zhou Yuan gasped, his eyes widening in astonishment as he gazed at the battered black pen in his hand, disbelief etched across his face. In the realm, source weapons were classified into tiers: ordinary, profound, celestial, and sacred. From what Zhou Yuan understood, the most formidable source weapon possessed by the Dazhou royal family was the nine-flame spear wielded by his father, which was merely a superior profound source weapon. The legendary sacred source weapons, however, were said to possess unfathomable power, capable of scorching mountains and boiling seas, leaving humanity both envious and fearful. Yet now, this seemingly powerless, Weathered black pen in Zhou Yuan's possession was, astonishingly, a sacred source weapon? I have stated that it was once a sacred source weapon, the elder sighed softly. The Tianyuan pen has accompanied me through countless battles, yet it was gravely damaged in one such encounter. Zhou Yuan then comprehended that this was a once mighty sacred source weapon that had been reduced to ruin. Noticing Zhou Yuan's expression, the elder couldn't help but retort, "Do you truly believe I would be so miserly as to gift you a mere trinket? Although the Tianyuan pen has been severely injured, it remains a sacred source weapon, still retaining some semblance of its spirit. If you nurture it diligently day and night, you may be able to restore it gradually." "Oh, is it possible to salvage this sacred source weapon?" Zhou Yuan exclaimed in amazement. The elder pointed at the pen, saying, "Do you see the 9 source patterns inscribed upon it?" Zhou Yuan lowered his gaze, noticing the mottled black body of the pen, where 9 ancient and intricate source patterns subtly shimmered, though they were too faint to be easily perceived. These 9 source patterns represented the power of the Tianyuan pen. Should one day all 9 patterns be illuminated, the pen would regain the strength of a sacred source weapon. How does one illuminate them? Zhou Yuan inquired with keen interest, for restoring the sacred source weapon would undoubtedly provide him with immense assistance. "Ah, it is quite simple," the old man in black replied with a smile. "The Tianyuan pen possesses a spirit. If you can nourish it with the soul of a source beast, its power will gradually be restored. Naturally, the higher the rank of the source beast's soul, the more potent the effect." He continued, "As for how the Tianyuan pen transforms into a weapon for combat, you shall understand once you illuminate the first source pattern." Though Zhou Yuan was aware that restoring the Tianyuan pen to the level of a sacred source weapon would not be an easy feat, he nodded gently, allowing the pen to twirl gracefully at his fingertips. He smiled once more at the old man, saying, "Thank you, master, for bestowing this pen upon me. However, I still do not know your name." The old man chuckled softly. "Song Yuan, that is my name. Additionally, I have 2 other disciples, who shall be your senior brothers. If fate permits, you may encounter them. If not, it is of no consequence." After speaking, Song Yuan turned his attention to the girl in blue, whose delicate lips glistened and whose bright eyes were cast down, revealing a hint of sorrow at the prospect of parting. Since she could remember, she had lived here with Song Yuan, and he was undoubtedly the closest person to her. Thus, even with her tranquil disposition, she felt a pang of sadness. "Alas, my dear, there are no feasts in life that do not come to an end," Song Yuan sighed softly. After a brief pause, he suddenly produced a jade pendant from his bosom. The pendant emanated a gentle glow, and upon it, a 9-petaled fire lotus flickered, each petal displaying a different hue. "Yao Yao, I know you have many questions for me, but now is not the time. Take this. Should an opportunity arise in the future, you may come to understand." He added, "Moreover, when the fire lotus on the pendant ignites, be cautious, for they will be seeking you." "Who are they? Why are they looking for me?" Yao Yao asked urgently, her heart brimming with confusion. Why had she lived here with the old man, as if evading something? Zhou Yuan felt a tremor in his heart as he glanced at the faint light patterns flickering between Yao Yao's brows, realizing that it was indeed a seal. Thus, it seemed that Yao Yao was not unable to wield source energy, but rather had been sealed away. Yet why was this done? Zhou Yuan's mind was clouded with questions, but wisely he refrained from asking further. Both Song Yuan and Yao Yao were shrouded in mystery, and there undoubtedly lay another story within them, one of a depth that, given his current abilities, he was not yet worthy to know. "Rest assured, master, I shall remember," Zhou Yuan said earnestly. Song Yuan nodded and said, "In the days to come, should you encounter any issues with your cultivation, feel free to seek out Yao Yao. She has been by my side for many years and has thoroughly absorbed my teachings, though it ultimately depends on her willingness." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan's eyes brightened as he glanced at the young lady in green beside him. Initially, he had harbored concerns about cultivating alone, but it seemed this young lady was quite the enigma. He would need to endear himself to her in the future. However, the young lady in green remained lost in her melancholy, oblivious to his thoughts. "Please, depart now," Song Yuan said, gently patting the young lady's hand. "Leave now?" Zhou Yuan was taken aback. This was rather abrupt. "Yes, immediately," Song Yuan replied, his tone taking on a note of sternness. Zhou Yuan fell silent, sensing that Song Yuan was urging them to leave, likely because something significant was about to unfold here. With a wave of his sleeve, the ground before the thatched cottage stirred with dust, revealing ancient patterns that emerged with clarity. These were undoubtedly profound source patterns. Zhou Yuan recognized them as identical to those on the stone platform he had encountered earlier. Observing Sung Yuan's gaze, he stepped forward, entering the intricate formation composed of the source patterns, while the young lady in green held the creature named Tun Tun, gazing blankly at Sung Yuan. Go now. Perhaps fate will grant us another meeting, Sung Yuan gestured. The young lady's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet she refrained from weeping. Instead, she bowed deeply to Sung Yuan before stepping into the formation to stand beside Zhou Yuan. Seeing this, Sung Yuan swiftly pointed his finger, and the surrounding source patterns erupted in brilliance, their light converging rapidly to envelop Zhou Yuan and Yao Yao. Zhou Yuan, remember the promise you made to me. You must protect her. As the brilliance filled his vision and the space began to warp, Zhou Yuan heard Sung Yuan's deep voice, tinged with a hint of earnest plea. Rest assured, master. I shall uphold the teachings you have bestowed upon me and ensure her safety. Zhou Yuan murmured as he closed his eyes. Before the thatched cottage, the light surged, and a tempest arose. In the next instant, the figures of Zhou Yuan and Yao Yao vanished into thin air, leaving only the flickering source patterns on the ground, which soon extinguished, leaving no trace behind. Sung Yuan gazed at the spot where they had disappeared, a hint of sorrow in his expression. The Zhou family. Just as that old man foretold, I could indeed take on another disciple, yet the future depends on his own destiny. Shaking his head, he quelled his emotions and reclined slowly in his chair, gently rocking back and forth. The world around fell into silence. This tranquility persisted for an indeterminate duration until suddenly, Sung Yuan opened his tightly shut eyes, gazing blankly into the void. Boom! A violent thunderclap resonated through the heavens, as if a torrential downpour of thunder was descending from the distant sky, tearing the very fabric of this space asunder with an overwhelming ferocity. The earth began to crumble, and the forests fell, one after another. Has the time finally come? Sung Yuan gazed at the cataclysmic scene before him, his aged visage remaining serene as he spoke to himself. Very well, after so many years of repose, these old bones are nearly rusted. It is time to stretch them a bit. A faint smile graced Sung Yuan's lips as he slowly rose from the reclined position. His frail figure appeared slightly hunched, yet the moment he stood, his black robe billowed gently, exuding an indescribable aura of terror, akin to a slumbering dragon awakening in its full fury. In the distant sky, a torrent of thunder descended, amidst which three figures, enveloped in crackling lightning, gradually descended. Upon their emergence, a formidable pressure radiated from them, enveloping the entire world, as if they were divine beings. Their icy gazes were cast upon Sung Yuan from afar. The illustrious Black Emperor has scurried like a mouse for so many years. It is indeed a source of lamentation. An emotionless voice resounded from the heavens, and as the sound spread, the very fabric of this space began to collapse. Surrender the person. Otherwise, this place shall become your grave, Black Emperor. Come. Today, I shall witness whose resting place this truly is. With a single step forward, Sung Yuan's garments tore apart, revealing a withered form, yet upon that body were etched intricate and ancient source patterns, each emanating a terrifying pulse. Buzz! In that moment, those source patterns erupted with resplendent light, shining like a blazing sun rising slowly, and Sung Yuan's previously desiccated body began to swell dramatically. Within mere breaths, a colossal figure stood amidst the heavens and earth, radiating an overwhelming and tyrannical presence. He bellowed to the sky, the sound waves wreaking havoc, and in the next instant, with a mighty stomp, his enormous form shot upwards, colliding violently with the boundless ocean of descending thunder. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the entire space began to shatter. Chapter 11. The appetite of King Qi within the dimly lit cave. A radiant light suddenly converged upon a stone platform, causing a subtle tremor in the air. From this luminescence, two figures emerged. After enduring this form of transportation once more, Zhou Yuan felt a throbbing in his head, repeatedly rubbing his forehead to alleviate the discomfort. Yuaner? As the light dissipated, a voice filled with surprise resonated from ahead. Zhou Yuan looked up to see Shou Qing standing before the stone platform, his face alight with joy. Father, Zhou Yuan greeted with a smile. You rascal, you truly frightened your father. Zhou Qing hurried forward, his eyes brimming with urgency. Earlier that day, he had witnessed Zhou Yuan vanish from the stone platform, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Seeing the expression on Zhou Qing's face, Zhou Yuan realized how deeply concerned his father must have been during his absence. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he scratched his head and quickly said, Father, I have awakened my 8 meridians. What? Zhou Qing's body trembled as he swiftly placed a hand on Zhou Yuan's shoulder, channeling a surge of energy into him for examination. After a few moments, upon discovering the truth, Zhou Qing's hand began to tremble uncontrollably, and he excitedly patted Zhou Yuan's shoulder. Wonderful, wonderful. Truly, our ancestors have blessed us. Heaven has not forsaken the Zhou family. Zhou Qing's voice quivered, and his eyes glistened with tears, reflecting the profound excitement within his heart. The inability of Zhou Yuan to cultivate had always been a source of pain for him. He felt it was his own inadequacy that allowed Zhou Yuan to be deprived of his fortunate birth by the martial ancestor, leading to their current predicament. However, it seemed that fate had indeed favored them once more. After gathering himself, Zhou Qing nodded earnestly. It was then that his gaze fell upon a young girl clad in green, standing gracefully behind Zhou Yuan, cradling a small, dusty creature in her arms, her clear eyes observing them with a gentle demeanor. Zhou Yuan took this opportunity to share his experiences from the mysterious realm with Zhou Qing. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Qing replied, "Since our ancestors have left behind hidden messages, it stands to reason that they must have had interactions with that black-clad elder. Given that you have received kindness from that elder, it is only fitting that you fulfill their wishes." Upon finishing, he turned towards the girl in green, offering her a warm smile. "Dear young lady, if you have no place to go, you are welcome to stay with us in the Great Zhou. Here, we shall ensure your safety." Upon hearing this, the girl, named Yao Yao, nodded lightly, her voice soft and serene. "Thank you for your kindness." Zhou Yuan also nodded, eager to share this delightful news with Qingyu. The three of them traversed the secret passage, emerging from the cave and stepping into the open air at the summit of the mountain. Zhou Qing proceeded to instruct the guards to prepare for departure, while Yao Yao, clutching the creature named Tun Tun, stood at the edge of the cliff, her beautiful eyes gazing vacantly at the unfamiliar world before her. The gentle breeze rustled her garments, accentuating her delicate silhouette, yet also imparting an air of solitude and chilliness. Only the creature in her arms, making soft cooing sounds, offered her any solace. "Sister Yao Yao, there is no need for you to worry. Master possesses extraordinary abilities. Nothing will be amiss. In the future, we shall undoubtedly reunite with him." Zhou Yuan gently reassured as he approached Yao Yao. He understood that despite Yao Yao's tranquil demeanor, being in an unfamiliar place inevitably brought her some discomfort. Yao Yao cast a glance at him with her beautiful eyes and murmured, "Grandfather He will drive me away. I know it is because formidable foes have come knocking. Those adversaries are likely after me, and Grandfather He has shielded me from them." Although Tseng Yuan had never explicitly conveyed these matters to her, she was still keenly perceptive enough to sense that the calamities were likely summoned by her presence. Zhou Yuan scratched his head, uncertain of their backgrounds and the stories concealed within. "Sister Yao Yao, perhaps the situation is as you say, yet I believe you should not wallow in self-pity. Otherwise, it would betray Master's earnest efforts, rendering all he has done devoid of value." He spoke slowly. Yao Yao gently caressed the soft fur of Tun Tun, gazing into the distance. She then turned to Zhou Yuan, offering a smile as radiant as a fleeting glimpse of a celestial being, nodding slightly as she declared, "Rest assured, I am not one to succumb to despair. I shall uncover the truth, and should anything happen to Grandfather He, I vow to avenge him. None of those scoundrels shall escape." Her voice was calm and chilling, yet the icy resolve embedded within sent a slight shiver down Zhou Yuan's spine. This young lady, appearing ethereal and delicate, seemed to possess a fierce determination when she set her mind to something. In the Great Zhou Palace, upon learning that Zhou Yuan had awakened the 8 meridians for cultivation, Qingyu was overwhelmed with emotion, weeping as she embraced Zhou Yuan, leaving him both touched and helpless. All right. It is a good thing that Yuaner can cultivate. There is no need for such tears," Zhou Qing remarked, equally exasperated. "Did you not shed a tear?" Qingyu wiped her eyes while glaring at Zhou Qing. He awkwardly touched his nose, recalling how he nearly succumbed to tears himself upon sensing the emergence of the 8 meridians within Zhou Yuan in that cave, though he had managed to suppress it. "Please, arrange for Yao Yao first," Zhou Qing suggested, eager to change the subject. Only then did Qingyu realize they were not alone. Feeling a bit embarrassed as she wiped away her tears, she turned to Yao Yao with a warm smile, saying, "Yao Yao, you need only stay here. We shall ensure you suffer no grievances." Qingyu's attitude towards Yao Yao was exceedingly warm, stemming largely from their gratitude for Zhou Yuan's assistance. Yet it was evident that she held a fondness for Yao Yao as well. After all, Who could resist the charm of such a clear and beautiful young girl? Yao Yao, however, found herself somewhat unaccustomed to Qin Yu's enthusiasm, having spent her life isolated with Song Yuan, devoid of interaction with outsiders. And her somewhat aloof personality made communication with others rather challenging. However, she could perceive the sincere gratitude emanating from Qin Yu. Thus, she did not exhibit excessive resistance. She merely cast a glance at Zhou Yuan and allowed Qin Yu to lead her away. Qin Yu took Yao Yao and departed first, while Zhou Qing and Zhou Yuan exchanged a glance, both sharing a resigned smile. "Your Majesty, the Lord of the Chu Manor requests an audience." At that moment, a guard reported. The Lord of the Chu Manor was none other than Chu Tianyong, the esteemed head of the Great Zhou Manor and a trusted general under Zhou Qing. "Let him in." Zhou Qing nodded, then turned to Zhou Yuan, who was about to leave, saying, "You should stay. After all, you are a prince of our great Zhou and ought to be privy to some matters." Zhou Yuan was taken aback, but said nothing further, merely nodding in agreement. At the entrance of the inner hall, a robust figure strode in, a middle-aged man clad in purple robes, his countenance resolute, as if a gust of wind accompanied his every step, resonating softly. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The middle-aged man in purple bowed and clasped his fists before turning to Zhou Yuan, nodding with a smile, "Your Highness." Zhou Yuan did not dare to be inattentive. After all, Chu Tianyong was a significant minister who held the deep trust of the king and served as his right hand. Zhou Qing waved his hand with a smile. "What brings you here?" Upon hearing this, Chu Tianyong first glanced at Zhou Yuan. Zhou Qing chuckled. "It's fine. Let him listen." Chu Tianyong nodded, then sighed with a bitter smile. "Your Majesty, Su Hong is now eyeing my position as the head of the manor with great intensity." Zhou Yuan felt a chill run through him at the mention of Su Hong, the current deputy head of the Great Zhou Manor, who had aligned himself with the Qi prince, often acting in opposition to the Great Zhou royal family. Zhou Yuan had been aware that the Qi prince had long coveted the Great Zhou Manor, seeking to exert control and covertly encroach upon it. Su Hong was placed there through various schemes to usurp the position of the manor's head. "Your Majesty, according to my covert intelligence, that young Prince Qi Yu has been enticing and coercing the outstanding students emerging from the Great Zhou Manor at exorbitant costs. In this recent examination, over half of those who made it into the top 10 have already been lured away. Once these students pass the examination, they will directly opt to join Su Hong's second academy. Following the examination, there will be the manor's trials, and over the past 2 years, the overall quality of students in the second academy has surpassed that of my first academy. They have secured first place in the manor's trials twice. If they succeed again this time, Su Hong will have a pretext to act against me and seize the position of the manor's head." When Zhou Qing established the Great Zhou Manor, he set the rule that whichever academy's head could maintain first place in the manor's trials for 3 consecutive years would be eligible to contest for the position of head. Initially, Chu Qinyang's first academy was the strongest, but then Su Hong emerged, and with the financial backing of the Qi prince, he continually attracted those exceptional students, leading to the once dominant first academy being suppressed by the second academy for the past 2 years. Evidently, Su Hong is targeting the lord of the Dezhou mansion. Should he ascend to that position, it is likely that the Dezhou mansion would fall under the control of the Prince of Qi. The continuous emergence of exceptional talents would be usurped by him, which would be akin to carving flesh from the royal family. Furthermore, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that if the Prince of Qi's scheme succeeds, it would lead many onlookers to perceive the royal family as waning and incapable of contending with him. Once those factions shift their allegiance to the Prince of Qi, it would spell disaster. Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Zhou Qing, who, at that moment, was also experiencing a slight twitch in his brow. After a prolonged silence, a somber voice emerged from between his clenched teeth. "The Prince of Qi truly has an insatiable appetite." Chapter 12, Source of Food. Within the inner hall, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Zhou Qing's countenance was grim, and a murderous intent surged in his eyes, evidently stirred by the actions of the King of Qi, which had ignited a profound thirst for vengeance within him. Nevertheless, Zhou Qing ultimately gritted his teeth and suppressed his hostility, recognizing that the current King of Qi was equally formidable, bolstered by the covert support of the Great Wu dynasty. Engaging in an outright conflict would render the years of recuperation for their Great Zhou futile. Facing both internal strife and external threats could very well lead to the complete obliteration of their nation. The King of Qi must be dealt with. Yet it necessitated a gradual approach. The present Great Zhou could ill afford significant upheaval. Drawing a deep breath, Zhou Qing spoke slowly. There remains half a year until the provincial examination. Who do you believe stands the best chance of claiming the title of provincial champion? After a brief silence, Chu Tianyang replied, this year's Great Zhou Academy has indeed produced some commendable talents, but among them, the most outstanding is likely Qi Yu from the Second Academy. He has already opened his 6th meridian. Qi Yu. Zhou Qing's expression remained inscrutable, and his voice carried a somber tone. The king of Qi's 2 sons are indeed exceptional. The king of Qi had 2 sons, with Qi Yu being the second. Then it seems that this provincial examination will likely see the title fall into Qi Yu's hands? Zhou Qing surmised. Chu Tianyang pondered for a moment before responding. That is not an absolute certainty. Our Great Zhou Academy also harbors a genius who surpasses Qi Yu. Should she gain admission to the First Academy, it is entirely possible she could contend with Qi Yu after 6 months. Oh, Zhou Qing was taken aback. There exists a student in the Great Zhou Academy who is more outstanding than Qi Yu? With a smile, Chu Tianyang turned to Zhou Yuan and said cheerfully, Your Majesty has perhaps forgotten about the young lady whom your Highness supports, Su Yue? Upon hearing Chu Tianyang's teasing laughter, Zhou Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. His face flushing as he replied, Yue is my friend, not merely a young lady in a romantic sense. At this moment, Zhou Qing understood, exclaiming in realization, You mean that little girl who was recommended to the Great Zhou Academy by Yuan? I have indeed heard that she opened her first meridian merely a month after entering. Chu Tianyang nodded. Indeed, her name is Su Yue. However, she has now opened her 3rd meridian. Although she entered the academy slightly later, she is sure to perform remarkably well in the upcoming examination. She has already opened 3 meridians? Zhou Qing gasped, astonished by such rapid progress. If she continued at this pace, she might very well achieve the opening of all 8 meridians and enter the Qi nurturing realm within a year. This girl named Su Yue certainly possesses extraordinary talent, with an immensely promising future ahead. It appears Yuan has unearthed a genius for our Great Zhou. Zhou Qing remarked with a smile directed at Zhou Yuan. Chu Tianyang chuckled, but soon adopted a more serious expression, saying, However, I have received word that Qi Yu is also attempting to engage with Su Yue, seemingly aiming to win her over. If he succeeds, it is likely that Su Yue will join the Second Academy after the examination. He glanced at Zhou Yuan and added, Thus, I have come seeking your Highness's assistance, at least to help our First Academy secure Su Yue's position. Upon hearing the words, Zhou Yuan's gaze sharpened slightly. This Qi Yu dared to set his sights on Yue. He held a firm belief in Su Yue's character, convinced that Qi Yu could not sway her. Yet he remained concerned that Qi Yu might create obstacles for her. Rest assured, Your Highness, I have already arranged for someone to protect Su Yue in secret. Ensuring her safety, Chu Tianyang remarked with a smile, seemingly aware of Zhou Yuan's thoughts. Zhou Yuan then let out a sigh of relief and nodded gently. There is no need for the Lord of the Manor to worry. After the grand examination, both Yue and I will enter the Jia Academy. Chu Tianyang nodded in agreement, smiling as he said, As long as your Highness can bring Su Yue into the Jia Academy, I can bend the rules and allow you to enter as well. According to the regulations, only those who ranked in the top 10 of the grand examination were eligible to enter the Jia Academy. Zhou Yuan, having not yet awakened his meridians, had some proficiency in source patterns, but it was likely insufficient for a top 10 finish. Thus, in Chu Tianyang's view, Zhou Yuan would need to follow some special procedures to gain entry. To think that you, who regard the rules as sacred, would make such a concession. It seems you truly hold Su Yue in high esteem. Zhou Qing couldn't help but chuckle. Zhou Yuan looked at Chu Tianyang and smiled in return. It is indeed fortunate for Yue to receive such attention from the Lord of the Manor. However, as for myself, there is no need to trouble you for special privileges. I will strive to secure a top 10 position in the examination. Previously, without the ability to awaken his meridians, he had little recourse but to rely on source patterns. Now that he had manifested 8 meridians and could officially embark on his cultivation journey, he was no longer concerned about falling behind his peers. Upon hearing this, Chu Tianyang assumed Zhou Yuan was merely being youthful and prideful, intending to persuade him once more. Let him give it a try. Zhou Qing waved his hand at Chu Tianyang and chuckled. Zhou Yuan has now manifested 8 meridians and can officially cultivate. Chu Tianyang was taken aback, joy spreading across his face as he clasped his fists. I see now. Congratulations to the king and to your highness. He finally understood why Zhou Qing was in such high spirits today. The long-standing issue that had plagued Zhou Yuan's cultivation had finally been resolved. The Jia Academy eagerly awaits your highness's arrival. Perhaps in the upcoming half-year examination, Your Highness will bring some glory to our institution, Chu Tianyong said with a smile. Of course, his words were largely complimentary, for he believed that despite Zhou Yuan's newfound ability to cultivate, he was still somewhat behind his peers. Thus, it seemed unlikely that he could compete with the top students of the Dazhou Manor within this short span of 6 months. With the matter concerning Su Yuwei settled, Chu Tianyong appeared much more at ease. After discussing a few more matters with Zhou Qing, he took his leave. Now that your 8 meridians have manifested, begin preparing for your cultivation tomorrow, Zhou Qing said, watching Chu Tianyong depart, and then turning to Zhou Yuan. Understood. Zhou Yuan nodded gently. Though his youthful face appeared calm, his eyes burned with an eager flame, brimming with anticipation. The following day, before the grand table, Zhou Yuan and Yao Yao sat on the right side, cradling Tun Tun, while on the left side were Zhou Qing and Qin Yu. Before Zhou Yuan lay a porcelain bowl, approximately the size of a basin, filled with a rich brown broth that glimmered faintly, emitting a robust aroma that wafted upwards. Just a single sip would flush one's cheeks with warmth. This was the 9 beasts soup, concocted from 9 first-grade source beasts, harmoniously blended to create a restorative elixir for a novice like Zhou Yuan. Previously, he had been unable to open his meridians and thus could not consume the flesh of source beasts, fearing his body could not withstand it. But now, he was ready. Zhou Qing smiled at Zhou Yuan. Understanding the significance of the 9 beasts soup, a royal secret recipe, Zhou Yuan nodded, aware that such a bowl was of considerable worth, likely surpassing the expenses of an average household for half a year. This exemplified the essence of cultivation resources. Furthermore, you should refrain from consuming ordinary rice henceforth. Zhou Qing instructed, gesturing for a maid to present a silver bowl, which contained a serving of rice. This rice, however, was crystalline and translucent, each grain uniformly plump, with mystical patterns faintly visible, emanating a gentle wave of source energy. This was Xianjing rice, a second-grade source food, imbued with mild, pure source energy, readily absorbable. Long-term consumption could accelerate the opening of meridians. Is this truly Xianjing rice? Zhou Yuan gazed curiously at the crystal-like grains. He had long heard of its reputation, as it was considered a strategic resource of the great Zhou dynasty. While it might not rival the 9 beasts soup in terms of immediate potency, Xianjing rice excelled in its gentleness and its capacity for improving one's constitution over time. Thus, its cultivation remained under the royal family's control, used to reward meritorious individuals and win hearts. Despite being merely a second-grade source food, its extraordinary effects rendered it invaluable. Zhou Qing, noticing the gleam in Zhou Yuan's eyes, could not help but smile. He recalled how Zhou Yuan had coveted Xianjing rice in the past, but at that time, he had been unable to partake due to his undeveloped meridians. Once, our royal family possessed the 4th-grade source food, blood-flooded barley, renowned for its formidable effects. Capable of strengthening the body and even growing protective scales, Zhou Qing lamented. 4th-grade source food, blood-flooded barley? Zhou Yuan licked his lips, intrigued by the potency of such a delicacy, pondering how much stronger it could be compared to the second-grade Xianjing rice. Zhou Qing nodded, but his expression darkened as he continued. Alas, during the Great Martial Rebellion, these strategic treasures of our royal family were seized by the martial king. Zhou Yuan was taken aback, his teeth clenched in frustration. That accursed martial king had pilfered what rightfully belonged to the great Zhou. Go ahead and eat. Once finished, prepare for your training, Zhou Qing advised, regaining his composure. Before Yao Yao, there was also a bowl of 9 beasts soup and a serving of Xianjing rice. Yao Yao, you may try to see if you like it. If you do, I will prepare it for you often, Qin Yu said gently, gazing at Yao Yao with a warm smile. Yao Yao sensed Qin Yu's kindness and nodded slightly, taking a delicate sip of the 9 beast soup. However, it appeared that she was not particularly enamored with this nourishing concoction. Instead, she picked up the mysterious crystal rice and ate it in small bites. Meanwhile, Tun Tun, nestled in her arms, looked up at her with longing eyes, wagging its tail and emitting pitiful sounds. After a moment's thought, Yao Yao decided to share the 9 beast soup with it. Ah, Yao Yao, the 9 beast soup is too potent for ordinary pets to consume. Zhou Qing interjected with a chuckle, but before he could finish, he was astonished to see Tun Tun open its mouth wide and gulp down the entire bowl of soup in one swift motion. After finishing the soup, Tun Tun burped and patted its belly with its paw, squinting its eyes as if still savoring the taste. Zhou Qing stared at the seemingly unfazed Tun Tun, his face a picture of disbelief. "Father, Tun Tun is an extraordinary beast, quite unlike any other," Zhou Yuan remarked with a hint of amusement upon witnessing this spectacle. "This creature can devour boulders in mere bites. How could a bowl of 9-beast soup pose a challenge?" Zhou Qing could only nod with a wry smile as he poured himself a glass of jade-like liquor from a nearby jade bottle, the rich aroma wafting through the air. As the scent spread, Yao Yao, who had been quietly enjoying her crystal rice, suddenly raised an eyebrow and turned her clear, bright eyes toward Zhou Qing. "Could you share some with me?" Zhou Yuan and Qin Yu exchanged astonished glances. For the first time, Yao Yao's typically serene and refined face displayed a strong interest. Zhou Qing was momentarily taken aback, especially when he caught the reproachful look from Qin Yu, who disapproved of him indulging in drink in front of the younger generation. "This is jade brew, a strong liquor, not suitable for young ladies," he replied, somewhat awkwardly. Yet Yao Yu persisted, her bright, clear gaze unwavering, prompting Zhou Qing to let out a resigned chuckle and instruct a maid to place a bottle of jade brew before her. Yao Yu delicately grasped the bottle, tilting her head slightly to reveal her elegantly long and fair neck, and took a generous gulp of the jade brew. Instantly, a rosy hue adorned her flawless, jade-like face. "Delicious," she exclaimed with a light laugh, her voice as enchanting as the sound of silver bells. Qin Yu shot Zhou Qing a glare, while he scratched his nose and drank in silence, taken aback by the fact that this mysterious young lady, who always seemed disinterested in everything, would enjoy alcohol. Zhou Yuan, on the other hand, found it quite fascinating. Yao Yao, while drinking, appeared even more stunning and vibrant. Having emptied the bottle of jade brew, her bright eyes glistened with a newfound moisture. With a gentle laugh, she reached into her sleeve and produced a glimmering object that landed before Qin Yu. "Aunt Qin, I noticed you seem weakened and should have suffered a considerable loss to your vitality. Please accept this small token as my contribution for the drink," Yao Yao smiled. The radiant light gradually dissipated, ultimately transforming into a verdant lotus no larger than a palm. Within this exquisite blossom lay 8 lotus seeds, shimmering with a jade-like brilliance, akin to finely carved emeralds. "What is this?" Qin Yu gazed intently at the emerald lotus. Zhou Qing's expression shifted, revealing his astonishment as he exclaimed, "This is the jade lotus seed, a rare source material that can nurture one's essence and invigorate the physical form." His countenance was complex as he continued, "This item holds immense significance for you. Your constitution is too frail, and the jade lotus seed can aid in preserving your dissipating vitality. Such seeds are exceedingly rare, even in the vast treasury of the great Zhou royal family." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu promptly shook her head. "Yao Yao, a vial of jade brew is hardly worth this." Yao Yu merely smiled softly, cradling Tun Tun, and gracefully exited, leaving the three at the table in a state of wide-eyed astonishment. Zhou Yuan scratched his head and said, "Mother, please accept it for now. We can find a way to repay Yao Yao later." He felt a deep sense of gratitude for Yao Yao's gesture, fully aware that Qin Yu's frail condition stemmed entirely from his own actions. Exchanging a glance with Zhou Qing, Qin Yu could only nod in agreement, her affection for Yao Yao growing deeper. Zhou Yuan chuckled, then lifted the 9-beast soup, bringing it to his lips and gulping it down, savoring every drop. After finishing the soup, he took up the Xianjing rice, chewing it into submission within just a few bites. "Delicious," Zhou Yuan praised, as the rice was plump and tender, each grain fragrant. A few minutes later, he set the bowl down and exhaled deeply, watching as the breath manifested as a white mist before him. His face flushed, radiating warmth as if he were a furnace, with a fervent energy coursing through him. Feeling the waves of warmth within, Zhou Yuan licked his lips, his eyes ablaze with determination. He was finally ready to embark on his cultivation journey. Chapter 13. The pulsing veins within the flower garden. A multitude of blossoms vie for fragrance, stone pavilions rise majestically, and gentle streams flow, creating an ambience of tranquility and coolness. Zhou Yuan sat cross-legged within the stone pavilion, his eyes gently closed, as the essence of his cultivation techniques flowed through his mind, specifically, the dragon-sucking technique, imparted to him by Tsang Yuan on that fateful day. At the opening vein stage, one is unable to practice traditional martial arts. Instead, the focus lies solely on the art of drawing in qi, harnessing the primal energies of heaven and earth to cleanse the obstructed 8 meridians, gradually unblocking them. Thus, the significance of the qi drawing technique is indisputable for those at the opening vein stage. A profound qi drawing technique can yield remarkable results for those who seek, to open their veins. While the royal family possessed their own qi drawing methods, Zhou Yuan, after careful consideration, opted for the dragon-sucking technique taught by Song Yuan. After all, Song Yuan's depth of knowledge was unfathomable, and the fact that he chose to impart this technique suggested its extraordinary nature. This dragon-sucking technique, true to its name, mimics the essence of a dragon, with its ebb and flow silencing the tumultuous winds and clouds. To replicate the dragon's essence within the human form requires intricate skill and profound training, achieving a resonance of flesh and blood that produces a dragon's roar, thus allowing one to inhale the primal energies of the universe. Zhou Yuan meticulously contemplated the dragon-sucking technique and ultimately discerned the most crucial aspect of its practice, the 98 forms of the dragon play. To embody the dragon's essence, one must refine the flesh and blood within, and these 98 forms hidden within the dragon-sucking technique are of paramount importance. Vividly, the unique movements flashed through Zhou Yuan's mind. These 98 postures, peculiar and varied, vaguely resembling a dragon at play. He committed each of these movements to memory and then exited the stone pavilion, raising his hands to begin the first posture, executing it slowly and deliberately. The initial practice was undeniably awkward. After Zhou Yuan painstakingly completed all 98 movements, he was drenched in sweat, his body feeling as though it were a furnace. However, a slight frown creased Zhou Yuan's brow. Despite the intense heat enveloping him, he had not absorbed a single wisp of qi from the surrounding environment. He sensed an elusive element missing. Muttering to himself, he wiped the sweat from his brow and persevered in practicing the 98 forms of the dragon play. After a stick of incense had burned, Zhou Yuan, now thoroughly exhausted and drenched in sweat, paused once more. He had repeated the dragon play 3 full times, yet still had not drawn in any qi from the heavens and earth, leaving him with a sense of having practiced a counterfeit technique. Without a master's guidance, navigating this journey alone proved to be a bit troublesome. Zhou Yuan shook his head helplessly, realizing he needed to practice several more times to unravel its mysteries. Just as he resolved to continue his practice, his peripheral vision caught sight of a graceful figure standing amidst the flower garden. His eyes brightened, and he smiled as he approached. "Sister Yao Yao, what a coincidence to find you here. I wish to seek your advice." The enchanting figure was none other than Yao Yao. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's voice, she turned her head, cradling her pet Tun Tun, and offered him a delicate smile. Extending her 5 slender fingers, she declared, "If you promise to provide me with 5 bottles of emerald brew each day, I shall teach you." Zhou Yuan blinked in surprise, then furrowed his brow. 5 bottles is too excessive. That liquor is too potent and harmful to the body. I can only offer you 1 bottle a day. Yao, you seem poised to respond. There could not be more. Otherwise, I shall ponder it myself. However, Zhou Yuan wore a stern expression. If Song Yuan were to discover that Yao Yao had taken to drinking excessively after only a few days by his side, he would likely be enraged enough to expel him from the sect. Observing Zhou Yuan's steadfastness, Yao Yao could only wrinkle her delicate nose and emit a soft huff, before tossing Tuntin from her embrace, instructing, "Keep a close watch." "Watch what?" Zhou Yuan queried, perplexed, as Yao Yao did not seem inclined to practice the dragon forging art. "Watch it." Yao Yao pointed at Tuntin on the ground, exasperated. Zhou Yuan's lips twitched, but before he could respond, his pupils suddenly constricted in astonishment. Before his very eyes, the plump Tuntin unexpectedly stood on its hind legs and began to execute a series of intricate movements, the 98 forms of the dragon forging art. This Tuntin is actually capable of practicing the dragon forging art. Zhou Yuan was left dumbfounded. Under Zhou Yuan's incredulous gaze, Tuntin flawlessly completed all 98 movements. As the final form concluded, Tuntin's body trembled suddenly, its mouth agape, and a faint dragon's roar resonated. Whoosh! The essence of the world surged forth, materializing as a white stream that flowed into Tuntin's mouth. Having devoured the abundant source energy, Tuntin contentedly patted its belly and turned to Zhou Yuan, displaying a distinctly human-like expression of disdain. "Did you see that clearly?" Yao Yao's ethereal voice echoed. "The dragon absorption technique emulates the true dragon's inhalation and exhalation, where the dragon's breath is long and continuous. Each movement's initiation corresponds to inhalation, while the conclusion signifies exhalation. It is only through this harmonious fusion that one can invoke the dragon absorption." Upon hearing this, Yao Yao's bright eyes flickered with surprise as she regarded Zhou Yuan, offering a rare compliment. "Not bad. Merely observing Tuntin perform the dragon forging art, and you have already discerned the crucial point. Such insight. No wonder you caught Old Black's attention. In the flower garden, the young man's body swayed, his chest expanded, and his breathing deepened. From a distance, he resembled a young dragon stretching its form. The 98 movements, interconnected seamlessly, caused Zhou Yuan's eyes to brighten further. He could feel the flesh and bones within him beginning to resonate subtly. An energy surged, climbing through his veins, ultimately rushing toward his throat. As the final movement halted abruptly, Zhou Yuan's face flushed crimson, and his tightly shut mouth suddenly opened. Roar! A faint dragon's roar escaped his throat. Simultaneously, Zhou Yuan's chest contracted as if a great dragon were drawing in water, causing the source energy in the flower garden to react and transform into a visible white stream, which surged directly into his body. As this source energy flowed in, it rendered Zhou Yuan's skin ablaze with heat. The energy from the 9-beast soup and the Xianjing rice he had previously consumed began to rise, merging with the pure source energy entering his body, akin to a tidal wave surging forth to breach the first blockage. As the source energy surged into the first blocked meridian, an intense, stinging sensation immediately ensued, causing Zhou Yuan to let out a muffled groan. Nevertheless, he clenched his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain of the meridian surge, while relentlessly driving the source energy to continuously impact the obstructed first meridian. The source energy crashed and washed over the first meridian for a duration equivalent to half a stick of incense before it finally ceased due to depletion. Zhou Yuan was drenched in sweat, yet his eyes glimmered with delight as he exclaimed, "Such a formidable dragon absorption technique." Although he had not practiced other energy absorption techniques, he understood that the more profound the technique, the more substantial the absorbed source energy would be. To his knowledge, the royal family's energy absorption technique, known as solidifying origin, could only sustain the absorption of source energy for approximately half a stick of incense before exhausting it entirely. In contrast, the source energy absorbed by the dragon absorption technique had lasted for a full half stick of incense, nearly tenfold that of solidifying origin. While the aid of the 9-beast soup and mystic crystal rice contributed to this achievement, it was evident how extraordinary the dragon absorption technique truly was. You have merely scratched the surface of the dragon absorption technique. Should you delve deeper into its mastery, you would not require the assistance of the dragon forging play. At that point, it would become instinctual. Even without consciously invoking the technique, your breathing would naturally transform into the dragon absorption, allowing you to effortlessly absorb the source energy of heaven and earth at any moment, said Yao Yao with a light and airy voice. Zhou Yuan could not help but be moved. The thought of transforming his ordinary breath into dragon absorption and constantly inhaling the source energy of the world was astonishing to contemplate. With the efficiency he had demonstrated in the initial meridian surge, he mused that perhaps within a month, he could completely unblock the first meridian. His palms clenched tightly, a surge of excitement coursing through him. Such efficiency was undoubtedly thanks to the dragon absorption technique, though the 9-beast soup and mystic crystal rice played a minor role as well. Continue your practice. Zhou Yuan resolved to resume his training in dragon forging play after a brief rest, but Yao Yao halted him with a glance. Her eyes scanned him before she spoke calmly. "You truly are reckless. The meridian surge can cause damage to the meridians, which is why most individuals only practice once a day. They must wait until the following day for their meridians to recover before attempting again. Otherwise, they risk injury." Zhou Yuan was taken aback. He was aware of this fact, yet, sensing the condition of his first meridian, he hesitated before saying, "But I feel as though my meridian can still endure." Now it was Yao Yao's turn to be momentarily stunned, her sparkling eyes scrutinizing Zhou Yuan with skepticism. "Are you serious?" Zhou Yuan nodded earnestly. Upon seeing this, Yao Yao pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Could it be that your innate ability as a meridian opener contributes to your stronger meridian, even though it has been blocked again? Perhaps your meridian's strength surpasses that of a typical novice. Then let us test it." With her delicate hands clasped behind her back, Yao Yao, draped in azure garments that accentuated her alluring figure, regarded Zhou Yuan intently. "I am curious to see how many times you can perform the meridian surge." Chapter 14. The spirit and soul under the gaze of the bright-eyed Yao Yao. Zhou Yuan's figure once again sprang into motion, executing the 98th form of the dragon forging play with a calm and unhurried grace, demonstrating a newfound proficiency. Coupled with his rhythmic breathing, there emerged an ethereal flow reminiscent of drifting clouds and flowing water. With a final flourish, Zhou Yuan opened his mouth in an act of inhalation, and a faint, almost imperceptible dragon's roar resonated from within him. Instantly, his body quivered as the essence of the world converged, transforming into a white thread that he swallowed whole. Boom. As the essence coursed through his being, igniting him like a furnace, Zhou Yuan's mind focused, guiding the essence deep within, akin to surging waves, crashing relentlessly against the first meridian. This vigorous cleansing persisted for the duration of half an incense stick. A faint crimson glow enveloped Zhou Yuan, radiating heat that evaporated the sweat upon his brow. He sensed the loosening of the first meridian within him, a smile gracing his lips. After a brief respite, he continued to execute the 98th form of the dragon forging play under Yao Yao's watchful gaze. In the ensuing moments, 2 more faint dragon roars echoed, signifying that Zhou Yuan had once again completed 2 cycles of meridian cleansing. Combined with the previous 2, this amounted to a total of 4 cycles. 4 cycles. Typically, those who have yet to open a meridian can only perform such cleansing once a day, as their channels may struggle to endure. Yet Zhou Yuan had accomplished this feat 4 times. What remarkable resilience his meridians must possess. At this moment, Yao Yao's eyes reflected ripples of emotion. However, Zhou Yuan was oblivious to her expression, consumed by the heat radiating from his body as he sat cross-legged on the ground. He could feel a slight sting within his meridians, indicating that after 4 cycles, their capacity was nearing its limit. Tuning into the first meridian, a smile of delight crept across his face. The once blocked meridian had evidently loosened after these 3 cycles of cleansing. At this rate, it seemed he would require no more than 10 days to fully open the first meridian. The mere thought of such progress stirred a wave of excitement within Zhou Yuan, even his usual composure wavering. Originally, he had prepared for several months to open a meridian, as Zhang Yuan had suggested that it would be more challenging for him. Yet, he could hardly have anticipated that with the aid of the formidable dragon absorption technique and the tenacity of his meridians, he could significantly shorten this timeline. Once, Su Yue had been celebrated for opening her first meridian in a month, becoming the fastest in the Great Zhou Prefecture. How extraordinary would it be if Zhou Yuan could achieve this in just 10 days? Of course, Zhou Yuan understood that Su Yue's month-long achievement was genuinely rooted in her talent and capabilities, as she lacked the profound techniques of energy manipulation, the 9-beast soup, and the Xinjing rice. Thus, it remained challenging to draw a definitive comparison between their strengths. However, one certainty remained. Due to the second meridian opening, Zhou Yuan's first meridian would undoubtedly be more formidable than Su Yue's. How much stronger, however, would only be revealed in time. It seems even old He underestimated your potential for this second meridian opening. Yao Yao's voice chimed in, laced with a hint of astonishment. Zhou Yuan smiled faintly and remarked, "Perhaps there are not many individuals as unfortunate as I." Upon hearing this, Yao Yu nodded in agreement, her flawless, jade-like cheeks gracing a gentle smile as she replied, "Indeed. One who is naturally a conduit, yet has their 8 meridians sealed, is quite a rare occurrence." Nearby, Tun Tun, the small creature, pointed at Zhou Yuan, its eyes glinting with a hint of mockery. Being ridiculed by a mere beast, Zhou Yuan clenched his teeth and picked up a stone, hurling it towards Tun Tun. However, the creature effortlessly swallowed the stone whole, then bared its fangs at Zhou Yuan in a taunting manner. Amused, Zhou Yuan shifted his gaze and retrieved a piece of dried meat from his pocket, a delicacy crafted from the flesh of source beasts, intended to replenish his stamina. Tun Tun's eyes fixated on the meat, its pink tongue lolling out, drooling in anticipation. Chuckling, Zhou Yuan took a few bites and declared, "You little beast. Let us engage in a contest." Instantly enraged, Tun Tun emitted a low growl. Yao Yao observed Zhou Yuan's playful banter with Tun Tun and suddenly interjected, "If it becomes truly furious, it might devour a person. Would you care to witness the spectacle of what lies within its belly?" I have never seen anything emerge alive from Tun Tun's insides. Zhou Yuan paused mid-bite, glancing at the irate Tun Tun with its tail erect, and forced a smile at Yao Yao, saying, "You would intervene, wouldn't you?" With a slight curve of her crimson lips, Yao Yao replied, "Perhaps. You are ruthless." Zhou Yuan, gritting his teeth, decisively emptied all the source beast jerky from his possession, presenting it with a smile to Tun Tun. "Here, eat your fill." Tun Tun pounced before Zhou Yuan, its tongue flicking out to engulf the pile of jerky, chewing vigorously, evidently pleased with the taste as its tail wagged joyfully. After indulging in the meat, Tun Tun appeared somewhat more amenable towards Zhou Yuan, standing upright and gently patting his shoulder with a paw, as if to commend him for his generosity. Zhou Yuan's lips twitched slightly. This little creature was almost becoming sentient. "Yao Yao, what rank of source beast is Tun Tun?" Exactly? Zhou Yuan inquired, curiosity piqued, as he had never encountered a source beast with such high intelligence. This creature, resembling a small dog, surely had an extraordinary background. Yao Yao, upon hearing the question, contemplated for a moment before shaking her head. I do not know. Since my memories began, Tun Tun has always been by my side. However, Grandpa He once mentioned that if Tun Tun were to fully mature, there would be very few things in the world that it could not consume. Zhou Yuan was inwardly astonished, such high praise from Song Yuan for Tun Tun. It seemed this little creature was indeed remarkable. Yao Yao, I recall Master mentioning your proficiency in source patterns. Is it true? Zhou Yuan flicked away Tun Tun's paw from his shoulder and smiled at Yao Yao. Yao Yao raised an eyebrow. Do you wish to learn about source patterns? The source patterns have always been a subject of my study. For if I am unable to open my meridians, this remains my final hope, Zhou Yuan stated earnestly. Yao Yao gently bent forward, her slender, jade-like fingers lifting Tun Tun and cradling it in her embrace, softly caressing, while Tun Tun nestled comfortably amidst the softness, slightly arching its back. Zhou Yuan's eyes twitched at the sight, inwardly cursing the little creature for its fortunate fate. With graceful steps, Yao Yao entered the stone pavilion. Elegantly settling upon a stone bench, her jade-like hands supporting her delicate chin, her demeanor languid as she gazed at Zhou Yuan, remarking, teaching is exhausting. I do not wish to engage in it. Zhou Yuan climbed onto another stone bench and directly proposed, while the jade brew is indeed a fine wine. There are many superior options. I shall assist you in finding them. Upon hearing this, a radiant smile blossomed on Yao Yao's porcelain-like face. A fleeting brilliance that rendered even the myriad flowers in the garden dim by comparison, causing Zhou Yuan's heart to skip a beat. She smiled gently and replied, You truly have discernment. Zhou Yuan reciprocated the smile, then added, However, you may only indulge in one bottle each day. Yao Yao's smile faltered, her gaze narrowing in irritation as she stared at him. Observing Zhou Yuan's unwillingness to relent, she bit her silver teeth in frustration, but ultimately shot him a resentful glare. Since you have dabbled in source patterns, you must surely understand what is most crucial in this discipline, Yao Yao said, her tone calming as she sought to suppress her annoyance. The soul, Zhou Yuan replied. Yao Yao slightly nodded, her voice steady as she inquired, Are you aware of the distinctions in the realms of the soul? Chapter 15. The contemplation of the chaotic divine the essence of the spirit encompasses 4 realms: the void realm, the substantial realm, the transformational realm, and the wandering spirit. Only those endowed with a formidable spirit can inscribe the high-grade source patterns. Your spiritual aptitude is commendable, yet you have yet to attain even the void realm. Within the stone pavilion, a girl's ethereal voice resonated as sunlight cascaded down, illuminating her jade-like countenance, rendering her exceptionally radiant and enchanting. To cultivate a powerful spirit, there are 2 approaches. The first is to patiently await the enhancement of one's own capabilities, wherein the spirit will naturally strengthen alongside personal growth. However, this method is rather sluggish and yields limited progress. The second approach involves the practice of the soul forging technique, yet such techniques are exceedingly rare, typically possessed only by formidable factions. At this juncture, Yao Yao cast a glance at Zhou Yuan and remarked, The chaotic divine contemplation imparted to you by Grandfather He is an exceptionally advanced soul forging technique. However, mastering this art requires immense courage to overcome profound fears. This, you will come to understand as you embark on your training. With your current spirit, you are still unable to inscribe a first-grade source pattern. I recommend that you begin your practice of the chaotic divine contemplation promptly to elevate your spirit to the void realm. Once your spirit crosses into the void realm, I shall teach you how to inscribe a first-grade source pattern. Zhou Yuan nodded. He had long desired to attempt the chaotic divine contemplation. Taking a deep breath, he seated himself upon the stone bench, gently closing his eyes. As his eyelids descended, the world around him plunged into darkness, and his heartbeat gradually slowed, fostering an absolute tranquility within his mind. Thud, thud. In the depths of the darkness, Zhou Yuan summoned his spirit to perceive the imprint conveyed by the Tsongyuan, within which lay the essence of the chaotic divine contemplation. As he attuned his senses, a glimmer of light emerged from the void, slowly rotating, concealing within it unfathomable depths, as if it harbored some terrifying entity. However, just as Zhou Yuan's spirit hesitated, the light suddenly erupted with immense attraction, drawing his spirit into its core. A fleeting dizziness enveloped him, and he soon perceived the surroundings shifting. the darkness receding to reveal an expanse of chaotic void, a realm where time and space were consumed, reminiscent of the cosmos before its creation. Zhou Yuan's formless spirit stood amidst this vast chaotic void, an overwhelming sense of insignificance washing over him, leaving him in disarray. Boom, boom. As Zhou Yuan's spirit gazed into the seemingly infinite chaos, a thunderous sound reverberated through the void. He turned his gaze, and in the next instant, a chilling sensation surged forth, causing his spirit to tremble uncontrollably. For within the chaos, he beheld an immense shadow materializing, akin to a black hole, relentlessly devouring all in its path. Yet it was not merely a black hole, it was an unfathomable colossal mill. The giant mill, weathered and marked by the passage of time, appeared to be forged from the blood of shattered deities and demons. Booming, the colossal mill loomed in the chaos, slowly turning. And with its motion, all things were obliterated. Zhou Yuan's spirit stood before the colossal grinding mill, diminutive as a speck of dust, yet at that very moment, a stream of enigmatic information surged within his heart. It was the technique for cultivating the chaos divine mill visualization. Within the chaos, the divine mill emerged, as it turned. Both gods and demons were obliterated. To visualize the divine mill, one must use the spirit as a guide, enduring the relentless grinding of the mill. With 9 rotations, each turn signifies a new celestial realm. Zhou Yuan's spirit trembled slightly, for he finally comprehended why Yao Yao had claimed that mastering the chaos divine mill visualization required overcoming great terror. For anyone's spirit, standing before this boundless, world-crushing mill, an overwhelming fear would inevitably rise. Zhou Yuan's spirit quaked as it gazed at the divine mill amidst the chaos. Merely standing there demanded immense courage. Moreover, this soul-forging technique required him to immerse his very spirit into the mill, subjecting it to its grinding forces. Were it not for Zhou Yuan's relatively resilient nature, he might have already fled in fright. Let death come, he thought. The tremors persisted, yet Zhou Yuan managed to retain a semblance of rationality. With a resolute bite of his teeth, his spirit surged forth, plunging directly into the infinite maw of the colossal mill. Boom. At the moment Zhou Yuan's spirit entered the mill, he witnessed a dark shadow envelop him, swiftly followed by a terrifying agony erupting from his very essence. In mere moments, his spirit was reduced to nothingness under the relentless grinding of gods and demons. In the chaos, a subtle tremor coursed through the air. As formless waves converged, the remnants of Zhou Yuan's spirit. If his spirit possessed a visage, it would surely be ashen and filled with terror, for in that fleeting instant, the sensation of annihilation was hauntingly real. Though shaken to the core, amidst the cycle of destruction and rebirth, his spirit seemed to subtly refine itself. What a grotesque soul-forging technique. Zhou Yuan's heart quaked. Had he been of weaker constitution, he would have succumbed to the overwhelming fear by now. Should the imprint of terror from gods and demons be etched upon his heart, the chaos divine mill, marked by the azure abyss, would dissipate, and the mastery of this visualization would culminate in failure. This chaos divine mill visualization demanded the spirit be continually cast into the mill, undergoing countless cycles of destruction and reconstruction, ultimately evolving into something formidable. According to the teachings, the chaos divine mill visualization consists of 9 rotations, each one representing a new celestial realm. The term 9 rotations signifies the complete operation of the divine mill 9 times. If the spirit could endure a full rotation, it would achieve a transformation. Zhou Yuan gazed at the divine mill amidst the chaos, noting its dual layers, with a faint dark golden vertical line visible between them, resembling a scale. However, upon entering the mill, Zhou Yuan's spirit barely endured a few moments before being obliterated. It appeared that completing a full rotation of the divine mill was no easy feat. Nevertheless, the technique of the chaotic divine mill is undeniably intricate. Nearly attempting it once, I felt a subtle enhancement of my spiritual essence. Truly, it lives up to the reputation bestowed by Sister Yao Yao as one of the most superior soul-forging arts. Zhou Yuan inhaled deeply, striving to suppress the trepidation that the chaotic divine mill instilled within him. Gritting his teeth, his spirit once again soared forth, descending into the slowly rotating, modeled divine mill. Boom. The divine mill word as Zhou Yuan's spirit was once more ground into oblivion. An intangible wave manifested, and Zhou Yuan's spirit was reforged anew. It quivered intensely, evidently still calming its tumultuous emotions. After a brief moment, he gritted his teeth and threw himself into the divine mill once more. Boom. Within the chaos, the divine mill rotated repeatedly, annihilating every speck of dust that had been cast into it. With each cycle of obliteration, his continuously reforged spirit gradually transformed from formlessness into a faint translucent hue. 88 times. After his spirit had been obliterated and reforged for the 88th time, he finally ceased his efforts. For he felt an overwhelming fatigue and piercing pain emanating from his soul. This realization indicated that his training had reached its limit. To persist further would yield more harm than benefit. However, despite the exhaustion of his spirit, Zhou Yuan's heart brimmed with elation. For after enduring these 80-plus cycles of obliteration, his once formless spirit had entirely transformed into a transparent essence. Virtual realm. When the spirit transitioned from formlessness to a virtual state, it signified that he had ascended to the level of the virtual realm. What an extraordinary visualization technique, Zhou Yuan marveled anew. For such an initial training session had already brought his spirit to the threshold of the virtual realm. While he understood this was likely due to the inherent strength of his spiritual essence, it nonetheless underscored the remarkable nature of this technique. Within the stone pavilion, Zhou Yuan slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. Despite the pallor of his face, the excitement in his gaze was unmistakable. I have entered the virtual realm. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's declaration, Yao Yao was momentarily taken aback, her tone tinged with skepticism. So soon? How many times did you endure the divine mill? 88 times. Yao Yao's elongated, beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, a peculiar glimmer shining within. Typically, a normal person practicing the chaotic divine mill visualization could endure at most a dozen cycles during their first attempt, yet Zhou Yuan had surpassed this, enduring 88 times, a feat far beyond that of an average individual. Truly, you are deserving of the fortune of the sacred dragon. Compared to your battle-worn physique, your spirit remains unscathed. Yao Yao offered a light commendation before continuing. Today, your spirit is excessively frail. Once you have recovered, I shall teach you the first grade source pattern. She cradled Tun Tun, rising gracefully, and then glanced at the mottled black pin tucked at Zhou Yuan's waist. The heavenly origin pin that Grandpa He bestowed upon you must be nurtured diligently. You should strive to illuminate its first source pattern as swiftly as possible. Zhou Yuan lowered his head, drawing the heavenly origin pin from his waist, deftly twirling it within his palm, smiling as he nodded in agreement. Song Yuan had mentioned that the souls of source beasts could be utilized to restore the pin's spiritual essence. This was not a challenging task for him, as his identity as a prince of the Great Zhou dynasty allowed him easy access to various source beast souls. As for the transformation that would occur after the Tian Yuan pin ignited the first source pattern, Zhou Yuan harbored immense anticipation. After all, he was genuinely intrigued by how this seemingly modest pin, measuring nearly a foot in length, could undergo such a metamorphosis to ultimately become a source weapon. Chapter 16. The Art of Subterfuge. On the following day, at dawn, Zhou Yuan indulged in a bowl of 9-beast soup and a serving of Xianjing rice before resuming his practice of the 98 dragonplay techniques, absorbing source energy and striving to open his meridians. After spending a few hours, he executed 4 more meridian openings. Despite being drenched in sweat and experiencing sharp pains in his meridians, the sensation of the first meridian within him loosening brought an undeniable thrill and anticipation to his heart. A maid approached, presenting a towel. Once Zhou Yuan had wiped himself clean, she respectfully announced, "Your Highness, the items you requested have arrived." "Oh?" Zhou Yuan responded, his excitement palpable as he hurried into the room. There, on the table, lay a jade plate meticulously arranged with 10 crystals of varying hues. Upon closer inspection, one could discern ethereal shadows within the crystals, taking the form of various beasts and emanating a peculiar light. These were beast soul crystals, formed when the souls of source beasts coalesce into crystalline form upon their demise, serving to safeguard their spirits. Zhou Yuan sought these crystals to nurture the Tianyuan brush. All were merely first-grade beast soul crystals. A glance revealed that these crystals originated from first-grade source beasts, which was fortuitous. Crystals of higher quality would likely overwhelm the Tianyuan brush in its current state. Zhou Yuan retrieved the Tianyuan brush from his waist, his fingers gliding over its surface. The weathered body of the brush felt slightly coarse, and the bristles appeared somewhat dull, yet the ancient, enigmatic patterns etched upon it hinted at its extraordinary past. He took a small iron hammer and shattered one of the beast soul crystals, revealing a small cavity. He then inserted the brush's tip into the crystal. Upon contact with the soul within, the Tianyuan brush vibrated gently, its bristles curling as they ensnared the beast soul. With a soft whoosh, the soul vanished, absorbed into the brush. As the soul dissipated, a faint glow emanated from the Tianyuan brush, and the first ancient source pattern on its body brightened slightly. Indeed, it was effective. Zhou Yuan felt a surge of joy, continuing to break the remaining crystals and absorbing the souls with the brush. With each soul consumed, the brush radiated an ever brighter light, and the first ancient source pattern glimmered softly. However, when the Tianyuan brush attempted to absorb the 8th beast soul, it abruptly halted. No matter how Zhou Yuan coaxed it, the brush refused to absorb further, its glow gradually dimming. Is it full? Zhou Yuan paused, realization dawning upon him as he couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. This obstinate Tianyuan brush, which had been eagerly absorbing beast souls to regain its spirit, now seemed to be complaining of excess. Yet, with its stubborn nature, the brush would not partake any further. Zhou Yuan could only shake his head in bemusement, setting it aside to continue nurturing it the next day. However, this meant that illuminating the first ancient source pattern would require a bit more time. However, Zhou Yuan remained unhurried, casually inserting the Tianyuan brush into his waist before stepping out. He intended to visit the Great Zhou Manor today. Although he trusted that Su Yue would not be swayed by Qi Yu, it was prudent to check in occasionally to prevent that fellow from causing trouble in the shadows. At the Great Zhou Manor, Zhou Yuan took a leisurely stroll, yet he did not encounter Su Yue. After inquiring, he learned that she had gone to the library to work. Previously, the library was seldom frequented, but ever since Su Yue took on a part-time role there, it had transformed into a bustling hub within the Great Zhou Manor, with people frequently stopping by under the pretense of borrowing books just to get closer to her. Zhou Yuan entered the library, but did not see Su Yue at the counter. After a brief circuit, he halted, gazing ahead at the towering bookshelves. There, a slender figure stood atop a high stool, meticulously organizing the books and gently dusting them. Sunlight streamed in through the window, illuminating specks of dust dancing in the air. The girl's translucent face shimmered in the sunlight, her long eyelashes fluttering delicately, and her lips slightly pouting as she hummed a cheerful tune, brimming with youthful vigor. Ahem. Zhou Yuan cleared his throat, resolutely shattering this picturesque scene. Su Yue startled, hastily lowering her head. Upon realizing it was Zhou Yuan, a wave of joy surged across her lovely face. Zhou Yuan approached the high stool and, upon looking up, was momentarily taken aback. Su Yue was clad in her work attire, and the sight of her long, fair legs, smooth as jade, stirred an impulse to reach out and touch. Your Highness. Noticing Zhou Yuan's gaze, Su Yue blushed instantly, indignantly exclaiming as she shook the thick book in her hands, causing a cloud of dust to fall and obscure Zhou Yuan's view. Ah, my eyes. Zhou Yuan quickly shielded his eyes, feigning innocence. Su Yue gracefully leaped down from the high stool, placing the book back on the shelf. With a rosy complexion, she shot Zhou Yuan a mock glare and scolded. You lecher. Zhou Yuan, opening his eyes, replied helplessly, it was an accident. Su Yue huffed lightly, what business does a prince with so many affairs have coming here? Ah. If I don't come, I fear someone might abduct my little Yue, Zhou Yuan chuckled. Ugh, how cheesy. Don't say such things. Su Yue's cheeks flushed as she shot Zhou Yuan an annoyed glance, her lips pouting in a show of slight frustration. You know about that? Qi Yu has bothered me several times. It's infuriating. Is he inviting you to join the second academy after your exams? Zhou Yuan squinted, realizing the audacity of Qi Yu, daring to poach from his side. Su Yue nodded, though she was well versed in the power struggle within the Great Zhou Manor. She understood that Zhou Yuan and Qi Yu were at odds, so she had been dismissing Qi Yu's various overtures. What kind of deal did he propose? Su Yue rolled her eyes at Zhou Yuan, finding his question distasteful, yet she knew he meant no harm. He promised me that once I enter the nourishing Qi realm, he would provide me with a technique capable of cultivating third-grade source energy. Such generosity, Zhou Yuan remarked, intrigued. Zhou Yuan was somewhat astonished. A third-tier source energy technique was indeed remarkable, especially considering that the highest rank of source energy technique within their royal family was merely fourth tier. Nevertheless, he declined the offer. Su Yue's eyes glistened with a watery sparkle as she chuckled softly. He seemed quite displeased and inquired what you had given me. I replied, Your Highness has not bestowed upon me anything. He merely assisted me in kicking open a door. Her voice became increasingly faint, yet it elicited a wry smile from Zhou Yuan. At that time, he had merely passed by and witnessed a young girl kneeling in the pouring rain, pleading desperately before the apothecary. In a moment of righteous indignation, he had impulsively kicked open the tightly shut door of the shop. Little did he know, that seemingly trivial act had left an indelible mark on Su Yue's heart. "You must be furious," Zhou Yuan remarked. "That has nothing to do with me." Su Yue giggled, covering her mouth. Zhou Yuan nodded, contemplating that once Su Yue entered the nurturing qi realm, he should prepare a technique of considerable quality for her. Otherwise, it would be a waste of her talents. "How is your meridian opening progressing?" Zhou Yuan inquired. "Not bad. I should be able to clear the 4th meridian before the grand examination," Su Yue replied nonchalantly. Zhou Yuan expressed his admiration. Indeed, Su Yue's aptitude was exceptional. If she had the same conditions as him, drinking 9B soup and consuming Xinjiang rice daily, she would likely outshine even Qiyu. However, Zhou Yuan dared not suggest bringing her 9B soup or Xinjiang rice. She was sensitive and stubborn, and would never accept such assistance from him. "The lord of the Chu family mentioned to me that I must ensure you are admitted to the Armored Academy," Zhou Yuan said, looking at Su Yue. After a moment's thought, she cheerfully responded, "Then tell him that if you are also admitted, I shall go." Her tone was casual, yet concern flickered in her eyes. For entry into the Armored Academy required a top 10 finish in the grand examination, and Zhou Yuan had yet to open his meridians. Relying solely on those entry-level source patterns, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to secure a position among the top 10. As far as she knew, the lord of the Chu family was quite strict regarding rules. Should Zhou Yuan fail to rank in the top 10, even as a prince, he might not receive any leniency from him. Zhou Yuan glanced at her, fully aware of her thoughts, and felt a twinge of gratitude as he smiled. "Do not worry about me. I will certainly gain admission to the Armored Academy." Seeing Zhou Yuan's unwavering confidence, Su Yue refrained from saying more and simply nodded. The two of them, exchanging laughter, exited the bookshelf area, and just as they turned a corner, a figure suddenly appeared before them. It was a tall, somewhat imposing young man, strikingly handsome. He regarded Zhou Yuan and Su Yue with a slightly altered expression, then quickly donned a composed smile, addressing Zhou Yuan, "Your Highness." His gaze then shifted to Su Yue, his eyes softening. "Yue, have you finished? Do you have time today? I would like to treat you to a meal." Zhou Yuan scrutinized the handsome youth, narrowing his eyes slightly in recognition. Lin Feng was indeed a prominent figure among the new students of the Great Zhou House, rumored to be a strong contender for the top spot in the upcoming grand examination. However, he was aware that this young man had already been allied with Qiyu. Chapter 17. As Zhou Yuan's eyes began to narrow, Su Yue caught sight of the dashing young man before her. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, but she soon managed to smile and said, "It is young Master Lin, but I fear I have no time today." Hearing the gentle refusal in Su Yue's tone, Lin Feng displayed no trace of disappointment. Instead, he nodded with a smile and replied, "In that case, we shall have to wait for another opportunity." He did not press the matter, exhibiting a demeanor of politeness and grace. Yet, it was precisely this attitude that elicited a resigned sigh from Su Yue. Such individuals were often the most difficult to contend with. Beside them, Zhou Yuan remained silent, merely offering Lin Feng a faint smile before exiting with Su Yue. Lin Feng watched their retreating figures, his gentle countenance darkening slightly. It seems your hopes are rather dim," came a soft laugh from behind him. He turned to find Qiyu, clad in white. "Your Highness," Lin Feng said, tempering his expression and inclining his head slightly. Qiyu stood beside Lin Feng, his gaze directed towards the departing Zhou Yuan and Su Yue, and with a bemused smile remarked, "Although our prince cannot cultivate, his status alone affords him certain advantages. Moreover, he has previously rendered kindness to Su Yue. You may find your chances quite limited." Lin Feng's eyes darkened, and he pressed his lips together tightly, clearly unwilling to concede. So you truly have taken a liking to Su Yue?" Qiyu chuckled at his expression. "Though Su Yue is merely of common birth, she possesses the potential to alter her fate. Her future will surely lead her away from obscurity and into the limelight," Lin Feng declared. His gaze intensified with fervor as he continued, "Thus, I shall not relinquish my aspirations." With a slight smile, Qiyu replied, "In comparison to our prince, you are not lacking. He merely possesses the title of prince. Without it, he would hardly merit your attention." Lin Feng remained silent, yet a flicker of pride shone in his eyes, for he believed that had Zhou Yuan not been a prince of the Great Zhou, with his inability to cultivate, he would hardly be worthy of his regard. "I actually hope you succeed in winning Su Yue's heart. It would alleviate one of my considerable troubles," Qiyu said with a grin. "I previously approached her with numerous enticing offers, yet she remained steadfast in her loyalty to Zhou Yuan." Lin Feng's expression darkened further. "However, I do have a suggestion." Qiyu paused before continuing. "In a month, the grand examination will take place, and Zhou Yuan will participate. If he were to perform poorly, it would significantly tarnish the luster of his princely status. A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Lin Feng's eyes. In the Great Zhou, where martial prowess dictated status, even a prince would invite scrutiny if he lacked accomplishments. In such a case, Su Yue might very well recognize that a discarded prince held little worth as a support. Is that what your highness suggests? Qi Yu smiled faintly and remarked, during the grand examination, I shall employ some tricks to ensure that Zhou Yuan encounters you. You should know how to suppress his prestigious aura. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng hesitated slightly and replied, after all, he is a prince, if we go too far. In the realm of competition, fists and feet are indiscriminate, and no one can voice their grievances. Qi Yu shook his head and said, since your Lin family has allied with our Qi Wangfu, rest assured, we will protect you in any eventuality. Lin Feng's gaze flickered, and after a moment's contemplation, he gritted his teeth and whispered, all right, I understand. If I encounter the prince during the grand examination, I will ensure he suffers the most humiliating defeat. He raised his head, watching Zhou Yuan's retreating figure, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. A useless prince dares to covet my Lin Feng's woman. If that is the case, he shall face some hardship when the time comes. Qi Yu smiled slightly. If Zhou Yuan were to leave in disgrace, he could then pursue Su Yue. This girl should be able to discern strength from weakness. As long as she could enter the secondary academy, no one would pose a threat to him during this provincial examination, and thus, the Great Zhou Prefecture would fall into the hands of their Qi Wangfu. In the future, all the students emerging from the Great Zhou Prefecture would bear the mark of their Qi Wangfu. And it would not be long before the Great Zhou dynasty underwent a transformation. It seems Lin Feng has already conspired with Qi Yu. Zhou Yuan and Su Yue strolled through the corridors of the academy, and he remarked, it could very well be Qi Yu's scheme, unable to win you over openly. He resorts to the allure of a handsome man. Su Yue, upon hearing this, could only shake her head in exasperation. Rest assured, your highness. The charm of a handsome man holds no sway over me. She paused, a note of concern creeping into her tone. However, your highness must exercise caution. Many of the outstanding newcomers have aligned themselves with Qi Yu. I fear they may set traps for you during the grand examination. Given Zhou Yuan's strength, it was already quite challenging to break into the top 10 of the grand examination, and with others sabotaging him, the odds would be even more daunting. Zhou Yuan smiled and replied, do not worry, I know my limits. He exhaled slowly and added, the strength of Qi Wangfu is indeed formidable. Qi Yu's recruitment efforts came with terms that were difficult to refuse. Their financial resources rivaled even that of the royal family. It seems his father was correct. Behind Qi Wangfu lies the formidable De Wu. Contemplating this, a cold light flickered in Zhou Yuan's eyes. Qi Wangfu truly is a malignant tumor in the Great Zhou. They still desire to extend their influence over the Great Zhou Prefecture, and if it were to fall under their control, the blow to the royal family would be catastrophic. Therefore, they must not succeed. Of course, what is of utmost importance at the moment is to swiftly open his meridians in preparation for the upcoming grand examination at the Great Zhou Prefecture. In the following days, Zhou Yuan remained in the palace, diligently practicing the 98 forms of dragon play each morning and performing 4 meridian openings. In the evenings, he focused on cultivating the chaos divine grinding method to refine his spirit. In just a few days, Zhou Yuan made significant progress. The first meridian within him became increasingly loose, nearing complete opening, while his spirit stabilized at the minor completion of the void realm. The various advancements have left Zhou Yuan exhilarated, prompting him to engage in his training with even greater diligence. Another day has passed. Ding! Zhou Yuan, wielding a small iron hammer, shattered a beast soul crystal and inserted the Tianyuan pen into the fragments, allowing the fine hairs to swirl as they absorbed the essence of the beast soul. Buzz! Just as Zhou Yuan was about to break another beast soul crystal, the Tianyuan pin suddenly emitted a subtle vibration, accompanied by a peculiar glow radiating from its body. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Zhou Yuan was momentarily taken aback. But then his expression transformed into one of elation, for he observed that the first ancient source pattern on the Tianyuan pen had now fully illuminated, emanating a mysterious brilliance. Clearly, through his days of nurturing, this Tianyuan pin had finally regained some semblance of spirit and power. His master and sister Yao Yao had both mentioned that only when the first source pattern of the Tianyuan pen was ignited could its profound mysteries be unveiled. Zhou Yuan was eager to discover what extraordinary qualities this once sacred weapon possessed. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he focused intently on the Tianyuan pen in his grasp. With the pen held firmly, he gently closed his eyes, and as the light surged around the Tianyuan pen, an obscure piece of information flowed into his mind. Tianyuan pen. First pattern, inscription of martial arts. Chapter 18. Literary and martial. Zhou Yuan opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of brilliance shining within them. In that fleeting moment, he comprehended the significance of Song Yuan's assertion that the Tianyuan pen was both a source weapon and a source pattern pen. This was all due to the source pattern known as literary and martial, which endowed the Tianyuan pen with its dual forms. Martial form. Grasping the Tianyuan pen, Zhou Yuan focused his thoughts and let out a soft exclamation. Buzz. At that moment, a dazzling light erupted from the pen, and Zhou Yuan, with astonished eyes, beheld the pen in his hand, initially no more than a foot in length, suddenly swell in size. In mere moments, a hefty black pen, approximately 10 feet long, materialized in his grasp, towering nearly to his height, its surface mottled and shimmering with a faint luster, particularly at the tip. The once soft and white bristles now tightly converged, glinting with a chilling sheen, resembling the sharp point of a spear. What a substantial weight! Zhou Yuan gazed at the oversized black pen in his hand, its heft causing his arms to sink slightly. Time to test its power. Exiting the house, he stepped into the spacious courtyard. With a mere thought, the Tianyuan pen quivered slightly, and immediately, the source energy of the surrounding world began to ripple, silently flowing into the pen. A source weapon is capable of absorbing the source energy of heaven and earth, unleashing formidable might. As the source energy surged in, the pen gradually radiated light, especially at the tip formed by the converged white bristles, where the luminescence flickered and shifted, emanating an aura of sharpness. Holding the pen's tip, it felt akin to wielding a heavy spear. He swung it suddenly. Having never employed such an unusual weapon, he appeared somewhat clumsy, yet his strength was not lacking. Thus, as the pen swept through the air, it generated a fierce momentum. Whoosh! The pen abruptly twisted and lunged towards a nearby bronze cauldron, producing a crisp sound as the pen's tip pierced through the cauldron, emerging from the opposite side. Indeed, it is sufficiently sharp. Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow, acknowledging that this level of sharpness could easily tear apart even a body with 2 meridians opened. It could be considered a modestly refined middle-grade source weapon. Zhou Yuan felt a sense of satisfaction. With continued nurturing, allowing the Tianyuan pen to absorb beast souls, it wouldn't be long before it achieved the level of a profound source weapon. Using a pen as a weapon possesses an element of unexpected cunning. Although it resembles a pen, it shares principles with a spear, and in the future, he could certainly learn some spear techniques. Zhou Yuan mused to himself. His gaze upon the Tianyuan pen grew fervent. If this was the transformation from just the first source pattern, he could hardly imagine how formidable the pen would become once all 9 ancient source patterns were restored. With renewed enthusiasm, he swung the martial form of the source pattern pen once more. Satisfied, he then concentrated his thoughts. Literary form. The pen, towering as tall as a person, abruptly shrank down to about a foot in length, landing softly in Zhou Yuan's palm. The previously sharp tip, capable of piercing through fine iron, now softened, the bristles swaying gently. Zhou Yuan's fingertips flicked, causing the Tianyuan pen to gracefully rotate within his palm, a radiant glow emanating from its soft tip. This form of the Tianyuan pen, known as the source pattern pen, is capable of inscribing source patterns. What a marvelous source pattern! Zhou Yuan exclaimed, recognizing that such an ability to alter the form of an object was far beyond the capabilities of ordinary source patterns. This particular source pattern, named Wenwu, must undoubtedly possess a high grade. Has he finally activated the first pattern of the Tianyuan pen? As Zhou Yuan, intrigued, continued to shift between 2 forms in the courtyard, a voice tinged with surprise broke the tranquility. Looking up, he beheld the elegant figure of Yao Yao standing outside the courtyard, with Tun Tun waddling closely behind her. Just completed, Zhou Yuan nodded, as the Tianyuan pen transformed into its writing form and rested in his palm, eagerly saying, Sister Yao Yao, I now have my source pattern pen. When will you teach me about source patterns? Yao Yao gracefully approached, her steps light as she reached Zhou Yuan, extending her delicate, snow-white hand. Noticing this, Zhou Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile, and he instructed a nearby maid to fetch a jade vial, saying, This is Qi Hu wine, quite potent, which I pilfered from my father's private stock. Yao Yao accepted the jade vial, tilting her swan-like neck to take a gentle sip. Instantly, a blush adorned her charming face, and her sparkling eyes lit up as she remarked, Not bad. You didn't skimp on me. It was evident that she was pleased with the exquisite wine Zhou Yuan had procured. Seeing her satisfaction, Zhou Yuan felt a sense of relief. Just as he was about to speak, he felt a tug at his pant leg. Glancing down, he found Tun Tun nibbling at his trousers, tongue lolling out as it extended its paw. Just like your master. Zhou Yuan's eyes twitched, muttering a curse under his breath. Yet he could only instruct the maid to bring a plate of source beast jerky, placing it at his feet. Upon seeing this, Tun Tun finally relented, settling down contentedly as it devoured the delicious jerky, eyes narrowed in bliss. Zhou Yuan crouched beside it, stroking Tun Tun's soft fur with vigor. The creature merely cast a glance at him, choosing to ignore this disrespectful human in light of the jerky's presence. Very well. Let us commence your instruction in the first-grade source pattern. After a few sips of Qi Hu wine, Yao Yao nodded in satisfaction and entered the stone pavilion, where a jade tablet was already prepared for practicing source patterns. Standing before the stone table, Yao Yao glanced at Zhou Yuan and declared, I shall write first, you observe. As she clasped a slender, azure source pattern pen in her hand, it shimmered with a blue light, intricate patterns emerging within its glow, exuding an air of mystery. Zhou Yuan felt a stir in his heart. Clearly, Yao Yao's source pattern pen was anything but ordinary. With a serious expression, Yao Yao gripped the pen, a unique aura radiating from her as the tip lightly touched the jade tablet, her movements fluid and deliberate. Zhou Yuan, standing by, couldn't help but admire her graceful hand as it glided across the surface, inwardly exclaiming, what a beautiful hand. The delicate and elongated hands of Yao Yao shimmered with a jade-like luster, captivating enough to ensnare one's gaze. Yet, he dared not linger on them for long, swiftly redirecting his attention to the jade tablet before him. As Yao Yao completed her final stroke, a radiant glow emanated from the tablet, revealing a complex source pattern that seemed to pulse with a faint roar akin to that of a tiger. This was the tiger roar pattern, a first-grade source pattern that could be inscribed at the throat. Once activated, it could unleash sound waves akin to a tiger's roar, capable of controlling enemies at close range. Soundwave source pattern? Zhou Yuan exclaimed, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Such a type of source pattern was indeed rare, and it could prove life-saving in critical moments, even turning the tide of battle. Take a closer look. How many source traces can you discern in this pattern? Yao Yao casually inquired. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan understood that Yao Yao intended to assess his foundational knowledge of source patterns. After all, regardless of the quality, every source pattern consists of various source traces, and recognizing these traces is the fundamental skill in studying source patterns. Gazing intently at the tiger roar pattern on the jade tablet, he pondered for a brief moment before responding, I see 437 traces. Previously, the introductory source patterns he had studied contained only a little over 100 traces, and this first-grade source pattern boasted a staggering 4 times more. Yao Yao nodded slightly, stating, to be precise, there are 448 traces. Nevertheless, your ability to identify 437 is commendable. In the days to come, she instructed, you shall simulate the tiger roar pattern and master this first-grade source pattern thoroughly. Upon hearing her words, a spark of eagerness ignited in Zhou Yuan's eyes. Mastering this first-grade source pattern would significantly enhance his strength. With the imminent grand examination approaching, he aspired to place within the top 10, necessitating the power to contend with those who had opened 4 meridians. Thus, he was determined to seize every opportunity to augment his strength. Chapter 19. Opening the meridians. Mastering a source pattern is no simple feat. It requires more than mere depiction. Each source trace demands that one's spirit serves as ink, and even a slight excess of spirit during the inscription can cause the trace to fail utterly. A failed trace renders the entire source pattern a defective creation. Thus, achieving a flawless manifestation of the source pattern necessitates extensive practice. In the days that followed, aside from diligently practicing the 98 dragon forging play and the chaotic divine grinding visualization, Zhou Yuan devoted time to repeatedly perfecting the tiger howl pattern. This rigorous schedule made his days exceedingly fulfilling, yet he understood the urgency of time, compelling him to train relentlessly. This dedication soon reached a pivotal moment. On a particular day, while practicing in the flower garden, Zhou Yuan bore a grave expression, his eyes subtly betraying a mix of excitement and anticipation. He sensed that the first meridian within him had grown increasingly unrestrained during these days of cultivation, and if all went well, it was likely to be completely open today. At last, this day had arrived. Zhou Yuan clenched his fists, perhaps having dreamt of this moment for years. He took a deep breath to steady his emotions, then raised his palms as the 98 dragon forging play flowed seamlessly into motion. With a powerful roar, as the final movement concluded, his blood surged, bones trembled, and his back undulated, producing a faint sound akin to a dragon's chant emanating from within. Drawing in a breath, Zhou Yuan summoned the heavenly source energy, which swirled towards him like a white mist, and he swallowed it whole. As the source energy entered his body, it surged towards the last remnant of blockage in the first meridian with great force. The final obstruction posed little resistance, merely a delicate sound like a membrane being shattered. In that instant, Zhou Yuan felt the first meridian within him completely open. It was as if the world around him fell silent, his blood boiled within him, and the first meridian stirred to life, hungrily consuming the source energy that flooded in. The meridians absorbed the energy, swiftly nourishing his physical form. Zhou Yuan experienced a series of sharp pains coursing through his body, yet he was far from alarmed. Instead, his face radiated pure joy. He sensed that alongside the pain came a profound clarity, enveloping his being. His body felt lighter, while his flesh, bones, and skin tingled with a delightful sensation. This was the manifestation of his physical enhancement. This sensation persisted for approximately 10 minutes before Zhou Yuan slowly opened his eyes. He then detected a peculiar odor emanating from his own body. Lowering his gaze, he observed that his skin was coated in grime, impurities expelled during the enhancement of his physical form. At that moment, Zhou Yuan's eyes appeared to brighten considerably, and the world around him became remarkably clearer. Is this what it means to open the meridian? His fingers gradually curled, feeling the surge of enhanced power within him. His eyes brimming with joy. The scene he had once yearned for had finally come to fruition. I must inform father and mother. Zhou Yuan commanded the maidservant nearby as he retreated to wash himself. Once Zhou Yuan emerged from his cleansing ritual, he found Shou Qing and Qin Yu already waiting for him, their faces alight with astonishment. Yuaner, you have opened your first meridian, Qin Yu exclaimed, rushing forward, her gentle visage radiant with excitement. Zhou Qing stepped closer, his gaze fixed intently upon Zhou Yuan. Witnessing the exhilaration on their faces warmed Zhou Yuan's heart, and he nodded in affirmation. With a mere thought, the first meridian within him quivered slightly, generating a pull that drew the ambient energy into his body through his pores, causing his skin to radiate a soft glow. Indeed, he had opened the meridian. Zhou Qing's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and in that moment, he momentarily lost his composure, exclaiming, "Excellent! Truly worthy of our Zhou family's sacred dragon. In just 10 days, you've opened your first meridian. Such speed has never been achieved in the Great Zhou." Qin Yu's eyes glistened with tears as she embraced Zhou Yuan, weeping. If Yuaner can open his meridian, then the dragon's resentment poison in 3 years can be suppressed. Zhou Yuan gently patted her back, offering a reassuring smile. "Do not worry, mother. I shall definitely resolve the dragon's resentment poison. Come, Yuaner. Let your father witness the extent of your enhanced physique after opening your meridian." Zhou Qing beckoned to Zhou Yuan. Each meridian opened results in a remarkable enhancement of the practitioner's physical capabilities, far exceeding those of an ordinary person. Zhou Yuan nodded in eager anticipation, recalling that Song Yuan had mentioned that although the difficulty of opening the meridian a second time would be greater for him, the benefits gained would also be significantly higher. At this moment, he was keen to test just how profound those benefits were. Zhou Qing stood casually, beckoning Zhou Yuan with a gesture, even in a relaxed stance. An imposing aura emanated from him, causing Zhou Yuan to momentarily catch his breath. His father was indeed a formidable being, having broken through the heavenly gate and entered the primordial realm. In the realm of source masters, opening the meridian marks the beginning. Once all 8 meridians are opened, one can establish the Qi Palace and enter the Qi Nourishing Realm. Upon achieving perfection in the Qi Nourishing Realm, one can breach the heavenly gate, subsequently allowing the source energy to leave the body, enabling them to move mountains and part seas with unfathomable power. The primordial realm is positioned just beyond the heavenly gate realm. Thus, the journey of a source master consists of 4 significant stages: opening the meridian, nourishing qi, heavenly gate, and primordial. Currently, Zhou Yuan had only just opened his first meridian, which naturally left him daunted in the presence of a strong figure from the primordial realm. First, test your strength with all your might. Zhou Qing extended his large hand and spoke. Zhou Yuan nodded, exerting force with his feet, propelling his body forward like an arrow. His waist twisted, and the power within him surged, gathering entirely in his fist. In an instant, the wind from his punch roared forth, carrying with it tremendous force. crashing heavily against Zhou Qing's outstretched hand. The soil beneath Zhou Yuan's feet was kicked up, yet Zhou Qing remained utterly unmoved, his hand unwavering. However, a flicker of unusual interest appeared in his gaze. "Father, how was that?" Zhou Yuan looked up at Zhou Qing. With a twist of his wrist, dozens of small stones began to whirl in his palm. Then, with a sudden flick, the stones shot forth like a torrential rain, enveloping Zhou Yuan. Each stone flew as if it were an arrow, whistling through the air. Zhou Yuan's toes touched the ground, and he swiftly retreated, evading most of the stones. However, a few came at him from particularly tricky angles, leaving him with no means to dodge. Zhou Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly in that moment. He felt a surge of heightened awareness, and the trajectories of the stones became extraordinarily clear. Suddenly, he reached out his hand, and with two sharp sounds, he caught several stones in his grasp. The force of the stones jolted his palm painfully, causing him to grimace and shake his hand at Zhou Qing, exclaiming, "I almost couldn't catch them." "Father?" Zhou Yuan suddenly noticed Zhou Qing staring blankly at his hand that held the stones. He never anticipated that Zhou Yuan's perception would be so keen, enabling him to discern the trajectories of the stones and capture them. Was it mere coincidence or something more? Zhou Qing shook his head, casting a glance at Zhou Yuan, then unexpectedly flicked his finger. A crimson lightning bolt shot forth from his fingertip, and in the blink of an eye, it struck Zhou Yuan squarely in the chest. Bang! Zhou Yuan's body jolted, and he was sent flying, crashing against a large tree, clutching his chest and letting out a yelp. Qing Yu hurried over to help him up, then glared angrily at Zhou Qing, saying, "Why are you using the flame thunder chi again?" Zhou Qing awkwardly chuckled and approached to inspect Zhou Yuan's chest. Though slightly bruised, it was evidently just a superficial injury. He felt a flicker of surprise. How could someone who had merely opened one meridian possess such extraordinary resilience? "How are you?" Zhou Yuan rubbed his chest, grimacing. Zhou Qing looked at him with an odd expression and asked, "Are you certain you have only opened one meridian?" Zhou Yuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Can one even open two meridians at once? Qing Yu also sensed something amiss with Zhou Qing and anxiously inquired, "What's wrong? Is there something unusual about Yuan?" "Unusual?" Zhou Qing chuckled wryly. "Indeed, it is unusual. This lad's physical attributes, be it strength, speed, or resilience, are such that not even someone who has opened two meridians could compare. In all my years, I have never encountered someone with such formidable physicality who has merely opened one meridian." Chapter 20. Source Techniques. Is your physical quality stronger than that of someone who has opened two meridians? Upon hearing Zhou Qing's words, both Zhou Yuan and Qing Yu could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Indeed, Master Song Yuan did not deceive me. Although the difficulty of opening meridians is greater for me, the benefits gained from it will be even more substantial. Excitement filled Zhou Yuan's eyes. For according to his father's evaluation, his current physical prowess surpassed that of individuals with two meridians and far exceeded that of an ordinary one-meridian practitioner. Moreover, with the source patterns he had mastered, in terms of combat prowess, even a three-meridian practitioner might find it challenging to surpass him. If I manage to grasp the Tiger Roar pattern, as long as I do not encounter a four-meridian practitioner, victory will likely be within my grasp. Zhou Yuan mused to himself, feeling a surge of joy. The diligent practice over this period had indeed yielded gratifying results. Most importantly, it instilled in Zhou Yuan a glimmer of hope, a hope that he could continuously ascend, ultimately transforming everything one day. Zhou Qing gazed intently at Zhou Yuan, his remaining arm reaching out to pat Zhou Yuan's shoulder with a firm grip. In Zhou Yuan's eyes, he could see the uncontainable excitement and anticipation reflected in his father's gaze. "Yuaner, you have done remarkably well." Zhou Yuan's voice trembled slightly, his eyes reddening as he responded. That martial king believed that by stripping you of your sacred dragon's fortune, he could plunge the Zhou family's sacred dragon into an abyss of despair. Yet now, it seems he has underestimated you. Observing the emotional turmoil within Zhou Qing, Zhou Yuan felt a tide of emotion swell within him. He understood that during the years when he had not opened his meridians, his father's ambitions had been gradually worn down by the harsh realities of life. And perhaps despair had begun to take root in his heart. The bleak reality left Zhou Qing devoid of any hope. The great Zhou dynasty was barely surviving, while the Great Wu was growing ever more powerful. He knew that once the martial king's vow expired, their great Zhou would face annihilation. Yet now, at the moment Zhou Yuan opened his meridians, Zhou Qing finally glimpsed a ray of hope. Currently, the Great Wu was engaged in conflict with two other major dynasties nearby, leaving them unable to attend to the Great Zhou, making this the optimal moment for Zhou Yuan's growth. What he needed to do now was to excel in the grand examination and enter the Jia Academy, ultimately thwarting the Qi King's ambitions toward the position of the great Zhou's lord. The top 10 candidates in the grand examination were predominantly of 4 meridian strength. While Zhou Yuan felt unafraid of encountering 3 meridian practitioners, he feared that against a 4 meridian practitioner, his chances of victory would be slim. A glimmer of determination sparked in Zhou Yuan's eyes. Thus, to ensure no unexpected outcomes, he needed to make further advancements and open his 2nd meridian before the grand examination. Once he successfully opened the 2nd meridian, Zhou Yuan would no longer have any reservations, and even if he faced Lin Feng, who was deemed the most likely contender for the top spot in the grand examination, he would feel confident. It seems that to gain entry into the Jia Academy, I cannot afford to relax, Zhou Yuan silently resolved. Yuaner, now that you have opened 1 meridian, you can further study some source techniques to maximize your strength. Zhou Qing added, calming himself down. The so-called source techniques refer to the ability to wield one's intrinsic energy with greater potency. In the realm of existence, source techniques, akin to source weapons, are categorized into 4 tiers: ordinary, profound, celestial, and sacred. However, the higher the grade of the source technique, the greater the demand it places on the practitioner. Most individuals at the meridian opening stage can only cultivate ordinary-level source techniques. Zhou Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Although he had opened his meridians, he possessed only latent power, unable to fully unleash it. This limitation ultimately stemmed from his lack of training in source techniques. Hence, he resolved to augment his daily training regimen. Zhou Qing exhibited remarkable efficiency, swiftly delivering several source techniques to Zhou Yuan. In the stone pavilion, Zhou Yuan examined these techniques, among which the most formidable were the Primordial Palm and the Shattering Void Fist, both classified as mid-tier source techniques. Contemplating these 2 techniques, Zhou Yuan wore a pensive expression. While they did not possess profound complexity, they were certainly superior to low-tier techniques. Nonetheless, given his current meridian opening stage, his intrinsic energy was not yet robust enough to wield even advanced techniques to their full potential. As Zhou Yuan immersed himself in the study of these mid-tier techniques, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, causing him to look up, only to find Yao Yao standing beside him. Casting a casual glance at the source techniques in his hands. Just ordinary mid-tier techniques, how profound can one expect them to be? Zhou Yuan remarked with a hint of resignation. Are you planning to cultivate source techniques? He inquired, nodding in response to her question, his gaze still fixed on the illustrations. Having opened a meridian, I can finally harness some intrinsic energy, so it is imperative to learn source techniques to ensure my combat prowess. If I do not cultivate source techniques, will I rely solely on my formidable physical attributes in battle? Yao Yao regarded Zhou Yuan with a curious expression, questioning. With your remarkable innate abilities, why do you concern yourself with such ordinary fare? Zhou Yuan's attention sharpened as he met her gaze, frowning slightly. What do you mean by that? Noting his perplexity, Yao Yao pouted slightly, her delicate lips forming a teasing smile. Simple-minded. Zhou Yuan gritted his teeth in frustration. Have I wasted all that fine wine on you? Yao Yao rested her chin upon her hand, languidly responding, after practicing the dragon forging play for so many days. Don't you have any inkling of its depths? Zhou Yuan's expression shifted to one of contemplation. After a moment, he abruptly stood, exited the stone pavilion, and raised his palms to perform a complete set of the 98 movements of the dragon forging play. This time, he executed the movements deliberately, one after another, at a measured pace. By the time he completed a full sequence, nearly a quarter of an incense stick had passed. Standing still, he moved with intention, as if savoring an exquisite flavor. After a prolonged silence, his pupils suddenly constricted, and a look of astonishment graced his youthful face. He then turned to Yao Yao inside the stone pavilion, his voice laced with disbelief. Is there source technique hidden within the dragon forging play? A gentle smile blossomed on Yao Yao's moonlit visage as she replied, though somewhat slow on the uptake, you are not beyond redemption. She then extended her slender, elegant fingers and softly remarked, to be precise, within the 98 techniques of the dragon play, there lie 2 foundational arts. Chapter 21, Dragon Step. Dragon Tablet Hand, 2 sets of source techniques. Zhou Yuan's heart trembled, and he cast a fervent gaze towards Yao Yao. The dragon absorption technique imparted to him by Master Song Yuan was profound and evidently not of ordinary caliber. The 2 sets of source techniques it contained were surely not simple either. These techniques, one being Dragon Step and the other Dragon Tablet Hand, were delicately explained by Yao Yao as she gently caressed the creature in her arms. Dragon Step? Dragon Tablet Hand? Zhou Yuan pondered, sensing that within the 98 movements of the forging dragon play, There were indeed concealed mysteries, yet he struggled to discern them clearly. After all, Master Song Yuan had merely entrusted him with the dragon absorption technique, leaving much for his disciple to explore independently, a process that would undoubtedly be slow. Thus, he turned his inquiring gaze towards Yao Yao. She offered a playful smile and winked at him. Understanding her cue, Zhou Yuan waved his hand, and immediately a maid brought forth a fine wine in a jade bottle. Satisfied, Yao Yao nodded her head and then lifted the creature from her embrace, tossing it outside the stone pavilion. Seeing her actions, Zhou Yuan's heart skipped a beat, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Could it be that this creature was capable of such feats? Yao Yao, with a slight curve of her crimson lips, revealed a teasing expression, saying, "When Grandpa He had nothing to do back then, he taught Tun Tun. So if we are to be precise, Tun Tun could be considered your senior." Zhou Yuan's lips twitched, unable to suppress the urge to roar internally. Was this creature, wrapped in beast skin, truly capable of cultivating source techniques? What manner of being was it? Regardless of his inner turmoil, he knew he had to learn, so he looked at Tun Tun, gently patting its head with a tender smile. "All right, Tun Tun. Let us see you practice the dragon step in dragon tablet hand." However, at that moment, Tun Tun, just thrown out by Yao Yao, was in a foul mood and merely cast a lazy glance at Zhou Yuan, remaining motionless. Zhou Yuan extended a finger and poked Tun Tun's plump belly, causing ripples of flesh, yet the creature lay still as if lifeless, unresponsive to his prodding. Noticing the creature feigning death, Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow and beckoned, prompting a maid to bring a platter of source beast jerky. Upon catching the scent, Tun Tun's eyes sparkled, and it sprang to its feet, letting out a howl as it lunged for the platter. Zhou Yuan swiftly withdrew the plate, leaving Tun Tun to tumble forward in vain, baring its teeth and roaring in protest. "Complete a set first, and then you can eat," Zhou Yuan said with a cheerful grin. Tun Tun glanced between Zhou Yuan and the enticing platter of source beast meat, ultimately succumbing to the allure of the food. It then rose onto its hind legs, its claws poised, stepping out in a series of peculiar strides. Its movements were grand and expansive, yet imbued with an ethereal quality, and soon its figure began to blur, almost resembling a true dragon soaring through the clouds, elusive and indistinct. The sight of a small creature executing such intricate maneuvers was inherently comical. Yet Zhou Yuan's expression remained serious, his gaze fixed intently, unwavering. This is the dragon step, where the dragon conceals itself within the clouds, ethereal and elusive, embodying a sense of the intangible and inscrutable. A delicate and melodious voice emanated from the stone pavilion. "You might as well attack Tun Tun and see." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan clenched his palm, and the Tian Yuan brush fell into his grasp. Martial form. The brush, measuring about a foot in length, suddenly expanded. Zhou Yuan gripped the brush with both hands and shot forward, the sharp tip slicing through the air with a whistling sound, darting towards Tun Tun with precision. In recent days, Zhou Yuan had devoted himself to practicing the fundamentals of spear techniques. Thus, when he wielded the Tian Yuan brush now, he exuded a certain vigor. The brush tip surged forth, yet just as it was about to strike Tun Tun, the creature's claws swept sideways, its body momentarily blurring, causing the tip to veer off course. Zhou Yuan, undeterred, summoned his strength, and the Tian Yuan brush thrust forth with fervor, fierce and relentless. Nevertheless, Tun Tun maintained its unhurried pace, its form intermittently becoming indistinct, evading Zhou Yuan's every attempt to land a hit. Eventually, Zhou Yuan came to a breathless halt, his eyes alight with realization. He had grasped the profound intricacies of the dragon step. Such a surreal agility was capable of bewildering an opponent, clearly not an ordinary technique. Observing Zhou Yuan's pause, Tun Tun also slowed, then playfully patted its plump belly with its claws, mockingly pointing at Zhou Yuan. The mastery of the dragon step allowed one source energy to resonate with the air, creating an effect akin to a mirage. Thus, while one might appear to be targeting the throat, the attack would actually deviate by 3 inches. The essence of the dragon step lay in this subtle displacement, revealing its profound artistry. Next came the dragon monument hand. "Yo, yo," it called softly. Zhou Yuan looked up at Tun Tun, which suddenly lunged forward, its beastly claws striking and grasping with great force, reminiscent of a dragon extending its claws, exuding a powerful and weighty aura, as if a mighty dragon were shattering mountains with its grip. Bang! The claw's shadow manifested, crashing heavily against a massive boulder, which instantly shattered into countless fragments. Zhou Yuan's pupils constricted. The might of this technique was indeed formidable, and notably, he sensed that Tun Tun was not expending a substantial amount of source energy. This implied that even he, if he were to master it, would wield comparable power. The dragon monument hand evidently surpassed both the mixed origin palm and the shattered void transparent fist in strength. Yow! Tun Tun bounced before Zhou Yuan, pointing a claw at a platter of source beef jerky, eagerly vocalizing its demand. Zhou Yuan placed down the jerky, a contemplative expression crossing his face. After days of practicing the dragon play, he had made some modest progress and discerned that both the earlier dragon step and dragon monument hand were fundamentally derived from this very technique. Standing in place, Zhou Yuan remained silent for a prolonged moment, then suddenly lifted his foot and stepped forward at an angle. His movements were remarkably exquisite, akin to a dragon soaring, while simultaneously the first meridian within him began to absorb the source energy of the heavens and earth, subsequently radiating from within. At the moment when the flow of source energy within Zhou Yuan harmonized with his steps, his feet shifted sideways, and his form became momentarily indistinct, elusive, and extraordinary. Within the stone pavilion, Yao Yao's beautiful eyes glimmered momentarily, followed by a charming smile that grazed her delicate face. Clearly, Zhou Yuan had grasped the essence of the dragon step. He continued his relentless practice, and after about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, his initially awkward movements became significantly more adept. What appeared to be a casual shift in his steps rendered his form intermittently elusive, almost ethereal. As Zhou Yuan paused, his eyes sparkled with delight and exhilaration. This dragon step was indeed extraordinary. The fleeting moments of obscurity were a result of a peculiar interaction between his innate energy and the surrounding air, obscuring his true position, creating a fascinating interplay of reality and illusion that was difficult to decipher. Having gained insight into the dragon step, he redirected his focus to the technique known as the dragon pillar strike. This source technique was akin to a mighty dragon lifting a stone tablet to crush a mountain. Powerful and weighty, its explosive force was undoubtedly remarkable. The technique itself was not overly complicated. It merely required the practitioner to visualize the overwhelming sensation of a dragon slamming a tablet, allowing the energy within to surge along the meridians and strike with unyielding ferocity. Zhou Yuan's fists transformed, albeit somewhat sluggishly, yet they radiated a sense of profound weight, as if he were supporting a monumental stone tablet, cultivating an imposing momentum. Within him, the energy coursed through his meridians, ultimately converging into his palms. At a certain moment, Zhou Yuan's gaze sharpened suddenly, his youthful visage taking on a fierce intensity. His hand moved with alacrity, pulling and guiding as though a dragon was descending with a roar, the stone tablet and its claws crashing down upon the rolling mountains. With a thunderous impact, Zhou Yuan's fist struck heavily against a nearby sturdy tree trunk, unleashing a tempestuous force that erupted from his fist, sending wood chips flying as the entire trunk was penetrated by his blow. Sweat streamed down Zhou Yuan's face, yet his eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness, for he understood that with the mastery of the dragon step and the pillar strike, his combat prowess would be significantly enhanced. From this point onward, as long as he could open the second meridian, he would face the upcoming examination without trepidation. Chapter 22. The approaching Great Examination. As time marches on, the date of the Great Examination draws ever nearer. Throughout the past fortnight, Zhou Yuan has spared no effort, diligently practicing the dragon play and continuously refining his channels. Each night, he envisions the chaos divine grind, honing his spirit. In the intervals, he seeks guidance from Yao Ya regarding the source patterns, while also tirelessly perfecting the dragon steps and the dragon tablet hand. Faced with such a rigorous and demanding regimen, even Zhou Yuan finds himself exhausted by the end of each day, his body aching and his spirit weary. Yet, upon completing his nightly meditation on the chaos divine grind, he awakens each morning invigorated and full of vitality. It is at this moment that Zhou Yuan begins to appreciate the benefits bestowed by the chaos divine grind. Although the intensity of his training is arduous, the fruits of his labor bring him immense joy. With only 2 days remaining until the Great Examination, he has finally opened his second channel. In the flower garden, Zhou Yuan's movements are ethereal, seemingly casual, yet remarkably swift, covering several paces in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, his fists and palms shift with purpose. Each strike is deliberate and heavy, yet when they land, a faint sound of wind breaking accompanies them, indicating the formidable power they contain. This is unmistakably the dragon steps and the dragon tablet hand at work. The dragon steps are light and airy, while the dragon tablet hand is grounded and weighty. Their harmonious combination is quite impressive. With a resounding thud, Zhou Yuan's fist, glistening faintly, strikes a rockery in the courtyard. The impact reverberates, and cracks rapidly spread across the surface until, with a thunderous crash, the rockery collapses. Zhou Yuan exhales a plume of white mist, surveying the rubble with satisfaction. The dragon tablet hand has 3 levels, shattering mountains, rending earth, and breaking heaven. At present, with the strength of my second channel, I can only execute the shattering mountains, he muses. After months of rigorous training, his understanding of the dragon tablet hand deepens. This technique has 3 levels, though the names are self-coined by Zhou Yuan for dramatic effect, as even mastering the technique fully would not suffice to obliterate a mountain. After all, no matter how profound a source technique is, it requires robust source energy to unleash its true power, and his own source energy remains rather thin. If he were to reach the celestial gate realm, with abundant source energy, a mere breath could shatter mountains. Nevertheless, Zhou Yuan is content with the power of the dragon tablet hand, especially considering the opponents he faces at his current level are not insurmountably strong. The great examination approaches, and he must secure a place among the top 10 to enter the Jia Academy. Otherwise, relying solely on Yue may prove insufficient to counter Qiyu. Zhou Yuan's gaze flickers. The Qi royal family covets the position of the head of the Dezhou house, and Qiyu is their source of confidence in this endeavor. The position of the lord of the great Zhou mansion holds paramount significance. Should it fall into the hands of the Qi Wang mansion, it is certain that the Qi Wang would initiate a purge, covertly transforming the great Zhou mansion into the great Qi mansion. Such a turn of events would deal a devastating blow to their royal family, and Zhou Yuan would never allow this to transpire. Therefore, in the forthcoming year-end examination, he must secure first place and remain in the Jia Academy at all costs. Zhou Yuan took a deep breath, his gaze becoming increasingly sharp. However, prior to that, he first needed to ensure his success in the impending grand examination to smoothly enter the Jia Academy. As the day of the grand examination dawned, the atmosphere of the great Zhou mansion was charged with fervor and excitement from the break of dawn. Every new student entering the great Zhou mansion would undergo this grand examination after a year of cultivation, subsequently choosing their respective academies based on their results to further their profound training. Thus, the significance of the grand examination in the great Zhou mansion is beyond question. Upon Zhou Yuan's arrival at the martial arts arena for the grand examination, the place was already abuzz with chatter, throngs of young boys and girls congregating, engaged in lively conversation, each displaying a mix of nerves and exhilaration. Amidst the bustling crowd, Zhou Yuan spotted Su Yue, undoubtedly the center of attention, akin to a moon surrounded by stars. After all, not only was she strikingly beautiful, but her talents were also exceptional, complemented by her resolute character, making Su Yue the most prominent newcomer of this cohort. Zhou Yuan smiled softly at this scene, recalling the first time he met Su Yue a year ago when she was merely a dirty little girl. Yet now, she had undergone a remarkable transformation, radiant and exuding confidence, captivating the admiration of many young admirers. This metamorphosis was solely due to her own efforts, with Zhou Yuan merely guiding her along the path. In the crowd, Su Yue, who was smiling and conversing with others, seemed to sense something, her eyes lifting to meet Zhou Yuan's gaze. Instantly, her smile blossomed, illuminating the surroundings and catching the attention of nearby youths. However, before they could express their eagerness further, Su Yue politely smiled at them, stepping away from the crowd. With her small hands clasped behind her back, her eyes twinkling like crescent moons, and a playful smile gracing her lips, she leisurely approached Zhou Yuan. "You've opened the 4 meridians?" Zhou Yuan observed Su Yue, sensing a stronger fluctuation of source energy around her. His heart stirred as he inquired. "I opened them long ago. But you've been absent from the great Zhou mansion these days, so you wouldn't know," Su Yue replied, her bright eyes momentarily clouded with concern. She was unaware that Zhou Yuan had also opened his meridians, so she presumed he could only rely on source patterns. Zhou Yuan chuckled awkwardly. "I've been diligently cultivating as well. How about you? Do you feel confident?" Worry flickered in Su Yue's bright gaze, as she was unaware of Zhou Yuan's progress and thought he could only depend on source patterns. With a confident smile, Zhou Yuan nodded, "Rest assured. I am certain to secure a position within the top 10. Seeing his assured demeanor, Su Yue felt somewhat relieved, nodding her head gently. As Zhou Yuan and Su Yue exchanged light-hearted banter, a few pairs of eyes on the nearby steps were fixated on them, harboring ill intentions. It appeared that our esteemed prince indeed dared to participate in the grand examination. Qiyu smiled gently, yet his expression bore a hint of derision. To think that having acquired a modicum of source patterns would render one arrogant and presumptuous is truly a folly of self-importance. Beside Qiyu stood a young maiden named Lu Shi, whose beauty was striking, her lips delicately thin. At that moment, she disdainfully regarded Zhou Yuan, her gaze occasionally drifting towards Su Yuwei, where a flicker of jealousy danced in her eyes. Previously, in the grand estate of the great Zhou, Lu Shi had been the most celebrated jewel. However, everything changed with the arrival of Su Yuwei. Not only did Su Yuwei garner immense popularity among the new students, but even the young men from various academies spoke of her with admiration, a level of acclaim that was evidently exceptional. This incited profound ire within Lu Shi, for she perceived Su Yuwei as nothing more than a lowly commoner, her status starkly contrasting with Lu Shi's nobility. Yet, the fact that Su Yuwei attracted more attention than she did was infuriating beyond measure. Lin Feng, standing beside Qiyu, observed Zhou Yuan and Su Yuwei engaged in light-hearted conversation, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Noticing Lin Feng's expression, Qiyu chuckled and patted his shoulder, reassuring him. Worry not, everything has been meticulously arranged for today. For every match, I have secured the finest opponents for our esteemed prince. He fixed his gaze on Zhou Yuan in the distance, a smirk playing on his lips as he continued, since he dares to show up, I shall ensure he leaves in disgrace, never to return to the great Zhou estate. Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng and Lu Shi exchanged glances and burst into laughter. For it seemed that today's grand examination would indeed provide a spectacle worth witnessing. Chapter 23, The First Glimpse of Brilliance. Clang. Clang. As more and more newcomers gathered in the martial arts arena, a resonant voice emanated from the high platform above, prompting everyone to look up and behold a supervising teacher standing aloft. In this grand examination, opponents were determined by drawing lots, and all participants stepped forward to select their numbers, those bearing the same number becoming rivals. The supervising teacher's powerful voice reverberated throughout the arena. As his words fell, a wave of excitement surged among the newcomers as they approached to draw their numbers. On the observation platform to the west of the arena, the high-ranking officials of the Great Zhou Prefecture congregated. In the central seat sat the prefect of the Great Zhou, Chu Tianong. Beside him, in a chair adorned in purple, was a middle-aged man of slender build, with deep-set eyes that bore a somewhat austere expression. Leaning against his seat, he held a teacup with an indifferent demeanor. This man was none other than Su Hong, the vice prefect of the Great Zhou, and also the dean of the Second Academy. Prefect Chu, it seems this time your first academy might only be able to select from those ranked after the top 10, Su Hong remarked with an air of nonchalance. His gaze fixed on the arena. Chu Tianyong maintained a stoic expression, fully aware that many of the outstanding newcomers had already been courted by Qiyu in post-examination. They would undoubtedly enter the Second Academy. Vice Prefect Su, becoming overly complacent is hardly a virtue, Chu Tianyong retorted coldly. Unfazed by the latent anger in Chu Tianyong's words, Su Hong merely smirked, for his Second Academy had secured first place in the provincial examinations for 2 consecutive years. Should they achieve a third victory this year, he would be eligible to contest for the position of prefect. At that point, the prefect of the Great Zhou would indeed be Su Hong. The other deans present could only remain silent as they witnessed the verbal sparring between the two. Fully cognizant that the rivalry between Chu Tianyong and Su Hong was entwined with the larger conflict between the Great Zhou royal family and the Qi royal estate, Chu Tianyong harbored deep-seated resentment towards Su Hong, yet felt powerless, for the conditions that Qiyu offered to recruit talent were beyond his own capabilities. He could only hope that Su Yuwei would perform admirably. Her exceptional talent could warrant her admission into the First Academy, and with proper nurturing, she might stand a chance against Qiyu in the end-of-year provincial examination. With a heavy sigh, Chu Tianyong shifted his gaze towards Zhou Yuan, a flicker of concern crossing his features. Although he was aware that Zhou Yuan had successfully opened his meridians, it had only been a month since then. Even if Zhou Yuan's talent rivaled that of Su Yuwei, he would likely have only just opened one meridian. Such power would not only preclude him from the top 10, but potentially lead to a disheartening number of losses today. As a prince of Great Zhou, Zhou Yuan's status would inevitably draw attention, and should he suffer a significant defeat, it would tarnish the reputation of the Great Zhou royal family. I hope the prince can endure for a few more rounds, Chu Tianyong murmured to himself, shaking his head. Meanwhile, in the arena, Zhou Yuan and Su Yuwei had drawn their numbers. Zhou Yuan was number 18, while Su Yuwei was number 47. Fortunately, we did not draw the same number, Zhou Yuan said with a grin. Su Yuwei chuckled lightly before adopting a serious tone. If you happen to encounter me, I shall show no mercy. Zhou Yuan could only roll his eyes at this. Amidst their laughter and merriment, on the martial performance stages, the supervisors had taken their positions, and soon, Loud shouts echoed throughout the arena. Contestant number 1, Xinya, Luing. Contestant number 2, Chengyu, Zhao Qishan. As agile figures leaped onto the stages, the entire arena quickly erupted in excitement, surrounded by a throng of young boys and girls, whose cheers resounded in the air. Zhou Yuan and Su Yue, however, chose not to join the fray, merely observing from a distance. As time passed, the outcomes on the martial stages soon became apparent, leading to jubilant cheers from the victors and despondent silence from the defeated. Nevertheless, the grand examination would not pause for anyone's failure, and thus, fierce battles continued to unfold on the stages, until it was finally Zhou Yuan's turn. Contestant number 18, Zhou Yuan, Pei Yun. As this announcement rang out, the hearts of numerous young onlookers stirred, their attention drawn to him, for Zhou Yuan's identity was well known throughout the great Zhou prefecture. What astonished them even more was his opponent, Pei Yun. This individual had gained considerable renown among the newcomers, having already opened 3 meridians and standing out as a paragon among them. Zhou Yuan encounters Pei Yun in his first match. What terrible luck! Pei Yun is indeed a top contender among the 3 meridians. Although Prince Zhou is well versed in source patterns, defeating a 3 meridian practitioner seems quite improbable. Is it possible that Prince Zhou will be eliminated in his first match? Whispers of concern spread through the arena. Zhou Yuan enjoyed a respectable reputation in the great Zhou prefecture, and many felt a sense of pity for him. It's actually Pei Yun? Su You's delicate face darkened, as she was well aware of Pei Yun's formidable strength. Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes, suddenly sensing something and glancing towards a distant high platform, where Qiyu was observing him with an unusual smile. A flicker of realization crossed his mind as he muttered to himself. To encounter such an opponent in my first match is indeed a strange coincidence. His gaze shifted, suspecting that Qiyu had a hand in this. However, the fact that he could orchestrate such a scenario indicated the extent of Qi Wangfu's infiltration into the great Zhou prefecture. To create trouble for me, he is willing to expose some of Qi Wangfu's hidden agents. Thoughts raced through Zhou Yuan's mind, but he managed a reassuring smile towards the worried Su Yue and said, "Do not worry. A 3 meridian practitioner is unlikely to stand in my way." With that, he waved goodbye to Su Yue and strode purposefully towards the martial stage. On the high platform, Qiyu observed this scene and smiled at Lin Feng and Lu Shi beside him, saying, "The show is about to begin. I hope our prince can endure a bit longer so we can truly enjoy the spectacle." Lin Feng and Lu Shi exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with schadenfreude as they grinned at the martial stage. On the observation platform on the western side, Chu Tianyang also noticed this scene. He furrowed his brows slightly and let out a sigh of resignation, realizing that it would be exceedingly difficult for Zhou Yuan to triumph against such an opponent in the very first match. Amidst the numerous sympathetic gazes, Zhou Yuan ascended the martial stage with a calm demeanor, lifting his head to behold a youth clad in blue standing boldly before him, his eyes filled with mocking amusement. It was truly unexpected to encounter His Highness in the first round. Should I strike too forcefully, I hope His Highness will not take offense, remarked Pei Yun with an oddly amused expression. Was this arranged by Qiyu? Zhou Yuan replied nonchalantly. Pei Yun's gaze sharpened, and he responded with a grin. I am unaware of what your highness speaks. Adjusting his sleeve, Zhou Yuan replied, being the first to step forward may not bode well for you. Pei Yun, feeling a surge of anger, coldly retorted, your highness should be more concerned about yourself. Today, do not disgrace your face. As their conversation unfolded, the referee's stern voice rang out, begin. With eyes filled with icy determination, Pei Yun, like a leopard, lunged forward the moment the referee's command fell. His fingers clenched tightly as he launched a powerful punch towards Zhou Yuan. This punch was devoid of mercy, channeling all the strength of his 3 meridians. The surface of his fist swirling with energy, creating a sound akin to the breaking of wind. It was evidently a fierce and domineering strike. Even those who had opened 3 meridians would not dare to underestimate it. The spectators surrounding the martial stage shook their heads in disbelief, fearing that with this punch, Zhou Yuan would surely be defeated. Under the scrutiny of many gazes, the fierce wind from Pei Yun's punch rushed towards Zhou Yuan. Observing the somewhat ferocious expression on Pei Yun's face, Zhou Yuan suddenly extended his palm to meet the incoming blow. Seeking death, Pei Yun exclaimed, his anger transforming into a mocking laugh. Could Zhou Yuan be so foolish as to stand still? This punch could shatter even stone. And yet Zhou Yuan dared to meet his ferocious strike with bare flesh? Did he not fear having his arm broken? Bang! In Pei Yun's menacing gaze, his punch, infused with a fierce wind, collided heavily with Zhou Yuan's palm, a triumphant smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. However, that smile froze the very next moment, for he witnessed Zhou Yuan's outstretched hand remaining utterly unmoved. His violent force seemed to have surged into a black hole, yielding no response whatsoever. How is this possible? Pei Yun's heart sank in shock, his expression shifting drastically as he sensed impending doom. Zhou Yuan, observing the drastic change in Pei Yun's countenance, allowed a cold smile to curl at the corners of his lips. Having now opened 2 meridians, his physical prowess had significantly enhanced, rendering him superior even to those who had opened 3. He began to exert pressure on Pei Yun's fist, his grip as firm as an eagle's talon. The growing strength making Pei Yun feel as though his fist was on the verge of being crushed. 3 meridians. Pei Yun's face paled in horror as he gritted his teeth, letting out a low roar. The 3 meridians within him trembled violently, drawing energy from the heavens and earth. And in an instant, a formidable force erupted from within him. However, just as he was about to break free from Zhou Yuan's grasp, Zhou Yuan suddenly struck, not with his hands, but with his foot. With a swift and fierce motion, his leg, enveloped in strands of source energy, lashed out like a bolt of thunder, landing squarely on Pei Yun's chest. "Be gone!" A deep voice resonated, and Pei Yun instantly felt an indescribable force surge through him. This power was so overwhelming that even with his 3 meridians activated to absorb source energy, he could not withstand it. Consequently, his body was sent flying off the martial platform, crashing heavily to the ground, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. At that moment, the surrounding sounds fell into an eerie silence, as all eyes were fixated on this astonishing scene. The confrontation between Zhou Yuan and Pei Yun had transpired too swiftly. Moments before, they had only seen Pei Yun charge at Zhou Yuan, and before they could react, the fierce Pei Yun was unceremoniously kicked off the platform by Zhou Yuan. What tremendous power must that kick possess? The onlookers around the martial platform gazed at Zhou Yuan with expressions akin to witnessing a ghost. For they understood that this time, Zhou Yuan had not utilized any source patterns. Thus, that kick was entirely a manifestation of Zhou Yuan's physical strength. Such physical prowess surely surpassed even those who had opened their 3 meridians, did it not? When had their supposedly incapable prince become so formidable? Siyue also covered her red lips with delicate fingers, her fair face etched with disbelief. She had previously been perplexed by Zhou Yuan's unyielding confidence. But now it dawned on her, Zhou Yuan had been concealing his true abilities. Meanwhile, atop the platform, Qiyu, Lin Feng, and Lu Shi, who had been eagerly anticipating a splendid performance, found their smiles frozen, their expressions turning ashen. This turn of events had certainly exceeded their expectations. Chapter 24. Display of Power. How could this be? Lin Feng and Lu Shi's faces were etched with disbelief as they fixated on the tall figure standing on the martial arts platform not far away. They exclaimed in shock. He actually kicked the 3 meridian Pei Yun off the stage with a single blow? Qiyu's expression also flickered at this moment. His gaze dark and foreboding as he remarked, "It appears we have all been outsmarted by Zhou Yuan. That kick earlier utilized source energy. He has already opened his meridians." Lin Feng and Lu Shi's pupils constricted. They were well aware that Zhou Yuan had not displayed any meridian openings, so how could he suddenly have opened them now? This Zhou Yuan is truly a master of concealment. Qiyu took a deep breath, his tone grim. He must have only recently opened his meridians, and his level of mastery is likely not very high. Pei Yun suffered a swift defeat due to his lack of preparedness. He didn't even have time to use his source techniques. If he had been ready, Zhou Yuan might not have triumphed so easily. Lin Feng nodded slowly. He had initially planned to wait for Zhou Yuan to embarrass himself in front of Su Yue, but he did not expect Zhou Yuan to pull off such a feat, which left him somewhat irked. Qiyu's gaze remained fixated on Zhou Yuan's figure, his eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. Meanwhile, atop the observation platform, Chu Tianong was equally astonished by the scene before him, his expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief. How could His Highness Zhou Yuan possess such formidable strength? He was acutely aware that Zhou Yuan had only begun to open his meridians a month ago. Yet the power behind that kick was greater than that of an average 3-meridian practitioner. After pondering for a long while, he could not comprehend it and could only shake his head in resignation. However, he felt a sense of relief. It seemed Zhou Yuan had some confidence in participating in the grand examination. No wonder he claimed a month ago that he would gain entry to the prestigious academy. He truly possesses this capability. Beside Chu Tianyang, Su Hong observed Zhou Yuan's victory and slightly furrowed his brow, yet he refrained from commenting. Although Zhou Yuan's displayed strength was indeed astonishing, entering the top 10 seemed improbable, thus rendering concern unnecessary. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Zhou Yuan, upon hearing the judge's verdict, leaped down from the martial arts platform and approached Su Yue. You truly have hidden yourself well. Su Yue regarded Zhou Yuan, her lips pursed slightly. Even she was unaware that Zhou Yuan had opened his meridians, which made her previous anxiety seem unwarranted. Zhou Yuan quickly replied, I've been diligently training and had no time to mention it. Su Yue huffed lightly. Her expression stern as she inquired, then tell me honestly, how many meridians have you opened? 2 meridians. Zhou Yuan smiled, not concealing the truth, for after today, it would be known to all. Su Yue furrowed her brows in skepticism, eyeing Zhou Yuan closely. That kick you delivered earlier was not something a 2-meridian practitioner could achieve. You sent Pei Yun, a 3-meridian practitioner, flying off the stage with such ferocity. It was utterly inconceivable for someone with only 2 meridians. Zhou Yuan could only smile wryly in response. His physical prowess, with 2 meridians opened, was nearly comparable to that of a 4-meridian practitioner, making it quite feasible to kick Pei Yun off the stage. However, he could not articulate the reasons behind it, lest it attract unwelcome attention. However, Su Yue did not linger on this matter. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she remarked, having opened 2 meridians, and coupled with your profound understanding of source patterns, you might truly have a chance to break into the top 10. Zhou Yuan nodded with a smile. While they conversed, the grand examination continued to unfold in an orderly fashion. The combat arenas were alive with fierce battles, drawing enthusiastic cheers from numerous young onlookers. Soon, it was Su Yue's turn. Her opponent was merely a freshman with 2 meridians, and upon facing her, his face paled, for the disparity between them was indeed considerable. After a few more rounds, it was finally Zhou Yuan's turn. Zhou Yuan, sure you. As the announcement echoed, many gazes converged upon the arena. During the first match, the battle had concluded too swiftly for many to comprehend how Zhou Yuan had triumphed, hence their heightened curiosity for this encounter. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, Zhou Yuan ascended the combat stage. His opponent, the robust Shiryu, regarded him with evident vigilance and caution, evidently having learned from the previous contender's experience. Begin. With the referee's command, Shiryu sprang into action, opened 3 meridians. With a resounding shout, the ambient source energy surged into his being. His robes billowing as visible streams of light coiled around his form, exuding a formidable presence. Sensing the explosive power coursing within him, the trepidation in Shiryu's eyes diminished significantly. He fixed his gaze upon Zhou Yuan, and in the next moment, he propelled himself forward with a powerful leap. His figure materialized before Zhou Yuan, fingers curling like an eagle's talons, the energy at his fingertips swirling with lethal intent, capable of rending stone asunder. Shiryu's assault was exceedingly swift, aiming directly for Zhou Yuan's neck. Just as the strike was about to connect, Zhou Yuan executed a sudden diagonal step, his form momentarily blurring. The claw, imbued with source energy, descended, yet to Shiryu's astonishment, what was meant to be a certain hit seemed to land upon empty air. A chill ran through his heart. Before he could retract his claws for defense, Zhou Yuan's figure flickered and closed the distance rapidly. In that instant, a slender hand pierced through Shiryu's defenses, lightly pressing against his chest. Though the strike appeared gentle, it concealed an astonishing force. Bang! Shiryu barely managed to envelop his chest with a surge of source energy for protection, but soon after, he felt an overwhelming power erupting from his chest. The force sent him hurtling backwards, landing awkwardly on the platform. He scrambled to regain his footing, hastily rolling to evade Zhou Yuan's follow-up attack. However, as his movement halted, he caught a glimpse of a figure shadowing him closely, sending a wave of dread coursing through him. Before he could react further, he felt a hand clasped atop his head, the latent power within it rendering his body momentarily immobilized, leaving him no choice but to cease all movement. As that formidable force was unleashed, it seemed capable of shattering his very skull. I concede, Shiryu exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat, without a moment's hesitation. Upon hearing his admission of defeat, Zhou Yuan finally released his hand from atop Shiryu's crown and surveyed the surroundings of the arena, which had descended into complete silence. All eyes were wide with astonishment at the decisive conclusion unfolding before them. Is this truly the prince rumored to be incapable of opening meridians? On a distant elevated platform, Qi Yu, Lu Shi, and Lin Feng fell into a contemplative silence, their expressions shifting between varying degrees of concern. Such incredible speed, Lin Feng remarked slowly, a flicker of gravity finally manifesting in his eyes. Being outsiders, they could clearly discern that Shiryu had been utterly outmatched by Zhou Yuan's swiftness. No matter how hastily he retreated, Zhou Yuan pursued him relentlessly like a shadow. Lucy, biting her silver teeth in frustration, berated Shiryu. What a useless fool. Shiyu remained expressionless, his palm lightly rubbing the railing as he spoke in a voice devoid of warmth. His physical prowess is exceptional, nearly comparable to that of someone who has opened 4 meridians. He turned to Lin Feng, his tone growing notably colder. A 3-meridian individual cannot contend with him. It seems the burden of this challenge falls to you. Lin Feng's eyes glinted with a chilling resolve as he nodded slightly. Rest assured, he shall not pass my test. I will make him understand the true strength of a 4-meridian practitioner. On the martial platform, Chu Tianong wore an astonished expression, murmuring to himself. This physical condition rivals that of 4 meridians, yet his source energy fluctuations do not match such strength. Curious. Zhou Yuan leaped down from the arena. Acutely aware of the gazes cast upon him, which now seemed infused with a newfound reverence, it was not merely due to his status, but rather the strength he had demonstrated. In a world where cultivation was paramount, being unable to open meridians often elicited sympathy or pity for one of his noble standing. Zhou Yuan despised such perceptions, which fueled his fervent dedication to mastering source energy. However, the looks directed at him now were devoid of such sentiments. Impressive, Siyue remarked, her face alight with admiration as she regarded Zhou Yuan approaching. Being a 4-meridian practitioner herself, she could clearly appreciate the ferocity of his assault on the arena, particularly his astonishing velocity, which even she dared not underestimate. Zhou Yuan smiled, then turned to gaze at the distant high platform where Chi Yu's eyes met his. Both recognizing the cold animosity simmering within each other's gaze, Chi Yu's expression darkened as he fixed his glare on Zhou Yuan, a grin revealing his gleaming white teeth as he provocatively mimicked a throat-slitting gesture. Observing Chi Yu's taunt, Zhou Yuan chuckled softly to himself, such bravado. Just wait until the year-end examination. I shall ensure your defeat. Chapter 25, Battle of Lin Feng. The training grounds were abuzz with excitement, as the fierce clashes on the various combat platforms elicited deafening cheers from countless young spectators, creating an electrifying atmosphere. As time passed, more and more newcomers were eliminated, but those who remained became increasingly formidable, resulting in even more thrilling battles. In the subsequent rounds, Zhou Yuan triumphed effortlessly, dispatching all his opponents who had opened 3 meridians, thereby securing his place among the top 20. Before one of the combat platforms, he observed 2 figures darting past each other, their bodies enveloped in swirling energy, each strike echoing sharply through the air. On the platform was Su Yue, facing an opponent who had also opened 4 meridians. A victory in this match would propel her directly into the top 10, granting her eligibility for admission into the prestigious A Academy. Her graceful figure moved with agility, akin to willow catkins dancing in the wind, while her opponent, a robust youth, launched aggressive and unrelenting attacks reminiscent of a fierce ape. Rather than confronting her adversary head-on, Siyue skillfully evaded, utilizing the force of his strikes to her advantage. After a prolonged exchange, the young man's ferocious onslaught began to wane. In a sudden flash of inspiration, Su Yue abandoned her defensive strategy and closed the distance swiftly. At that moment, a fierce light ignited in the young man's eyes. His previously faltering energy surged dramatically. With a powerful roar, he unleashed a devastating punch, infused with energy and accompanied by a sharp sound barrier, aimed directly at Su Yue. The fierce wind from his strike whipped through the air, causing her hair to billow, yet her enchanting gaze remained calm. With her fingers poised like a sword, she thrust forward, preemptively striking his chest with precision. The force of his attack came to an abrupt halt, and the young man stood stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. His face flushed as he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "You have mastered the Jade Breaker Finger?" With a delicate smile, Su Yue gently pushed him, causing the robust youth to collapse dramatically. It was then that the onlookers beheld her slender fingers, which glimmered like jade, translucent and radiating an aura of chilling intensity. The crowd erupted in astonished exclamations. Is that the Jade Breaker Finger? A mid-tier source technique that is notoriously difficult to master. Who would have thought Su Yue could achieve it? They marveled at her ability to exploit her opponent's openings and defeat him with a single finger strike. Impressive, truly. She is the most talented prodigy of the Zhou Prefecture. The admiration in the eyes of the young spectators burned brightly as they gazed at Su Yue. After her victory, she descended from the platform and approached Zhou Yuan, her charming smile a stark contrast to the decisiveness she had displayed in battle. "What do you think?" she asked playfully, lifting her fair chin as if showing off a prized candy. Impressive indeed. The power of that fingertip strike is astonishing. Even a body that has opened 4 meridians would struggle to withstand it. Zhou Yuan expressed his admiration sincerely, acknowledging that if such force were to strike him, he would undoubtedly falter. Receiving Zhou Yuan's praise, Su Youwei's rosy lips curled slightly, just as she was about to speak when a referee's voice resonated from the nearby arena. Zhou Yuan, Lin Feng. At the sound of this announcement, the previously bustling arena fell momentarily silent, only to erupt into a cacophony as nearly everyone surged towards the combat stage. Following a series of victories, Zhou Yuan had undeniably emerged as the most dazzling dark horse in this grand examination. However, this time, his opponent was none other than Lin Feng, renowned among newcomers. Lin Feng was reputed to be a strong contender for first place in this competition. Among this cohort of freshmen, his prowess was indisputable. Would Zhou Yuan continue his triumphant streak, or would Lin Feng halt him just outside the top 10? Curiosity enveloped the crowd. Su Youwei's lovely visage also transformed in surprise. She clearly did not anticipate that Zhou Yuan would face Lin Feng. It was evident that even she would face a fierce battle against Lin Feng, let alone Zhou Yuan, who had only opened 2 meridians. Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and gazed towards the high platform, where Qi Yu was smiling at him. He then reached out to pat Lin Feng's shoulder. The latter turned to look at Zhou Yuan, his expression impassive, yet a cold glint and disdain flickered in his eyes. Lin Feng exchanged a few words with Qi Yu before springing into action, gracefully landing on the combat stage, prompting a chorus of cheers. Lu Shi observed this scene, a cold smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "This time, I shall see how he manages to win." Qi Yu nodded in agreement, confident that Lin Feng's strength, even among those who had opened 4 meridians, was exceptional, making it unlikely for him to struggle against Zhou Yuan. On the observation platform, Chu Tianyang watched as Zhou Yuan clashed with Lin Feng, his brows furrowing slightly. A flicker of cold light passed through his eyes as he summoned a guard, stating coolly, "After today, expel the organizers of this grand examination from the Dazhou residence." Having previously found it odd that Zhou Yuan repeatedly faced formidable opponents, the appearance of Lin Feng made the situation all too clear, igniting a surge of anger within him. These individuals dared to target Zhou Yuan in his presence. Su Hong, witnessing this, maintained a stoic demeanor and remarked, "Isn't the Lord's action a bit excessive?" Chu Tianyang retorted with a cold laugh, "You know well what you have done. Moreover, I am the Lord now. It is not your place to instruct me." Su Hong's eyes flashed with anger, but he ultimately gave a cold huff, refraining from further comment. Although Qi Yu had exposed some individuals aligned with the Qi Wang residence, it did not alter the overall dynamics. Amidst the multitude of regretful gazes in the arena, Zhou Yuan ascended the combat stage. Lin Feng stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of elegance as he regarded Zhou Yuan with a smile that barely masked his disdain. "Your Highness, you are indeed full of surprises." Managing to reach this point, Zhou Yuan cast a casual glance at Lin Feng and remarked, "You will be even more surprised shortly." Lin Feng snickered softly and replied, "I look forward to it." Their words exchanged like daggers, both men emanating an electric tension. With the commencement of the competition, the referee's commanding voice interrupted their dialogue. On the martial arts platform, Zhou Yuan and Lin Feng locked eyes, cold glimmers flashing within them. Bang! In the next instant, both Zhou Yuan and Lin Feng surged forth almost simultaneously. Lin Feng propelled himself into the air with a powerful stomp, his leg cutting through the air with a sharp crack, imbued with astonishing force, akin to a whip, aimed directly at Zhou Yuan's head. This kick could shatter even stone. Zhou Yuan executed a sweeping block with one arm, intercepting the incoming leg. The tremendous force jolted through his arm, yet he retaliated with a straight punch, his fist aimed squarely at Lin Feng's chest. Smack! In midair, Lin Feng abruptly spun, transforming his fingers into a palm that met Zhou Yuan's spear-like punch. Bang! 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 The martial arts platform was enveloped in a fierce wind, swirling dust as both Zhou Yuan and Lin Feng staggered backward. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd below, their gazes towards Zhou Yuan tinged with newfound respect. Despite their earlier bout being devoid of source energy, relying solely on their physical prowess, Lin Feng's enhanced physique, having opened 4 meridians, did not afford him any advantage over Zhou Yuan. This revelation left the spectators bewildered, struggling to comprehend the source of Zhou Yuan's formidable physicality. The murmurs of surprise darkened Lin Feng's expression, his eyes glinting with intensified coldness. Drawing a deep breath, he resolved to hold nothing back, open the 4 meridians. As Lin Feng's voice resonated, a torrent of source energy surged forth, flooding into his body. In an instant, streams of radiant energy entwined around him, causing the stones beneath his feet to crack slightly, a display of immense power. Bang! Lin Feng stomped down, shattering the stone. his speed skyrocketing as he appeared before Zhou Yuan in a heartbeat, unleashing a fierce sweep of his palm towards him. The onrush of wind sent a chill through Zhou Yuan's heart. Indeed, Lin Feng was among the best of the new students, his strength formidable. Zhou Yuan sidestepped, executing a dragon step, his figure becoming somewhat ethereal. The force of Lin Feng's palm swept past, barely grazing Zhou Yuan's chest. Such an enigmatic technique. Lin Feng's pupils constricted. He had previously witnessed Zhou Yuan's peculiar maneuvering, wherein his blurred form seemed to evade all attacks. Medium-grade source technique, Bull Demon Stomp. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with intensity as he stomped down fiercely, causing the stones to explode in shards, a visible shockwave radiating outward. The expansive attack from the shockwave would inevitably affect Zhou Yuan, causing him to falter for just a moment. Get down. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng roared, his fingers coiling into a fist, resembling an enraged lion, as he launched a powerful punch towards Zhou Yuan's chest. The fierce wind howled as Zhou Yuan dared not to slacken his pace. With a firm stomp of his foot, he declared, "Open the second meridian." At that moment, the essence of the world surged into his body, manifesting as streams of radiant energy enveloping his form. Zhou Yuan crossed his arms, forming a protective barrier. Boom! Lin Feng's fist struck heavily against Zhou Yuan's arms, releasing a formidable force that caused Zhou Yuan's feet to tremble, sending him skidding backward until he narrowly halted at the edge of the martial arts platform. A gasp of astonishment erupted from the crowd below, while Su Yue covered her mouth with her delicate hand, her fair face betraying a look of anxiety. Indeed tenacious, Lin Feng remarked with a cold smirk. Zhou Yuan gently shook his numbed arms and replied, "With all four meridians opened, it is truly formidable." Had it not been for his stable footing, he might have been unceremoniously knocked off the stage by that sudden burst of power. "Next time, you shall fall," Lin Feng warned icily. Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharpening as it fixated on Lin Feng. He stepped forward, his body coiling like a lion poised to unleash its might upon its prey. A palpable aura of danger emanated from Zhou Yuan, and he flashed a grin, revealing his gleaming white teeth, which sent a shiver down the spine. "I believe you won't have another chance." In the instant his words fell, Zhou Yuan surged forward with unparalleled intensity, initiating his full counterattack. Chapter 26. The surge of ascendancy in an instant, as Zhou Yuan's voice fell, his figure darted forth with the swiftness of a leopard. Strands of source energy entwining around his body, amplifying both his strength and speed dramatically. The aura he exuded was fierce and menacing. "Seeking death, are we? Since you possess such confidence, I shall shatter it before everyone." Lin Feng's fingers gradually clenched, source energy surging from his form, his robes billowing, and the flesh beneath his skin vibrating with explosive power, rapidly coalescing. A formidable presence emanated from Lin Feng, showcasing the prowess of a fourth pulse cultivator in all its glory. Those gathered beneath the martial platform sensed this rising aura, their expressions shifting subtly. Even Su You's beautiful eyes narrowed in concern, her delicate hands clenched tightly, a fleeting shadow of worry crossing her exquisite face. Lin Feng's strength was indeed among the elite. Even among those of the fourth pulse, Zhou Yuan, too, recognized this formidable aura, yet he showed no inclination to retreat. Instead, he stamped his foot, the source patterns at his ankles radiating brilliance. The lightness pattern. His speed surged once more. The iron skin pattern. His arms glimmered with a dark sheen, reminiscent of steel. The mighty bull pattern. Zhou Yuan's shoulders trembled, a faint roar echoing, bestowing him with overwhelming strength. With the simultaneous activation of three source patterns, Zhou Yuan's aura swelled dramatically. A powerful presence that signified the ferocity of his impending counterattack, eliciting hushed gasps from the young spectators below. However, upon the high platform, Qiyu and the maiden Lucy observed the scene with smirks of derision. Qiyu, fingers interlaced, gazed at Zhou Yuan's aggressive advance towards Lin Feng, mocking. "It seems our prince is unaware that Lin Feng's true mastery lies not in offense, but in defense among fourth pulse cultivators. None can breach Lin Feng's defenses. Thus, the more ferocious his attack, the more disastrous his defeat will be. I truly look forward to it." Under the tense scrutiny of the crowd, Zhou Yuan and Lin Feng were now mere paces apart. At this moment, a subtle smile graced Lin Feng's lips as he suddenly stepped forward, his body tilting. Mid-grade source technique, Iron Demon Wall. A thunderous roar erupted from Lin Feng's lips, as the source energy enveloping his body howled, forming a faint black membrane before him. Although the membrane was exceedingly thin, its deep hue radiated an indomitable solidity. Upon witnessing the black membrane materializing on Lin Feng's form, Su You's countenance shifted dramatically. for she understood that the Iron Demon Wall was among the pinnacle of mid-grade source techniques. It not only possessed formidable defensive capabilities but could also rebound a portion of incoming attacks. Therefore, if it could not be destroyed in an instant, the more intense the attack, the more devastating the counterattack would be for the assailant. To instantaneously obliterate this iron barrier, even Su Yue lacks absolute confidence. To be defeated by your own attack, His Highness Zhou Yuan, your humiliation shall soon spread throughout the great Zhou mansion. Lin Feng gazed at the approaching Zhou Yuan, a trace of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Amidst the multitude of gazes, Zhou Yuan's eyes also caught sight of the black luminescent membrane manifesting on Lin Feng's body, the swirling power within causing his brow to furrow slightly. So, he relies on that turtle shell. Zhou Yuan sneered, a sharp glint in his eyes. Since you have such faith in this turtle shell, I shall shatter it before you. His figure shot forth, directly appearing in front of Lin Feng. In the next moment, he drew a deep breath, and all present witnessed luminous patterns emerging at his throat. Source patterns. Lin Feng's pupils instantly constricted upon seeing this. Roar. Just as he was taken aback, Zhou Yuan's mouth flung open, unleashing a deafening tiger's roar that sent shockwaves of sound surging forth. A first-grade source pattern, the tiger roar pattern. The roar echoed, and those surrounding the martial stage hurriedly covered their ears, feeling their blood surge in tumult, their faces paling in terror. Such a powerful source pattern was no mere entry-level source pattern. The crowd was overwhelmed, but Lin Feng, at the forefront, was further jolted by the tiger's roar. His head buzzing, the black luminescent membrane on his body vibrating violently, ripples emanating outward as if momentarily hindered. In that instant, Zhou Yuan closed the distance to Lin Feng. His fingers clenched tightly. Then with an incredibly heavy motion, he swung his arm, the air seeming to shatter beneath his fist. Dragon steel hand, shattering mountain. The source energy coiled around his fist, colliding with the black luminescent membrane. Buzz. The source of that power was unmistakably Zhou Yuan's fist. How can his strength be so terrifying? Lin Feng's heart trembled, astonishment etched across his features. Break for me. Zhou Yuan's cold command echoed at that moment. Bang! Just as his voice fell, everyone was horrified to see the layer of black luminescent membrane around Lin Feng shatter in response. I acknowledge. Lin Feng's face reflected sheer terror as he hastily cried out. However, before his words could fully escape, Zhou Yuan's fist, imbued with all his might, landed heavily on Lin Feng's chest. A mouthful of blood spewed forth, and Lin Feng's body flew backward amidst the stunned gazes, soaring over several martial stages before crashing heavily to the ground, leaving a long trail on the surface, unconscious. As Lin Feng fell, the entire martial arena fell into a profound silence, all present dumbfounded by the scene, even Su Yue covering her red lips with her delicate hand. Her beautiful eyes wide in shock. How could this be? Everyone murmured in disbelief, their faces etched with astonishment. They had previously marveled at Lin Feng's formidable defense, yet in the next moment, that seemingly indestructible iron demon wall was shattered by a single punch from Zhou Yuan. What kind of power could achieve such a feat? Was this something a mere practitioner of 2 meridians could accomplish? Enough. On the observation platform, Chu Tianyong bellowed, rising abruptly. His eyes gleaming with excitement, his face a canvas of astonishment. The force behind Zhou Yuan's punch was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of a 2-meridian practitioner. It appeared that their prince, after years of silence, was finally ready to reveal his extraordinary talent, which was undoubtedly a momentous occasion for the great Zhou. On one side, Su Lin's face twitched slightly, his gaze filled with uncertainty as he regarded Zhou Yuan's figure. On the high platform, the smiles of Qi Yu and Lu Shi also froze in disbelief. Crack! Qi Yu exerted his strength, crushing the railing before him. His once handsome visage now shrouded in shadows and pallor. How could he possibly break Lin Feng's iron demon wall? Lu Shi exclaimed, her face drained of color. Gritting her teeth, Lin Feng's iron demon wall was notoriously difficult to breach, even for those of 4 meridians, yet now it had been shattered by Zhou Yuan, who had merely opened 2 meridians. The shock was unfathomable. Was this truly the same they once knew? Qi Yu's gaze remained fixated on the youthful figure on the martial arts stage, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Previously, he had dismissed Zhou Yuan as nothing more than a joke, yet at this moment, he felt a palpable sense of threat. Qi Yu clenched his fist tightly, producing a series of cracking sounds, his eyelids twitching as he uttered in a hoarse whisper, "Is this of the Zhou family truly on the verge of a resurgence?" Chapter 27. The conclusion of the provincial examination. The silence beyond the martial arts platform lingered for quite some time, only to be shattered ultimately by a thunderous applause. The eager eyes of numerous young boys and girls were fervently fixed upon the slender figure of a youth standing on the stage. No one could have anticipated that the prince, rumored to be incapable of cultivating his meridians, would today display an almost miraculous performance. At this moment, they all evidently believed that Zhou Yuan had merely been concealing his talents. Hearing the enthusiastic cheers from the audience, Zhou Yuan smiled, cupped his fists in acknowledgement to the crowd, and then descended from the martial platform to approach Su Yuwei. Noticing Su Yuwei's beautiful eyes fixed on him, unblinking, he could not help but chuckle. "What's this? Have you been captivated by my charm?" Su Yuwei's cheeks flushed slightly, and with a playful huff, she retorted, "You certainly know how to hide your abilities. Even Lin Feng is no match for you now. It appears you will undoubtedly claim the title of the best among the newcomers," she continued. Zhou Yuan, upon hearing this, smiled nonchalantly. He held little interest in the title of the top newcomer. His sole purpose in showcasing his prowess was to enter the A-class academy and solidify the position of the Chu family head. After all, the Great Zhou Academy held immense significance for their imperial family. His initial aim had been to secure a place among the top 10, which he had now achieved. Thus, he felt little inclination for the subsequent contests, especially since even Lin Feng had fallen before him, rendering the following battles devoid of suspense. As Zhou Yuan contemplated these thoughts, he suddenly lifted his gaze towards the high platform in the distance, where he caught sight of Qi Yu's exceedingly grim expression. He responded with a slight smile directed at the latter. Upon witnessing Zhou Yuan's grin, Qi Yu's countenance darkened further, his hand clenching tightly as he crushed the railing once more. He had exerted considerable effort today to humiliate Zhou Yuan, only to inadvertently enhance Zhou Yuan's reputation, which infuriated him immensely. Such an arrogant fool. Does he truly believe that defeating Lin Feng grants him the right to act so brazenly in the Great Zhou Academy? Remarked Lu Shi, gnashing her silver teeth in frustration. She, along with the Lu family backing her, belonged to the faction of the Qi royal family, and seeing Qi Yu suffer a setback naturally incited her ire towards Zhou Yuan. This is merely a preliminary examination. Even if he claims the top spot within the various academies, he is still of only mediocre standing. Does he not realize that even Lin Feng lacked the courage to confront him? Lu Shi cast a disdainful glance at Zhou Yuan, attempting to console Qi Yu, taking a deep breath to suppress his fury. Qi Yu's expression returned to its usual icy demeanor as he proclaimed, "Fear not. Even if he enters the A-class academy, it will amount to nothing. When the year-end provincial examination arrives, I will personally ensure he is cast back into the mire. By then, the Great Zhou Academy will also fall into the hands of the Qi royal family." Seeing Qi Yu regain his composure, Lu Shi nodded in agreement. She had no doubt about Qi Yu's words. Even though Zhou Yuan's displayed strength today was astonishing, it was crucial to remember that Qi Yu had already opened 6 meridians. By the time of the year-end examination, he would undoubtedly grow even stronger. Thus, in comparison to Qi Yu, Zhou Yuan still had a considerable distance to cover. Although the reasons behind Zhou Yuan's sudden rise remain unclear, to Lu Shi, Qi Yu embodies the true prodigy of heaven, while Zhou Yuan, the wasteful prince, along with the Dezhou royal family, is destined to be trampled beneath the feet of Qi Yu and the Qi Wang mansion. Contemplating this, she finds herself oddly anticipating their future confrontations, wondering if Zhou Yuan will still wear that self-satisfied smile when he is overshadowed by Qi Yu. In the martial arts arena, the grand examination continues unabated, yet following the fierce battle between Zhou Yuan and Lin Feng, the subsequent matches seem rather lackluster. Fortunately, after the final round of conflicts, the grand examination eventually comes to a close. On the observation platform, Chu Tianong gazes upon the conclusion of the examination, nodding in satisfaction. This time, both Zhou Yuan and Su Yuwei have made it into the top 10, which fills him with immense joy. Initially, he had high hopes solely for Su Yuwei, but he never anticipated Zhou Yuan's sudden display of valor, even defeating Lin Feng. Moreover, he is well aware that Zhou Yuan has only been cultivating for a mere month. Yet he has already opened 2 meridians, showcasing a combat prowess that surpasses even Lin Feng, who has opened 4. Such extraordinary talent likely eclipses even that of Su Yuwei. This unexpected boon brings Chu Tianyong immense delight, instilling within him a glimmer of confidence for the otherwise bleak prospects of the year-end provincial examination. With the grand examination concluded, the next phase is the allocation of colleges. As long as the conditions are met, one may choose their desired institution. Chu Tianyong surveys the throng of youthful aspirants in the arena, his resonant voice echoing in their ears. His gaze first settles on the new students who have entered the top 10, as he proclaims, "Those in the top 10 may enter the Jia Academy. Do you wish to?" At that moment, Su Hong approaches Chu Tianyang's side, wearing a somewhat mocking expression, and adds, "If you wish to join my academy, that is also an option, for you must know that we have been the foremost academy in Dezhou for the past 2 years." Chu Tianyang's eyes flash with anger. Yet he acknowledges Su Hong's truth, letting out a frustrated grunt. "I wish to enter the academy. I too desire to join the academy." As Su Hong's words resonate, several voices rise in unison, revealing that 7 among the top 10 have expressed their intent to join the academy, evidently having been lured by Qi Yu's generous offers. Witnessing this scene, Chu Tianyang, though somewhat prepared for it, cannot help but feel his complexion pale. Only a few years ago, nearly all top contenders would have chosen Jia Academy, yet now, a mere 2 or 3 have opted for it. Su Hong, noticing Chu Tianyang's disconcerted expression, chuckles heartily and declares, "Very well, since it is so, you shall henceforth be members of the academy. I shall enter Jia Academy." At this moment, Zhou Yuan calmly interjects, interrupting Su Hong's laughter. "I too will join Jia Academy," Su Yue asserts without hesitation. The final contender hesitates momentarily, but ultimately decides to enter Jia Academy. Su Hong, seeing the 2 most outstanding individuals from the grand examination choosing Jia Academy, visibly loses some of his earlier enthusiasm, dismissively snorting. Noticing this, Chu Tianyang's expression softens, and he addresses Zhou Yuan and Su Yue. "If that is the case, then you 3 shall henceforth be members of Jia Academy. Esteemed heads of the academies, it is time to begin the enrollment process." Chu Tianyang directed his gaze towards the other academy leaders, noting that the top 10 promising candidates had already been claimed, leaving the remaining ones to be distributed among the other institutions. The training grounds buzzed with excitement, gradually settling down after a while as all the new students were assigned to their respective academies. Today marks the official conclusion of the grand examination. Henceforth, all must diligently pursue their studies in their assigned academies, declared the head of the Chu Academy in a solemn tone. The youthful assembly responded with utmost respect. Once the formalities were completed, the head of the Chu Academy cast a glance towards the direction of Zhou Yuan and Su Yue, offering them a subtle nod before turning away. The training grounds were alive with jubilation as the young scholars rejoiced. From this day forward, they shed their identities as mere newcomers and embraced their roles as genuine students of the Dazhou Academy. The treatment afforded to true students would be markedly different from that of new arrivals. Zhou Yuan called out to Su Yue, preparing to depart, but suddenly felt an inexplicable urge to look up. Not far away, on an elevated platform, Qi Yu regarded him with an expressionless gaze, his eyes glinting with a chilling light before he turned away. Zhou Yuan observed Qi Yu's retreating figure, his own expression equally frosty. He lightly flicked his long fingers, aware that the rivalry with Qi Yu would not conclude with the end of the grand examination. In fact, as he entered the first academy, the ensuing clashes would likely intensify. However, Zhou Yuan felt no trepidation, for he understood that the Qi royal house sought to undermine the Dazhou Academy. And as a prince of Dazhou, he would not allow them to succeed. While he might not yet be capable of confronting the Qi king directly, he was determined to engage Qi Yu in a robust contest moving forward. Chapter 28. The Royal Palace of Jia Academy. Ah, indeed. Yuaner is truly the dragon of our Zhou family. At the dining table, Zhou Qing's face radiated with joy, his stern demeanor softened by an unmistakable delight as he smiled at Zhou Yuan, saying, "You have no idea. Chu Tianyang specially came to the royal palace to praise you in front of me. Clearly, he is well aware of your impressive performance in the great Zhou's examination today." Beside him, Qin Yu gazed at Zhou Yuan with a beaming face, her eyes filled with pride. Zhou Yuan, while enjoying his meal, merely smiled at the compliments from Zhou Qing and Qin Yu, replying, "It was just an examination. What truly matters is the provincial test at the end of the year." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qing nodded in agreement, expressing his satisfaction. "Modesty and victory, young man, your hardships over the years have not been in vain. The provincial test at the year's end is indeed of great significance." Zhou Qing continued slowly. "The Prince of Qi has long coveted the great Zhou, secretly plotting for some time. If they were to seize first place in the provincial test, they would likely start making their move." A cold glint passed through Zhou Qing's eyes, revealing his deep-seated resentment towards the Qi royal family. Yet, Qi Yu has already opened 6 meridians, and it is evident that they will be even stronger by the end of the year. Yuaner, having started later than him. Qin Yu looked at Zhou Yuan with concern, hesitatingly commenting, "To bridge this gap, Zhou Yuan would undoubtedly need to exert tremendous effort." Zhou Yuan's expression remained remarkably calm. He simply smiled at Qin Yu and assured her, "Father, mother, please do not worry, I shall not let them succeed." In the past, he had to hide beneath his father's wings due to his inability to open his meridians, but now that he could cultivate, he would undoubtedly strive to alleviate some of his father's burdens. He was acutely aware of the precarious situation facing the great Zhou. Seeing Zhou Yuan's mature demeanor, Zhou Qin and Qin Yu felt both proud and pained, burdened with guilt. Had they discovered the schemes of the martial king sooner, the great Zhou would not have fallen to such depths, and Zhou Yuan would not have to bear so much pressure at such a young age. Zhou Yuan also sensed the melancholic emotions emanating from Zhou Qing and Qin Yu and promptly shifted the topic. "My success in the examination was largely due to Sister Yao Yao's guidance." Yao Yao, who had been quietly eating, cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Yuan, seemingly displeased that he had drawn attention to her. Zhou Qing nodded in agreement, smiling as he remarked, "Indeed, Miss Yao Yao is our benefactor. Come, let me toast to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Yu cast an indignant look in his direction, believing that Yao Yao was merely an underage girl, and Zhou Qing's actions were quite inappropriate. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Yao Yao, who had remained silent, brightened at the mention of her name, gracefully raised her cup, and drank heartily, exhibiting an unexpected boldness. Zhou Qing was taken aback, and upon noticing Qin Yu's displeased gaze, he awkwardly smiled and quickly finished his drink, refraining from mentioning any toast thereafter. In the Qi prince's residence, within a study, the flickering flames of an oil lamp cast a dim, yellow glow, illuminating the surroundings. Behind the desk sat a middle-aged man clad in a yellow robe, engrossed in the pages of a book. His expression was indifferent, yet his brow bore an air of sternness, emanating an almost imperceptible sense of oppression that commanded respect. Before him stood Qi Yu, hands at his sides, his countenance reflecting deep reverence. "Are you saying that the discarded prince can now cultivate?" After a brief silence, the man in yellow finally lifted his gaze from the text, speaking in a measured tone. "Indeed, father, he has defeated Lin Feng, who possesses the strength of 4 meridians, with his own 2. Qi Yu promptly replied. This man in yellow was none other than Qi Yuan, the king of the Great Zhou. With narrowed eyes, reminiscent of a venomous serpent, Qi Yuan slowly remarked, "It is truly remarkable for one who once possessed the fortune of the sacred dragon to rise again after such devastation. His life must indeed be tenacious." A flicker of murderous intent passed through Qi Yu's eyes as he inquired, "Father, should we relay this news to the Wu dynasty?" Qi Yu nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Recalling how brutally Zhou Yuan had been cast down, it was indeed no small feat to recover from such a fall. And even if he does manage to rise, do I, Qi Yuan, fear a mere fledgling? Qi Yuan scoffed. I have prepared for years. Even Zhou Qing would not dare challenge me now. What could a boy who has just opened 2 meridians possibly change in the grand scheme? He cast aside the book in his hand onto the desk, declaring, "As long as I secure the top position in the year-end provincial examination, the Great Zhou will be mine. That is of utmost importance. Therefore, you must achieve first place in the upcoming examination." Observing Qi Yuan's resolve, Qi Yu nodded without hesitation, confidently stating, "Rest assured, father. No one in the Great Zhou can contest my prowess in the year-end examination. As for Zhou Yuan, if he proves to be a nuisance, I shall incapacitate him once more and see if he can rise again." A sinister smile crept across Qi Yu's lips as he spoke. The following day, at dawn, Zhou Yuan continued his relentless practice of the 98 dragon play techniques, faithfully completing his daily meridian opening exercises. After finishing, he cleansed himself and exited the palace, making his way directly to the Great Zhou Academy. Now that he had entered the academy, he could no longer afford to be absent as he had in the past. At the Great Zhou Academy, the spacious grounds were bustling with dozens of figures, creating a lively atmosphere. As Zhou Yuan, Su Wei, and another new student entered, numerous curious and expectant gazes were directed their way. Startled by such attention, the trio paused momentarily. At that moment, 2 figures approached from within the academy, a young man and a young woman. The young man was robust, with a somewhat tan complexion and a rugged yet amiable face, while the young woman, though not as striking as Su Yue, possessed long, elegant legs that drew attention. "Welcome to the 3 of you," said the young man with a smile. "I am Yang Zai, the head of the academy." The dark-haired, genial youth smiled at Zhou Yuan and his companions, introducing himself as Song Qiushui. The charming young lady also winked playfully at the trio, cheerfully proclaiming, "I learned yesterday that Your Highness Zhou Yuan has chosen the Jia Academy. Today, we are all eagerly awaiting your arrival." Her beautiful eyes then turned towards Su Yue, and with a playful smile, she remarked. Of course. Most of them are more excited to see the most beautiful girl of the Great Zhou Mansion. At her teasing, Su Yue's fair cheeks flushed slightly, her stunning beauty rendering many young men in the academy momentarily captivated. Yang Zai chuckled and remarked to Zhou Yuan, Your Highness, your performance in yesterday's grand examination has already spread throughout the Great Zhou Mansion. With your addition to the Jia Academy, our prestige is bound to soar. Zhou Yuan raised his hands in a gesture of humility and replied with a smile, Here, there is no need for titles. You may simply call me Zhou Yuan. Yang Zai, taken aback by Zhou Yuan's demeanor, paused momentarily before responding with a hearty laugh. Since your highness insists, I shall take you at your word. The group quickly introduced themselves, becoming acquainted with the Jia Academy students, who were all young and warm-hearted, ensuring that no airs of superiority were present. Once they got to know each other, they quickly became familiar. Zhou Yuan soon realized that Yang Zai was the foremost student of the Jia Academy, having attained mastery of 5 meridians, while Song Qiushui, though slightly less formidable, had also opened 5 meridians. This level of prowess paled in comparison to Qi Yu's, which explained Chu Tianyang's constant concern regarding the upcoming provincial examination at year-end. As the camaraderie blossomed, Chu Tianyang entered the hall, clearing his throat lightly, which immediately silenced the lively chatter of the young men and women, who respectfully greeted, Greetings, Dean. Chu Tianyang nodded and said, From today onwards, our Jia Academy has gained 3 new members. You should already be acquainted. The youths and maidens responded affirmatively. Good. From this day forth, your training will be doubled, he declared, his hands clasped behind his back, his tone unyielding. At this proclamation, a chorus of groans arose. Chu Tianyang snorted dismissively, silencing the complaints with a stern command. The provincial examination is fast approaching. If you do not diligently cultivate your skills, none of you will be qualified to compete unless you reach the 6 meridians by year-end. If Jia Academy becomes Jia Academy B, how will you hold your heads high in the future? The young men and women, shamed by his reprimand, quickly lowered their heads. The most capable among them, Yang Zai and Song Qiushui, exchanged wry smiles, recognizing the strength of Jia Academy B and feeling the pressure to catch up. Yet Qi Yu's prowess was undeniably formidable. Noticing their reluctance to speak, Chu Tianyang's expression softened as he continued, Prepare yourselves. Today the Yuling waterfall will be opened. Do not delay. At this announcement, the eyes of the young men and women brightened with excitement, their faces alight with anticipation. The Yuling waterfall. Zhou Yuan felt a stir of interest and curiosity at the mention, having heard from his father about a sacred training ground within the Great Zhou Mansion, which was none other than the Yuling waterfall that Chu Tianyang referred to. This is also one of the primary reasons why Zhou Yuan is reluctant to miss classes upon entering the Jia Academy. Chapter 29. The Jade Spirit Waterfall. On the verdant peaks of the rear mountains of the Great Zhou Prefecture, a waterfall cascades down like a shimmering galaxy, its thunderous roar resonating throughout the entire range, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. Zhou Yuan, Su Yue, and all the students of the A-Class Academy stand beneath the waterfall, beside a vast lake whose waters are crystal clear, resembling a mirror. Is this the Jade Spirit Waterfall? Su Yue gazes at the falling waters, her face alight with curiosity, clearly having heard tales of it before. Beside her, Song Qiushui nods, grinning as he explains, This is our Great Zhou Prefecture's sacred place for cultivation, the Jade Spirit Waterfall. It is said that at the top of the waterfall grows a patch of purple spirit jade essence, and whenever the water rushes down, it contains a gentle aura of jade essence. When the powerful current strikes the body, this aura is driven into one's being, aiding in the opening of the meridians. Moreover, due to the gentle nature of the jade essence, it does not harm the meridians, allowing us to continue our cultivation even after reaching the limits of our meridian capacity. Upon hearing this, Su Yue's eyes sparkle with excitement. The limits of one's meridians impose a restriction on the number of times one can cultivate each day, but the Jade Spirit Waterfall can assist in meridian opening without causing damage, which speaks volumes about its value. Zhou Yuan also nods with a smile, as this is precisely why he values the Jade Spirit Waterfall. After completing his daily cultivation, his meridians reach their limit, yet with the aid of the waterfall, he can continue, undoubtedly enhancing the efficiency of his training. However, the purple spirit jade essence requires absorption of the world's energy to continuously produce jade essence. Hence, the Jade Spirit Waterfall can only be accessed once every 2 days. Yang Zai chuckles toward Zhou Yuan and Su Yue, saying, You are quite fortunate to encounter it right after entering the A-Class Academy. Zhou Yuan gazes thoughtfully at the waterfall, which subtly glows with a hint of purple, pondering. How is access to the Jade Spirit Waterfall allocated? There is but one waterfall, yet the Great Zhou Prefecture hosts 5 academies with hundreds of students, making simultaneous access impossible. Thus, a system of allocation must be in place. Zhou Yuan nods in realization, then muses, so there's only a span of 3 hours? Yang Zai laughs heartily, replying, 3 hours is already quite substantial, though it may not be feasible to last that long. Oh, Zhou Yuan is taken aback. Yang Zai chuckles, but offers no further explanation. Simply stating, you'll find out soon enough. All right, enough chatter. Prepare to enter the building and inscribe the source patterns. Ahead, Chu Tianyang claps his hands, interrupting the conversation and pointing to 2 large bamboo huts situated near the lake. More source pattern inscribing? Zhou Yuan and Su Yue are both momentarily taken aback. Indeed. Each time we come to the Jade Spirit Waterfall for cultivation, the Great Zhou Prefecture dispatches teachers proficient in source patterns to inscribe a gathering source pattern on each student. This is a first-grade source pattern that enables the body to absorb the jade essence from the waterfall more effectively, Song Qiushui explains. As they conversed, they arrived at the bamboo huts. There were 2 huts, one for males and one for females, with individuals queuing to enter. However, the male students occasionally cast furtive glances towards the female hut. Soon, it was Zhou Yuan's turn to enter. A teacher, wielding a source pattern pen, gestured for him to remove his upper garments and lie down on the couch. The pen's tip descended, gradually etching a source pattern onto Zhou Yuan's back. When the final stroke was completed, a faint glow emanated from his back, only to fade away shortly after. Yet, as the source pattern took shape, Zhou Yuan sensed a heightened sensitivity to the source energy surrounding him. This gathering source pattern was akin to the gathering source jade, albeit its effect was brief. After donning his clothing, Zhou Yuan respectfully saluted the teacher and exited. Reflecting on the source pattern jade, Zhou Yuan glanced at the cool jade pendant hanging around his neck. Ever since Su Yue learned of his ability to cultivate, she had insisted on returning it to him, leaving him somewhat exasperated. However, understanding her stubborn nature, he did not press the matter further. Upon exiting the bamboo hut, he noticed Su Yue emerging just then. He approached her and discreetly scanned her back, through her fair neck, catching a glimpse of faint glowing patterns. What are you looking at? Su Yue, noticing his gaze, blushed slightly and shot him a glare. Zhou Yuan chuckled and gazed at the stream of girls emerging from the bamboo hut, unable to resist saying, you don't have a male teacher over there, do you? If that were the case, it would be quite unfair. In a mix of embarrassment and irritation, Su Yue playfully kicked Zhou Yuan, her silver teeth lightly biting her lip as she retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? Of course, it's a female teacher. It would be utterly ridiculous to have a male teacher when one must remove their upper garments to etch the source patterns. With a dry chuckle, Zhou Yuan continued their conversation as the students from the first academy gathered around. Chu Tianyang glanced at them before leading the group towards the waterfall. The colossal waterfall roared like a furious dragon, with torrents crashing down into the lake, creating massive waves and a mist that enveloped the area. Chu Tianyang took out a large incense stick, igniting it and placing it in a crevice of the rocks. With a serious expression, he addressed the crowd, saying, prepare yourselves. You have only 3 hours. I hope you do not squander this opportunity. He then turned his attention to Zhou Yuan, Su Yue, and another newcomer, instructing them. You 3 may observe for now. Nodding, the trio looked towards Yang Zai, Song Qiushui, and the others, who were gazing at the Jade Spirit Waterfall with a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Taking a deep breath, they steeled themselves and charged towards the cultivation platform situated in the midst of the waterfall. With a thunderous roar, the torrential waters cascaded down relentlessly. As Yang Zai and the others plunged into the waterfall, they gripped the rocks firmly, bracing themselves against the onslaught of water. The sheer force of such a massive waterfall was undeniably immense, and despite their utmost efforts, their bodies trembled under the overwhelming power of the flow. They gritted their teeth as the force of the cascading water crashed against their bodies, akin to being subjected to a relentless barrage, causing their faces to contort in anguish. The source patterns on their backs emitted a faint glow, and subtly, it seemed as though wisps of violet energy flowed with the water, seeping into their very beings. Boom. After enduring the relentless onslaught of the waterfall for approximately 10 minutes, some of the students began to falter, ultimately succumbing to a piercing scream as they were swept into the lake below. Yang Zai and Song Qiushui managed to endure the longest, but even they succumbed after a mere 20 minutes, plunging into the lake. When they emerged from the water, their skin bore a bluish hue, resembling the aftermath of a brutal beating, their faces contorted in pain, clearly suffering from excruciating agony. At that moment, Zhou Yuan comprehended why they held such a love-hate relationship with the Jade Spirit Waterfall. The Jade essence here was indeed capable of aiding in the opening of meridians. Yet with each attempt, they emerged battered and bruised, as if they had endured a savage beating. Now it's your turn to try. Chu Tianyang said to Zhou Yuan and Su Yue. Hee, good luck. The first time is always quick. Yang Zai chuckled at Zhou Yuan. Exchanging glances, Zhou Yuan and Su Yue stepped forward, standing before the waterfall and gazing at the roaring torrents cascading down. With a determined grit of their teeth, they took the plunge. As Zhou Yuan stepped into the waterfall, he immediately felt his skin tighten, his feet gripping the ground like roots of a great tree. In the next instant, a tremendous force accompanied by the waters surged down upon him, enveloping his entire body. How painful! The overwhelming force struck him, causing him to gasp. The intensity was ferocious, nearly propelling him into the lake. Yet amidst the torrent, Zhou Yuan sensed the gathering source patterns on his back, emitting a pulling force, a cool, soothing energy permeating through his body. The moment this refreshing energy manifested, it alleviated some of the excruciating pain he felt. Is this the Jade Essence? A thought flickered in Zhou Yuan's mind as he sensed a slight loosening of his third meridian within. Realizing this change, a surge of determination coursed through him. Gritting his teeth, he braced against the mighty onslaught of the water, greedily absorbing the Jade Essence. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. A nearby freshman could no longer endure and was swept away by the powerful currents into the lake. Zhou Yuan caught a glimpse of Su Yue's delicate figure, teetering perilously amidst the crashing water, yet she persisted in her struggle. The Jade Essence was indeed effective. However, he lamented its scarcity. Contemplating, Zhou Yuan mused that if the Jade Essence could be more potent, it would undoubtedly mitigate the physical pain inflicted by the relentless torrents, allowing for a longer endurance. Yet, with the vast expanse of the Jade Spirit Waterfall, the water that struck them could only hold fleeting traces of Jade Essence. To hope for more seemed improbable. Upon contemplating this, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but shake his head. However, a flicker of realization sparked within him. While other students might lack the ability to sense the Jade Essence, he was not so limited, for his spirit had already ventured into the early stage of the ethereal realm. When it came to perception, few in the meridian opening stage could rival him. Why not give it a try? Zhou Yuan hesitated not, closing his eyes slightly. Instantly, the spirit at his brow stirred to life, and his awareness spread outward. The thunderous sound of cascading water grew quiet, and amidst the relentless deluge of the waterfall, he could distinctly sense wisps of violet energy rushing downward with the current. Indeed, he could perceive the Jade Essence. A wave of surprise washed over Zhou Yuan, and with a focused thought, he urged his spirit to engage. A peculiar light emerged from his brow, and vaguely, he seemed to behold an ethereal figure seated in meditation. This figure was none other than his own spirit. From this spectral essence, a subtle yet targeted force emanated, aimed precisely at those violet tendrils of energy. As Zhou Yuan harnessed his spirit to absorb the violet flows, the relentless water crashing against his body began to shimmer with a faint purple glow, continuously pouring into him. Suddenly, Zhou Yuan's previously closed eyes flew open, brimming with exhilaration. For he had discerned that in that fleeting moment, the Jade Essence flooding into him had surged exponentially, multiplying by tenfold. It was indeed effective. Feeling his third meridian loosening within, Zhou Yuan could not contain his excitement and leapt into the air. However, this leap propelled him away from the ground. As the waterfall cascaded down with a resounding crash, it forcefully plunged him into the lake below, accompanied by his cries of dismay. Chapter 30. Opening the third meridian with a splash, Zhou Yuan emerged from the lake, his face radiant with excitement as he gazed fervently at the colossal Jade Spirit Waterfall. He had not anticipated that by harnessing the power of his soul, he could truly draw in the surrounding essence of Jade Marrow. While others could only passively absorb the Jade Marrow essence from the water crashing upon them, he possessed the ability to actively absorb it, and on a far broader scale. The disparity between their capabilities was self-evident. If this continued, it would not be long before he could open his third meridian. Initially, Zhou Yuan had estimated that it would take him about half a month to unlock the third meridian. But now it seemed he could achieve it in less than half that time. This demonstrated the remarkable efficacy of the Jade Spirit Waterfall. He marveled at the advantages of having a soul in the ethereal realm. Other students who had not practiced the soul refinement technique could not possibly possess a soul as formidable as his, and thus could not sense or absorb the Jade Marrow essence as he did. With another splash, a figure plunged into the water beside him. Surfacing moments later, it was Su Yue. At that moment, her delicate face appeared somewhat pale, and her fair, jade-like wrist bore numerous bruises. Zhou Yuan's gaze drifted downward. and he found it difficult to look away, a warmth radiating from his nose. Due to falling into the water, Su Yue's clothes clung tightly to her form, accentuating her alluring curves, with glimpses of her fair skin revealing a hint of spring radiance. However, before Zhou Yuan could take a closer look, a splash of water struck his face, and as he raised his eyes, he found Su Yue glaring at him with a flushed face. Zhou Yuan let out a dry chuckle. Su Yue bit her silver teeth. This guy truly knew how to take advantage of a situation. Had it been anyone else, she would have likely slapped them by now, but facing Zhou Yuan, she felt no animosity, only a sense of bashfulness. Rogue, Su Yue exclaimed, pushing her palm forward to send a wave crashing onto Zhou Yuan's head. She then used the momentum to gracefully leap out of the water. Nimbly landing on the shore, her body enveloped in a radiant aura that quickly evaporated the moisture from her clothes. Zhou Yuan, drenched like a drowned rat, could only shake his head helplessly as he exited the lake and landed on solid ground. Indeed, both of you persisted for about 10 minutes. For first-time participants at the Jade Spirit Waterfall, that's quite commendable, remarked Chu Tianyang, his eyes reflecting satisfaction. Previously, among the many students from the First Academy, aside from Yang Zai and Song Qiushui, most of the senior students could only endure for around 10 minutes. Thus, Zhou Yuan and Su You's performance as newcomers was noteworthy. Yang Zai, Song Qiushui, and the other seniors watched in astonishment. While they were not too surprised by Su You's performance, after all, she had opened 4 meridians. They were taken aback by Zhou Yuan, who had only opened 2 yet demonstrated a resilience that rivaled that of a 4-meridian practitioner. If such a brief period can be deemed commendable, then it is indeed a tremendous waste of the Jade Spirit Falls. Just as they were lamenting, a sudden derisive chuckle pierced through the air, silencing the atmosphere on the side of the A Academy, as a myriad of furious gazes turned toward the source of the sound. However, when their eyes fell upon the speaker, they were momentarily taken aback. Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow and lifted his gaze, only to find a large group of people had appeared at an unknown time not far away. At the forefront of this group stood Qi Yu, with his hands clasped behind his back, strikingly handsome and exuding an air of elegance. Beside him, Lu Shi was equally captivating, her delicate features now adorned with a disdainful expression directed at the A Academy students. It was her voice that had echoed earlier. The other B Academy students also bore mocking smirks, seemingly looking down upon the performance of their A Academy counterparts. Yang Zai's face contorted with anger, and the others were equally indignant. The B Academy was indeed overstepping its bounds, even interjecting during their training. Zhou Yuan cast a cool glance at Lu Shi and calmly inquired, "May I ask how long you persevered during your first attempt at the Jade Spirit Falls?" Lu Shi's expression faltered, left speechless in her indignation. Qi Yu, with a knowing smile, retorted, "Why must Prince Zhou lower himself to spar with a girl? I'm not certain how long Lu Shi lasted during her initial attempt, but I distinctly recall my own first effort lasting a full 30 minutes. Though aware that Qi Yu was intentionally trying to provoke them, Yang Zai, Song Qiushui, and the other A Academy students found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Feeling somewhat despondent, if he managed to endure for 30 minutes on his first try, what of them? They had barely surpassed 20 minutes thus far. With a prodigy like Qi Yu in the B Academy, did the A Academy still have any hope of rising again? The morale among the A Academy students plummeted in an instant. "Are you all still going to train?" As silence enveloped them, Chu Tianyang's sharp voice suddenly rang out. He then directed a cold, expressionless gaze toward Qi Yu and the others, stating, "If it is not yet B Academy's turn, refrain from disturbing others training here, or face the consequences as per the rules." Upon meeting Chu Tianyang's cold stare, the other B Academy students instinctively recoiled, yet Qi Yu maintained a nonchalant demeanor. Smiling as he replied, "There is no need for the governor to be angry. We are merely gathering here in advance to await the Jade Spirit Falls. If merely observing here disrupts training, then it seems the students of the A Academy are quite fragile." His words dripped with veiled mockery, inciting a sense of resentment among the A Academy students, who bit their lips in frustration. Upon hearing this, Yang Zai and the others turned back toward the Jade Spirit Falls, though the atmosphere remained heavy. "This guy is truly insufferable," Su Yue muttered under her breath. Initially, everyone had been engaged in their training, but with Qi Yu's arrival, the morale had plummeted. Zhou Yuan lightly flicked his long fingers and looked at Qi Yu, saying, "Half an hour? Is that a long time? TCH, such stubbornness. It seems he intends to compete with you in this regard, does he not?" Lu Shi cast a scornful glance at Zhou Yuan's back, clearly regarding his words as mere bravado. Zhou Yuan had performed admirably in the grand examination. But one must consider against whom he was being compared. Before him stood Qiyu, the most formidable student in the entire Zhou prefecture. Qiyu smiled, yet his expression was laced with amusement. "I am rather eager to observe this," he remarked. "However, I do hope he displays some bravado. The only one who will suffer will be him." The other students from the secondary academy nodded in agreement, equally unaware of the qualifications that Zhou Yuan, who had opened 2 meridians, possessed to be compared with Qiyu. Amidst the expectant gazes of his peers, Zhou Yuan approached the cascading waters of the Yuling waterfall once more. He gazed at the magnificent torrents crashing down with relentless force and, without a moment's hesitation, stepped boldly into the deluge. Boom! As his body plunged into the waterfall, Zhou Yuan bent his knees slightly, anchoring himself to the ground. Simultaneously, as the powerful current surged toward him, he closed his eyes and felt the vibrations of his spirit at his brow. An imperceptible suction emanated from him, and in an instant, wisps of jade-like essence began to coalesce from the curtain of water, striking against Zhou Yuan's form. The gathering patterns on his back glowed as they continuously absorbed the strands of jade essence. A refreshing coolness coursed through his body, alleviating the excruciating pain caused by the force of the waterfall. Zhou Yuan, whose body had been swaying, gradually steadied himself, becoming as unyielding as a rock against the relentless onslaught of water. Simultaneously, streams of jade essence surged within him, persistently impacting his 3rd meridian, loosening it further. Splash! Splash! In the lake, several students were repeatedly swept away, and perhaps due to their dwindling morale, many performed even worse than before, their endurance significantly shorter this time. On the shore, Chu Tianyang's face darkened at this sight. Meanwhile, Qiyu, Lu Shi, and others from the secondary academy wore increasingly broad smiles. Splash! Siyue also tumbled into the water, having persevered for nearly 20 minutes, which astonished the students from the primary academy. This duration nearly matched that of Yang Zai and Song Qiushui. Suyue's performance slightly eased Chu Tianyang's expression. Following her, Yang Zai and Song Qiushui fell into the water, both sighing, as they still did not manage to endure 30 minutes. The group silently returned to shore, the atmosphere heavy. Suddenly, Suyue exclaimed, "Is Zhou Yuan still up there?" The others, startled by her words, turned their attention to the Yuling waterfall, where they indeed discerned a faint silhouette still present. "Is Zhou Yuan nearing 30 minutes?" Song Qiushui gasped, covering her mouth with her delicate hand in astonishment. Yang Zai scratched his head, equally incredulous. However, Siyue furrowed her brows with concern, fearing that Zhou Yuan might be forcing himself, which could lead to injury and hinder his meridian opening. How intriguing. Qiyu gazed upon the scene, unable to suppress a faint smile. He observed the elusive figure within the waterfall, his eyes brimming with disdain. In his view, Zhou Yuan's feigned bravado would only lead to his own downfall. I shall see how long he can maintain this charade. Lu Shi also let out a cold chuckle, her delicate face betraying a sense of schadenfreude. Thus, all eyes were fixed upon the figure amidst the waterfall. While Suyue and the others lacked even the inclination to ascend again, their attention solely on Zhou Yuan. Time, under their intense scrutiny, flowed swiftly. 30 minutes. 40 minutes. 1 hour. As the hour mark approached, a profound silence fell upon the riverbank. Even Qiyu's gaze flickered, his brow gradually furrowing with an unsettling premonition. The students from the second academy exchanged glances. An hour had passed, and aside from Qiyu, none could achieve such a feat. It is worth noting that Qiyu possessed the strength of 6 meridians. But what of Zhou Yuan? Nearly 2. Could it be that something has gone awry? Lu Shi bit her silver teeth, unable to contain her thoughts. Boom. Just as her words fell, a sound emerged from the waterfall, revealing Zhou Yuan's body plummeting into the lake. Emerging from the water, Zhou Yuan kept his eyes tightly shut. Upon witnessing this, Lu Shi sneered. It seems he has sustained considerable injuries. Yet, scarcely had her mockery surfaced when Zhou Yuan abruptly opened his eyes. And all present beheld a torrent of source energy swirling around him, stirring the surrounding waters into a vortex. His robes billowed as a faint rumbling echoed from within. Streams of heavenly source energy continuously surged into his body, causing his aura to surge dramatically in that very instant. What is this? Qiyu, Lu Shi, and the others felt their pupils constrict. How is this possible? Suyue, Yang Zai, and Song Qiushui gasped in disbelief. At that moment, Chu Tianyang was also taken aback, his eyes gleaming as he fixated on Zhou Yuan, articulating each word with astonishment. He has actually opened 3 meridians? Chapter 31. Establishing authority in the depths of the lake. The source energy around Zhou Yuan surged, and streams of light seemed to flow across his skin. sending invisible ripples that disturbed the water's surface. On the shore, everyone stared in astonishment at his figure, for this scene was all too familiar to them. It was a manifestation that occurred only when one opened their meridians. Open 3 meridians? How was that possible? Lucy's delicate face alternated between pale and green, her heart aflame with a mixture of disbelief and indignation. Moments ago, she had mocked Zhou Yuan for his bravado, only to witness him not only emerge unscathed but also directly open his 3rd meridian on the spot. Chiyu's expression darkened considerably, his fingers clenched tightly, his gaze cold and serpentine as it fixated on Zhou Yuan, a swell of anger boiling within him. He too had not anticipated such an outcome. Moreover, what left him incredulous was how Zhou Yuan, with merely the physique of someone who had opened 2 meridians, could endure for an entire hour beneath the Yuling waterfall. How could this fellow achieve such a feat? The other students from the secondary academy exchanged glances, rendered speechless, clearly awestruck by the unfolding spectacle. Within the lake, Zhou Yuan slowly opened his tightly shut eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. He gazed down at the source energy swirling around his body and sensed the 3rd meridian within him, now thoroughly opened. A wave of uncontainable joy surged within his heart. He had not anticipated that he would directly open the 3rd meridian at this moment. Initially, he had estimated that it would require several days of cultivation. But it seemed he had underestimated the potency of the jade essence within the Yuling waterfall. After absorbing a significant amount of jade essence, he had unexpectedly opened his 3rd meridian today. However, he mused, this should be my first experience absorbing jade essence, which explains the immediate results. Once I become accustomed to it, such rapid progress may not be achievable again. Zhou Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, deep in thought. Nevertheless, the opening of the 3rd meridian brought Zhou Yuan immense joy, especially given that it had only been a few days since he had opened the 2nd meridian. With a light chuckle, Zhou Yuan leapt onto the shore, only to find everyone staring at him in silence. Suddenly, applause erupted. Chu Tianyang's stern face, usually devoid of humor, was now adorned with a warm smile as he beamed at Zhou Yuan, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Previously, they had been intimidated by Chiyu's achievements, which had dampened their spirits. But who could have predicted that in the blink of an eye, Zhou Yuan would shatter Chiyu's record and leave him far behind? For one with merely 2 open meridians to endure for an hour beneath the Yuling waterfall was an unprecedented feat in the Greizhou prefecture. The applause left Zhou Yuan momentarily stunned. He smiled back at them and then turned his gaze toward Chiyu and the other students from the secondary academy. Upon meeting Zhou Yuan's gaze, the secondary academy students instinctively recoiled, their faces flushed with shame, for they had just been mocking him, and now their derision had backfired spectacularly. Lucy's face turned an ashen shade, her expression one of utter dismay, yet she found herself at a loss for words, only able to grit her silver teeth in frustration. Jiyu, with a somber expression and a voice as cold as ice, allowed words to slip through his teeth. Well, your highness truly is full of surprises. If you wish to observe, then do so quietly from the sidelines, do not meddle or cause disturbances, for we have no desire to engage. Zhou Yuan cast a glance at Jiyu, responding with a faint smile. Jiyu's eyes twitched slightly, yet he ultimately took a deep breath to suppress his rising anger. However, the gaze he directed at Zhou Yuan grew increasingly dark. Let us continue. Time is of the essence, Zhou Yuan remarked, seemingly indifferent to Jiyu's presence, as he turned to Su Yuwei, Yang Zai, and Song Qiushui with a cheerful smile. 3 hours, or 6 hours in total, and we are already halfway through. Excellent. The students of the Jia Academy responded in unison, their spirits soaring, and their glances towards Zhou Yuan transformed dramatically. Previously, they had harbored a hint of the seniors' condescension toward the newcomers. Yet Zhou Yuan's display not only intimidated Jiyu but also earned him newfound respect from them. Chu Tianyang stood nearby, watching the rejuvenated Jia Academy students, and felt a quiet relief wash over him. His gaze toward Zhou Yuan brimmed with increasing satisfaction. Throughout the year, Jiyu had been an insurmountable boulder in the hearts of the students, casting an unshakable shadow over them. Yet today, Zhou Yuan illuminated the reality that Jiyu is not invincible. There are mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people. The reason they had been unable to contend with Jiyu before was merely because the formidable opponent had yet to emerge. But now, perhaps that moment had finally arrived. As he regarded Zhou Yuan, Chu Tianyang pondered inwardly. Under the cascading waters of the Yuling Falls, the invigorated students of the Jia Academy resumed their training. The thunderous roar of the waterfall reverberated as the figures standing within seemed to gain newfound strength. In the ensuing hours, Zhou Yuan maintained his pace of approximately 1 hour, leaving everyone in awe, unable to comprehend how he accomplished such a feat remarkably. Even after an hour of perseverance, Zhou Yuan appeared lively and unscathed, showing no visible signs of bruising. It seemed as if the impact of the waterfall had inflicted no harm upon him. Consequently, the looks directed at Zhou Yuan grew increasingly reverent. As the 3 hours of training swiftly came to an end, the students of the Jia Academy, led by Zhou Yuan, marched with pride past the eyes of the students from the E Academy. Observing their departing figures, the E Academy students fell into a silent contemplation. What is there to be so proud of? It's merely a matter of enduring a little longer. Do they truly believe that opening 3 meridians elevates them to greatness? Lucy seethed, gritting her teeth. Jiyu cannot be allowed to continue in such arrogance. Jiyu, with an expressionless demeanor, replied nonchalantly, "What is the rush?" He turned his gaze toward the towering Yuling Falls, a chilling glimmer flickering in his eyes. After a moment, he let out a cold laugh and remarked, "It seems the Yuling Falls has indeed proven beneficial for him. Tell me, Lucy, do you not think that the Jia Academy monopolizing the waters of the Yuling Falls for 3 hours is rather excessive?" Upon hearing this, Lucy's beautiful eyes instantly sparkled as she inquired, "Are you implying?" Chiyu chuckled softly, the gloom on his countenance dissipating as he replied, "I recently overheard Dean Su mention that the allocation of time for the Yuling waterfall is rather inequitable, and several other academies have voiced their discontent regarding this matter. If Academy A were to maintain its previous stance of looking down upon the other institutions, then their enjoyment of such privileges would indeed go unchallenged. However, does Academy A still possess that standing now? After being subdued by our Academy B for 2 consecutive years, do they still have the audacity to regard themselves as the foremost among all academies?" Chiyu cast his gaze towards the direction where Zhou Yuan and the others had departed, a growing glint of coldness in his eyes, his smile tinged with irony. "Thus, I believe, the issue of time allocation for the Yuling waterfall indeed warrants reconsideration." Chapter 32. The source pattern of ice and fire time in the Great Zhou Mansion seemed to flow with extraordinary swiftness, in the blink of an eye. Half a month had passed. During this fortnight, Zhou Yuan gradually adapted to the rigorous training life of the Jia Academy. However, he felt a tinge of regret. For after opening the 3rd meridian, the efficacy of the Jade Spirit Waterfall had not matched the overwhelming potency it had on the first day. Yet, with the aid of the Jade Essence, he was gradually making progress in breaking through to the 4th meridian. It was merely a matter of time before he achieved complete mastery. One day, after finishing his breakfast and stepping out of the inner hall, Zhou Yuan caught sight of a delicate figure in the nearby flower garden, stirring something within his heart. Today, the Jade Spirit Waterfall would once again be activated. However, given that its effect on Zhou Yuan had diminished, it seemed his body was becoming accustomed to the Jade Essence. Thus, he needed to devise a strategy to enhance its benefits. Each time he entered the Jade Spirit Waterfall, he would inscribe the source pattern, a first-tier source pattern. Sister Yao Yao possessed an exceptional mastery of source patterns, far surpassing that of the instructors at the Great Zhou Mansion. He wondered if she had knowledge of an even more effective first-tier source pattern. If she did, it would undoubtedly elevate his absorption efficiency of the Jade Essence to new heights. With this thought, Zhou Yuan's eyes glimmered with excitement, and he quickened his pace toward the stone pavilion in the flower garden. Inside the pavilion stood Yao Yao, holding a source pattern brush, her delicate hand moving gracefully across the scroll on the stone table. She was wholly engrossed in her work, and in that moment of concentration, she radiated an extraordinary charm. Zhou Yuan quietly approached her side, his gaze drawn to the scroll. It appeared to depict a magnificent landscape, with mountains that twisted like a hidden dragon and rivers that shimmered under the sunlight. However, as he gazed upon this grand painting, his expression gradually shifted to one of solemnity, and a hint of shock flickered in his eyes, for he discerned that within the artwork lay hidden traces of source patterns. The entire painting concealed a profound source pattern. The grade of this source pattern was undoubtedly high. Zhou Yuan felt an icy chill coursing through him upon sensing its presence. As if confronted by something truly fearsome, a tremendous wave emanated slowly from the scroll. This source pattern must have reached the 3rd tier, Zhou Yuan thought in astonishment. A 3rd-tier source pattern would not be underestimated even by those at the Heavenly Gate realm. What left him most astounded was that Yao Yao could integrate the source pattern into the landscape painting, showcasing the depth of her mastery. You have not yet attained such a level in source patterns. Delving too deeply may harm your spirit. Yao Yao's gentle voice reached his ears. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan indeed felt a slight dizziness in his mind and quickly diverted his gaze, sighing in admiration. Sister Yao Yao's mastery of source patterns is truly remarkable. He looked at Yao Yao, his eyes filled with curiosity. I wonder what the highest tier of source patterns you can inscribe is now? Generally speaking, A third-tier source pattern could rival even the strongest of the heavenly gate realm, and if it were fourth tier, even Zhou Yuan's father, Zhou Qing, would need to regard it with a measure of caution. Regrettably, throughout the vast realm of the Great Zhou, the most accomplished practitioners in the art of source inscriptions known to Zhou Yuan have been unable to etch a fourth-grade source inscription. Yao Yao gently rolled up the painting before her and casually remarked, "For now, I can only inscribe a third-grade source inscription, however, with adequate preparation. Attempting a fourth-grade inscription may not be entirely out of reach." Zhou Yuan could not help but grin. A third-grade source inscription possesses power sufficient to rival that of a formidable warrior at the heavenly gate realm. This implies that, despite Yao Yao's apparent inability to harness spiritual energy and her seemingly delicate demeanor, when the need arises, she could wield the formidable strength of source inscriptions, rendering even those at the heavenly gate realm powerless against her. His master had tasked him with protecting her. Who, indeed, was protecting whom? Zhou Yuan couldn't suppress a wry smile at this thought. Seemingly aware of Zhou Yuan's musings, Yao Yao cast a glance in his direction and said, "Grandfather He does not expect much from your current self. He is looking at your potential." Zhou Yuan's heart stirred as he recalled the day when Song Yuan had sent him and Yao Yao away. Back then, Song Yuan had exhibited a sense of urgency, as if some imminent crisis loomed, one so precarious that even he could not fully grasp its nature. "Sister Yao Yao, do you know the origins of our master?" Zhou Yuan ventured to inquire. Song Yuan's strength was unfathomable, and the unknown crisis that eluded even him was surely terrifying. Thus, Zhou Yuan wished to glean more knowledge to better prepare himself. Upon hearing this, a hint of bewilderment flickered in Yao Yao's beautiful eyes. She retrieved an ancient jade pendant from her bosom, intricately adorned with a vividly carved seven-colored fire lotus. As she caressed the pendant, she gently shook her head and murmured, "Grandfather He has never spoken of it to me." Zhou Yuan sighed with a bittersweet smile. The mystery surrounding both Song Yuan and Yao Yao rendered him unable to probe further. Noticing Yao Yao's slightly despondent mood, Zhou Yuan dared not press further and quickly changed the subject. "Sister Yao Yao, do you know how to gather source inscriptions?" Gathering source inscriptions is quite common for a first-grade inscription. What is there not to know? Yao Yu replied nonchalantly. "Is there a gathering source inscription that yields the best effects within my capacity?" Zhou Yuan gazed intently at Yao Yao. It is essential to understand that source inscriptions cannot be inscribed indiscriminately. For instance, if Zhou Yuan were to inscribe a third-grade source inscription upon himself, even if he could activate it, it would undoubtedly wreak havoc upon his body. After a moment's contemplation, Yao Yao skillfully sketched a source inscription in the air before her and said, "Is this the gathering source inscription you used previously?" Zhou Yuan nodded. The inscription she had drawn was indeed the most common gathering source inscription, the very one inscribed upon them by the instructors of the Great Zhou Academy. Yao Yao, holding a jade-green source inscription pen with a delicate grip, rested the pen's tip against her chin in thought and remarked, "There are many variations of gathering source inscriptions, and I certainly know of those that are more effective than this one." Zhou Yuan's spirit soared at her words, and he eagerly looked at Yao Yao, asking, "Could you assist me in inscribing one?" Noticing the fervor in Zhou Yuan's gaze, Yao Yao clenched her small fist, resting it against her chin as she pondered. Understanding her unspoken thoughts, Zhou Yuan swiftly produced a jade vial from his sleeve and declared, "This is the 100-flower brew. I went to great lengths to acquire it." Yao Yao took the jade bottle, inhaled its fragrance with satisfaction, and smiled. With her jade-like hand, she twirled the green jade source pattern brush and said, "Please remove your outer garment." Without hesitation, Zhou Yuan shed his clothing. Through rigorous training over time, his physique had become considerably more robust, displaying commendable definition. This source pattern is called the Ice-Fire Convergence Pattern, which ranks among the finest in the first-tier source patterns, albeit it does come with its share of discomfort. Yao Yao remarked nonchalantly. "That's fine, proceed," Zhou Yuan replied indifferently. Yao Yu nodded slightly, no longer hesitating. The tip of the source pattern brush shimmered with a faint light before it descended upon Zhou Yuan's back. As the brush glided, intricate source lines began to emerge. As these lines appeared on his back, Zhou Yuan gradually experienced an unusual sensation. It felt as if searing heat and frigid cold were manifesting simultaneously. Consequently, his body oscillated between extremes, eliciting a sharp, piercing pain. "Ah!" Zhou Yuan inhaled sharply. The sensation of the dual extremes was evidently quite unpleasant. All done. In a matter of mere minutes, Yao Yao withdrew her hand. With a flick of her brush, a complex source pattern took shape on Zhou Yuan's back, appearing as if ice and fire were flowing within it, an extraordinary sight indeed. as the source pattern solidified. Zhou Yuan distinctly sensed the surrounding source energy beginning to converge towards him. The effect was undoubtedly far superior to that of ordinary source patterns. Indeed impressive. Zhou Yuan's eyes gleamed. The efficacy of this ice-fire convergence pattern surpassed that of standard patterns by more than double. With this pattern, the essence of jade he could absorb from the jade spirit falls would be significantly enhanced. Zhou Yuan felt exhilarated. After all, the jade spirit falls allotted their academy merely 3 hours, and he could not afford to squander this time. He could only strive to absorb as much jade essence as possible within the limited duration. Regrettably, 3 hours felt too brief. If only he had a bit more time. He could shorten the duration required to open the 4th meridian. Zhou Yuan lamented. This ice-fire convergence pattern was indeed remarkable. If he could have one inscribed for Yue as well, she would likely be able to swiftly open her 5th meridian. With this thought, Zhou Yuan's heart stirred. He certainly did not wish to impede Su Yue, who possessed exceptional cultivation talent. Yao Yao, may I request that you inscribe this ice-fire convergence pattern for a friend of mine? Zhou Yuan said, his tone somewhat ingratiating. Upon hearing this, Yao Yao's brows furrowed slightly, and she firmly stated, don't even think about it. She was rather particular. Had it not been for her long-standing association with Zhou Yuan, she would not have assisted him in inscribing source patterns. She is a girl, Zhou Yuan quickly added. Hearing that it was a girl, Yao Yao's expression softened a touch. You spend all day in this palace. It must be rather dull. Why not accompany me to the Great Zhou Mansion for a stroll? Zhou Yuan seized the opportunity. Yao Yao hesitated for a moment. Having spent more than a month in the palace, she indeed felt a tinge of boredom. Very well, I shall accompany you. But I will only assist one person. The delicate beauty of Yao Yao's features was slightly perturbed, yet she had taken the precaution of receiving a vaccine. Should Zhou Yuan summon a dozen or so girls, she might truly lose her composure. Zhou Yuan quickly nodded, feeling a profound sense of relief. One was evidently sufficient. His sole intention was to assist Su Yue. As for the others, once he mastered the intricate art of the ice and fire convergence pattern, he might contemplate extending his help, provided their relationship proved favorable. Chapter 33. The Meeting of Two Maidens at the Great Zhou Manor. As Zhou Yuan strolled through the manor with Yao Yao, he sensed a palpable stillness enveloping the surroundings, as if the very air had quieted in reverence. Awestruck gazes, imbued with admiration, emanated from all directions, yet it was not he who drew their attention, but rather the graceful Yao Yao, who walked beside him with an effortless elegance. Clad in a simple azure garment, her slender figure and long, delicate legs were complemented by a dainty waist that could be encircled with but a single hand. In her arms, she cradled the languid Tun, whose occasional wriggles would accentuate her curves, inciting envy and frustration among onlookers who wished to take her place. Upon her gracefully pale neck rested a visage of exquisite beauty, reminiscent of snow, with a subtle glow emanating from the center of her brow, imparting an aura of unattainable mystery. In terms of beauty, Yao Yao and Su Yue each possessed their own unique charms. However, it was Yao Yao's ethereal quality that rendered her irresistibly captivating, a sensation that was both elusive and compelling, prompting many to yearn for her. Thus, when Yao Yao graced the Great Zhou Manor with her presence, many an onlooker was struck by her beauty and poise, their eyes wide with astonishment. Yet, despite the allure she exuded, not a single soul dared to approach her. Zhou Yuan, unfazed by the multitude of gazes, led Yao Yao directly towards the Jia courtyard. As they departed, whispers of curiosity erupted among the students of the Great Zhou Manor. What a beautiful girl! Who is she? Could she be one of us? I have never heard of such a figure in our manor. In terms of beauty, only Su Yue could rival her. Yet, I find this girl even more stunning. I believe Su Yue is still better. She is both beautiful and approachable, whereas this one seems too aloof to engage with. Meanwhile, at a distance within the Great Zhou Manor, Qi Yu and Lu Shi gazed at the retreating figures of Zhou Yuan and Yao Yao, their expressions revealing their differing sentiments. Humph, this fellow may not possess great strength, but he certainly knows how to attract attention, Lu Shi remarked, her silver teeth clenched in annoyance. Once, she had nearly been betrothed to Zhou Yuan, a union she ultimately rejected. Thus, she could never regard him with respect. Yet, to her dismay, the girls surrounding him were increasingly exceptional, making her feel quite uncomfortable. Qi Yu, his gaze lingering on Yao Yao's enchanting silhouette, felt a twinge of admiration. While both Yao Yao and Su Yue possessed their own merits, his preferences leaned towards the enigmatic and the exalted. That which is unattainable is what Qi Yu desired. However, he had never heard of this girl before. What could be her connection to Zhou Yuan? He squinted slightly, then smiled lightly. It seems our esteemed prince has been enjoying himself lately, frolicking amidst flowers. What of the matter you mentioned earlier? Lushi, still biting her silver teeth, replied. I cannot bear to see Zhou Yuan so carefree. The corners of Qiyu's mouth curled slightly as he remarked, we are nearly prepared. The other 3 academies have raised objections regarding the 3 time periods under Academy A's control, making today an opportune moment to strike. As he spoke, he gazed in the direction where Zhou Yuan had departed, his smile laden with intrigue. To walk hand in hand with beauty is indeed a delightful affair, yet today, you have chosen the wrong moment, so beware of losing your face. At Academy A, when Zhou Yuan entered alongside Yao Yao, all eyes immediately turned towards them, awestruck particularly by the graceful young woman clad in green beside him. Su Yue, who had been conversing with Song Qiushui and others, spotted Zhou Yuan first and was about to greet him, only to be momentarily taken aback, her enchanting eyes fixating on Yao Yao. A slight tremor coursed through her heart as she bit her crimson lip, clearly perplexed about the nature of Zhou Yuan's relationship with the young woman in green. Our prince truly has a penchant for entangling himself with flowers, remarked Song Qiushui, feeling a sense of injustice for Su Yue. Over time, Su Yue had become the most beloved figure at Academy A, given her striking beauty, exceptional talent, and lack of any arrogance typically associated with prodigies. Qiushui, do not speak carelessly. Su Yue gently tugged at Song Qiushui's sleeve. You are quite doomed, my friend, Song Qiushui replied with a resigned glance, whispering, you are utterly captivated. We are merely friends, Su Yue retorted, her cheeks flushed. TSK, Song Qiushui scoffed. What are you discussing? Zhou Yuan approached with a smile. Your Highness. Su Yue beamed at him, her lovely eyes seemingly glancing at Yao Yao. She softly inquired, and who might this be? Zhou Yuan pondered for a moment before responding. This is my junior sister. Yao Yao glanced at him but refrained from contradicting him. As a disciple of Tsang Yuan, it was indeed fitting for him to refer to her as such. Su Yue, somewhat surprised, had never heard of Zhou Yuan having a junior sister before. But since he claimed so, she chose to believe him. Come, follow me. Zhou Yuan disregarded the curious gazes of others, beckoning Su Yue and leading Yao Yao towards a nearby quiet room. Su Yue's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion, yet she followed suit. Upon entering the quiet room, Zhou Yuan closed the door and promptly removed his upper garment. Your Highness, what are you doing? Su Yue exclaimed, her face turning crimson, her feet stamping in agitation as her gaze flitted about, uncertain where to look. Zhou Yuan scratched his head awkwardly and turned around, revealing the ice-fire convergence pattern on his back, saying, I wanted you to see this. Finally, Su Yue's eyes focused, though her cheeks remained flushed. She stared at the pattern on Zhou Yuan's back and, after a moment, gasped in astonishment, is this a convergence pattern? Zhou Yuan donned his garment again, nodding. This is the ice-fire convergence pattern crafted by my junior sister. Its efficacy surpasses that of ordinary convergence patterns, hence I invited her to assist in engraving one for you. This will enhance your training efficiency at the Jade Spirit Waterfall. Su Yue was momentarily taken aback, her gaze shifting to the poised Yao Yao, who stood gracefully, clearly astonished that the latter possessed such high mastery in the art of convergence patterns. It is noteworthy that the instructors of source patterns within the Great Zhou Mansion seem unable to delineate this extraordinary gathering source pattern. Yet, amidst the astonishment, there flows a warmth in the heart due to Zhou Yuan's actions. There is an inner chamber. You may enter. I shall remain here. Zhou Yuan said with a smile directed at Yao Yao and Su Yue. Yao Yao gave a slight nod, stepping inside first, with Su Yue glancing at Zhou Yuan before hastily following suit. Upon entering the inner chamber, Yao Yu scrutinized Su Yue from head to toe. Her delicate visage remained impassive. Yet internally, she held a quiet admiration for the girl before her. This young maiden exuded intelligence and charm, her eyes sparkling with vitality, resembling a stunning masterpiece. You are Su Yue, correct? Yao Yao's tone softened, as one cannot help but feel uplifted in the presence of such a bright young lady. Su Yue gently nodded, gazing at Yao Yao, hesitating a moment before inquiring, What is your name, elder sister? I am called Yao Yao, came the reply. Then I shall refer to you as Sister Yao Yao, Su Yue said. Yao Yao nodded slightly, instructing, Please remove your outer garment. At these words, Su Yue's face flushed anew. Despite both being young women, the act of undressing in front of another still evoked a sense of modesty. Nevertheless, she was not one to linger, and with a firm resolve, she shed her outer layer. As the garment fell away, the entire inner chamber seemed to brighten, her alabaster form accentuating enchanting curves. Su Yue, her cheeks aflame, turned away, revealing her smooth, fair back, her arms gracefully encircling her chest, subtly hinting at her full contours. In such a scene, any man present would surely be captivated. Such a delicately alluring girl, Yao Yao marveled inwardly, then retrieved a jade pen, cautioning. It may be slightly painful. Su Yue nodded in response. The jade pen descended, glimmering with a soft luminescence before it glided across Su Yue's back, tracing intricate lines, each imbued with a resonance of the soul. The sensations of warmth and coolness on her back caused Su Yue to bite her silver teeth. Yet she refrained from uttering a sound of discomfort. Noting this, Yao Yu nodded approvingly. Inside the chamber, the atmosphere was tranquil. After a while, Yao Yu ceased her movements. On Su Yue's back, a source pattern resembling intertwining flames and eyes slowly emerged, emanating a unique vibration as it absorbed the source energy from the surrounding world. Oh, however, just as the ice-fire source pattern took shape, Yao Yao gasped in surprise, her beautiful eyes fixated on the pattern, for in that instant, she sensed that its efficacy appeared significantly enhanced. Do not move, Yao Yao suddenly instructed, extending her delicate hand to gently rest on Su Yue's back. Exploring and sensing for a moment, her charming face reflecting a pensive expression. Deep within her being, there seemed to be a sensation of yin and yang, reminiscent of the rumored yin-yang source root. Yet, why did it seem so faint? Was it due to its incomplete maturation? Yao Yao pondered to herself. The so-called yin-yang source root is an exceptionally rare physical trait, akin to the sacred dragon root once possessed by Zhou Yuan, distinctly unlike that of ordinary individuals. However, Su Yue's yin-yang source root is rather feeble, perhaps not yet fully developed, thus Yao Yao is momentarily unable to ascertain its condition. Sister Yao Yao, what troubles you? Su Yue inquired, observing Yao Yao's contemplative expression. After a moment of thought, Yao Yao shook her head. Ultimately, she too could not be certain. So there was no need to voice her uncertainties. She merely remarked, the effect of this ice-fire convergence pattern on you is even more pronounced than on Zhou Yuan. Su Yue was taken aback by her words, though she did not dwell on it. For it is indeed normal for the effects of certain source patterns to vary from person to person. Having completed the convergence pattern, the two women exited. And upon seeing them, Zhou Yuan smiled and asked, have you finished? Both Yao Yao and Su Yue nodded in affirmation. That is good. Zhou Yuan sighed in relief before pushing open the door of the quiet room. As he stepped out, Zhou Yuan was immediately met with a barrage of heated gazes directed at him. The young men from the Jia Academy were gritting their teeth, their animosity palpable. For Zhou Yuan's actions had incited their ire, he had drawn both stunning beauties into his small chamber. In response to their glances, Zhou Yuan could only roll his eyes. At that moment, a figure rushed in hastily from outside. It was Yang Zai, drenched in sweat. Upon seeing the crowd, he urgently called out. The Lord of the Chu House has ordered us to hasten to the Yuling waterfall. Something has happened. What transpired? Zhou Yuan asked, taken aback. The rest of the young men from the Jia Academy directed their puzzled gazes toward him. Yang Zai wiped his brow, gritting his teeth as he continued. That damn Chiyu. The people from the Yi Academy have actually colluded with several other academies, claiming that the time allocation for cultivation at the Yuling waterfall is unfair, demanding that our Jia Academy reduce our time. At this revelation, an uproar ensued, with anger igniting in the eyes of all present. The Yuling waterfall is a precious cultivation site for the Dezhou prefecture and holds immense significance for them. If their time were to be curtailed, it would inevitably slow everyone's progress in channeling their energy. Qi Yu's actions were tantamount to severing the path for the Jia Academy. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of coldness flashing within them. Qi Yu's maneuver was indeed ruthless. Chapter 34. The plot of Ling Falls. When Zhou Yuan, Yao Yao, and Su Yue arrived at the Yuling Falls, they found the place already teeming with people. The students from all 5 courtyards of the Great Zhou Mansion had gathered here, creating a cacophony of voices that filled the air with an extraordinary liveliness. As Zhou Yuan and his companions navigated through the crowd to the center, their gaze fell upon the grim countenance of Chu Tianong, who stood before Su Hong, flanked by Qi Yu and Lu Shi. Upon spotting Zhou Yuan, Qi Yu could not help but smile, yet his expression was laden with mockery. Chu Tianong, noticing Zhou Yuan as well, refrained from speaking further, his attention fixated on Su Hong, his fist clenched tightly, producing a creaking sound as he coldly declared, Su Hong, do not overstep your bounds. The time allocated for the use of Yuling Falls has already been established. How can you unilaterally change it? Haha. Su Hong replied, his tone dripping with sarcasm, what you say, Mansion Master, is quite misplaced. The Yuling Falls is the most vital cultivation site of our Great Zhou Mansion, and thus it is imperative to maximize its efficacy. Previously, the A courtyard was the strongest in our mansion, rightfully claiming 3 hours of the falls, and we had no objections. But what of now? The A courtyard has been suppressed by our B courtyard for 2 consecutive years. It can no longer be deemed the foremost among the courtyards. In such a case, is it not rather unreasonable for the A courtyard to still occupy 3 hours at the Yuling Falls? A glimmer of cold light flashed in Chu Tianyang's eyes as he retorted, the schedule for the Yuling Falls was determined by the king. If you have any objections, take them up with him. In response, Su Hong casually laughed, saying, since the establishment of the Great Zhou Mansion, all matters within have been decided freely, and even the king does not interfere. Thus, Mansion Master need not use the king as a shield. He had long since allied himself with the Qi King, causing his respect for Zhou Qing to diminish significantly. Chu Tianyang's fury ignited, his eyes flashing with a fierce intensity as he stepped forward. Suddenly, a crimson aura erupted from the crown of his head, soaring into the sky. This crimson energy resembled a vast expanse of red clouds, radiating intense heat and swirling above Chu Tianyang. As the red aura spread, the air around them grew increasingly scorching. A formidable sense of oppression swept across the scene, causing the faces of all the students to change dramatically, their heels trembling in fear. Is this the power of a celestial gate realm master? Truly terrifying, capable of shattering mountains and splitting the earth. Many students gazed at him with awe, realizing that the source energy they could wield in the Meridian opening realm was but a drop in the ocean compared to Chu Tianyang's might. Zhou Yuan, standing behind Chu Tianyang, also regarded the powerful crimson aura with astonishment. His heart stirred. Is this the source energy cultivated by the Mansion Master, the 3rd-tier Crimson Sun energy? The 9 tiers of source energy indicated that the more profound the cultivation method, the higher the tier of the source energy produced. The highest cultivation technique of the Great Zhou royal family could only yield 4th-tier source energy at most. Humph. Do you think I am afraid of you just because you want to resort to violence? Su Hong's eyes turned icy as he observed Chu Tianyang's display. Taking a step forward, he too unleashed a robust source energy, akin to a stream of light, surging forth from the top of his head. A stream of source energy surged forth, resembling a silvery torrent, yet imbued with an icy chill that permeated the surroundings, causing frost to spread across the nearby ground. This was the 3rd-tier source energy, the Silver Frost Aura. As 2 formidable experts from the celestial barrier realm confronted each other, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped the atmosphere, instilling fear among the numerous students present who dreaded being caught in the crossfire. After all, when experts of the celestial barrier realm engaged in conflict, it was far from the trifling skirmishes typical of the Meridian opening realm. The consequences could be catastrophic. Lord Chu, Dean Su, this is not a place for conflict. Just as Chu Tianyang and Su Hong clashed in their imposing stances, a voice rang out, shattering the tension. The speaker was a man clad in black robes, none other than Qin Xiao, the dean of the 3rd Academy. The other deans quickly joined in, recognizing that if Chu Tianyang and Su Hong were to truly engage here, it would benefit no one. I shall not agree to your proposed redistribution of time for the Yuling Falls today, Chu Tianyang declared coldly. Su Hong's eyes narrowed in anger, ready to retort, when suddenly, Qi Yu beside him smiled faintly and interjected, Lord Chu, today's proposal is not aimed at targeting the 1st Academy, but rather intended for the benefit of all students of the Great Zhou Academy. The significance of the Yuling Falls to our students is well known to you. The previous allocation of time was based on the premise that the 1st Academy held the top position among the academies, thereby claiming 3 time slots without objection. However, with the 1st Academy's decline, it would be rather unjust for them to monopolize such extensive time. Thus, the call for a redistribution of training time is the consensus of the majority. Qi Yu's voice resonated with righteousness, and his words garnered silent nods from many students surrounding the Yuling Falls, as they were all aware of the exceptional benefits it offered for Meridian opening. Should they secure additional time, their progress would undoubtedly accelerate. In the pursuit of self-interest, everyone harbors a hint of selfishness. Observing the approving nods from the crowd, Qi Yu inwardly rejoiced. He turned to the increasingly grim-faced Chu Tianyang and remarked, though you are the dean of the 1st Academy, do not forget that you are also the lord of the Great Zhou Academy. If you cannot maintain impartiality, you may risk losing the support of the people. Chu Tianyang's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Qi Yu's words, for they struck at the very core of his authority. To deny them would surely alienate the other students. Chu Tianyang's jaw clenched in agitation. Behind him, The students of the First Academy were left speechless, their faces contorted with displeasure. For Chiyu had deftly seized upon their academy's current lackluster performance, leaving them with no room for rebuttal. According to the established rules, to strip the First Academy of its premier status among the academies, it would require 3 consecutive years of failing to secure first place in the provincial examination. Yet, with this year's examination still pending, was it not a tad hasty to dethrone the First Academy prematurely? As the numerous students of the First Academy wore expressions of distress, a calm voice suddenly resonated through the air. Many gazes converged towards the source of the sound, revealing a slender youth with an air of scholarly grace standing behind Chu Tianyang. It was none other than Zhou Yuan. Chiyu regarded Zhou Yuan with a faint smile and remarked, "The First Academy has not secured the top position in the provincial examination for 2 consecutive years. This year, there is no reason to expect a different outcome. Thus, the title of the foremost academy has become a mere formality. Why must your highness put on a brave front?" He continued, "Rules are rules, and I do not believe that our First Academy will lose the top spot again this year." Zhou Yuan merely smiled, his voice calm and unperturbed. Chiyu narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of condescension curling at the corners of his mouth as he retorted, "Your highness's belief is rather naive. There are still several months until the provincial examination, and the outcome is already clear. Why should the First Academy waste 3 full hours at the Jade Spirit Falls, squandering such valuable resources for cultivation?" Zhou Yuan shook his head. "I do not consider our time at the Jade Spirit Falls a waste of cultivation resources." Chiyu let out a cold laugh. "If you insist on being stubborn, are you willing to let facts speak for themselves?" "Oh." Zhou Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Rest assured, I do not propose that we engage in a duel. That would be rather unfair." Chiyu replied with a smirk, his disdain palpable, causing the other students of the First Academy to turn pale with anger. Chiyu pointed toward the cascading Jade Spirit Falls, a sharp glint in his eyes as he declared, "If you're unconvinced, let us each send forth a representative to enter the Jade Spirit Falls and see who can endure the longest. This will clearly determine who is truly wasting cultivation resources." At that moment, he revealed his true intentions. "You have already opened 6 meridians and possess formidable physical prowess. Who could rival you in enduring the Jade Spirit Falls?" Chu Tianyang spoke in a deep voice. Although Zhou Yuan had shown remarkable endurance in the falls, it was important to note that Chiyu, with his superior physical capabilities, could similarly achieve this feat. Chiyu responded nonchalantly, "If Lord Chu finds this unfair, then perhaps you ought to lament the lack of talent in your First Academy, where no one has managed to reach 6 meridians thus far." Chu Tianyang's eyes flared with anger, ready to speak, but Zhou Yuan interjected first. "What are the stakes?" Zhou Yuan had discerned that Chiyu had come prepared and would not back down easily. Thus, it seemed inevitable that a contest would ensue. "As for the stakes, if our Second Academy emerges victorious, then we request 1.5 hours of cultivation time from the First Academy, with 1 hour allocated to us and the remaining half hour shared among the other 3 academies. What say you?" Chiyu fixed his gaze on Zhou Yuan, a smile creeping to his lips as if he were eyeing prey about to be ensnared. 1.5 hours. The other students of the First Academy were instantly enraged upon hearing this. Their 3 hours had essentially been halved, a significant blow indeed. The students from the other academies, however, remained silent. Clearly, the situation had escalated into a rivalry between the First and Second Academies. Nevertheless, should they manage to gain additional cultivation time at the Jade Spirit Falls, it would certainly be a satisfactory outcome for them. Thus, in response to Chiyu's aggressive demeanor, most of the students maintained a watchful stance. Zhou Yuan gazed at the smiling Chiyu, narrowing his eyes slightly before speaking slowly. 1.5 hours, is it? Very well. However, should you lose, the Second Academy must also forfeit 1.5 hours of training time at the Jade Spirit Falls. If it came to direct confrontation, Zhou Yuan, who had yet to open his 4 meridians, might lack confidence against Chiyu, who had opened 6. Yet, in terms of cultivating in the Jade Spirit Falls, Zhou Yuan felt assured and unperturbed by any student from the Great Zhou Academy. He understood that Chiyu would undoubtedly be prepared, but likewise, he should not underestimate him. Moreover, with Chiyu coveting the 3 hours of training time at the Jade Spirit Falls belonging to their First Academy, Zhou Yuan too found those 3 hours rather brief. He had simply lacked a catalyst to realize this desire, and now that Chiyu had unexpectedly presented such a grand opportunity, he had no reason to decline. At that moment, Chiyu's expression momentarily faltered, clearly taken aback by Zhou Yuan's prompt agreement. However, recalling his own hidden trump cards, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. "Very well. Should we lose, our second academy shall forfeit 1.5 hours as well." With this declaration, a murmur of astonishment erupted among the surrounding students, quickly transforming into a spirited excitement. It appeared that, even before the year-end provincial examination, a fierce confrontation between the first and second academies was about to unfold right here. Nevertheless, they were evidently more optimistic about the second academy as it boasted Chiyu, the only student in the Great Zhou Academy to have opened 6 meridians, his prowess eclipsing all others. In contrast, Zhou Yuan had merely opened 3 meridians. How could he possibly compare to Chiyu? It was unusual for the usually composed Zhou Yuan to appear so flustered today. Chapter 35. The battle at the Jade Spirit Falls. Before the Jade Spirit Falls, as Zhou Yuan and Chiyu established their wager, the atmosphere immediately grew fervent, with an increasing number of students from the Great Zhou Academy flocking to the area, congesting it to the point where not even a drop could pass through. After all, the stakes of the bet between the two were exceedingly high. An hour and a half of cultivation time at the Jade Spirit Falls was no trivial matter. Apart from the A and B academies, the other academies possessed merely an hour each. The bait was set. Lucy's beautiful eyes surveyed the scene, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of her lips, as if she had already envisioned Zhou Yuan's disheveled state following his impending defeat. Beside her, Su Hong's gaze flickered with a chilling intent. Zhou Yuan truly believed he could challenge Chiyu after a commendable display at the Jade Spirit Falls. How naive. The surrounding students from the B Academy, though initially startled by Chiyu's acceptance of the bet, soon felt a surge of excitement, for they were well aware of Chiyu's formidable strength. This contest, even if not a battle in the traditional sense, would likely pose little challenge for him. Thus, the hour and a half of cultivation time from the A Academy was already considered theirs, in stark contrast to the B Academy's confidence. The atmosphere among the A Academy students was considerably heavier, with many wearing expressions of despair, for Chiyu's past renown was exceedingly formidable. "Zhou Yuan, do you have confidence?" Chu Tianeng inquired softly, a hint of concern in his eyes. "I'll do my utmost," Zhou Yuan replied with a smile. Seeing his composed demeanor, Chu Tianyong felt a measure of relief. It was clear that Zhou Yuan had come prepared, and backing down was not an option. Thus, accepting the wager was the only course of action. "Do your best," Su Yue encouraged, raising her small fist in support. "Zhou Yuan, the future of our A Academy rests upon your shoulders." Song Qiushui gazed at Zhou Yuan with earnest eyes. In their rivalry with the B Academy, the A Academy was already at a disadvantage, and if they were to lose an additional hour and a half of cultivation time at the Jade Spirit Falls, it might be impossible for anyone from their academy to reach the 6th channel during the upcoming provincial examination. Thus, this wager was indeed pivotal for the future of all students in the A Academy. Noting the eager yet anxious gazes of his fellow students, Zhou Yuan said little, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Under the collective scrutiny, he and Chiyu stepped forward towards the Jade Spirit Falls. "If you regret this now, Your Highness, you can still concede early to avoid unnecessary suffering," Chiyu remarked with a nonchalant smile. "I offer the same sentiment to you," Zhou Yuan replied, not even casting a glance in his direction, his tone equally indifferent. "It appears you will not shed tears until you see the coffin. If that is the case, do not blame me," Chiyu said, a hint of disdain gracing his lips. Without further ado, he propelled himself toward the opposite side of the Jade Spirit Falls. Zhou Yuan and Chiyu stood on either side of the waterfall, their gazes locking from afar, each feeling the chill emanating from the other's eyes. In the next moment, both individuals inhaled deeply, and under the watchful gaze of countless eyes, they stepped boldly into the surging waters of the Jade Spirit Falls. The torrential flow, imbued with fierce power, struck their bodies with unrelenting force. Yet, the two stood resolute as if they were immovable boulders, their feet firmly anchored to the ground, unaffected by the onslaught of the cascading water. Zhou Yuan, with his eyes gently closed and his brow furrowed, summoned his spirit energy, allowing strands of spiritual awareness to emanate forth, drawing in the ethereal essence of jade from the surrounding currents, alleviating the excruciating pain inflicted by the water's impact. Simultaneously, behind him, the ice-fire convergence pattern began to emit a faint glow, intertwining coolness and heat, rapidly absorbing the jade essence at a pace far superior to that of ordinary convergence patterns. This ice-fire convergence pattern is indeed effective. Zhou Yuan marveled inwardly at this remarkable development. The mighty waters roared as they cascaded downward, with Zhou Yuan and Chiyu's figures appearing intermittently amidst the tumult. Outside the waterfall, every gaze remained fixated upon them, unblinking. Zhou Yuan's previous limit seemed to be an hour, while Qi Yu had managed to extend his endurance to 1 hour and 50 minutes. Lu Shi, observing the two figures within the waterfall, sneered, "Thus, after 1 hour, the victor will be determined." Zhou Yuan seems to have grown a bit arrogant after his smooth sailing in the exams, mistakenly believing Qi Yu to be akin to the weaklings he encountered during the assessments. In Qi Yu's eyes, he and those defeated weaklings were likely indistinguishable. Su Hong nodded slightly, harboring confidence in Qi Yu, for the physical prowess bestowed by the opening of 6 meridians was sufficient to navigate the Jade Spirit Falls with ease. The students from the Alpha Academy wore smiles, exuding an air of relaxation, as Qi Yu's reputation in the Great Zhou Prefecture was formidable, placing him in a completely different league than Zhou Yuan. In contrast, the students from the Beta Academy appeared tense and anxious. Yao Yao glanced at Su Yue, who clenched her jade-like hands, and softly reassured her, "There is no need to worry, Zhou Yuan will not lose." Her spiritual strength was unparalleled among those present, allowing her to sense that Zhou Yuan was harnessing his spiritual power to absorb vast amounts of jade essence, and with the assistance of the ice-fire convergence pattern, he could maintain his position in the falls without expending energy. Conversely, Qi Yu relied solely on his formidable physical attributes. However, even the strongest body would inevitably succumb to the relentless barrage of the falls, gradually exhausting itself until it reached its limit. Thus, the outcome of this contest was clear from the outset. Though Su Yue could not fathom the basis for Yao Yao's unwavering confidence, she, too, felt a slight easing of her tension, yet her beautiful eyes remained fixed, unblinking, upon the waterfall. As the spectators continued to observe, time swiftly progressed. 10 minutes, half an hour, 50 minutes. The hour mark approached rapidly, yet to the astonishment of the crowd, Zhou Yuan's figure appeared steadfast, seemingly at ease, as if he had yet to reach his limits. Su Hong furrowed his brow slightly and cast a glance at Lu Shi, who gritted her teeth and remarked, "It's all just an act. Let us see how long he can maintain it." Thus, 10 more minutes elapsed, bringing the total to an hour. A hushed murmur arose from the riverbank as they realized that, even after an hour, Zhou Yuan showed no signs of being swept away by the waterfall, remaining as steadfast as a rock. Su Hong's expression began to betray uncertainty, while Lu Shi felt a burning flush in her cheeks, her demeanor shifting as she grew increasingly hesitant to speak, acutely aware of the peculiar glances directed at her by the numerous students from the Second Academy. This fellow is still holding on. In the depths of the Yuling waterfall, Qi Yu also noticed Zhou Yuan's continued resilience, his brow furrowing in concern. By this point, even he was beginning to experience excruciating pain coursing through his body, though still within tolerable limits. Let us wait a little longer and see if he is merely putting on a facade. As Qi Yu waited, another half hour passed. Yet, Zhou Yuan remained unperturbed. This development rendered Qi Yu's expression increasingly grim. He sensed that he was nearing his own limits. No wonder this kid so readily accepted the challenge. It seems he has been holding back. With a darkened gaze, Qi Yu glanced towards Zhou Yuan, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. However, "Did you think I would enter this wager unprepared?" Closing his eyes slightly, he awaited the passage of time. Another 20 minutes slipped by, bringing the total to 1 hour and 50 minutes, a threshold that matched Qi Yu's endurance. Opening his eyes, a chilling gleam emerged within them. "Zhou Yuan, since you refuse to acknowledge your place, do not blame me for what follows." As the words fell from his lips, he flicked his tongue, and a dark red pill tumbled into his mouth, swallowed in one swift motion. Chapter 36. Underhanded Tactics. As the crimson pill was swallowed, a chilling essence surged within Qi Yu's being, swiftly ascending to his brow. At this juncture, he could hardly concern himself with such sensations. His spirit expanded, and a faint luminescence emerged at his brow, manifesting as an ethereal shadow, his soul, evidently traversing into the virtual realm under the potent influence of the soul fortification pill. Upon entering this ephemeral state, Qi Yu became acutely aware of phenomena he had previously overlooked. He sensed that within the Jade Spirit Falls, wisps of jade essence flowed volitionally towards Zhou Yuan's direction. So that is the reason. The endurance Zhou Yuan exhibited in the Jade Spirit Falls stemmed from his soul. Qi Yu's pupils contracted. At this moment, he had finally discerned Zhou Yuan's secret to enduring longer than himself. Humph, fortunate was I to prepare in advance. Otherwise, I would have surely faced calamity. Qi Yu's expression darkened, and gradually, a source pattern emerged on his brow. This pattern, known as the Soul Needle pattern, was a first-grade source pattern he had commissioned someone to inscribe for him. Its purpose was to condense the soul into a needle-like form, enabling him to launch an attack. Typically, employing the soul for offense necessitated at least a mid-stage proficiency in the virtual realm, yet Chi Yu, relying on the soul fortification pill, could barely attain the initial stage. Thus, he had to depend on this external force to execute a soul attack. Within the waterfall, direct confrontation was unfeasible. Hence, he opted for the subtlety of a soul attack. Whoosh. As the soul needle pattern was activated, a flicker of brilliance emanated from Chi Yu's brow. A spectral needle, forged from his soul, shot forth, piercing through the cascading torrents towards Zhou Yuan. The moment the soul needle surged forth, Zhou Yuan sensed its approach. His gaze darkening. A soul attack? How could Chi Yu's soul be so formidable? Even Zhou Yuan himself could not achieve such a feat of soul offense at present. With thoughts swirling in confusion, Zhou Yuan dared not exhibit any complacency. Although the soul attack appeared inconspicuous, it posed a significant threat to the soul. Once the soul was harmed, recovery would prove to be far more arduous than healing physical injuries. Consequently, Zhou Yuan relinquished his attempt to absorb the jade essence, retracting his soul to his brow, where he constructed formidable defenses. Sizzle. A subtle sound resonated as a fragment of soul power infiltrated his vision. Zhou Yuan witnessed a soul needle piercing through the water, directly striking his brow. Sizzle. A slight pain pricked at Zhou Yuan's brow, and his expression grew increasingly grave. For the soul needle proved exceedingly sharp, piercing through his layered defenses. If you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. Zhou Yuan's gaze flickered, and a cold smile graced his lips. In a contest of physical prowess, he might not stand a chance against Chi Yu, but in a battle of souls, Chi Yu was truly in over his head. He harnessed his soul, continuously consuming the sharpness of the soul spike. After a brief moment, he concentrated his thoughts, and the defense abruptly dispersed. Success. Chi Yu felt this shift, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Boom. However, just as that malevolent grin materialized, a thunderous roar echoed beside his ear, and his vision abruptly transformed, his surroundings morphing into an endless, chaotic starry void. Rumble. The sudden change caused Chi Yu's expression to drastically alter, and then a colossal sound reverberated. He raised his head, only to be horrified as he beheld an infinitely large grinding mill slowly emerging from the chaos, casting a shadow that obscured the heavens, and it bore down upon him. An overwhelming fear surged within Chi Yu's heart. The grinding mill descended mercilessly, leaving him no room for resistance, and he felt his very soul shatter in that moment. Crack. Zhou Yuan heard the faint sound of shattering emanating from his forehead, realizing it was the destruction of Chi Yu's soul spike. He let out a cold laugh. The chaotic grinding mill mark left by Zhou Yuan on his brow rendered him unafraid of these soul attacks. Any intrusion of the soul would be crushed cleanly as long as he envisioned the chaotic grinding mill. Just as Zhou Yuan shattered the soul spike, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from not far away. The scream immediately drew the attention of everyone outside the Jade Spirit waterfall, and they were soon horrified to witness Chi Yu's figure trembling within, ultimately being swept away by the torrential waters and plunging into the icy lake below. How is this possible? Su Hong's face turned ashen, watching Chi Yu plunge into the lake, his whole body trembling. Beside him, Lu Shi gaped, her face reflecting disbelief. The other students of the B Academy were also stammering, their faces pale. Not just them. Even the likes of Chu Tianong and Su Yue from the A Academy wore expressions of shock, clearly taken aback by this unexpected outcome. Outside the Jade Spirit waterfall, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, all appearing as though they had seen a ghost. Amidst the stillness, a figure shot out from the waterfall, lightly tapping the water's surface with their toes before gracefully landing on the shore. It was none other than Zhou Yuan. He regarded Su Hong, Lu Shi, and the others with their grim expressions and spoke softly. The outcome is decided. What more is there to discuss? Nearby, some students retrieved Chi Yu from the lake, revealing his pale complexion, eyes filled with terror, trembling uncontrollably in a state of utter disarray. This left everyone baffled, clearly unable to comprehend how he had ended up like this. Is this a soul injury? Su Hong's expression shifted upon witnessing Chi Yu's condition. Lu Shi, upon hearing this, pointed at Zhou Yuan, exclaiming sharply, "You resorted to trickery. Despicable." Numerous students cast suspicious glances at Zhou Yuan. Trickery? Zhou Yuan let out a cold laugh, pointing towards the center of Chi Yu's brow, where remnants of the luminous patterns gradually dissipated. If I am not mistaken, this should be the first-grade source pattern soul needle. Correct? Had you not attacked me with the soul needle earlier, this outcome would not have occurred. Upon hearing this, an uproar erupted among the crowd. Their gazes fixated on Chi Yu's brow, where indeed the source pattern had not yet completely faded. Those well-versed in source patterns immediately discerned its nature. Noticing the scrutinizing stares, Lucy's delicate face turned ashen, her eyes ablaze with indignation, yet she found herself at a loss for words, for the evidence before her was irrefutable. If Chiyu had not acted, what purpose did the soul needle serve? Should she attempt to refute this, she would likely be drowned in the collective disdain of the crowd. In the midst of the murmurs, the students from the Second Academy exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. The reverence they once held for Chiyu had vanished, replaced by a tinge of reproach. After all, Chiyu's loss meant that their academy would forfeit an hour and a half of precious training time at the Jade Spirit Falls. Henceforth, they would have only half an hour left. This was a tremendous blow for them. Without absolute certainty, they had dared to challenge their opponents. And now they found themselves stripped of all dignity. One could not help but murmur in frustration. Upon hearing the voices, Lucy's fury flared, and she cast a furious glare in their direction, yet could find no one to confront, her teeth gritted in anger. Hiki, Director Su. The 1.5 hours of training time at the Jade Spirit Falls will now be graciously accepted by our first academy, Chu Tianong laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming as he observed Su Hong's grim demeanor. It was likely that Su Hong never anticipated that his intention to trouble their academy would result in the Second Academy suffering a complete loss. Su Hong, seething with rage yet unable to express it, forced a smile that barely concealed his disdain. He shot a glance at Chu Tianyong and Zhou Yuan, stating, "Do not rejoice too early, for the provincial examination is not far off. Should our Second Academy secure first place again, everything you have gained will be repaid in double." With those words, he turned on his heel and left without further ado. Lu Shi and the other students from the Second Academy could only follow suit, their spirits deflated and their retreat utterly disheveled. As they departed, the First Academy erupted in jubilant cheers, crowding around Zhou Yuan as if they wished to lift him into the air. Zhou Yuan quickly quelled their exuberance, smiling at the students from the surrounding academies. "The hour and a half we have won will be shared, with half an hour granted to the Third Academy as a token of gratitude for your support today." Upon hearing this, the students from the other 3 academies were momentarily taken aback, soon revealing expressions of shame. They had harbored a desire to capitalize on the First Academy's misfortune, yet here was Zhou Yuan, not only forgiving but also generously sharing half an hour with them. His act of returning kindness for resentment left them both humbled and impressed. "Then we thank your highness," the students responded, clasping their fists in gratitude, their expressions filled with appreciation. Chu Tianyong observed the scene with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Zhou Yuan's maneuver was nothing short of exquisite, effectively winning over the hearts of all present. Henceforth, within the Grand Zhou estate, it seemed inevitable that Zhou Yuan's renown would eclipse that of Qi Yu. Furthermore, having reaped the benefits of Zhou Yuan's astuteness, any future attempts by the Second Academy to stir trouble would likely find no support. The 3 deans, Qin Shao and his colleagues, exchanged complex glances with Zhou Yuan, their hearts quietly filled with trepidation. In that moment, they truly realized that their esteemed prince was indeed remarkable, and it would be wise to tread carefully in the future. Chapter 37. A Dual Breakthrough Bang. In the confines of the room, Qi Yu's eyes burned with rage as he shattered everything within reach into smithereens. After a prolonged moment, he finally ceased his frenzied destruction. His visage twisted into a grotesque mask of fury. "Zhou Yuan!" Qi Yu roared, delivering a powerful punch that created a crater in the tabletop, gritting his teeth in anger. Beside him, Lu Shi waited patiently until he had exhausted his fury before approaching to offer solace. "Qi Yu, there is no need for such wrath." This time, Zhou Yuan was merely fortunate. In a true confrontation, he is no match for you. He is only relying on a slight achievement in his spirit cultivation. Grinding his teeth, Qi Yu was acutely aware that Zhou Yuan would not stand a chance against him in a genuine fight. However, the stakes of this wager had resulted in his defeat, and that loss had been particularly humiliating in front of all the students of the Great Zhou Academy. It was easy to foresee that the reputation Qi Yu had painstakingly built over the years would be tarnished significantly, especially since he had squandered an hour and a half of the 2-hour training time at the Jade Spirit Falls. It was certain that the students from the B Academy, despite their silence, would harbor resentment towards him. The thought of their disapproving gazes made Qi Yu's pride swell with frustration, almost to the point of spitting blood. Yet, this young man is quite enigmatic. I cannot afford to relax. I must intensify my training henceforth, ensuring that he has no opportunity for a comeback. Upon hearing Qi Yu's words, Lu Shi nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of relief. Qi Yu had not allowed his anger to cloud his judgment. Rather, He had begun to regard Zhou Yuan as a worthy rival. She believed that with Qi Yu's innate talent, as long as he did not underestimate Zhou Yuan again, the latter would stand no chance against him. By the end of the year's academy trials, Qi Yu would undoubtedly shine the brightest. And her previous remark that he resembled a toad was not unfounded. Qi Yu slowly relaxed his clenched fist, narrowing his eyes, a glint of malice flickering within them. Zhou Yuan, remember this. In the ensuing days, the students of the A Academy enjoyed an exceptionally comfortable period. Their time at the Jade Spirit Falls had increased from 3 hours to 4, resulting in a noticeable acceleration in their meridian opening. Some even began to attempt opening their meridians. The previously arrogant students from the B Academy, upon seeing them, began to avoid confrontation, no longer hurling insults, which pleased the A Academy students immensely. Meanwhile, other students from different academies, having experienced Zhou Yuan's unexpected kindness, displayed extraordinary friendliness towards the A Academy students. Morale soared among them, and their respect for Zhou Yuan deepened. Rumbling. In the Jade Spirit Falls, Zhou Yuan closed his eyes, allowing the torrential waters to wash over him, while he continuously absorbed the strands of jade essence into his body. As he immersed himself in tranquil cultivation, he suddenly heard cheers emanating from the riverbank. Wow, Yue, you are incredible. You've opened your 5th meridian so quickly. Zhou Yuan, startled by the exclamation, opened his eyes. Through the flowing water, he could faintly discern Su Youwei's figure on the bank, surrounded by a throng of A Academy students. Oh, Yue has actually opened her 5th meridian? That was indeed swift. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Su Youwei's innate talent was indeed remarkable. Despite the scarcity of cultivation resources, she still exhibited such exceptional prowess, truly impressive. Well done. Yue, you have performed admirably. On the riverbank, Chu Tianyang gazed at Su Yue with a beaming smile, his expression filled with joy. With this, their academy had now nurtured 3 students who had successfully opened their 5th meridian. Su Yue smiled gently, her beautiful eyes glancing towards the Jade Spirit Waterfall, where she vaguely perceived a familiar figure seemingly giving her a thumbs up. Consequently, the curve of her lips deepened, radiating charm. Yue has opened her 5th meridian. I must not lag behind. Fortunately, I am close. Zhou Yuan quickly calmed himself, attuning to the sensations within. Over the past few days of cultivation, he had felt the 4th meridian within him loosening, nearing the point of complete unblocking. Zhou Yuan's eyes gradually closed once more as he accelerated the absorption of the jade essence from the waterfall. This meditative state lasted a full hour. As the sun began to set, casting a crimson glow upon the Jade Spirit Waterfall, Zhou Yuan's body began to tremble slightly. He gritted his teeth, seemingly enduring some intense pain. Within him, waves of jade essence surged forth, fiercely assaulting the final obstruction in his 4th meridian. Suddenly, a faint sound resonated, followed by Zhou Yuan's eyes snapping open. At that moment, the source energy of the universe cascaded into his body. The energy roiled, causing his blood and flesh to feel as if they were boiling, and his bones vibrated softly, akin to firecrackers exploding. With each wave of source energy flooding through him, Zhou Yuan's physical prowess surged once more. A torrent of warmth coursed through his limbs and bones. Finally, the 4th meridian was completely unblocked. Source energy coiled around Zhou Yuan's form, preventing even the mighty waters from penetrating. As he reveled in the burgeoning power within him, a satisfied smile graced his lips. After more than a month of arduous training, he had at last unblocked his 4th meridian. With this achievement, he felt emboldened enough to confront Qi Yu directly. However, he was aware that by the year-end provincial examination, Qi Yu would likely reach the 7th meridian, making the competition for first place in the examination uncertain. Zhou Yuan mused to himself. He had finally begun to catch up to Qi Yu's pace, yet he lacked absolute confidence in surpassing him during the examination. For Qi Yu was also progressing and might soon unblock his 7th meridian. What troubled Zhou Yuan, however, was the realization that with the unblocking of his 4th meridian, he could sense the diminishing effectiveness of the Jade Spirit Waterfall on him. It seemed his body had absorbed too much jade essence, developing a degree of resistance. Thus, he understood that he could no longer rely on the waterfall to unblock his 5th meridian. Zhou Yuan rubbed his forehead in frustration, murmuring to himself, "It seems I must seek alternative methods. Otherwise, even with the impending governmental examination, I fear I shall not have successfully opened the 5th meridian." Chapter 38. The Black Forest Mountains. As the sun ascended, its rays enveloped the entire royal palace of the Great Zhou. Indeed, the illustrious Zhou family's sacred dragon had swiftly opened 4 meridians in a remarkably short span of time. At the dining table, Zhou Qing gazed with immense satisfaction at Zhou Yuan, who was fervently consuming a bowl of 9-beast soup. Zhou Yuan drained the bowl with great enthusiasm, feeling the warmth rising within him. He smacked his lips and then lifted a bowl of Xianjing rice, pairing it with the meticulously prepared source beast meat, devouring it with fervor. As his physical prowess continued to strengthen, his diet increasingly incorporated various nourishing source beast meats to compensate for the energy expended during his training. Once satiated, Zhou Yuan looked up and smiled at Zhou Qing, only to shake his head in regret. However, the effects of the Yuling Falls on me are diminishing. To expedite the opening of the 5th meridian, I must seek alternative methods. Zhou Qing, upon hearing this, wore a contemplative expression. He was already aware that Zhou Yuan faced a significantly greater challenge due to the 2nd meridian opening. I do have a method to accelerate the process, interjected Yao Yao, who had been quietly enjoying her Xianjing rice. Oh, both Zhou Yuan and Zhou Qing turned to her in surprise. Unfazed by their attention, Yao Yao maintained her serene demeanor and explained, I possess a technique known as the 36 beast meridian opening pattern. By utilizing the blood of 36 first-grade source beasts as a catalyst, this pattern can inscribe itself onto a person, harnessing the fierce energy within the source beast bloodline to facilitate meridian opening. However, this method carries certain dangers, as the blood of source beasts is imbued with a malevolent aura. Those lacking in willpower may find their consciousness scattered by this malevolence, leading to a state of stupor. At her words, both Zhou Qing and Qin Yu's expressions shifted slightly. Yet, Zhou Yuan's eyes gleamed with a hint of excitement, for he held immense confidence in his resolve. After all, he had endured the venom of the vengeful dragon. There was no reason to fear the malevolent aura of some first-grade source beasts. Sister Yao Yao, let us proceed with the 36 beast meridian opening pattern. Zhou Yuan declared without hesitation. Qin Yu seemed poised to voice her concerns, but Zhou Yuan smiled reassuringly at her. Mother, have no fear, I shall be fine. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu refrained from further objections and merely nodded gently. If you are determined, then I shall not hinder you. I will arrange for the blood of the 36 first-grade source beasts to be gathered, Zhou Qing replied, nodding slowly. Zhou Yuan's resolve brought him great comfort, for the path of cultivation was fraught with difficulties. Without substantial courage and fortitude, it would be challenging to progress far. Yao Yao shook her head softly, saying, as for the blood of those 36 first-grade source beasts, it would be best for him to gather it himself. He currently lacks practical experience and has a weak combat awareness. If he does not engage in training, he will merely become a brute with great strength. Zhou Yuan was momentarily taken aback, and soon a thoughtful expression crossed his face. Indeed, what Yao Yao said was accurate. His experience in combat was woefully insufficient, leading to a certain weakness in his battle awareness. This deficiency had hindered his progress in mastering the Dragon Tablet technique, as he had yet to attain the 2nd level. If this continued, even if his strength were to increase, he might find himself in perilous situations during life-and-death confrontations, potentially leading to his downfall. The Black Forest Mountains loomed nearby, a majestic range adjacent to Dezhou City, teeming with countless source beasts and rife with danger. Survival there necessitated combat. Zhou Qing pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded, saying, your desire for growth is commendable. Without experiencing some battles, one remains immature. However, you may go, but I will have Lu Taizhan accompany you with a few men. Rest assured, they will not interfere with your affairs. Their presence is solely for your safety. Lu Taizhan, the commander of the Imperial Guard of Dezhou, was a formidable expert at the Tianguan realm and held Zhou Qing's utmost trust. Observing the determination in Zhou Qing's demeanor, Zhou Yuan understood that there would be no room for negotiation and thus nodded in agreement. The following day, early in the morning, as Zhou Yuan and Yao Yao arrived at the palace gates, a figure as dark as iron and as sturdy as a tower approached them. Your Highness. The newcomer's countenance was as cold as ice, surrounded by a faint aura of iron blood. Clearly a seasoned warrior from the battlefield. Indeed, it was Lu Taizhan. Thank you for your assistance, Commander Lu. Let us proceed. Zhou Yuan acknowledged with a slight nod, not wishing to delay further. Lu Taizhan nodded in return, and with a wave of his hand, 10 agile figures swiftly gathered, surrounding Zhou Yuan as they exited the palace and merged into the crowd, disappearing from sight. The Black Forest Mountains lay several dozen miles from Dezhou City. Due to the mountain range's labyrinthine nature, it was home to countless source beasts and various rare treasures, making it a popular destination for many source masters. Numerous cultivators converged from all directions, hoping to seize opportunities amidst the perils of the mountains. aspiring to alter their destinies and ascend to greatness. At the entrance to the mountains, many source masters sought teams or partners. Yet Zhou Yuan and his companions did not linger and proceeded directly into the range. With Lu Taizhan, a powerful Tianguan expert, in their company, they faced little risk as long as they avoided third-tier source beasts. After journeying approximately 50 miles into the mountains, they halted in an outer region where the majority of encountered source beasts were at the first tier. In a secluded valley, they erected 2 tents, after which Lu Taizhan and his men retreated to a distance, leaving the area to Zhou Yuan and Yao Yao. As Lu Taizhan departed, Zhou Yuan exhaled deeply, gazing at the shadowy forest while inhaling the faint scent of blood in the air. His hand gradually grasped the Tian Yuan pin sheathed at his waist. Meanwhile, in the Qi Wangfu, Qi Yu's expression darkened as he regarded a middle-aged man before him and slowly inquired, "Zhou Yuan has ventured into the Black Forest Mountains?" "Indeed. It is personally escorted by Lu Taizhan and is likely to undergo trials in the Highland Mountains." The middle-aged man, with sunken eyes and skin as dark as stone, is none other than Qiling, the steward of the Qi Wangfu. Upon hearing this, Qi Yu could not help but sneer coldly, his eyes glinting with malice as he murmured to himself, "If you had remained in the city, I would have had no means to deal with you. Yet, you foolishly ventured into the Highland Mountains, truly courting death. Is the second young master planning to take action against him?" Qiling furrowed his brow and replied, "If discovered, it may provoke a backlash from the imperial family." Qi Yu responded with an indifferent smile, "Thus, a meticulous plan is essential. I do not wish to kill him outright. Merely to leave him in a state of suffering will suffice." He pondered for a moment, then spoke with a detached tone. "Go find 2 individuals to stage a nocturnal raid on the Qi Wangfu. Subsequently, you shall lead a pursuit, driving him into the region of the Highland Mountains where Zhou Yuan resides. At that point, seize the opportunity to delay Lu Taizhan, and the rest will be left to them. Should anything arise, it will be solely the responsibility of those 2. We shall bear no blame. After all, the Qi Wangfu has also suffered losses, and you will eliminate any witnesses promptly, ensuring silence." Qiling was taken aback momentarily, then smiled. "That is indeed a clever approach." Qi Yu let out a cold laugh and produced a jade slip from his bosom, upon which a faint glow emanated, as if inscribed with ancient characters. "However, the performance must be thorough. To minimize suspicion, you shall pass this item to those 2 operatives." Taking the slip, Qiling's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "The Xuanmong technique? One of the Qi Wangfu's most esteemed source techniques, acquired by the prince from the Devours region. This, in turn, provides some justification. For our Qi Wangfu nearly lost such a treasure. Surely the imperial family will have no retort, left to suffer in silence." Qi Yu's voice turned icy. The diabolical scheme elicited an involuntary nod from Qiling. "Very well, the second young master has indeed thought things through." Qiling grinned wickedly, accompanying Qi Wang, their disdain for the Dezhou imperial family palpable. Even now, as they plotted against Zhou Yuan, they harbored no reservations. Qi Yu smiled, raising his head to gaze towards the direction of the Highland Mountains, eyes glinting with venom. "Zhou Yuan, you have embarrassed me in the Dezhou court. This time, I shall claim half your life. You are far too inexperienced to contend with me." Chapter 39. Encountering the enemy in the shadowy depths of the forest. Towering trees stood sentinel, their withered leaves carpeting the ground. Amidst the thick foliage, dark shapes flitted by, imbued with an air of imminent danger. In a clearing among the trees, Zhou Yuan crouched low, his body taut and his gaze fixed intently ahead, where a jet-black source beast, adorned with silvery horns, locked its cold, predatory eyes upon him. This was the silver-horned beast, a first-tier source creature. With a fearsome roar, the silver-horned beast began to crawl forward, only to suddenly launch itself at Zhou Yuan like a shadow, exuding a potent, metallic scent as it charged. Dragon step. The silver-horned beast's speed was ferocious, and Zhou Yuan, refusing to relent, shifted his stance, his form becoming a blur. Swoosh. The beast's razor-sharp claws grazed the skin of Zhou Yuan's face. Clenching his fist tightly, he summoned forth a torrent of source energy that enveloped his hand, delivering a powerful blow to the beast's back. Thud. The silver-horned beast let out a mournful howl as it crashed to the ground, creating a crater upon impact. Yet as it fell, its tail whipped around like an iron whip, striking Zhou Yuan's arm. Zhou Yuan was sent sprawling, his feet skidding across the ground as he struggled to regain his balance. Ignoring the searing pain in his arm, Zhou Yuan lunged forward once more, his palm slicing through the air as the source energy surged through his meridians, infusing his hand. Dragon Monument Hand, shattering mountains. His voice reverberated through the air, the sound of wind breaking echoing ominously, as if a subtle sonic boom was formed. Bang! Before the silver-horned beast could rise, Zhou Yuan's formidable fist came crashing down upon its skull, shattering its hard cranium and sending the creature crashing to the earth. With the silver-horned beast defeated, Zhou Yuan exhaled in relief, his previously tense body beginning to relax. However, in that fleeting moment of ease, a shadow erupted from the depths of the trees behind him, sharp fangs glinting with a chilling light, lunging towards his throat. Martial form. A low voice resounded. Zhou Yuan's hand glimmered with energy as a mottled black pen, nearly a foot in length, materialized in his grasp. The pen's tip, composed of pristine white bristles, converged into a lethal point, entwined with strands of source energy. With a swift motion, it pierced the air, plunging into the open maw of the shadow, pinning it firmly against the tree trunk. Gripping the tail of the heavenly pin, Zhou Yuan looked up to find a robust black serpent impaled on the tree, its blood spilling forth. This was the shadow python, also a first-tier source creature. Thinking of approaching again, Zhou Yuan chuckled at the lifeless snake. Initially, he had suffered considerably at the hands of such beasts, had it not been for his soul entering the ethereal realm, sharpening his senses. He might have been consumed during their first encounter. Hearing the commotion, Yao Yao glanced over, remarking, "This time was rather fortunate. At least you weren't injured." Zhou Yuan discarded the carcasses of the two source beasts onto the forest floor, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. It had been 5 days since he ventured into the Black Forest Mountains, and he had finally begun to acclimate to the brutal combat against these creatures. On the first day, he was covered in wounds, with a deep claw mark on his chest that exposed the bone. At that moment, Zhou Yuan finally comprehended the stark difference between sparring and life-or-death combat. These source beasts had survived numerous challenges, each one cunning and ferocious. If he were to regard them as mere livestock to be slaughtered at will, it was likely that Zhou Yuan would not emerge from this mountain range alive. However, the series of deadly encounters he had faced over the past few days, though perilous, had brought about significant changes within him. Previously, Zhou Yuan had exuded a scholarly demeanor, resembling a frail scholar. Yet now, when he entered combat, an aura of sharpness enveloped him. Let us collect the blood of the beasts, specifically the heart's blood, as it is most potent in malevolence, said Yao Yao, tossing out 2 jade vials. Zhou Yuan caught them, nodded, and skillfully used a small knife to slice open the flesh of 2 source beasts, gathering their heart's blood into the vials. As of now, you have slain 15 source beasts. Only 11 remain, Yao Yao remarked, rising gracefully, her bare feet stepping onto the rocks, her skin as pale as fresh snow, dimming the surrounding light. He could sense that each day he spent here, he was subtly growing stronger, not merely in power, but in a psychological transformation. He felt confident that if he were to confront the version of himself from just days ago, upon entering the Black Forest mountain range, he would emerge victorious with ease. Meanwhile, as Zhou Yuan hunted the source beasts in the Black Forest mountain, events were unfolding in the Great Zhou city. The most noteworthy incident was the burglary at the Qi Wangfu, which reportedly suffered the loss of something vital. The entire estate was turned upside down, and a citywide search for the thieves ensued, causing a great uproar. However, since this was a matter concerning the Qi Wangfu, the public merely observed and took a moment of pleasure in their misfortune before returning to their own affairs. The day after the theft, the steward of Qi Wangfu, Qi Ling, set out from the city with a group of men, heading straight towards the Black Forest mountain, having purportedly discovered traces of the thieves. At the entrance of the mountain, Qi Ling stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his deep-set eyes, resembling those of a hawk, fixed on the mountain range. Master Qi, the culprits have entered the Black Forest mountain and are approaching the target's location, a subordinate reported softly from behind. Qi Ling nodded slightly and instructed, "Prepare to search the mountain, make some noise. We shall proceed towards Lu Taizhan." Understood, the subordinate replied quietly, and with a wave of his hand, several figures darted forward, heading directly into the depths of the mountain. Half a day later, in a certain part of the mountain, Lu Taizhan, seated before a great tree, suddenly opened his eyes. His piercing gaze locked onto the forest ahead as he called out sharply, "Who goes there?" Behind him, several figures grasped their weapons, channeling their source energy. "Ha ha! Brother Lu, do not be alarmed. It is I." Qi Ling emerged from the forest, accompanied by his men. "Qi Ling." Lu Taizhan was taken aback, furrowing his brow. "What brings you here?" "The Wangfu has been burgled, and it seems the thieves have taken refuge in the Black Forest mountain. I have come to pursue them." Qi Ling replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone. Lu Tieshan's brow relaxed slightly. He had heard about the recent happenings at the Qi Wang mansion. Though he appeared as robust as a bear, his thoughts were meticulous, after all. One does not ascend to the position of commander of the Imperial Guard without a degree of caution. Thus, while he feigned ease in conversation, he turned to the guards behind him and instructed, "Send 2 men to protect His Highness." The 2 guards promptly complied and discreetly departed. Qi Ling observed this scene with a smile, approaching Lu Taizhan, yet his hands, hidden behind his back, subtly gestured as if shadows were retreating in secrecy. In the valley, Yao Yu sat upon a rock, her long legs curled beneath her, cradling Tun Tun. Her cascading hair framed her face, and behind her stood an ancient cypress, its withered leaves drifting down, a scene so picturesque it resembled a painting. Suddenly, Tun Tun, previously languid in her embrace, opened its fierce eyes and emitted a low growl, fixating on the darkness ahead. Yao Yao, with her delicate brows slightly furrowed, raised her lovely face towards that direction. Unexpectedly, a voice filled with malice emerged from the shadows. Heh, who would have thought to encounter such a rare beauty in these deep mountains? 2 figures gradually stepped into view, both muscular and imposing. The leader, adorned with tattoos, bore an expression brimming with ferocity, his gaze burning like molten lava as he fixated on Yao Yao's enchanting silhouette, as if he wished to consume her whole. Lo Tong, you handle that target. She is not far off, the tattooed man commanded, gesturing towards the nearby forest. Despite engaging in conversation, his eyes remained glued to Yao Yao, unable to look away. That girl must have opened 4 meridians, with her 6 meridians of strength. She should be easily dealt with. Lo Tong, though reluctant, felt compelled to obey the tattooed man's orders. For the latter was a formidable presence in the realm of energy cultivation. Boss, such exquisite merchandise must be saved for me. I have never encountered a woman as beautiful as her in my life. Lo Tong licked his lips and replied, Fine. Satisfied. Lo Tong nodded and swiftly darted into the forest. Little beauty, come play with me. I shall cherish you well. The tattooed man, sensing no fluctuation of energy from Yao Yao, felt no fear, his gaze brazenly roving over her delicate form as he grinned. Yao Yao cast a faint glance his way, her bright eyes revealing no trace of emotion. Her serene demeanor startled the tattooed man, making him sense that something was amiss. Tun Tun. Yet before he could make any further move, Yao Yao's red lips parted slightly, her melodious voice now icy and resolute. As the voice of Yao Yao faded, the tattooed man's pupils abruptly contracted, his expression transforming into one of horror as he beheld the creature nestled in Yao Yao's embrace. The small figure of the once pet began to swell, its fur dissipating to reveal a coat of crimson scales. Its pair of beastly eyes glowed with an insatiable ferocity, and from its slightly parted maw, a shadowy light flickered, as if it could devour all that existed. In an instant, the once adorable pet had metamorphosed into a fearsome and enigmatic beast, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation that gradually emanated from its being. Chapter 40. Only this remains a fierce roar of a tiger echoed through the forest as an iron fist, entwined with strands of source energy, surged forth with tremendous force, shattering the air and brutally crushing the creature's skull, blood splattering everywhere. Breathing a sigh of relief while gazing at the gradually stiffening beast's corpse, Zhou Yuan wiped the blood from his fist onto its fur. This was a wind tiger, known for its incredible speed, and among the first-tier source beasts. It was indeed a formidable opponent. Fortunately, Zhou Yuan possessed the dragon step, allowing him to maneuver effortlessly and narrowly claim victory. This marked the 36th first-tier source beast he had defeated. With a smile, he bent down to heft the creature onto his shoulders. However, just then, a glint of cold light shot out from the darkness, aimed ruthlessly at Zhou Yuan's heart. Just as the cold light was about to strike him, he quickly shifted his arm, causing the tiger's corpse to tilt and shield his heart. The cold light pierced directly into the beast's body, the dagger embedding itself deep into the flesh, showcasing the strength of the attack. A surprised exclamation echoed from the shadows. What was that? Who was there? Show yourself. Zhou Yuan's expression shifted, startled by the sudden, vicious assault. With a swift motion, he hurled the tiger's corpse into the darkness. A figure swiftly emerged from the shadows, using the tiger's body as leverage to gracefully land before Zhou Yuan. Who are you? Zhou Yuan inquired, scrutinizing the imposing man before him, whose eyes gleamed with menace. The one here to take your life, the newcomer, Luo Tong, replied with a sneer, his lips curling in disdain. You'd best accept your fate, boy. That lovely lady over there is waiting for me to enjoy her company. Zhou Yuan's expression darkened at the mention of the girl, but he quickly regained his composure. Though Yao Yao appeared delicate and weak, he understood that was merely a fade, especially with the enigmatic guardian, Tun Tun, by her side. Even when confronted by a formidable opponent at the Heaven Gate realm, Yao Yao would likely remain unharmed, and such top-tier warriors in Dezhou would not casually appear. Yet, despite feeling reassured, a cold glint flashed in Zhou Yuan's eyes. How dare these ruffians target Yao Yao? They truly deserve death. I assure you. You will not leave the Black Forest Mountain alive today, Zhou Yuan declared, his fingers slowly curling into a fist. You overestimate yourself, boy. Witness how I can crush you with a single punch. Luo Tong replied with a menacing grin, his figure blurring as he lunged forward. His fist enveloped in swirling source energy, accompanied by a thunderous sound. Luo Tong possessed the strength of 6 meridians, and his punch was immensely powerful. However, Zhou Yuan remained calm in the face of this ferocious attack, his tightly clenched fist striking back with equal fervor. Do you dare to challenge me with merely 4 meridians? Luo Tong sneered even more, assuming Zhou Yuan was merely young and naive. He intensified his power, intending to shatter Zhou Yuan's arm with a single blow. Boom. However, when the fists of the two adversaries collided with a resounding impact, the sinister smile on Luo Tong's face momentarily faltered. He sensed that the force emanating from Zhou Yuan's punch was not inferior to his own strength derived from opening 6 meridians. How could this be? A jolt of alarm surged through Luo Tong's mind, realizing he had encountered a formidable opponent. Instantly, he ceased to underestimate Zhou Yuan, transforming his fist into a claw. The wind from his fingers slicing through the air with a chilling glint aimed at Zhou Yuan's throat. Zhou Yuan stepped sideways, executing a dragon stride, his form shimmering slightly, rendering him somewhat indistinct. The fierce gust from Luo Tong's fingers barely grazed 3 inches before Zhou Yuan's body, as his fist, imbued with overwhelming power, surged forward, striking directly at Luo Tong's face with unyielding ferocity. The rapidly enlarging fist in his line of sight startled Luo Tong, causing his body to tremble. 6 meridians opened. Boom. The essence of the world surged forth, flooding into Luo Tong's being, causing his robes to ripple, as streams of source energy erupted from his pores, enveloping him in a faint halo. Thud. Zhou Yuan's fist crashed against the radiant source energy enveloping Luo Tong's face, yet it could not penetrate. Instead, he was repelled by the shockwaves of energy. To compel me to open 6 meridians against you, you shall die without regret. Luo Tong gritted his teeth, furious that he had nearly met his downfall while dealing with a mere youth who had only opened 4 meridians. Swish. Luo Tong launched himself forward once more, this time with even greater speed, his fingertips darkening ominously, an ethereal scent of blood wafting through the air. Medium-grade source technique, Black Ghost Palm. Observing Luo Tong's renewed assault, Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes, extending his palm with deliberate slowness, as though burdened by a colossal mountain. Yet, as his hand shifted slightly, the air itself emitted a sharp sound. For meridians opened, Zhou Yuan's meridians quivered, pulling in the surrounding source energy continuously, transforming it into a torrent of power that surged into his palm. A subtle aura of authority emanated from his being. Dragon Monument Hand, Earth Shatter, he uttered softly. Bang! As Zhou Yuan unleashed his punch, the ground beneath him trembled violently, and the air before him was torn asunder, releasing a fierce wave of punching force. Source energy breaking through the body. Luo Tong's expression turned pale with dread. To achieve such a feat required the strength of the Qi-nurturing realm or mastery of extraordinary source techniques far beyond the ordinary. How could a mere boy with only 4 meridians possibly attain such mastery? Yet, regardless of his astonishment, the fierce punch, glowing faintly, surged toward him, striking his chest before he could evade. Boom. Luo Tong's figure was propelled backward like a cannonball, blood erupting from his mouth, and disregarding his grievously injured body. He scrambled to flee. After this series of exchanges, he had discerned that this young man, who had merely opened 4 meridians, possessed terrifying combat prowess. As Zhou Yuan observed Luo Tong's desperate attempt to escape, a glint of icy determination flickered in his eyes. A source pattern manifested at his throat, and he bellowed mightily. Roar. The exquisite pattern of the one-piece source and the resonant roar of the tiger echoed through the air, sending shockwaves through Now Yuo's body, rendering him momentarily paralyzed, his mind swirling in confusion as his vital essence trembled within. However, upon reaching the valley, he was taken aback, for the scene before him remained tranquil. With Yao Yao perched gracefully upon the azure rock, delicately sipping from a jade vial. Beside her, Tunten lay languidly, yawning. This left Zhou Yuan momentarily stunned, for there were no signs of battle to be found. Sister Yao Yao, are you unharmed? Zhou Yuan approached, breathless, upon seeing Zhou Yuan's anxious expression and disheveled appearance. Yao Yao could not help but smile softly, warmth radiating from her features. I am quite well, she replied, pausing for a moment before adding. Though there is an unfortunate soul who has encountered some trouble. Zhou Yuan, filled with urgency, inquired, where is he? Yao Yao gestured with her delicate finger towards Tunten, who then wagged his tail and opened his mouth to reveal a jade tablet. With a playful smile, Yao Yao indicated the tablet, saying, this is all that remains. Chapter 41. The Mysterious Radiance Technique. Is this all that remains? Zhou Yuan stared blankly at the jade slip that had been spat out, gradually comprehending the unfortunate fate of the individual who had been devoured by the creature. What a woeful demise. A twitch of sympathy crossed Zhou Yuan's lips as he considered the tragic plight of that individual, pondering the extent of his psychological scars. Bending down, Zhou Yuan retrieved the jade slip, and upon glancing at it, he was taken aback, for he discerned that radiant light emanated from the slip, revealing an array of faintly inscribed characters. It appeared to be a record of source techniques, as Yao Yao casually remarked. Oh? Zhou Yuan's eyes brightened at her words. Ordinary source techniques would hardly warrant such a recording method. Could it be that these two ruffians possessed something of value? Grasping the jade slip, he infused it with his source energy, causing the light to flicker and the characters to flow vividly before him. As Zhou Yuan's gaze swept over the text, he paused in astonishment. A low-grade Xian source technique? The mysterious radiance technique? To discover a Xian source technique was truly remarkable, even within the royal treasury. It would be considered a treasure, typically reserved for those who had rendered significant service. The name Mysterious Radiance Technique sounded somewhat familiar. After a moment's contemplation, he recalled hearing it before. I remember now, the Qi Wang Mansion. This Mysterious Radiance Technique is among the pinnacle of their source techniques, reputed to have been bestowed upon them by the great Wu dynasty. Zhou Yuan's expression shifted. Could these two ruffians be affiliated with the Qi Wang Mansion? Yet, how could they possibly possess such advanced techniques with their level of strength? Shaking his head in confusion, Zhou Yuan could not fully grasp the situation. Nevertheless, a cold smirk crept across his face as he tucked the jade slip securely into his robe. He recalled Zhou Qing mentioning that the Mysterious Radiance Technique was exceptionally formidable. Despite being a low-grade Xian source technique, its power rivaled that of a mid-grade one. Since this treasure had now fallen into his hands, there was no way he would relinquish it. But where was Commander Liu? Zhou Yuan lifted his gaze toward the distance, frowning slightly. A strong practitioner of the Tianguan realm should have sensed the commotion here by now, shouldn't they? Half an hour earlier, Lu Taizhan had dispatched 2 guards to protect Zhou Yuan. However, shortly thereafter, he detected unusual activity emanating from the nearby forest. Let us go. Lu Taizhan furrowed his brow and abruptly rose, saying little to Qi Ling at his side. With a surge of source energy, he transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the source of the disturbance. Minutes later, Lu Taizhan appeared, observing the clearing ahead where 4 individuals were engaged in combat, 2 of whom were the guards he had previously sent to ensure Zhou Yuan's safety. What are you doing? Lu Tieshan's sleeves billowed as he unleashed a torrent of source energy that instantly separated the 4 combatants. The 2 guards, seeing Lu Tieshan's arrival, quickly reported, My lord, we were on our way to His Highness when these 2 ruffians ambushed us. Are you seeking death? Upon hearing this, Lu Tieshan's icy gaze immediately turned towards the 2 individuals. Commander Lu, please do not be angry. These are people from the Qi Wangfu. Previously, I instructed them to investigate the notorious bandits, and they may have mistakenly identified your men as the culprits. From behind, Qi Ling hurried over, his face filled with regret, and then scolded the 2, Get out of the way, you troublesome fools. Lu Tieshan's eyes, cold as ice, fixed upon this scene. And then he stared intently at Qi Ling. Qi Ling, what exactly are you planning? With a smile, Qi Ling was about to respond when suddenly, a tiger's roar echoed from the distant forest. The tiger roar pattern. This is bad, it's His Highness. Upon hearing the roar, Lu Tieshan's pupils constricted sharply. As realization dawned upon him, his face twisted with fury as he glared at Qi Ling. Qi Ling, you have the audacity. Oh, I am unaware of what Commander Lu speaks, Qi Ling replied with a slight smile. By now, I imagine those 2 bandits have succeeded. Yes? If anything happens to His Highness, I will not spare you. Lu Taizhan growled, and then his energy surged explosively. With a stomp of his foot, the ground cracked, and his figure shot upwards like a streak of light, racing towards the valley. Observing Lu Tieshan's hasty departure, Qi Ling's lips curled into a cold smirk. He waved his hand and swiftly followed, accompanied by his men. The group hurried along, eventually arriving at the valley, stepping out of the forest with a broad smile. Qi Ling gazed towards the valley, anticipating a scene of chaos, and he thought to himself that Zhou Yuan must be on the brink of collapse. As these thoughts crossed his mind, his smile grew ever more pronounced. However, in the next moment, his searching gaze suddenly fell upon a tall, slender youth not far away, who was also smiling and staring at him. Qi Ling's smile faltered abruptly. Zhou Yuan, how is he unscathed? His eyelid twitched slightly, and a surge of incredulous anger welled up within him. Your Highness, I have come late. Lu Taizhan, upon seeing the unharmed Zhou Yuan, breathed a sigh of relief and knelt on one knee, speaking solemnly. Commander Lu, please rise. I am fine, Zhou Yuan replied with a smile. As Lu Taizhan stood, his fierce gaze turned towards the unconscious Luo Tong, and he coldly inquired, is this the one who attacked His Highness? Indeed, this is the notorious bandit. Before Zhou Yuan could respond, an angry voice erupted from behind Lu Taizhan. Qi Ling approached quickly, seizing Luo Tong and delivering a harsh slap. Tell me, where did you dispose of the things stolen from the Qi Wangfu? The dazed Luo Tong, startled awake by the slap, looked into Qi Ling's menacing face and struggled to speak. Qi, stubborn fool, then perish. Before he could finish, Qi Ling's eyes turned icy, and with a swift motion, he crushed Luo Tong's throat. Luo Tong's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Qi Ling, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. Qi Ling, however, paid no heed to the lifeless gaze, instead tearing the deceased's garments as he searched desperately. After a brief moment, he halted, his expression darkening. Qi Ling, are you resorting to murder to silence witnesses? Lu Tieshan's eyes glinted ominously as he gestured, and 10 royal guards quietly encircled him. Qi Ling's demeanor remained unchanged as he replied coolly, Commander Lu, how could you speak such words? This vile scoundrel dared to lay hands on His Highness and is thus deserving of his fate. Moreover, they have stolen the Xuanmong technique from our Qi royal residence. The Xuanmong technique? Lu Taizhan was taken aback, astonished that such a treasure had been pilfered from the Qi royal residence. Qi Ling turned to Zhou Yuan and clasped his fists, saying, Your Highness, there were 2 ruffians. Do you know where the other one may be? Our Xuanmong technique should be in his possession. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan chuckled softly and replied, I cannot say. I only saw one of them. The other, perhaps, has fled with the treasure. Qi Ling's face twitched, and he declared emphatically, That is impossible. How can Steward Qi be so certain he won't escape? Zhou Yuan responded with a knowing smile. A jolt of unease coursed through Qi Ling as his expression shifted unpredictably. Indeed, I have not seen the other person. Steward Qi should continue to send men to search. Zhou Yuan waved his hand dismissively, adding, It is rather chaotic here, so we shall not keep Steward Qi. Though Qi Ling remained oblivious to the true nature of the events unfolding, an unsettling premonition loomed over him. It was likely that the Xuanmong technique had fallen into Zhou Yuan's grasp. Yet, what could he do with such conjectures? Would he dare to force Zhou Yuan to yield? Did he not notice the look in Lu Tieshan's eyes, as if he wished to consume him whole? As thoughts raced through his mind, Qi Ling was left with no choice but to grit his teeth, bow respectfully, and without uttering another word, he gestured for his men to retreat in defeat. He understood that this time, the Qi royal residence had indeed suffered a significant loss. Chapter 42. The 36 Beast Meridian Patterns. His Highness, Lu Taizhan, gazed at the departing Qi Ling, convinced that today's events were undoubtedly orchestrated by the Qi royal residence. It was perplexing to let them off so easily. Zhou Yuan waved his hand dismissively and remarked, They are quite astute, having already prepared an excuse. Now that those 2 are dead without a trace, they will never admit to it unless we declare war on the Qi royal residence right now. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Lu Taizhan felt a stir in his heart. It seemed that the other notorious villain had indeed perished here as well. However, he was puzzled, for it was said that this villain possessed strength at the Qi nourishing realm. Yet here stood Zhou Yuan and a girl named Yao Yao, devoid of any source energy fluctuations. How had such a formidable foe met their demise? Filled with uncertainty, Lu Taizhan refrained from asking and simply stated, Your Highness, I shall dispatch someone to inform the king of this matter. Such a significant occurrence must be relayed to Zhou Qing for necessary precautions. Zhou Yuan nodded, and Lu Taizhan took his leave. However, this time they did not stray too far, but instead spread out, encircling the valley as a protective barrier. Within the valley, Yao Yao surveyed the 36 jade vials before her, each containing the heart's blood of a first-tier source beast. After examining them, she nodded slightly and said, "Indeed. The materials are complete. I will begin the preparation now, and by tomorrow, I shall assist you in inscribing the 36 beast meridian patterns." Zhou Yuan nodded in anticipation and inquired, "Sister Yao Yao, what tier does this 36 beast meridian pattern belong to? I have never seen a source pattern that aids in meridian opening. It is clear that its rarity is unparalleled throughout the Great Zhou." "It is a second-tier source pattern," Yao Yao replied casually. "When you cultivate the chaotic divine visualization technique to the second level, I shall teach you." Zhou Yuan scratched his head and asked, "May I then impart it to others?" The value of this 36 beast meridian pattern was exceedingly high, particularly for the Great Zhou, though fraught with risks. Selecting those with unwavering resolve would likely yield a considerable success rate. Thus, if it could be shared with the military, it would undoubtedly enhance the strength of many in the meridian opening realm, bolstering the might of the Great Zhou. Nevertheless, the source pattern belonged to Yao Yao, and any dissemination would require her consent. Yao Yao fiddled with the jade vials and replied nonchalantly, "Once I teach you, you can share it with whomever you wish without needing to consult me. All of this was taught to me by Grandpa He, as his disciple. You naturally have the right to decide." "Thank you, Sister Yao Yao," Zhou Yuan exclaimed joyfully, filled with gratitude. A second-tier source pattern may not hold much significance for Yao Yao, but for the Great Zhou at this moment, it possessed immense value. "You should rest now. Tomorrow we will test the effects of the 36 beasts meridian pattern." "All right. What? The Xianyuan technique is missing?" At the Qi royal residence, Qi Yu sprang to his feet upon hearing Qi Ling's words, his face darkening, flames of fury igniting in his eyes. Seeing Qi Yu's ferocious demeanor, Qi Ling could only stiffly nod and say, "When I arrived, Luo Tong had already been captured, yet Luo Hao was nowhere to be found." Luo Hao possessed the strength of the Qi-nourishing realm, and Zhou Yuan was certainly no match for him. The girl named Yao Yao exhibited no fluctuations of source energy. Hence it was evident that Luo Hao had not perished. Qi Yu gritted his teeth. Could it be that he fled with treasures? Qi Ling pondered. Just the thought of that scene sent a chill down Qi Yu's spine. His facial muscles twitched, and after taking a deep breath, he grasped the nearby teacup, yet could not contain the fury within. With a sharp sound, he smashed the cup onto the ground. "Zhou Yuan, I shall not let you escape." In the room, Qi Yu's voice roared with the ferocity of a wild beast. He had initially intended to teach Zhou Yuan a lesson, but the tables had turned, transforming him into a mere benefactor. How could the proud Qi Yu accept such a fate? As dawn broke, a chill enveloped the forest, with a delicate frost adorning the verdant leaves. Yao Yao gently swayed the translucent jade vial in her hand, within which lay half a vial of viscous crimson liquid. With a slight shake, a menacing aura surged forth, as if the echoes of beasts were faintly resonating. "Is all that precious blood reduced to such a meager amount?" Zhou Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. That was the heart's blood of 36 first-grade source beasts, and yet, the result was scarcely half a vial. "Indeed, I have only extracted the most refined portion." The ferocious aura contained within the blood of these 36 source beasts converges, causing its intensity to swell. "This half vial should suffice for 5 uses," Yao Yao explained, her delicate hand twirling the azure source pattern brush before raising her fair chin and instructing, "Now, remove your upper garment." Upon hearing her words, Zhou Yuan promptly shed his shirt, revealing a robust physique. Though devoid of bulging muscles, his form was distinctly defined, brimming with virility. "Your physique is rather commendable," Yao Yao remarked with a calm expression, offering a casual compliment. Zhou Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yao Yao's rosy lips curled slightly, but her expression soon turned serious as she cautioned, "Maintain your mental fortitude. Do not allow the ferocious aura to erode your intellect, lest it inflict harm upon your soul." Zhou Yuan, taking her words to heart, inhaled deeply, centering his mind as if confronting a formidable adversary. Observing him, Yao Yao dipped the azure brush into the viscous crimson blood, allowing it to descend slowly. As the brush tip glided across his back, Zhou Yuan could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. The sensation was akin to molten lava, radiating intense heat. Obscure source markings began to etch themselves upon his back, and after several minutes, Yao Yao gently flicked her fair wrist, completing the final stroke. "Prepare yourself." At that moment, her sharp command resonated in Zhou Yuan's ears. "Buzz." Just as her voice fell, a surge of blood light erupted from behind Zhou Yuan, accompanied by a chorus of beastly roars that echoed in succession. Zhou Yuan's pupils constricted sharply, for he sensed an overwhelming and violent aura surging from behind him, crashing into his body's core. Roar, roar, roar. Fortunately, Zhou Yuan was well prepared. His divine spirit at the center of his brows quivered slightly as he envisioned the chaos divine mill. As the mill rotated, the ferocious roars of beasts were utterly crushed into oblivion. His clouded consciousness gradually began to restore itself. Soon after, Zhou Yuan sensed a torrent of heat surging within him, an exceptionally scalding and fierce current that rampaged through his body. He understood that this torrent represented the power of the 36 beast opening patterns. Thus, with a mere thought, he guided the heat through his being, directing it straight into the obfuscated 5th meridian. As the heat surged in, the previously stagnant 5th meridian began to exhibit subtle signs of loosening. Feeling this transformation, Zhou Yuan was filled with quiet joy, intensifying his focus on steering the torrent, urging it to strike continuously. After a considerable duration, when the heat finally dissipated, a small portion of the once tightly sealed 5th meridian had been breached. This progress filled Zhou Yuan with elation, as the outcome was no less impressive than his first experience with the Jade Spirit Falls. With a deep breath, Zhou Yuan opened his eyes, expelling a foul breath from his mouth. He paid no heed to the stench. Instead, his eyes shimmered with brilliance. The effects of the 36 beast opening patterns exceeded his expectations. At this rate, he was confident that he could fully open the 5th meridian within a month. Chapter 43. Cultivating the Xuanmong technique in the subsequent days, Zhou Yuan diligently employed the 36 beast meridian patterns to channel his meridians, and it must be said that, despite the inherent dangers, the results were astonishingly effective. Within a mere few days, his 5th meridian began to loosen, with the previously obstructed areas continuously being unblocked. At this rate, the complete unblocking of the 5th meridian was merely a matter of time. However, the efficiency was slightly hindered by the troublesome materials required to inscribe the 36 beast meridian patterns. The precious heart's blood that Zhou Yuan painstakingly gathered could only be utilized 5 times before being entirely depleted. This compelled him to allocate a significant portion of his daily time to hunt first-tier source beasts to procure more heart's blood. Thus, time flew by in the forest, and before he knew it, 10 days had passed. Bang! In the depths of the forest, a massive beast, entirely blood-red, charged directly at Zhou Yuan, who had just slain a source beast. The ferocity of its presence was so overwhelming that Zhou Yuan had no choice but to leap onto a tall tree to evade the onslaught of the blood-red creature. The beast, having driven Zhou Yuan away, paid no heed to his irritated gaze and immediately bent down to savage the corpse of the source beast he had just killed. Damn beast! Zhou Yuan muttered in frustration as he observed the scene from atop the tree, feeling utterly helpless, for he had no means to confront the formidable blood-red creature. This beast, known as the flame-armored rhinoceros, was also a first-tier source beast, but it was notoriously difficult to deal with. Its strength was comparable to that of a human who had opened 6 meridians, yet its defensive capabilities rivaled those of a 7-meridian individual, marking it as a small tyrant in the region. Faced with such a robust source beast, even Zhou Yuan's dragon tablet hand had little effect, and the use of the Tian Yuan brush merely resulted in superficial wounds, failing to inflict any significant damage. Consequently, during these days, whenever Zhou Yuan encountered the flame-armored rhinoceros, he chose to steer clear, but alas, the creature grew increasingly brazen, now outright seizing food from him. Clearly, Zhou Yuan's repeated hunts in this area had drawn the attention of the flame-armored rhinoceros, being bullied by a beast. Having food snatched away, Zhou Yuan felt a pang of embarrassment as he caught the gaze of Yao Yao. Yao Yao, upon hearing this, could not suppress a smile, saying, "The flame-armored rhinoceros possesses formidable defenses, making it quite troublesome for even those who have opened 7 meridians to handle. If your Tian Yuan brush could reach the level of a superior source weapon, it might pierce through its defenses." Zhou Yuan nodded. He had been nurturing the Tian Yuan brush daily, yet he still could not illuminate the second ancient source pattern. If you do not devise a way to deal with the flame-armored rhinoceros, you may find it impossible to hunt source beasts here in the future, unless you change locations, Yao Yao remarked with a slight smile. Zhou Yuan grimaced. Being driven away by a rhinoceros was a humiliation he could not bear. Thus, it seemed he had no choice but to find a way to eliminate it. While the dragon tablet hand was indeed powerful, it was somewhat lacking when facing a source beast with such formidable defenses. Zhou Yuan's eyes glimmered with contemplation. He needed to cultivate additional source techniques that could enhance his offensive capabilities. As he contemplated this, Zhou Yuan felt a stirring in his heart. He reached into his bosom and retrieved a jade slip, the very one he had acquired on that fateful day, the Mystic Radiance technique. It was evident that this technique was highly esteemed by the Qi royal family, and thus warranted further examination. Zhou Yuan settled himself nearby, grasping the jade slip, and infused it with his source energy. Instantly, light and shadows radiated from the slip, illuminating the void before him as characters flowed forth. Zhou Yuan focused intently on these inscriptions, which detailed the cultivation methods and explanations of the Mystic Radiance technique. This Mystic Radiance technique possesses a certain uniqueness. While Zhou Yuan immersed himself in the intricacies of the technique, a sudden gasp broke the silence. Turning his head, he saw Yao Yao standing beside him. Her clear and penetrating eyes also fixed upon the luminous screen. Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement. Having just absorbed the essence of the technique, he understood its principles. The Mystic Radiance technique, in essence, involved a distinctive method of compressing and refining source energy within the meridians. Through this continuous compression, the source energy would become profoundly concentrated, yielding astonishing lethality and penetrating power. Truly, the Mystic Radiance technique was an enigmatic art, far surpassing ordinary source techniques. Zhou Yuan marveled. Yao Yao appeared contemplative, remarking, "This technique is quite intriguing. It seems deceptively simple, yet takes an extreme approach, sharply honing the source energy. It should be more than just a low-grade mystic source technique. Though it appears incomplete." Incomplete? A thought stirred in Zhou Yuan's mind as he replied. This Mystic Radiance technique was bestowed upon the Qi royal family by the Great Wu dynasty. Perhaps they were not granted the complete version. Yao Yao nodded in affirmation, suggesting, "You might consider attempting to cultivate this technique. However, the extreme compression of source energy within the meridians demands a high tolerance, for any misstep could lead to severe injuries." Zhou Yuan smiled at her words, for when it came to the resilience of his meridians, few could rival him at his level. After all, he had once possessed 8 innate meridians, which, despite having closed later, still retained their formidable strength. "I shall endeavor to practice this Mystic Radiance technique," Zhou Yuan mused, clearly intrigued by the prospect. With determination, he bid Yao Yao farewell and settled into a meditative posture. Focusing his thoughts, he summoned the source energy from the surrounding environment into his body. As the energy surged into his meridians, Zhou Yuan concentrated and began to manipulate it according to the compression method outlined in the Mystic Radiance technique. This compression method, known as the whirling refinement technique, involved creating a vortex of source energy that spun rapidly, continuously refining itself. Ultimately, when the vortex dissipated, it would yield a strand of mystic radiance. While this sounded straightforward, it proved exceedingly challenging. Mastering the required force was no simple feat. Should one exert too much power, the meridians could be torn asunder. Conversely, insufficient force would prevent the formation of the mystic radiance. In the beginning, Zhou Yuan encountered numerous failures, with the vortex of source energy within his meridians dispersing repeatedly. Fortunately, his strong spirit allowed him to perceive the subtleties involved, and after numerous attempts, he gradually began to glean some insights. As the day drew to a close, Zhou Yuan had begun to master the swirling technique within his meridians with a certain degree of ease. Days passed, and as the sun ascended, its scorching rays illuminated the seemingly endless black forest mountain range, enveloping the entire realm in a golden veil. On a rock within a valley, Zhou Yuan sat in tranquil meditation, yet within his meridians, a different scene unfolded. A vortex of source energy spun rapidly, emitting a hissing sound, its tearing force causing his meridians to twitch slightly. This was largely due to the resilience of Zhou Yuan's meridians. Had a typical practitioner with 4 open meridians attempted this, they would likely have suffered severe ruptures. Nonetheless, Zhou Yuan endured the sharp pain that coursed through him. A faint buzzing sound reverberated within his meridians, and the vortex's rotation quickened, intensifying the tearing force and exacerbating the pain. Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow but resolved not to yield. Instead, he steeled his determination and urged the vortex to spin even faster. Suddenly, as the vortex reached an accelerated pace, the tendrils of source energy coiling around it were compressed into its very core, and in the next moment, the vortex shattered violently. With the vortex ruptured, Zhou Yuan snapped his eyes open, his face illuminated not by disappointment, but by a surge of exultation. He extended his hand, fingers poised, and with a mere thought, a faint azure glow materialized at his fingertips, shimmering delicately. This ethereal light flickered uncertainly, appearing remarkably fragile. Abruptly, Zhou Yuan drew his fingers across the massive rock beneath him, and with a sharp sound, he was astounded to witness the rock, as if it were mere tofu, cleaved effortlessly, the fracture smooth as glass. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, and his breath quickened. Was this the Xuanmong technique? Such terrifying sharpness and astonishing piercing power. Zhou Yuan marveled at the realization that with this technique, even those beneath the 7th meridian might be gravely injured by a mere touch, and even 7th meridian practitioners would be compelled to evade its edge. Armed with the Xuanmong technique, should that beast dare to show itself again, I shall vanquish it with a single finger. Chapter 44. The progress of Su Yue. The Xuanmong technique consists of 2 levels, known as Qingmong and Zimong. At present, you have barely reached the threshold of Qingmong, remarked Yao Yao as she observed Zhou Yuan mastering the technique. Zhou Yuan nodded, gazing at the flickering pale azure light emanating from his fingertips. The lethality of the Xuanmong technique is indeed astonishing. However, its drawback lies in the complexity of its refinement and the excessive consumption of source energy. Were it not for my use of the dragon absorption technique to draw in a substantial amount of heavenly source energy, I fear I would have been unable to condense this thread of Qingmong after much toil. With his current strength of opening 4 meridians, he could only refine such a slender thread. Thus, if employed in combat, it must be decisive. Otherwise, prolonged engagement would cause the Xuanmong to dissipate. If only I could enter the Qi nurturing realm, Zhou Yuan lamented. Only by doing so can one truly step into the realm of mastery. Establishing a Qi mansion within which to store cultivated source energy, far surpassing the meager and impure source energy I must draw from the heavens each time. With sufficient source energy to sustain him, the Xuanmong technique could truly unleash its might. After a moment of reflection, Zhou Yuan steeled his resolve. The journey must be taken step by step. His current objective was to thoroughly open all 8 meridians, laying a solid foundation for future cultivation. Very well, I shall first deal with that beast. To dare hinder my cultivation is utterly unforgivable. Rising to his feet, Zhou Yuan called to Yao Yao before swiftly darting towards the forest, eager to test the power of the Xuanmong technique. Upon entering the woods, he ventured deeper until he perched atop a grand tree, settling into a meditative posture. He understood that the flame-armored rhinoceros was exceedingly sensitive to fluctuations in energy, and upon entering its territory, it would likely sense him. Thus, he merely needed to wait patiently. With his eyes gently closed, after a span of 10 minutes, he sensed the ground beginning to tremble. His gaze shifted towards the depths of the forest, where he observed trees being violently uprooted and a blazing crimson figure charging forth, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The towering crimson figure came to a halt in the clearing, its scarlet beastly eyes locking onto Zhou Yuan, emitting a series of agitated grunts. It was none other than the flame-armored rhinoceros, its body encased in a fiery armor, both heated and resilient. Ah, you've arrived, Zhou Yuan mused, looking down at the flame-armored rhinoceros with a subtle smile. Unlike before, he did not retreat. Instead, he leapt down to the ground. Come forth, beast. He beckoned with a finger. As if sensing Zhou Yuan's disdain, the crimson eyes of the flame-armored rhinoceros flared with fury. With a powerful stomp of its massive feet, the ground cracked, and its colossal form transformed into a fiery shadow, hurtling towards Zhou Yuan with terrifying force. Simultaneously, the thick layer of its fiery armor radiated a crimson glow, as if ablaze. The air erupted with a thunderous roar under the impact. Confronted with the deathly charge of a blazing armored rhinoceros, even the most formidable practitioners would choose to evade its lethal thrust. Yet, Zhou Yuan remained utterly still, showing no inclination to retreat. Instead, his gaze lowered as the energy within his meridians swirled, compressing and refining itself. Moments later, he slowly extended his palm, revealing a faint azure glow that began to materialize. As the ethereal light fluctuated, Zhou Yuan's form suddenly surged forward, colliding head-on with the fierce rhinoceros in the blink of an eye. At the very moment of impact, his hand transformed into a blade, akin to a mighty force cleaving through mountains, and he struck down upon the menacing head of the beast. A soft sound reminiscent of a whisper echoed as his palm descended, and in the next heartbeat, blood gushed forth as the once ferocious rhinoceros was cleaved in two. Due to its massive inertia, the severed creature continued to propel forward for a considerable distance before it finally collapsed with a thunderous crash, staining the ground with its blood. Zhou Yuan stood resolutely in place, maintaining the pose of his downward strike, as droplets of crimson mist cascaded down, imparting an otherworldly aura to his visage. The azure glow gradually faded, and Zhou Yuan swayed slightly before sinking to the ground, utterly drained from the exertion of that single strike. Turning his head, he cast a glance at the bisected rhinoceros, unable to suppress a grin. The destructive power of the azure technique was truly terrifying. From this moment forth, the dominion of this forest would belong to him, Zhou Yuan. In the depths of the mountains, time seemed to lose its significance, as the harsh winter lingered, oblivious to the passage of years. Second young master, we have expanded our search to numerous cities, yet there remains no trace of Luo Hao. It is as if he has vanished completely, Qi Ling remarked with a grim expression. Qi Yu's eyes glinted coldly, and after a moment of silence, he replied, "If our search efforts yield nothing, I fear that Luo Hao may no longer even possess a corpse." Qi Ling furrowed his brow, asking, "Are you suggesting he has been killed?" Through clenched teeth, Qi Yu responded, "While I do not know who may have taken his life, I have an unsettling premonition that the azure technique is likely in Zhou Yuan's possession." Qi Ling's expression shifted with uncertainty. If that is the case, it could spell trouble. Following the previous incident, Zhou Qing has intensified his protection of Zhou Yuan, and Lu Taizhan has expelled all strangers from the area surrounding Zhou Yuan, making it nearly impossible for a repeat of what transpired before. A ruthless glint appeared in Qi Yu's eyes as he fell silent for a moment before coldly stating, "You must find Lu Shi for me." Qi Ling glanced at Qi Yu, unsure of his intentions, but complied with the order nonetheless. As the sun dipped low, casting a golden hue over the grand city of Dezhou, Su Yue completed her lessons and exited the estate, making her way along the streets towards her home in the southern part of the city. With Zhou Yuan's absence from the Dezhou estate of late, she found little reason to linger there each day. She navigated through the streets with practiced ease, but as she turned a corner once more, her steps abruptly halted. Lifting her beautiful gaze forward, she beheld Lu Shi leaning against a wall, flanked by several figures. Lu Shi's pretty face was cold, her indifferent eyes fixated on Su Yue, whose exquisite appearance ignited a flicker of jealousy within her. With a mocking smile, she commanded, "Su Yue, come with me. What do you want?" Su Yue furrowed her delicate brows. Zhou Yuan has stolen something from Qi Yu and is using you as leverage for its return," Lu Shi retorted icily. At these words, Su Yue's face turned slightly frosty as she replied, "What a joke. Does His Highness even covet Qi Yu's belongings? You sharp-tongued little vixen." Lu Shi's brow arched in anger, and she ordered, "Seize her." No sooner had her command left her lips than two figures burst forth from behind her, radiating a faint aura of source energy, revealing them to be individuals of 5 meridians. Su Yue regarded the approaching figures with a cold gaze, remaining perfectly still. Yet, as their hands lunged towards her like eagle claws, she suddenly struck. With a flick of her slender fingers, radiant light enveloped her fingertips, and a fierce whirlpool of source energy tore through the air. With a sharp sound, the two figures were sent flying back, blood spurting from their shoulders. Lu Shi's eyes widened in shock as she beheld Su Yue's rising aura, nearly biting her silver teeth in disbelief. "You have actually opened the 6th meridian." She distinctly remembered that just over a month ago, Su Yue had only opened the 5th meridian. How could she have advanced so swiftly to the 6th? "I achieved it 10 days ago," Su Yue replied nonchalantly. During Zhou Yuan's absence from the Great Zhou Mansion, Su Yue had not been idle. She received comprehensive training from Mansion Master Chu Tianyang. Unlike the explosive Zhou Yuan, Su Yue's stable talents were deemed more reassuring by Chu Tianyang, leading to an intensive training regimen. Thus, while Zhou Yuan made progress, she too had not remained stagnant. Lu Shi's face turned a shade of iron, her jealousy bubbling to the surface. She had devoted considerable time and resources to open her 6th meridian a mere half-month ago, yet here was Su Yue, who had accomplished the same in half the time. How could this not incite her envy? "Do you think that having opened the 6th meridian means you can walk away today?" Lu Shi's voice dripped with coldness. "Lu Yi, capture her, and be sure to mar that little vixen's face." With Lu Shi's command, a figure emerged slowly from behind her, exuding a powerful aura indicative of 7 meridians. Su Yue's expression finally grew serious upon witnessing this, but just as she pondered her next move, her heart stirred. Suddenly, 2 figures dashed out from behind, landing before her. They appeared to be ordinary men, yet the source energy emanating from them indicated they too had reached the level of 7 meridians. "Who are you?" Su Yue inquired, taken aback by the appearance of these 2 men. The 2 individuals chuckled softly and remarked, Miss Su, we are sent by His Highness. He is concerned that Qiyu might lose his temper and seek you out, hence he has instructed us to protect you discreetly. Upon hearing this, Su Yue blinked her charming eyes. Although she said nothing, her rosy lips involuntarily curled upwards, and the vexation caused by Lu Shi dissipated in an instant. The two men lifted their gazes towards Lu Shi across from them and coolly advised, Miss Lu, we implore you to exercise restraint and not allow yourself to become a pawn of Qiyu. Lu Shi, frustrated by their interference, wore a sullen expression. Nevertheless, she understood that with their protection in place, she could no longer act against Su Yue. Cursed Zhou Yuan, Lu Shi muttered in anger, choosing not to prolong the confrontation. With a stamp of her foot, she turned and departed with her companions. I appreciate your assistance, gentlemen, Su Yue responded, not declining their help. After a brief pause, she inquired, I wonder how His Highness is faring? He has been missing for 2 months. Chapter 45, Before the Imperial Examination. Amidst the forest, Zhou Yuan stood atop a rocky precipice, surrounded by 5 colossal azure wolves, their deep growls resonating ominously in the air. These were wind spirit wolves, a prestigious first-tier source beast renowned for their swiftness. Their pack mentality rendered them formidable adversaries, even for those of the 7 veins, who could only temporarily evade their lethal prowess. In this domain, they reigned supreme. However, Zhou Yuan's countenance betrayed little fear. Rather, he seemed invigorated by the challenge. Suddenly, one of the wind spirit wolves lunged forward, its azure form resembling a fleeting shadow, its sharp claws tearing through the air as it aimed for Zhou Yuan's back. Yet, its attack proved futile. Zhou Yuan's figure flickered, momentarily blurring, causing the wolf's claws to meet only empty space. With a thunderous crash, the wolf's assault missed, and Zhou Yuan retaliated with explosive force. His fist, imbued with surging source energy, struck the wolf's midsection, producing a sickening crack as its bones shattered, resulting in the wolf's immediate demise. With a mournful howl, the fallen wolf's companions surged forward, their eyes ablaze with fury, emitting a fierce cry as they charged. In response, Zhou Yuan erupted into laughter, charging toward the 4 remaining wolves. Clutching the Tianyuan brush, which expanded in his grasp to resemble a formidable spear, he swept it with great force, sending one wolf sprawling. In the depths of the forest, a fierce confrontation unfolded between man and beast. Zhou Yuan wielded the Tianyuan brush like a heavy iron spear, generating a tempestuous gale that kept the wolves at bay. The brush's tip, adorned with pristine bristles, glimmered with lethal intent, leaving deep gashes upon contact with the wolves' bodies. The battle, fierce as it was, concluded swiftly. Minutes later, Zhou Yuan stood resolutely. The Tianyuan brush angled toward the ground, blood dripping from its tip. Around him lay the lifeless forms of the 5 wind spirit wolves, their bodies gradually cooling. Exhaling a breath of pent-up tension, Zhou Yuan's eyes glinted with a sharpness akin to a blade, a testament to the ferocity cultivated during his 2 months of rigorous training in the wilderness. The prolonged immersion in this untamed environment had bestowed upon him a hint of primal ferocity, transforming the Tianyuan brush back to a more manageable size. Zhou Yuan secured it at his waist. Having trained in the forest for over 2 months, he had fully opened his 5th vein a month prior. Anticipating that his progress would slow once he departed the source beast-infested woods, he had chosen to remain, honing his skills against the beasts that roamed there. Having adapted to a solitary existence alongside Song Yuan in their secluded realm, Zhou Yuan found this lifestyle quite agreeable over the past 2 months. With a smile, he nodded and emitted a sharp whistle. Soon, a dozen figures emerged from the shadows of the forest, his loyal guards who had been silently safeguarding him. Observing the respectful retreat of his guards, Zhou Yuan turned his gaze, as if piercing through the dense foliage to behold the distant grandeur of Dezhou City. Not long ago, a guard reported that Qiyu had successfully opened the 7 meridians. This individual possesses a certain level of talent. Zhou Yuan pressed his lips together tightly, a flicker of cold light appearing in his eyes. Since Qiyu entered the Great Zhou Manor, he has persistently caused him trouble. Recently, he even resorted to underhanded tactics against him, and after losing the Inch Radiance technique, he attempted to use Su Yue as leverage. Such actions have ignited a murderous intent within Zhou Yuan. Previously, opportunities were scarce, but this time, during the upcoming examination. Qiyu, we shall settle these scores one by one. In the Great Zhou Palace, upon seeing Zhou Yuan, Qinyu hurriedly approached, embracing Zhou Yuan's shoulders with heartfelt concern. My child, You have been away for so long. Look at how thin you have become. In truth, Zhou Yuan had grown slightly more robust, but to Qin Yu, the notion of him enduring hardships in the depths of the mountains seemed purely to be suffering. Zhou Yuan returned the embrace with a smile, engaging in comforting conversation for a while before allowing Yao Yao to accompany Qin Yu, while he stepped aside with Zhou Qing. You have opened the 5 meridians? Zhou Qing glanced at Zhou Yuan and smiled. Zhou Yuan nodded. Lu Taizhan informed me of the previous events. I never expected Qi Yu to be so audacious as to strike at you. A cold glint crossed Zhou Qing's face. It appears I have been too lenient towards the Qi Wang manor over the years, allowing them to act with such impunity. However, I have my reasons. If we were to sever ties with the Qi Wang manor now, the great Zhou dynasty would inevitably face a catastrophic conflict, which would be highly detrimental to us. Thus, I carry some guilt regarding your attack, as it stems from my inadequacy as a father, allowing you to fall into such peril. Zhou Yuan understood Zhou Qing's burden and smiled, retrieving the jade slip of the profound radiance technique from his robe. Father, there is no need to dwell on it. I do not consider it a loss this time. The profound radiance technique? It has indeed fallen into your hands. Zhou Qing was momentarily taken aback, then could not help but smile. He was well aware that the Qi Wang manor had been frantically searching for this very technique recently. Let them pay a small price first. As for Qi Yu, there is no need for you to worry, father. During the examination in 3 days, I will settle the score with him, Zhou Yuan replied. Despite his calm demeanor, Zhou Yuan's words conveyed a sharpness and confidence that brought Zhou Qing a sense of relief. These 2 months of secluded cultivation had allowed Zhou Yuan's latent brilliance to emerge. The upcoming examination was of utmost importance. Should the first academy be defeated by the second, the position of the great Zhou manor's head could very well fall into the hands of the Qi Wang manor. Their schemes over the years had been waiting for this day. Zhou Qing spoke slowly. Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement, fully aware of the significance of this examination. What appeared to be a mere contest between 2 academies was, in fact, deeply intertwined with the fortunes of the great Zhou royal family and the Qi Wang manor. In the past, he was unable to open his meridians, and thus could not offer any assistance in this regard. However, now that he has successfully opened 5 meridians, if the Qi Wang mansion wishes to exert influence over the great Zhou manor, they must first seek his consent. Zhou Yuan took a deep breath, his gaze sharp. The arduous cultivation he had endured over the past few months was all in anticipation of this very day. Chapter 46. The commencement of the provincial examination. 3 days swiftly passed in the blink of an eye. As the 3rd day dawned, a subtle undercurrent surged within the city of Dezhou, with numerous factions casting their collective gaze toward the direction of the Dezhou prefecture. They were all acutely aware that today marked the day of the provincial examination hosted by the Dezhou government. However, this was no ordinary examination that would merely attract attention. It was intrinsically tied to the fierce rivalry between the Dezhou royal family and the Qi Wangfu. Consequently, the Dezhou prefecture stood on the precipice of potentially transforming into the Date Qi prefecture in the shadows. This would deal a significant blow to the royal family, signifying that the Qi Wangfu was gradually gaining the upper hand in their conflict. Such a shift might entice wavering factions to align with the Qi Wangfu, further precipitating the decline of the royal family. Thus, the importance of this provincial examination could not be overstated, as it held the potential to destabilize the royal family's position. In the Dezhou prefecture, within the A courtyard, as Zhou Yuan re-entered the A courtyard, he was immediately met by the gazes of numerous students, followed by a resounding applause that left him momentarily bewildered. What is this all about? Zhou Yuan inquired, perplexed. Su Yue, Song Qiushui, and Yang Zai approached him with cheerful smiles, exclaiming, "We are here to express our gratitude. If it weren't for you securing an additional hour of training time at the Yuling waterfall from the B courtyard, our prospects in this examination would have been dire. All 3 of us have successfully opened the 6th meridian." Su Yue chuckled softly, her lips pressed together in amusement. Yang Zai added with a grin, "Thanks to that extra hour at the Yuling waterfall, otherwise, it might have taken us another month to achieve this milestone." Zhou Yuan was somewhat taken aback. It seemed that the additional hour of training had indeed made a significant difference. And what of the B courtyard? They are left with merely half an hour at the Yuling waterfall. I presume their progress over the past 2 months has been minimal? Zhou Yuan remarked with keen interest. Song Qiushui pondered for a moment before responding. The atmosphere in the B courtyard has indeed been rather somber lately, and there is considerable resentment toward Qi Yu. After all, They lost 3/4 of their 2 hours of training time at the Yuling waterfall due to him. Such a stark contrast is difficult to bear. Although they dare not voice their complaints due to Chi-Yu's status, their grievances are unmistakable. If you think the B Courtyard's loss of that hour and a half will merely translate to a decline in their capabilities, you are gravely mistaken. Just then, a voice interjected, drawing their attention. Turning their gazes, they beheld Chu Tianyang striding toward them, hands clasped behind his back, his expression grave. "Headmaster." The students greeted in unison. Bowing respectfully, Chu Tianyang waved his hand dismissively, casting a glance at Zhou Yuan before speaking slowly. "To my knowledge, during these past 2 months, Chi-Yu has covertly taken several students from the B Courtyard who are slated to participate in the provincial examination to the Chi Wangfu." "Oh." Zhou Yuan's expression sharpened at the revelation. He intends to utilize the resources of the Chi Wangfu to provide them with rigorous training? Chu Tianyang wore a troubled expression as he nodded slightly. Chi-Yu's actions were quite distasteful, yet there was little that could be said in protest. After all, each individual's path to cultivation was their own affair. The Chi royal residence possessed immense financial resources, making it relatively simple to nurture a few individuals. However, Chi-Yu's conduct had incited considerable discontent among the other students in the E Academy, who felt it was unfair. Recently, there had been a wave of grievances directed towards Chi-Yu from the E Academy, but these were forcefully suppressed by Su Hong. Therefore, do not be under the illusion that merely opening the 6th meridian would grant you a sense of accomplishment, for Chi-Yu has already reached the 7th. Chu Tianyang asserted sternly. The numerous students from the Jia Academy fell silent, concern evident in their eyes. The pressure that Chi-Yu exerted upon them was undeniably immense. Although Zhou Yuan had previously triumphed over Chi-Yu in a highly constrained contest at the Yuling Falls, the upcoming provincial examination would rely solely on tangible strength. Anxiety gripped the crowd, and many gazes instinctively turned towards Zhou Yuan. After all, he was the only one who had managed to make Chi-Yu falter in the past year, leading them to harbor certain expectations of him. "Rest assured, I will handle Chi-Yu," Zhou Yuan said with a smile as he looked at Chu Tianyang. Chu Tianyang nodded, yet a shadow of worry lingered in his eyes. This time, it was not akin to the contest at the Yuling Falls. Nevertheless, he understood the importance of not dampening the spirits of the group too much. He waved his hand and declared, "If you are prepared, follow me to the examination platform." With that, he turned and departed, followed closely by Zhou Yuan, Su Yue, and the other students from the Jia Academy. The examination platform was situated in the northern courtyard of the Great Zhou residence. A vast square unfolded, featuring 5 elevated platforms of varying heights, collectively referred to as the examination platform. At this moment, the square was teeming with people. Nearly all the students from the Great Zhou residence had gathered here, and even many from within the city had come to watch the spectacle. Upon reaching the square, Zhou Yuan's gaze fell upon the 5 platforms, ultimately resting on the highest one, known as the Headmaster's platform. The academy that claimed first place in the provincial examination each year would have the honor of planting its banner atop this platform. Currently, a large flag emblazoned with the character E fluttered proudly atop the Headmaster's platform. "We have lost the Headmaster's platform for 2 consecutive years," Chu Tianyang sighed quietly. This had become a source of pain for all the students of the Jia Academy, as it was a former glory that had been held by the E Academy for the past 2 years, rendering them the so-called leaders of the academies in name only. Zhou Yuan pressed his lips together, his gaze sharp. This year, if the E Academy wished to maintain their hold on the headmaster's platform, they would have to reckon with his fists. As the sun ascended high in the sky, the crowd surrounding the examination platform grew larger, the atmosphere charged with excitement. "The king and queen have arrived." A loud voice suddenly rang out, and before the crowd, Zhou Qing, Qin Yu, and Yao Yao emerged, taking their seats upon the elevated dais. The imperial examination bears immense significance, prompting even Zhou Qing to come in person. "The Qi Wang has arrived." Shortly after Zhou Qing's arrival, another commanding voice resonated, and a group emerged from another direction, under the watchful gaze of countless eyes. Zhou Yuan fixed his gaze on the foremost figure of the group, a middle-aged man clad in a dragon robe. He strode with an imposing presence, his countenance stern and piercing, exuding an aura that deterred direct confrontation. "The Qi Wang, Qi Yuan." As Zhou Yuan beheld this individual, his eyes narrowed. For this man represented the greatest malignancy of the Great Zhou, a hidden thorn implanted by the Great Wu within their realm. The Qi Wang, possessing strength equivalent to the Tai Chu realm, ranks among the most formidable figures of the Great Zhou. Clearly, he holds the imperial examination in high regard today, remarked Chu Tianyang coldly. Upon the elevated platform, Qi Yuan smiled and cupped his hands in greeting towards Zhou Qing, yet refrained from performing the customary obeisance of a subject. Zhou Qing remained impassive, merely nodding slightly, highlighting the palpable tension between the royal family and the Qi Wang residents. Boom. The imperial examination begins. Chapter 47. Anomaly. The resounding chimes echoed through the air, instantly elevating the atmosphere surrounding the square. In the center of the plaza, the figure of Chu Tianyang emerged. As the source energy surged around him, his powerful voice resonated in everyone's ears. The rules of the provincial examination remain unchanged. Each academy shall send forth 4 representatives, who may freely challenge one another. Defeating the opposing 4 will allow you to take their place. Contestants from each academy, step forward now. As Chu Tianyang's command reverberated, figures began to shoot forth from each academy, landing on the examination platform amid the fervent cheers of the crowd, all eyes fixated upon them. From Academy A, the chosen representatives had long been decided: Zhou Yuan, Su Yuwei, Yang Zai, and Song Qiushui. Go for it, shouted the enthusiastic students of Academy A, exchanging glances. Zhou Yuan and his companions nodded, their forms darting up to the examination platform, which was situated on the second tier from the bottom. On the first tier, prominently stood Qi Yu and his 3 companions from Academy B. With his hands clasped behind his back, Qi Yu towered over them, flanked by Lu Shi, as they gazed down upon Zhou Yuan and the others from their elevated position. This year, the title of champion will still belong to our Academy B. I advise you not to harbor any false hopes, Qi Yu declared, his gaze icy as it locked on his Zhou Yuan. In response, Zhou Yuan merely smiled, retorting, I appreciate the training hours you gifted me at the Jade Spirit Falls. However, I trust that the Qi royal family, being affluent, would not mind investing in their own talents. Qi Yu's expression twitched slightly. Having lost to Zhou Yuan at the Jade Spirit Falls had severely tarnished his reputation within Academy B, and the hearts he had painstakingly gathered were now scattered. Humph. What is there to be proud of? After this provincial examination, you will entirely lose the title of Academy A, and everything will return to us. Lu Shi sneered from Qi Yu's side. Who ultimately prevails remains to be seen. It is premature to declare anything now. Su Yuwei calmly interjected. What are you? Do you even deserve to speak to me? Lu Shi retorted disdainfully. With her gaze lowered, Su Yuwei replied, on this platform, status means little, should one lose. It only adds to the laughter. Lu Shi's eyelid twitched, her teeth clenched as she spat. Sharp-tongued girl, if you fall into my hands, you shall see how I deal with you. Then you should be cautious. I wish to settle the score over our previous encounter right here. Su Yuwei's beautiful eyes glinted with an icy resolve. Just hope you possess the capability. Even before the battle commenced, the tension between the 2 sides was palpable, charged with sparks of animosity. Zhou Yuan and his companions settled onto the cushions on the platform, Zhou Yuan squinting slightly at Qi Yu. Behind Lu Shi stood 2 tall youths, their bodies emanating faint waves of source energy. One was named Chao Ling and the other Fan Wu. Both distinguished figures from Academy B. If I am not mistaken, they have likely opened their 6th meridian, Su Yuwei whispered softly to Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan nodded slightly, casting a longer glance at the 2, as he sensed an unusual fluctuation in their energies. Boom, boom. As the participants of the House of Representatives took to the stage, the chimes grew increasingly intense, culminating in a swift and lingering toll that signaled the official commencement of the examination. Ding Academy's Li Tong challenged Bing Academy's Wu Jian. Wu Academy's Chai Yinji challenged Ding Academy's Sun Qing. At the very moment the final chime resonated, a series of hushed exclamations erupted, followed by figures darting forth to alight upon the expansive stone platform. I shall take the first turn. From the A Academy side, Yang Zai rose first, his gaze fixed on Chao Ling from B Academy, as he declared in a deep voice, A Academy's Yang Zai challenges B Academy's Chao Ling. The young man named Chao Ling, standing on the platform, bore an impassive expression as he ascended to the stone stage. Yang Zai mirrored his movement, clasping his fists in a gesture of respect towards Chao Ling. With a referee landing upon the platform and casting a glance at both contenders, he raised his hand and called out, Begin. Bang. As the referee's command echoed, both Yang Zai and Chao Ling launched themselves into action simultaneously. Accompanied by a low chant, Open the 6 meridians. Both combatants possessed the strength of the 6 meridians and thus held nothing back. They unleashed their full power from the very outset. Streams of source energy coiled around their forms, and as their fists and feet struck, the air itself seemed to shatter with their ferocity. Bang! Bang! Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, the two figures entwined in a fierce struggle, their fists howling as they launched relentless attacks at each other's vital points, creating an atmosphere fraught with peril. Their strengths were remarkably comparable. Su Yue observed intently, whispering, "Their abilities are indeed evenly matched." Zhou Yuan nodded slightly. Both were of 6 meridian strength, and to discern a victor would depend on whose source techniques were superior and whose battle instincts were sharper. His gaze drifted towards Qi Yu's direction, only to find the latter watching the combatants with an oddly intense expression, prompting Zhou Yuan to furrow his brow in concern. Boom, boom. The battle between Yang Zai and Chao Ling escalated in intensity, yet unbeknownst to all, Chao Ling's eyes had begun to take on a faint crimson hue, and the source energy emanating from him surged with a newfound ferocity and weight. Yang Zai felt this change acutely, and he sensed a rising pressure. After several direct collisions, he exhibited signs of being overwhelmed. How could this be? Yang Zai pondered, filled with doubt. Get away from me. As Yang Zai hesitated, Chao Ling's eyes blazed with a fierce light. With a growl, he unleashed a devastating strike, akin to a tiger springing from its cage. A single punch sent the weary Yang Zai hurtling backward, a spray of blood erupting from his mouth. A chorus of gasps erupted across the square, as no one had anticipated that the previously balanced contest would suddenly culminate in Yang Zai's defeat. Zhou Yuan's brow furrowed deeply. In the moment prior, he had sensed a peculiar fluctuation in Chao Ling's source energy, transforming into a more ferocious and violent force. On the platform, Qi Yu watched the scene with a sly smile, his gaze shifting toward Zhou Yuan, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. "Next, I will go," announced Song Qiushui, her delicate features etched with seriousness as she stood. "Be cautious," Zhou Yuan replied with a gentle nod. As Song Qiushui stepped into battle, Qi Yu glanced at Fan Wu and remarked coolly, "You go." Fan Wu rose and swiftly ascended the high platform, with Song Qiushui closely following. The two engaged without exchanging any words. As the referee's voice fell, they simultaneously unleashed their 6 meridians, channeling source energy into their bodies. A surge of power coursing through their limbs. 2 figures shot forth, causing the stone bricks beneath them to crack. Zhou Yuan fixated intently on the clash between the two. As before, their strengths appeared evenly matched, resulting in a stalemate. However, as the battle progressed, Zhou Yuan's gaze sharpened, for he sensed that the source energy within Fan Wu was beginning to become increasingly turbulent. With a thunderous roar, Fan Wu unleashed a fierce onslaught, each punch infused with a violent source energy that shattered the air, producing deep sonic booms. "It's over," Qi Yu remarked, observing the scene with indifference. "Roar!" Fan Wu bellowed, his voice like thunder, shaking the ground beneath him. With a hand imbued with immense source energy, he unleashed a strike akin to a tempest, crashing down upon Song Qiushui with overwhelming force. Bang! Although Song Qiushui exerted every effort to block the attack, the power was insurmountable, resulting in a muffled groan as he was sent flying, directly thrown off the stone platform. Consequently, the square erupted with astonished exclamations, for the academy had suffered a consecutive defeat. On the high platform, Zhou Qing's expression darkened, while Qi Yuan wore an inscrutable smile. Zhou Yuan remained fixed on Fan Wu, and after a moment, a glimmer of understanding crossed his eyes as he slowly uttered, "I see what they are up to." Chapter 48. What comes next? Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Su Yue was momentarily taken aback. Zhou Yuan cast a cold glance at Chao Ling and Fan Wu, calmly stating, "If my intuition serves me right, they must have inscribed the blood-boiling pattern." The blood-boiling pattern? This is a first-grade source pattern that utilizes the essence of source beast's blood as a catalyst. When inscribed on the body, it ignites the internal essence, rendering the source energy more ferocious and wild. However, this method is quite insidious, as it leads to a depletion of one's own blood essence after use, potentially harming the meridians and making future cultivation exceedingly difficult, Zhou Yuan explained slowly. The blood-boiling pattern bears some resemblance to the 9 beasts opening meridian pattern, yet it lacks the latter's intricacy. Su Yue's delicate face shifted in color. Such a source pattern is prohibited. How dare they? Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes, stating, "They executed their plan with great stealth, making it difficult to uncover, for one would find no source patterns on their bodies." Uncover no source patterns? Then how were they inscribed? Su Yue inquired, her confusion evident, for she was not as well versed in source patterns as Zhou Yuan. Prior to the provincial examination, they inscribed the blood-boiling pattern daily. The power of the pattern lingers within, causing their blood to gradually boil as the intensity of their battles escalates, thus allowing them to operate undetected, Zhou Yuan explained. However, this approach inflicts greater harm on the user's body. Chao Ling and Fan Wu may very well become crippled in the future. Su Yue could not help but clench her silver teeth, exclaiming, "Such cruelty." She sensed that this provincial examination was of utmost importance to Zhou Yuan, and she was determined to assist him wholeheartedly, clearing obstacles from his path. At the very least, before facing Qiyu, she aimed to ensure that Zhou Yuan maintained his optimal condition, preventing others from exhausting him. Zhou Yuan pondered his strategies, but just then, a crumpled piece of paper was tossed his way, landing beside him. Startled, Zhou Yuan picked it up and slowly unwrapped it, revealing 3 elegant characters. Clear heart pattern. This handwriting, could it be from Sister Yao Yao? Zhou Yuan was taken aback, then looked towards the main stage in the distance, where Yao Yu was lazily cradling Tun Tun, observing the scene. As if sensing his gaze, she turned her head and offered him a gentle smile. She evidently recognized the underlying issue, and with her superior understanding of source patterns, she quickly devised a solution. I see. With Yao Yao's guidance, Zhou Yuan immediately grasped the situation, smiling as he addressed Su Yue. The blood-boiling pattern is not insurmountable. Extend your hand. Su Yue, though puzzled, complied and extended her hand. Her delicate, snow-white fingers were slender and tender, with nails resembling charming little shells, perfectly arranged. Zhou Yuan, without further thought, grasped Su Yue's small hand in his own. Upon witnessing this action, Su Yue was taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson. Yet before she could utter a word, Zhou Yuan retrieved the Tianyuan brush from his waist, his expression serious. With the brush's tip poised, he swiftly began to sketch within the palm of Su Yue's hand. He swiftly accepted the pen, gently clasping Su Yue's delicate hand, and whispered, "This is a clear heart pattern. Although it is merely an entry-level source pattern, it holds immense significance here." Clear heart pattern? Su Yue was taken aback. She was familiar with this entry-level source pattern, but could not comprehend how it could counter the boiling blood pattern. When the boiling blood pattern activates, you shall strike its spiritual center with this hand, Zhou Yuan said, his enigmatic smile revealing depths of wisdom. Though still somewhat perplexed, Su Yue nodded obediently, her enchanting eyes glistening as she gazed at Zhou Yuan, a blush adorning her cheeks. "Aren't you going to let go?" Only then did Zhou Yuan realize he was still holding her smooth, jade-like hand. He promptly released it, maintaining a composed demeanor as he replied, "I was merely discussing serious matters. I had no intention of taking advantage of you." Su Yue let out a soft huff, remarking, "At any rate, you have grown accustomed to it." "Apologies, we have lost," they both said, their heads bowed in despair. Zhou Yuan had won them an hour of training time at the Jade Spirit Waterfall from the Bee Academy, yet they still faltered in the provincial examination, leaving them feeling remorseful towards Zhou Yuan. He lifted his gaze towards the platform of the academy head, where Qiyu cast a knowing smile in his direction, the curve of his lips suggesting he felt victory was assured. Is he so pleased with himself? At that moment, the square was filled with countless gazes directed towards the A Academy, clearly indicating that after 2 consecutive losses, many believed the A Academy would be once again overshadowed by the B Academy in this provincial examination. It seemed the Great Zhou province was destined to fall into the hands of the Qi Wangfu. Many factions murmured to themselves, under the scrutiny of innumerable eyes. Su Yue rose gracefully, dressed in a black training outfit, her slender figure accentuated by fitted trousers. She exuded vitality. The belt at her waist highlighted her delicate silhouette, while her ponytail danced behind her, embodying youthful exuberance. "I'm going," Su Yue smiled at Zhou Yuan. "Do your best," Zhou Yuan responded, his smile encouraging. As Su Yue looked at Zhou Yuan, sunlight enveloped her, illuminating her enchanting presence. In the midst of the crowd's gaze, she offered him a radiant smile and softly uttered, just loud enough for him to hear, "Your Highness, you opened a door for me back then, and I promised myself to strive, to become strong, so that no obstacles would impede you." As her final words fell, the young girl lightly sprang forward, landing atop the high platform, her voice ringing out clearly. Su Yue of the A Academy challenges Chao Ling of the B Academy. Her melodious announcement captured countless eyes. And as they beheld the poised and striking young lady upon the stage, an involuntary cheer arose among the spectators. Seeing Su Yue's increasingly radiant presence, Lu Shi's jealousy deepened, and she coldly commanded, "Chao Ling, teach her a lesson." Chao Ling rose in silence, ascending the high platform. Begin. As the referee's commanding shout echoed, Chao Ling's vital energy erupted forth, instantly activating the 6 meridians. His essence surged through his limbs and bones with great intensity. Like a thunderous leopard, he shot forth, his fierce punches slicing through the air, transforming into a myriad of shadowy strikes that descended upon Su Yue. In response to Chao Ling's ferocious onslaught, Su Yue elegantly shifted her steps, akin to a wisp of smoke and fire, her figure dancing gracefully. Each time Chao Ling's attacks neared, she deftly evaded them by utilizing the gusts of wind generated by his strikes, rendering his efforts utterly futile. Thus, upon the stone platform, while Chao Ling launched a relentless barrage, Su Yue remained composed, evading with serene poise. As time progressed, a crimson glow flickered once more in Chao Ling's eyes, while the vital energy within him grew increasingly tumultuous, stirred by the boiling of his blood. "Get lost," he bellowed, stomping his foot as he propelled himself forward. Appearing directly in front of Su Yue, with a fierce thrust of his palm, he unleashed a formidable force. However, contrary to expectations, Su Yue defied the norm. Instead of retreating, she advanced, her delicate hand gently resting upon Chao Ling's crown. The source pattern within her palm radiated a soft luminescence, and an invigorating chill penetrated Chao Ling's crown in that fleeting moment. The once boiling blood within him quieted, pacified by the soothing essence. The stark contrast between the sudden tranquility of his blood and the dissipating tumult of his vital energy caused a disarray within him. Swiftly, Su Yue seized the moment, her fingers forming an elegant arc, gleaming with a jade-like luster, piercing the air as she struck like lightning at Chao Ling's chest. With a jolt, Chao Ling's body trembled. A mouthful of blood erupted from his lips, and he collapsed backward, crashing to the ground. A wave of astonishment swept through the entire square. No one had anticipated that the previously unstoppable Chao Ling would fall so effortlessly at the hands of Su Yue. Amidst countless astonished gazes, Su Yue's delicate countenance remained as tranquil as a still lake, her gaze directed towards the head of the courtyard, where her voice rang out softly. Next. Chapter 49. The battle at Lushi. The serene and composed voice of Su Yue resonated from the stone platform, eliciting waves of applause. After all, her previous victory had been remarkably splendid. Chao Ling, despite his fierce assault, had been led by the nose throughout the contest. The students from the First Academy erupted in cheers, rallying in support of Su Yue, while beside them, Chu Tianyang nodded slightly, feeling relieved that Su Yue, whom he held in high regard, did not falter. Listening to the overwhelming cheers from the crowd, Chi Yu furrowed his brow, and Lu Shi, filled with ire, gritted her teeth in frustration, unable to bear Su Yue's prominence. "Fan Wu," Lu Shi coldly addressed. Upon hearing this, Fan Wu nodded and leaped onto the stone platform. "Please enlighten me," he declared, bowing respectfully to Su Yue. "Begin," shouted the referee. Bang! Fan Wu was the first to strike, unleashing a powerful force from his foot that shattered the stone bricks beneath him, his form lunging towards Su Yue with a claw-like hand, executing the tiger's claw. The air was filled with a piercing sound as his hand tore through it. However, regardless of the ferocity of his attack, he could not touch Su Yue, who moved with the grace of a wisp of smoke. A punch was thrown, yet the smoke dissipated with the gust of wind. "This is a superior source technique, cloud smoke drift," Zhou Yuan observed, his eyes glinting with admiration. This technique was among the most challenging to master within the Great Zhou Prefecture. Yet Su Yue had accomplished it. Although cloud smoke drift might not rival the intricacies of his dragon step, it possessed its own peculiar charm, allowing her to utilize the force of her opponent's attack to evade, becoming increasingly elusive as the aggression intensified. Fan Wu was destined for defeat. As Zhou Yuan formed his judgment, within the arena, Fan Wu, much like Chao Ling before him, felt the blood within him begin to boil from the ongoing battle. His eyes turned crimson, and his source energy became increasingly violent. Su Yue's eyes sparkled as she suddenly pivoted, launching herself toward Fan Wu. Seeing this, Fan Wu bellowed and unleashed a punch, shattering the air before him with ferocious power, aiming directly at Su Yue. However, at the moment of impact, Su Yue deftly tapped her jade foot upon the rushing wind, soaring gracefully above Fan Wu. Simultaneously, her palm descended, striking the top of his head. A wave of cool energy surged into Fan Wu's body, calming his boiling blood. As the source energy fluctuated, Fan Wu, without needing further intervention from Su Yue, emitted a muffled groan, blood spilling from his lips as he fell backward, collapsing to the ground. This spectacle undoubtedly stirred up a cacophony of astonishment. Lu Shi, witnessing this, clenched her teeth audibly, her eyes blazing with fury. Shi Yu's expression darkened slightly as he remarked. She discerned the boiling blood pattern and devised a countermeasure. Although he was not entirely certain of the precise reasons, he could sense that Su Yue intentionally waited for Chao Ling and Fan Wu to reach their boiling point before making her move. Su Yue stood gracefully atop the stone platform, taking a moment to calm her internal energy. Her slightly cold gaze turned towards Lu Shi at the front of the courtyard, and she spoke calmly. I, Su Yue from the A courtyard, challenge Lu Shi from the B courtyard. The declaration once again elicited a chorus of intrigued murmurs. For Su Yue intended to engage in 3 consecutive battles. How audacious. This insolent girl dares to challenge me, utterly unaware of her own limitations. Lu Shi scoffed, her anger manifesting in a mocking laughter, her piercing eyes fixed intently on Su Yue. With a swift movement, she leaped onto the stone platform, her icy glare never wavering as she declared, Since you seek suffering, I shall oblige. Who will suffer is yet to be determined, Su Yue replied coolly. Do you truly believe that defeating those 2 inept fools grants you the right to challenge me? While I was cultivating in the Great Zhou mansion, you were likely scavenging for scraps elsewhere. Yet, undeterred by Lu Shi's cutting remarks, Su Yue lowered her gaze, her voice unwavering, precisely for this reason. I intend to clear away all of you stumbling blocks. Observing the tension between the 2 women, the referee merely shook his head, refraining from further comment as he raised his hand, signaling the start of the match. Their eyes locked, a flicker of sparks ignited between them. Activate the 6 meridians. Streams of source energy enveloped both women simultaneously. In an instant, Lu Shi made her move, her figure darting forward to stand directly before Su Yue. With a swift downward slice of her jade-like hand, energy coiled around her fingertips, exuding a sharp aura. Wind-slashing palm. With a resounding whoosh, her palm struck down, splitting the air with ferocity. Lu Shi showed no mercy, unleashing a high-grade source technique of immense power that could cleave rock asunder. As the daughter of the Lu Marquis, she possessed vast resources, and her cultivated techniques were far from ordinary. Noticing the ferocity of Lu Shi's assault, Su Yue deftly pivoted, employing her own technique to retreat gracefully. Do you think I am like those 2 fools? Wind spirit steps. Lu Shi smirked with disdain, her figure seeming to vanish, as if summoned by a tempest. In a heartbeat, she reappeared before the retreating Su Yue, her palm descending once more. Breaking jade finger. As Lu Shi relentlessly pursued, Su Yue interlocked her fingers, a radiant light emanating from her fingertips. With a fierce thrust, she met Lu Shi's descending palm head-on. Clang! The collision resonated like stones striking against one another, a torrent of source energy erupting, sending shockwaves that fractured the ground beneath them. Both Su Yue and Lu Shi staggered back several steps, though it was evident that Lu Shi held the advantage. After all, her wind-slashing palm was a high-grade source technique, while breaking jade finger was merely a mid-grade technique. Let's see how many of my strikes you can endure. Lu Shi sneered, activating wind spirit steps once more. With a howling gale at her back, she charged towards Su Yue, her palm, imbued with a fierce source energy, slashing down repeatedly, each strike shattering the air and leaving marks upon the ground with every surge of wind. Confronted by Lu Shi's fierce onslaught, Su Yue was forced to retreat repeatedly, momentarily finding herself at a disadvantage. The oppressive force of her opponent's source techniques weighed heavily upon her. Observing this scene, Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow. Indeed, Su Yue possessed exceptional talent, yet high-tier source techniques were already considered top-notch within the Great Zhou Prefecture. To cultivate such skills, one must contribute significantly. Thus she could not possibly possess the numerous ancestral techniques that Lu Shi wielded. Many discerning individuals present perceived Su Yue's predicament, expressing their regret. It was evident that had she possessed source techniques of the same caliber, the tides of battle would have surely turned. On the stone platform, the 2 graceful figures flitted like butterflies, one attacking while the other evaded. Humph, what does it matter if you possess talent? In my eyes, you are merely a resourceless wretch. Therefore, to challenge me is nothing but an act of self-deception. Lu Shi relished in her continual domination over Su Yue, sneering coldly. Su Yue remained silent, merely dodging the relentless barrage of assaults. Do you feel it is unfair? How laughable. The chasm between us has long been predetermined. No matter how hard you strive, you cannot transcend the disparity of our respective statuses. Lu Shi's lips curled into a sardonic smile, with a single high-tier source technique. I can force you into a corner. So what of a profound source technique? A chilling glint flickered in Lu Shi's beautiful eyes. She aimed to utterly shatter Su Yue's confidence here, potentially leaving her with a psychological scar that would hinder her future cultivation. Suddenly, Lu Shi halted. Her jade-like hand clenched, and a torrent of source energy surged forth, wildly coalescing in her palm until it transformed into a blade of wind. The wind blade trembled, emitting a piercing sound as the air around it was violently disrupted. Low-tier profound source technique, Azure Windblade. Lu Shi's eyes gleamed with malice as she brought her hand down with force towards Su Yue, the wind blade howling, slicing through the air to strike directly at her. The crowd erupted in astonishment, with the nearby judge already prepared to intervene. Yet, Su Yue did not flinch. She fixed her gaze upon the triumphant Lu Shi, her lips parting slightly. Indeed, I may lack the depth of your source techniques, but I do not concur with your assertions. The distance between us is not as insurmountable as you claim. My efforts are beyond your comprehension. As Su Yue's hand gradually clenched, a powerful surge of source energy erupted from within her, causing her garments to billow and her hair to dance. Open the 7th meridian. When Su Yue's commanding voice resonated, the entire square erupted in chaos, countless astonished gazes fixated upon her. No one expected that Su Yue would forcibly break through to the 7th meridian in the midst of battle. Chapter 50, Stunning the Audience, Opening the 7 Meridians. A crisp command resonated through the air, causing an unending flow of source energy to surge into Su Yue's being. Simultaneously, a formidable aura erupted from within her. Su Yue's hair danced in the wind as the source energy coursed through her body, ultimately converging at her fingertips. Her fingers, as luminous as jade, flickered with a fierce energy that set the air vibrating. Breaking jade finger, Su Yue gazed at the azure wind blade hurtling towards her, its sharpness potent enough to rend the very earth. Yet, there was no trace of fear upon her countenance. Instead, she gracefully stepped forward, her jade-like fingers poised to confront the wind blade with determination. Clang! In the next instant, the two forces collided with a resounding crash. Everyone witnessed the azure wind blade tremble violently before, with a thunderous explosion, it shattered into countless azure motes. Although Lu Shi was able to execute this inferior Xin Yuan technique, it was still somewhat beyond her capabilities. Thus, when Su Yue opened her 7th meridian, her overwhelming source energy forcefully dismantled Lu Shi's attack. Impossible! Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Shi's face contorted in disbelief as she exclaimed in a high-pitched tone. She could hardly fathom that her Xin Yuan technique had been shattered by Su Yue using a medium-grade source technique. Swish! However, Su Yue did not grant her a moment to recover from her astonishment. With a swift movement, she surged forward. Lu Shi, realizing the imminent danger, hastily employed the wind spirit steps to retreat. Yet, previously, she had been able to match Su Yue's speed with her wind spirit steps, but now, having opened 7 meridians, Su Yue's overall strength had ascended to a new level. In mere moments, she closed the distance between them. You wretched girl, do you dare to harm me? As Su Yue approached with an icy demeanor, Lu Shi's expression shifted, and she spoke fiercely. The response came in the form of Su Yue's jade-like finger. Striking with lightning speed, the air tore apart beneath her fingertip, landing directly upon Lu Shi's shoulder, causing blood to spray forth. With a pained scream, Lu Shi was sent flying, leaving a long trail upon the ground. Su Yue advanced slowly, standing beside the disheveled Lu Shi, her face as frigid as frost. She looked down with a cold glint in her eyes, which made Lu Shi shudder involuntarily. Indeed, I do not possess your illustrious background. However, I shall compensate for it with my talent and diligence, rendering you insignificant in my eyes, Su Yue said, fixing her gaze upon Lu Shi. Lu Shi clenched her teeth in frustration. Moreover, Lu Shi, there is something I have long wished to convey to you. A smirk graced Su Yue's lips as she continued. You once referred to His Highness as a toad, but I wish to inform you that, when compared to His Highness, you are the true toad. Confined to your own well. Lu Shi felt a surge of fury, unable to believe that she would one day be labeled a toad. Yet, she found herself unable to retort, for she had been thoroughly defeated by Su Yue, and in such a humiliating manner. In a fit of exasperation, she rolled her eyes and fainted. The judge, who was about to approach, could only offer a wry smile before proclaiming in a resounding voice, Academy A, Su Yue wins. Boom. The entire square erupted in a cacophony of astonishment and applause, as countless gazes of admiration were cast upon the graceful figure standing on the stone platform. No one had anticipated that she would turn the tide of the battle, defeating Lu Shi, who possessed the profound art of Xian Yuan. All the students from Academy A rose to their feet, clapping and cheering, their eyes filled with increasing admiration for Su Yuwei. This young lady, lacking a distinguished lineage, nonetheless displayed a strength akin to a hibiscus swaying in a storm, blooming fearlessly amidst the tempest. This young girl is truly remarkable. Up on the high platform, Zhou Qing couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He recognized that Su Yuwei had been forcing her meridians open, a perilous endeavor during combat. Yet her displayed courage and decisiveness were indeed commendable. He mused that with her talent and temperament, had she been born into a fortunate family, she would undoubtedly have become a celebrated figure, captivating countless geniuses. The uproar and cheers in the square continued unabated. Su Yuwei paid no heed to the applause. Her eyes swept across the crowd until they settled on Zhou Yuan, who was giving her a thumbs up. A subtle smile graced her lips, and within her gaze, a hint of determination emerged. Under the scrutiny of countless eyes, she turned her head to face Qi Yu on the headmaster's platform. Her clear voice resonating. Academy A Su Yuwei challenges Academy B's Qi Yu. Silence. The raucous applause abruptly ceased, and everyone stared in shock, clearly taken aback by Su Yuwei's audacity to issue a challenge to Qi Yu. Zhou Yuan was equally astonished by her boldness, muttering under his breath, "This girl is too reckless." Beside him, Yang Zai and Song Qiushui exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. On the headmaster's platform, Qi Yu's expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Su Yuwei. Rising to his feet, he stated coolly, "You are not my match. Step down." Yet, Su Yuwei remained undeterred. She met his gaze with steely resolve, her eyes glinting with cold determination. If they intended to exhaust Zhou Yuan's strength, she would return the favor. And even if she could not defeat him, she would ensure he had to expend energy. Aware of the significance of this examination for Zhou Yuan, she was determined to give her all, striving to secure every possible victory for him. Stubborn and oblivious, Qi Yu retorted icily. Then, with a swift motion, his foot struck the platform, propelling him upward. "Now, allow me to show you the true power of having opened the 7 meridians." Qi Yu stomped his foot, and instantly, the essence of the world surged into his body, streams of light swirling around him, causing the stone slab beneath him to shatter. An astonishing aura emanated from him, surpassing even that of Su Yuwei's earlier display. After all, Qi Yu had already opened 7 meridians, while Su Yuwei had only just achieved her breakthrough. Naturally, the disparity between them was considerable. "If you can withstand a single punch from me, consider it a victory," Qi Yu declared with a haughty laugh. In the next moment, he stepped forward, fingers clenched tightly. The source energy within him surged like a tidal wave, coursing through his meridians and gathering in his fist, which instantly radiated a brilliant light, as if it contained explosive power. Low-grade Xian Yuan technique, Thunder Fist. Qi Yu shouted coldly, unleashing his punch. The air filled with the sound of thunder as a fist imprint shot forth, roaring towards Su Yuwei with unmatched ferocity. At that moment, Su Yuwei's delicate features became grave. The source energy within her surged, and her beautiful eyes were fixed on the approaching source light fist imprint. In the next instant, she swiftly retreated. From the momentum of that punch, she understood that a direct confrontation was futile, so she immediately altered her strategy, intending to employ her agility to buy herself more time. "Can you escape?" However, Qi Yu, observing her retreat, merely sneered. His gaze flickered, and the speed of the source light fist imprint suddenly surged, akin to a thunderclap. In an instant, it crashed down heavily in front of Su Yuwei. Bang! It felt as if the very air exploded, and the stone platform's floor began to crack under the pressure. Su Yuwei sensed an irresistible, dominating force surging towards her from the front. The next moment, her body jolted violently, a muffled groan escaped her lips, and a trickle of crimson blood appeared at the corner of her mouth as she was sent flying. The square echoed with many regretful sighs. Qi Yu truly was the tyrant of the great Zhou prefecture. Even though Su Yuwei had broken through to the 7th meridian, she was still no match for him. As Su Yuwei was hurled from the stone platform, a figure soared into the air, arms outstretched, catching her mid-flight and gently bringing her down. Su Yuwei gazed at the familiar face before her and smiled softly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "I still can't win. It seems I've been overly ambitious." The one who had caught her was, of course, Zhou Yuan. He looked at the vivid crimson at the corner of Su Youwei's mouth, a fierce glint and killing intent flashing in his eyes. You did very well. Leave the rest to me. You need not worry, we shall not lose. Feeling utterly powerless, Su Youwei lay in Zhou Yuan's embrace, her eyes half closed like a languid cat, devoid of her earlier spirited demeanor. Zhou Yuan landed, handing the weakened Su Youwei over to Song Qiushui. He then raised his head, his gaze sharp as a blade, directed straight at Qiyu, who stood arrogantly on the stone platform. With a firm stomp of his foot, under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, he leapt forward, soaring onto the platform. Simultaneously, Zhou Yuan's cold and piercing voice resonated through the air. Zhou Yuan from the A Academy challenges Qiyu from the B Academy. Chapter 51. The battle between Zhou Yuan and Qiyu. The moment Zhou Yuan stepped onto the stone platform, the entire square erupted into a fervor, with nearly every gaze converging upon him, transforming this place into a focal point of attention. Is that His Highness Zhou Yuan? Wasn't it rumored that he could not cultivate? That is old news. During the grand examination, His Highness had already demonstrated the ability to open his meridians, and it is said that he has now reached the level of opening 5 meridians. Opening 5 meridians? How could he possibly contend with Qiyu? Did they not witness Su Youwei, who had opened 7 meridians, being defeated at his hands? It appears that the Qi Prince's residence is destined for victory in this provincial examination. The whispers that filled the air were overwhelming. Judging by the surface-level strength, it was evident that many believed Qiyu had the upper hand, for he had consistently been the strongest presence in the Great Zhou residence over the past couple of years. On that elevated platform, even Zhou Qing and Qi Yuan sat up straight, their gazes fixed intently upon the stone stage. They understood well that the confrontation between Zhou Yuan and Qiyu would determine the future allegiance of the Great Zhou residence. On the stone platform, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Qiyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his white robes billowing elegantly, exuding an air of grandeur. His indifferent gaze fell upon Zhou Yuan as he remarked, "It truly surprises me that Your Highness has come this far." It is worth noting that a year prior, in Qiyu's eyes, Zhou Yuan was merely an incapable prince unworthy of any serious consideration. Yet now, in just over half a year, Zhou Yuan seemed to have undergone a remarkable awakening, leaping from being unable to open his meridians to achieving the level of opening 5. Such progress even astonished Qiyu. However, your journey ends here. Qiyu spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if Zhou Yuan's fate rested firmly within his grasp. Not necessarily, Zhou Yuan replied. His expression unruffled, yet an undercurrent of murderous intent flowed within his eyes. On the stone platform, the two locked eyes, sparks of conflict and malice igniting simultaneously. The square was captivated, their attention wholly diverted from the other contests, for they all recognized that the battle between Zhou Yuan and Qiyu could very well stir a tempest within the Great Zhou dynasty. Begin. As the judge's voice resonated, the tranquility of the stone platform was shattered in an instant. Qiyu struck first, his foot pressing down with explosive force, and his figure transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Zhou Yuan. Boom! He unleashed a punch, the force of which shattered the air, producing a sharp sound akin to a slicing wind. The radiance of his fist rapidly magnified toward Zhou Yuan, who swiftly stepped aside, his figure momentarily blurring as he executed the dragon step technique. The punch whistled through the air, only to meet emptiness, causing Qiyu's eyes to narrow slightly. He had long been aware that Zhou Yuan seemed to possess a mysterious body technique capable of rendering him elusive, evading numerous attacks. With his punch missing, Qiyu immediately transformed his fist into an open palm, channeling his source energy, which surged forth like a blade of light, sweeping across the air with ferocity. Zhou Yuan clenched his fist tightly, his hand embodying a formidable strength as it collided with the sweeping blade of Qiyu aimed at his throat. Bang! The clash of fist and palm erupted, causing the air to crackle and the visible shockwaves to surge forth, stirring up the dust from the ground. Thud, thud, thud. In the next instant, both Zhou Yuan and Qiyu unleashed their fury simultaneously, their fists and palms leaving behind fleeting shadows as they launched into a savage onslaught against each other, akin to a tempest. Boom! Another fierce impact resonated, shaking both Zhou Yuan and Qiyu, their feet skidding across the ground for dozens of paces. In the square, a palpable stir arose among the spectators, their eyes glimmering with astonishment as they realized that during their earlier ferocious exchange, Zhou Yuan, who had only opened 5 meridians, had not been significantly outmatched. Initially, they had assumed that once they clashed, Zhou Yuan would inevitably be overpowered by Qi Yu. The prowess of someone who had opened 7 meridians was indeed formidable, far more challenging than those ferocious beasts. Zhou Yuan rubbed his fist thoughtfully, remarking that within the Black Forest Mountains, he had slain numerous beasts on par with those who had opened 7 meridians, yet none compared to the tenacity of Qi Yu before him. Qi Yu's expression darkened, as he had been aware of Zhou Yuan's peculiar strength, but it was only through direct confrontation that he truly grasped the extent of Zhou Yuan's physical prowess. After all, he had opened 7 meridians, continuously enhancing his own physical attributes. Yet now, he found himself at an impasse against Zhou Yuan, who had merely opened 5 meridians, which was quite frustrating. Opened 7 meridians. With a fierce roar, Qi Yu summoned the essence of the heavens and earth, which surged into his body, causing a brilliant flow of energy to swirl around him, unleashing an astonishing aura. Crack! The stone slabs beneath Qi Yu's feet shattered, a testament to the immense power he had cultivated within. Zhou Yuan's eyes narrowed, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit, and Qi Yu was far from a defenseless prey. Opening 5 meridians, Zhou Yuan felt the torrent of energy coursing through him, a powerful force radiating from his limbs. Swish! Qi Yu moved, his speed amplified several times over by the activation of 7 meridians, appearing almost instantaneously behind Zhou Yuan. Thunderous fist. Qi Yu, no longer holding back, unleashed a profound source technique, causing the air to explode and the ground beneath him to crack violently, exuding an intimidating force. This strike was undoubtedly more potent than the one he had used against Su Yue. Dragon tablet hand, shattering mountain. Zhou Yuan's palms swept horizontally, heavy as if bearing the weight of a mountain, and with that formidable might, he met Qi Yu's ferocious fist head-on. Boom! The shockwave radiated from beneath them, tearing apart the sturdy floor beneath their feet. Can you block this? Show me your defense. A fierce glint flashed in Qi Yu's eyes as he lunged forward like a cheetah, his fists, feet, and elbows transforming into lethal weapons, slicing through the air in a storm of violence, relentlessly targeting the vital points of Zhou Yuan. He had unleashed his power to the utmost, for he needed to gain the upper hand and shatter Zhou Yuan's confidence. The deluge of his onslaught left countless spectators trembling in fear. Faced with such a ferocious assault from Qi Yu, even Zhou Yuan's countenance shifted slightly. He felt as if his vision was entirely engulfed by the opponent's aggression, making it impossible to evade even with his dragon step. However, Zhou Yuan, though alarmed, remained composed. His mind flickered with energy, and his perception expanded, causing the seemingly overwhelming assault to morph before his eyes. With the aid of his heightened awareness, each trajectory of Qi Yu's attacks became strikingly clear to him. Thus, he boldly retaliated. With his fists and feet, the source energy surged, and his counterattack, though not as frenzied as Qi Yu's, appeared somewhat languid. Yet, it was precisely this measured approach that allowed each strike to land precisely on the weakest points of Qi Yu's offensive, effortlessly dissipating the fierce force. It was akin to using 4 ounces to deflect 1,000 pounds. Qi Yu's expression grew increasingly grim, for he could sense that despite the ferocity of his strikes, he could not breach Zhou Yuan's defenses. The seemingly unhurried counterattacks of Zhou Yuan were perfectly timed to neutralize his every assault. Boom! Zhou Yuan delivered another powerful punch that struck Qi Yu's elbow, sending a shockwave through his arm and momentarily halting his entire body. An eye for an eye. Zhou Yuan's gaze flickered as he suddenly transformed his fist into a palm strike. In that instant, a torrent of source energy surged within him, coursing through his meridians and into his palm, causing the air to hum with reverberation. An astonishing aura emanated from Zhou Yuan. Dragon tablet palm, shatter the earth. Accompanied by a deep, commanding shout, Zhou Yuan unleashed his palm, radiant source light erupting from his hand. The strike transformed the air into a cannonball, hurtling toward Qi Yu. At that moment, Qi Yu's expression changed dramatically, clearly sensing the formidable intensity of Zhou Yuan's counterattack. He hastily crossed his arms before him, source energy swirling around them. Superior source technique, stone arm. Boom. Nevertheless, Zhou Yuan disregarded this defense, delivering a devastating blow upon Qi Yu's crossed arms. The sound of the impact resonating like an explosion as an overwhelming force erupted forth. Boom. With each successive strike, Qi Yu felt as though he had been struck by a sledgehammer. His arms trembled violently, and he stumbled backward, his feet leaving deep impressions in the ground. shattering the stone beneath him. The audience erupted in astonishment, their reactions intensifying with each of Qi Yu's retreating steps. Bang! Qi Yu forced himself to regain stability. But the collective uproar around him darkened his expression, his face shadowed with fury. He glared at Zhou Yuan, a low growl filled with murderous intent escaping through clenched teeth. Zhou Yuan, you are courting death. Chapter 52. True Strength. Zhou Yuan, you are courting death. As the low growl escaped Qi Yu's lips, a fierce murderous intent erupted from within him, his eyes bloodshot and appearing exceptionally menacing. Initially, he had believed this battle would be a mere formality, for he possessed the strength of 7 meridians, sufficient to overpower any student of the great Zhou mansion. Yet, who could have anticipated that, in the face of Zhou Yuan, who had only opened 5 meridians, he not only failed to secure a swift victory but was now being relentlessly pushed back by Zhou Yuan. This was, without a doubt, a tremendous loss of face for him. Who will perish is yet to be determined. Zhou Yuan's voice was calm, yet his eyes brimmed with an equal intensity of murderous intent. Qi Yu's bloodshot gaze fixated on Zhou Yuan, and after a moment, the ferocity on his face gradually softened. Though his voice grew increasingly chilling, Zhou Yuan, your ability to reach this point has truly exceeded my expectations. However, do you believe that this will enable you to triumph over me today? Noting Qi Yu's sinister expression, Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes, his demeanor becoming markedly serious. For he understood that Qi Yu would undoubtedly be well prepared for this examination. Qi Yu took a deep breath, a flash of ruthlessness crossing his gaze. And in the next instant, his body trembled violently as a deep voice resonated. Breaking Meridian Technique. Buzz. At this moment, Zhou Yuan's expression finally shifted, slowly uttering. So it is the Breaking Meridian Technique. You are indeed ruthless. The Breaking Meridian Technique is a form of source art that can forcibly assist an individual in breaking through a meridian in a short period. Now that Qi Yu had opened 7 meridians, should he manage to break through one more, he would achieve the level of 8 meridians. However, this method is executed forcefully, and thus, once employed, it will inflict damage upon oneself, significantly delaying the actual opening of the 8th meridian. Streams of source energy entwined around Qi Yu's body, his robes billowing and rustling as he felt the surge of power within him, his fingers clenched tightly, producing a creaking sound. To secure this great Zhou mansion, this price is but a trifling matter, Qi Yu stated indifferently. Moreover, our Qi royal mansion has long prepared the finest treasures of heaven and earth. I shall soon recover. However, before that, I believe the one paying the price will be you. Bang! At the moment Qi Yu's voice fell, his figure shot forth with astonishing speed. So fast, Zhou Yuan was taken aback. After forcibly breaking through to 8 meridians, Qi Yu's overall strength had ascended to a new level. Dragon Step. Without hesitation, Zhou Yuan executed the Dragon Step, his form moving diagonally. Boom! A fist enveloped in streams of source energy thundered from behind, hurtling towards Zhou Yuan's chest. However, just as the attack was about to miss its mark, Qi Yu abruptly transformed his fist into a palm, striking downwards. The source energy collided with the air, creating a deafening shockwave that slammed into Zhou Yuan's chest. Stagger, stagger! Zhou Yuan swiftly retreated, a faint pain throbbing in his chest. The previous strike, though merely the force of Qi Yu's punch generating a gust of air, was nonetheless formidable. Clearly, after breaking through the 8 meridians, Qi Yu's strength had intensified significantly. Let us see how long you can evade. Qi Yu's eyes glimmered with cold determination as he surged forward once more, his attacks as fierce as lightning, relentlessly enveloping Zhou Yuan. In the face of Qi Yu's overwhelming might, Zhou Yuan found himself retreating step by step, the tide of battle shifting dramatically in Qi Yu's favor. The multitude of spectators in the square gasped at the sudden turn of events. It was evident to all that Qi Yu had the upper hand. Unless Zhou Yuan possessed unforeseen trump cards, he was likely to fall completely under Qi Yu's control. On the side of the A Academy, the expressions of all the students were grave and filled with concern. Su Yue clenched her delicate hands anxiously, her beautiful face reflecting her unease. For Qi Yu was undeniably powerful at this moment. On the high platform, Zhou Qing wore a solemn expression, while the King Qi Yuan displayed a smug smile. Boom! On the stone platform, the two figures continued their relentless chase. Qi Yu's attacks were ferocious, coming wave after wave, while Zhou Yuan evaded, skillfully avoiding Qi Yu's onslaught. However, under Qi Yu's relentless pressure, the space for Zhou Yuan to maneuver grew increasingly constricted, until, at a certain moment, His footfalls brought him to the very edge of the stone platform. Qi Yu's face twisted into a sinister grin as a savage palm wind swept down, causing the ground to crack beneath its force. This strike had the potential to send Zhou Yuan tumbling off the platform, determining the outcome of the battle. Consequently, a chorus of gasps erupted throughout the square. "Get off the stage. Did you truly believe you could alter the outcome?" Qi Yu's mocking voice rang out. As the palm wind approached, Zhou Yuan suddenly raised his head, a chilling smile gracing his face, devoid of any sign of panic. "I mentioned before, overconfidence is not a virtue." Boom. An unusual sound erupted from within Zhou Yuan as the essence of heaven and earth surged into his body, causing a dramatic increase in the fluctuations of his inner energy. This transformation immediately captured the attention of countless spectators, leading to waves of incredulous exclamations. "Prince Zhou Yuan has also opened the sixth meridian. Could it be that he utilized the meridian breaking technique?" It is not the meridian breaking technique. The essence within Prince Zhou Yuan remains robust, showing no signs of chaos. This is a manifestation of true mastery, indicating that he has genuinely opened the sixth meridian all along, concealing his strength. Such profound cunning, to possess such power yet feign weakness, leading Qi Yu to believe victory was assured, thus becoming complacent. A multitude of voices erupted, all astonished by Zhou Yuan's sudden outburst. How is this possible? At this moment, Qi Yu's pupils constricted sharply. He had originally perceived Zhou Yuan as a cornered rabbit, but to his astonishment, the next instant revealed the rabbit's ferocious fangs. "Did you truly believe that during my 2 months in the Black Forest Mountains, I merely opened the fifth meridian?" Zhou Yuan smirked coldly. Throughout his time in the mountains, he had battled tirelessly against source beasts, while also receiving the guidance of Yao Yao, who inscribed the patterns of 36 beast meridians upon him. He had endured countless hardships. And thus, within the 5 days prior to leaving the Black Forest, he seamlessly opened the sixth meridian. However, he had concealed this advancement, presenting himself only with the strength of the fifth meridian. Dragon Tablet Hand, split the earth. Zhou Yuan struck with remarkable speed, launching a fierce counterattack. His palm struck out horizontally, a torrent of source energy surging forth, the air around him erupting with explosive sounds as a formidable gust of wind surged, fierce beyond measure. Zhou Yuan's counter was so powerful that Qi Yu felt the hairs on his body stand on end, an overwhelming aura of danger enveloping him. In a moment of panic, he had no time to contemplate further and could only desperately channel his source energy. Thunderous Fist. In his haste, Qi Yu unleashed a punch, which collided with Zhou Yuan's fierce palm wind. A deep thud resonated, and the stone slabs beneath them shattered, swept away by the ferocious gusts. Amidst the flying debris, everyone could see Qi Yu's body tremble as he was forced backward, his feet scraping against the ground until he finally steadied himself, letting out a muffled groan as blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. In contrast, Zhou Yuan, bolstered by his fierce rebuttal, had only taken half a step back. The entire square erupted in commotion once more, countless spectators secretly cheering. Zhou Yuan's display of feigned weakness had undoubtedly achieved remarkable effect. What a formidable and seasoned combat awareness! Many keen observers nodded in approval. Although Qi Yu seemed stronger in raw power, when it came to combat instinct, he paled in comparison to Zhou Yuan. Furthermore, every attack Zhou Yuan executed was marked by a seasoned ferocity, with each eruption yielding tangible results. On the stone platform, Qi Yu slowly wiped the blood from his mouth, his face twitching slightly. Eventually, he took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the rage that threatened to shatter his composure. "I did not expect that you had already opened the sixth meridian." Qi Yu's voice was cold. Had he revealed all his cards from the outset, the element of surprise would have been lost. At present, Qi Yu had sustained injuries due to his own overconfidence. With a chilling gaze fixed upon Zhou Yuan, Qi Yu spoke slowly. "Indeed, you have taught me a lesson." He closed his eyes, nodded slightly, and coldly declared, "Therefore, in gratitude, I shall employ my utmost strength to defeat you. One by one, I will tear apart your proud trump cards, allowing you to experience true despair." As his words fell, he gradually lifted his palm, and all present beheld a faint azure light shimmering upon his hand. The light ebbed and flowed, exuding a menacing aura that caused the air itself to seem torn asunder. Gazing upon that azure radiance, the discerning experts present exchanged glances, their expressions shifting in astonishment as a voice of disbelief emerged. "Is that the Xuanmong technique, one of the premier source arts of the Qi royal residence? Has Qi Yu truly mastered the Xuanmong technique? This complicates matters. His Highness Zhou Yuan is now in peril." Although the Xuanmeng technique is classified as an inferior grade source art, its potency surpasses that of many mid-grade source arts. With Qiyu having attained this skill, he is likely invincible within the realm of Qi cultivation. Chapter 53. I too shall shine. A flickering azure radiance danced at the edge of Qiyu's palm, its length barely extending half a finger's breadth. Yet, as it undulated, the azure light sliced through the air with a sharp hiss, revealing its formidable lethal potential. Those present instantly recognized the source of this azure glow. It was none other than one of the premier source techniques of the Qi royal mansion, the Xuanmeng technique. The might of this technique was truly terrifying, and no ordinary individual would dare to confront it head-on. Thus, when Qiyu unleashed this technique, bolstered by his current mastery of the 8 meridians, it was likely that very few in the realm of Qi nurturing could withstand his power. In that moment, the tide of the encounter shifted once more. To have forced me to this juncture, Zhou Yuan, I must concede your prowess. I never anticipated that a waste from half a year ago could pose such a substantial threat to me. Qiyu's body radiated a chilling aura as he fixed his gaze upon Zhou Yuan, his voice icy. You have instilled in me a profound sense of danger. Thus, I believe it is best to render you powerless once again. A sinister grin revealed his glistening teeth. Zhou Yuan, observing the fluctuating azure light emanating from Qiyu's palm, felt a flicker of surprise cross his eyes. He had not expected Qiyu to have mastered the Xuanmeng technique. However, the azure glow was faint and somewhat unstable, evidently a struggle for Qiyu to wield. Nevertheless, its power far surpassed that of the previous inferior Xin source technique, the Thunder Fist. We are, in fact, quite the opposite, Zhou Yuan remarked, his tone calm as he regarded the menacing Qiyu. For I have never considered you a threat. In my eyes, you are merely a minor obstacle on my path of cultivation. Qiyu's pupils constricted, a furious laugh escaping his lips. To be belittled by one he had once deemed a mere waste was a humiliation he had never before experienced. I can hardly wait for the moment you find yourself kneeling at my feet, still uttering such words. With his killing intent reaching its zenith, Qiyu's aura surged fiercely, the azure light within his palm pulsating violently. In the next instant, unable to contain the surging bloodlust, he stomped his foot, shattering the stone slab beneath him, and propelled himself towards Zhou Yuan amidst a cacophony of gasps. His hand sliced through the air, the thin azure light radiating a dangerously sharp wave. Qiyu advanced with ferocity, while Zhou Yuan remained rooted in place, seemingly paralyzed by Qiyu's overwhelming presence. In the direction of the A Academy, Su Youwei's face turned pale, nearly compelling her to rush onto the stage, yet her reason held her back firmly. Beside her, Chu Tianyang clenched his fists, his expression taut, eyes fixed intently on the stone platform. On the elevated stage, Zhou Qing leaned forward, a hint of source energy pulsating around him, clearly prepared to intervene at the crucial moment to prevent any mishap befalling Zhou Yuan. Below, Qi Yuan, the Qi King, wore a faint smile, as if victory were already assured. Under the gaze of countless sympathetic eyes, Zhou Yuan met the oncoming charge of Qiyu, and he seemed to murmur softly, "Is the Xuanmeng technique truly that formidable?" He stepped forward with a bold stride, his body trembling violently, his spine undulating, and then he opened his mouth. Dragon absorption technique. Roar. In the distance, a faint sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar echoed, as the vast source energy in the universe coalesced into a white line, which Zhou Yuan inhaled into his being. With his proficiency in the 98th form of the Forged Dragon Play, Zhou Yuan no longer required the complete execution of the movement. Instead, he could invoke the dragon absorption technique through the vibration of his bones. A rich source energy surged into his body, spinning and compressing at a rapid pace within his meridians. Zhou Yuan raised his gaze, fixating on the menacing expression of Qiyu, who stood nearby, and slowly extended his palm. To the astonishment of countless onlookers, a greenish glow materialized upon Zhou Yuan's hand, pulsating and tearing through the air. The green light mirrored the hue held by Qiyu, yet it seemed to possess a deeper profundity. Most significantly, the green light in Zhou Yuan's hand measured a full inch, while Qiyu's was scarcely half of that. An uproar erupted across the square. The technique demonstrated by His Highness Zhou Yuan was the Mystic Radiance technique. How could this be possible? Wasn't this technique exclusive to the Qi royal mansion? How could Zhou Yuan possibly possess it? Furthermore, His Highness's green radiance was more intense, and its luminescence longer. Clearly, his mastery surpassed that of Qiyu. How could this be? The air was filled with gasps of disbelief as everyone was taken aback by the scene before them. Close at hand, Qiyu's pupils dilated, his gaze fixated on the undulating green light emanating from Zhou Yuan's hand. Observing Qi Yu's expression, Zhou Yuan smirked and teasingly remarked, "Mystic Radiance technique, my apologies. But I too am adept." As the final word left his lips, he lunged forward, the green radiance enveloping his palm like a blade, and fiercely struck at the oncoming Qi Yu. Whoosh! As his palm swept down, the air split apart, and even the ground beneath them was marked with a deep scar. Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, the palms of Zhou Yuan and Qi Yu collided fiercely, their two streams of sharp green radiance clashing together. Sizzle! A faint sound seemed to resonate. Zhou Yuan and Qi Yu's figures brushed past each other, then both surged forward a few steps, gradually coming to a halt. They stood back to back, the green radiance on their palms flickering incessantly. The entire square fell into a profound silence, all eyes riveted on the two, aware that the fierce contest was on the verge of reaching a conclusion. How could this be? In the stillness, a low murmur arose from the stone platform. As Qi Yu muttered, "How could you possibly wield the mystic radiance technique? And to such an extent? This must indeed be attributed to you." Zhou Yuan's voice remained calm and unperturbed. Qi Yu's pupils constricted, as if recalling something, and his face contorted in anguish. "So it was you. Luo Hao met his demise at your hands." No wonder he could not find Luo Hao's whereabouts. It turns out he had already been slain by Zhou Yuan. Moreover, the profound technique of Xuanmong had also fallen into Zhou Yuan's hands, which he had secretly cultivated. Zhou Yuan paid no heed to Qi Yu. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, it seemed as though a fierce wind howled forth. As the wind swept by, countless onlookers in the square gasped in horror, for they witnessed Qi Yu's entire arm slowly detaching, ultimately falling to the ground, drenched in a torrent of blood. The severed end of the arm was smooth as a mirror. At this moment, Qi Yu's piercing scream finally erupted. The entire square fell into a profound silence. Everyone staring blankly at the wretched Qi Yu, for they understood that from this instant, the battle had clearly established a victor and a vanquished. Yet, this outcome was evidently beyond the expectations of all present. No one anticipated that Qi Yu, who had dominated the great Zhou prefecture for 2 years, would meet such a dismal defeat at the hands of Zhou Yuan today. Gazes filled with astonishment turned towards Zhou Yuan, who stood with his hands at his sides on the stone platform, as they realized that this rumored incapable prince, unable to cultivate, had, unbeknownst to them, begun to reveal his brilliance. Perhaps, the great Zhou royal family was not as diminished as they had perceived. Boom! As his voice echoed, a golden column of energy erupted from the crown of his head, transforming into a colossal golden hand that descended with ferocity, aiming to grasp Zhou Yuan on the stone platform. With this strike, the entire platform would surely be crushed. Fourth grade source energy, the golden stone mixed origin Qi. However, just as the golden hand descended, an equally formidable crimson energy surged upward, morphing into a massive red hand that collided fiercely with the golden one. Fourth grade source energy, the flame thunder Qi. A thunderous sound reverberated, shaking the very earth, as a terrifying gale swept through, engulfing the sky in dust. Simultaneously, Zhou Qing's deep yet furious voice echoed, "Qi Yuan, do you dare to rebel?" Chapter 54, Triumph. With a thunderous roar, two formidable beings of the primordial realm clashed, causing tremors that shook the very earth, and the entire plaza quaked violently. Even the residual waves of their confrontation left countless spectators gasping for breath. As Zhou Qing's furious shout echoed, a multitude of imperial guards surged forth like a tide from the rear of the square. Simultaneously, figures within the plaza began to reach for their weapons, subtly indicating their approach towards Prince Qi. Both factions stood on high alert. Instantly, the atmosphere in the plaza turned ominous, with various powers secretly astonished. Could it be that today the royal family and the Qi prince's residence were on the brink of direct conflict? Clearly, neither side was prepared, should hostilities erupt. It would undoubtedly plunge the great Zhou into chaos and attract numerous covetous eyes. Zhou Qing's expression was icy, and a resounding crimson flame surged forth from his crown, accompanied by faint rumbles of thunder, creating an astonishing aura that loomed above him. He fixed a cold, piercing gaze upon Qi Yuan, ready to strike should the latter dare to make any move. Under Zhou Qing's hawk-like scrutiny, Qi Yuan's face twitched slightly, though his eyes burned with fury and murderous intent. He was, after all, a cunning figure who understood that engaging the royal family at this juncture would lead to mutual destruction, leaving them vulnerable to others. A shadow of a smile appeared on his darkened visage as he cupped his fists towards Zhou Qing, saying, Your Majesty, please temper your wrath. My impatience was reckless, and I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me." He then turned to Zhou Yuan on the stone platform and added, "If I have startled His Highness earlier, I hope he does not take offense." Zhou Yuan gazed at the smile on Qi Yuan's face, unable to suppress his thoughts. This Qi prince is truly a formidable character, adept at both yielding and advancing. No wonder he has caused so much trouble for my father. A sense of wariness towards Qi Yuan grew within Zhou Yuan, yet he maintained a courteous smile and expressed sincere apologies, saying, "It is not the Qi prince to blame. The fault lies with me for not holding back and inadvertently severing your brother's arm." Qi Yuan glanced at Qi Yu, who clutched his severed limb and wailed in agony, a twitch at the corner of his eye betraying his internal struggle. He could only force a smile and reply, "In the heat of battle, accidents happen. It merely reflects that Qi Yu's skills were lacking." It was fortunate that the Qi prince could understand this. Zhou Yuan appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, expressing his delight. "Ha ha." Qi Yuan chuckled lightly, his gaze shifting with interest. "Might I inquire if the technique displayed by His Highness earlier was our Qi princess mystical radiance art? I am curious as to how you came by this technique." Zhou Yuan responded with a smile. "Not long ago, while I was training in the Black Forest Mountains, an assassin attempted to take my life. However, upon defeating him, I discovered this mystical radiance art on his person." "Ah, I see," Qi Yuan exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. "Recently, our Qi prince's residence fell victim to thieves, and it was this very mystical radiance art that was lost. It seems the assailant who attacked you must undoubtedly be one of those thieves." With a gentle smile, Qi Yuan continued, "We owe a debt of gratitude to His Highness. Otherwise, our Qi prince's residence would have lost this art for good." At that moment, Zhou Yuan sighed and remarked, "If the mystic radiance technique were still within my possession, returning it to the Qi Wangfu would be entirely reasonable. Unfortunately, during a recent encounter with a source beast, it was regrettably shattered by its bite, prompting me to discard it." Qi Yuan's smile faltered, and he instinctively clenched his fists. Zhou Yuan's words were scarcely believable, even to a child, for it was evident that he had no intention of returning the mystic radiance technique. Yet, Qi Yuan found himself at a loss, with little recourse but to confront the royal family directly. Observing this exchange, Zhou Qin could not suppress a cold smirk as he reined in his surging source energy. Although he was deeply angered by Qi Yuan's audacity, he understood that now was not the time to engage in conflict with the Qi Wangfu. As the two men's auras diminished, the tense atmosphere in the square gradually eased. While everyone was aware of the rift between the royal family and the Qi Wangfu, the final barrier had yet to be breached, should it be shattered today. The entire Dezhou would undoubtedly descend into chaos, a fate from which none could escape. The losses in the E Academy's ranks have been devastating. As a result of this challenge, the Jia Academy emerges victorious, claiming the title of this year's foremost institution. As the referee's voice resonated, the students of the Jia Academy erupted in cheers, and the square was filled with the thunderous applause of countless spectators. All eyes, filled with astonishment, turned to the slender figure of the young man upon the stone platform. No one could have anticipated that this once deemed incapable prince could achieve such heights. Those who had witnessed the calamity of a decade past could not help but reflect, marveling that such adversity had failed to extinguish the spirit of this prince, thus illustrating the resilience of his fate. However, Zhou Yuan had undeniably lost the auspicious fortune of the Holy Dragon, leaving his future uncertain. In stark contrast to the jubilant cries of the Jia Academy, the E Academy remained shrouded in silence, the atmosphere heavy with despair. Su Hong, the director of the E Academy, wore a grim countenance, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. He stood merely a step away from the position of the Dazhou's governor. After today, he was to assume control. Yet no one could have foreseen such a turn of events. The seemingly invincible Qi Yu had fallen to Zhou Yuan. Meanwhile, the unconscious Lu Shi had finally regained consciousness. But upon hearing the referee's announcement, her face paled dramatically. Qi Yu lost to Zhou Yuan? How is that possible? She stared blankly at the stone platform, where Zhou Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his tall, slender figure radiating a sharp aura that commanded respect. How could this be? How could he possibly defeat Qi Yu? He is merely a discarded prince. Lu Shi muttered, still struggling to comprehend the reality. Observing Lu Shi's shock, other students from the E Academy felt a sense of satisfaction, generally proud and dismissive of anyone other than Qi Yu. Lu Shi often regarded her peers with an air of superiority, even among her fellow E Academy students. You once referred to His Highness Zhou Yuan as a mere toad, dismissing him entirely. Yet now, he has proven to be remarkably exceptional, surpassing even Qi Yu. It appears that Su Yuwei was not mistaken. Compared to His Highness Zhou Yuan, Lu Shi is merely a self-important toad. On the high platform, Qi Yuan was already aware that the scheme against the great Zhou court had failed, his expression darkening. He turned to Zhou Qing and said with a faint smile, "This court examination has indeed been surprising. Congratulations to the king." Zhou Qing's demeanor remained placid as he replied, "It is truly unfortunate for Prince Qi, considering the efforts invested in the great Zhou court over the years." Qi Yuan chuckled lightly. "This time, it seems my Qi Wangfu has made a miscalculation. However, your majesty should not become too complacent. Without the great Zhou court, my Qi Wangfu remains steadfast. Moreover," he paused, casting a glance at Zhou Qing, and added with a smile, "My eldest son, Qi Hao, is reportedly gaining considerable favor under the general's command. So your majesty might want to be vigilant." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qing's pupils slightly contracted, yet his expression remained unchanged as he stated, "The general is not a traitorous individual. I still believe in that. Let us hope so, but it seems that what your majesty believes often does not yield favorable outcomes." Qi Yuan remarked with a knowing smile, choosing not to elaborate further. He clasped his fists in respect to Zhou Qing before turning to leave. Watching Qi Yuan's departing figure, Zhou Qing's gaze sharpened significantly. He understood that having disrupted the Qi Wangfu's schemes against the great Zhou court, they would not simply relent. It was evident that the rivalry between the two factions would intensify. Nevertheless, he would not permit the events of the past to recur. Chapter 55. Wei Kanglan. The provincial examination of the great Zhou has concluded, yet this event has stirred considerable commotion within the city. Most notably, the tale of the prince, rumored to be incapable of cultivating his meridians, has captured much attention. He astonishingly showcased his prowess during the examination, decisively defeating Qi Yu, who had achieved the opening of 8 meridians through the use of the meridian breaking technique, with his own remarkable ability to open 6 meridians. This revelation sparked widespread admiration. And for the first time, Zhou Yuan's name transcended his princely title, garnering a degree of fame within the great Zhou dynasty. As he had expressed to Qi Yu, Zhou Yuan perceived him not as a formidable adversary, but merely a minor obstacle on his path to strength. Having effortlessly dismissed the hindrance, his gaze remained fixed on the horizon. A month later, within the palace's inner hall, Zhou Yuan entered and addressed Zhou Qing, who sat at the desk. "Father, you summoned me?" Zhou Qing looked up with a smile and inquired, "How has your cultivation progressed recently?" With a nod of satisfaction, he noted that the victory in the examination had not led Zhou Yuan into complacency, allowing him to remain diligent in his training. "Thanks to you, the great Zhou's administration has evaded the clutches of the Qi prince's residence," he remarked, reflecting on the previous examination with lingering trepidation. "As a member of the great Zhou, it is only natural to contribute," Zhou Yuan replied with a smile. The smile on Zhou Qing's face grew ever more reassuring, and he continued, "While we have thwarted the Qi prince's ambitions this time, I suspect they will not relent easily. Father, the Qi prince's residence is a malignant tumor on our great Zhou. To strengthen our dynasty, this tumor must be eradicated," Zhou Yuan declared, his eyes glinting with determination. Zhou Qing nodded. "I, too, yearn to eliminate the Qi prince's residence. However, their power rivals that of the royal family. Should conflict arise, it would undoubtedly lead to mutual destruction, unless..." "Unless what?" Zhou Yuan asked, taken aback. Zhou Qing spoke softly. "Unless the Grand General can steadfastly align with the royal family and assist us in confronting the Qi prince's residence." "The Grand General? Wei Kanglan?" Zhou Yuan's heart stirred, clearly recognizing the name. Zhou Qing nodded slightly. "Currently, 3 factions wield the greatest influence in the great Zhou: the royal family, the Qi prince's residence, and the Grand General, Wei Kanglan. The Grand General himself is a formidable figure at the primordial stage, and he commands the Kanglan army, one of the 3 most powerful military forces in the great Zhou. The other 2 are the Royal Guard and the Qi Prince's elite guard." "Father, does the Grand General harbor any ulterior motives?" Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow. Zhou Qing shook his head, even when facing the Great Wu. "The Grand General remained at my side, so he is not the type to entertain disloyalty. In truth, I feel a sense of indebtedness towards him." At this point, Zhou Qing's expression grew somewhat somber. Rising to his feet, Zhou Qing gestured toward the large map of the great Zhou hanging on the wall. "At the northwestern border, there lies a region known as Kanglan County, beyond which stretches a vast expanse of darkness, reminiscent of an endless abyss. Do you recognize this place? Zhou Qing pointed at the sprawling expanse of dark land on the map, his expression grave. This is the Black Abyss? Zhou Yuan's countenance shifted slightly. The Black Abyss was notorious throughout the Great Zhou as a treacherous land, teeming with ferocious source beasts. Consequently, no dynasty could ever claim dominion over this territory, leading to the convergence of countless rogue cultivators who established various factions within. These factions frequently encroached upon the borders of the Great Zhou, committing acts of plunder and slaughter, embodying malevolence in every form. Among the factions within the Black Abyss, the most formidable was known as Black Poison City, ruled by the infamous Black Poison King, a formidable warrior of the Primordial realm. Zhou Qing spoke solemnly. Years ago, the Black Poison King invaded our Great Zhou and was thwarted by General Wei. In retaliation, the Black Poison King besieged Kanglin County. Though ultimately repelled, General Wei fell victim to the Black Poison King's treacherous ploy, the miasma poison. Although this poison tormented General Wei, as a warrior of the Primordial realm, he managed to suppress its effects. However, nobody anticipated that his only son, Wei Bin, would be tainted by the poison at birth, leaving him paralyzed and suffering ever since. The affliction of his son incited General Wei's profound rage, and his animosity towards the Black Poison King grew boundless. From that day forth, he refused to step outside Kanglin County, viewing the Black Poison King as a thorn in his side, ever yearning for vengeance. Thus, over the years, General Wei has remained holed up in Kanglin County, paying no heed to the circumstances of the Great Zhou dynasty. At this juncture, Zhou Qing's voice grew notably somber. I understand this is because General Wei holds me accountable. It was I who advised him to hold off the Black Poison King while I led the army to assist him in the hunt. Yet, unexpectedly, the Prince of Qi intervened, obstructing our progress, and by the time I arrived, General Wei had already been afflicted by the miasma poison. Therefore, I bear some responsibility for the plight of General Wei's son. Upon hearing Zhou Qing's words, Zhou Yuan finally comprehended the intricate tale behind it all. It seemed that General Wei harbored resentment towards the king, compounded by the diminishing authority of the royal family, prompting him to isolate himself in Kanglin County. After all, had the royal family retained its former might, General Wei would likely not have dared to act in such a manner. His son Wei Bin's plight mirrored Zhou Yuan's own, albeit with the distinction that the resentment he bore was exponentially more lethal than the miasma poison. Thus, it appeared that General Wei had positioned himself as a neutral party, remaining indifferent to both the Prince of Qi and the royal family's summons. It was no wonder that the king remarked that wherever General Wei stood would grant that side an undeniable advantage. To my knowledge, Qi Yuan's eldest son, Qi Hao, graduated from the Great Zhou Academy and subsequently ventured to Kanglin County to serve under General Wei. It is said that he has gained some renown within Kanglin County, indicating that Qi Yuan intends to approach General Wei in this manner, hoping to sway him towards the Prince of Qi. Zhou Qing spoke slowly. Zhou Yuan's eyes narrowed. If General Wei indeed chose to ally with the Prince of Qi, the royal family would face a genuine threat of upheaval. However, there is no need for undue concern. I know General Wei well. He would never side with the Prince of Qi against the Great Zhou, Zhou Qing reassured. Zhou Yuan slowly spoke, yet he would not aid the royal family in dealing with the Qi Wangfu. Zhou Qing paused momentarily, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he nodded. With a gentle sigh, Zhou Yuan reflected on the current turmoil besieging the Great Zhou, fraught with peril at every turn. His recent victory at the Great Zhou court had merely served to slightly diminish the arrogance of the Qi Wangfu. Until this malignant tumor was eradicated, peace would remain elusive for the Great Zhou. I have summoned you for a matter of significance, Zhou Qing stated, his expression grave. What is it? Zhou Yuan inquired, noticing the seriousness etched on Zhou Qing's face. Zhou Qing's gaze fixated on the region of Heiyuan depicted on the map, and he spoke slowly. Some time ago, I received intelligence regarding the discovery of a relic within the Heiyuan. A relic? Zhou Yuan pondered, momentarily taken aback. Given the vastness of Heiyuan, the emergence of relics seemed rather commonplace. However, Zhou Qing's eyes ignited with fervor as he continued softly. In this relic, a unique plant was found, a fiery red entity that thrives on sunlight, its seeds resembling fiery crystals. What is it? Zhou Yuan inquired, perplexed. Zhou Qing replied, if I am not mistaken, this should be the fire spirit ear, a fourth-grade source food. Fourth-grade source food. At this revelation, Zhou Yuan's interest was piqued. It is worth noting that the royal family's exclusive Xinjiang rice is merely a second-grade source food, which has nonetheless provided immense benefits in its cultivation and has helped attract numerous talents. The potential impact of a fourth-grade source food is nearly unimaginable. Only during the zenith of their power did the great Zhou possess the fourth-grade source food, the blood-flooding green barley. Should the royal family of the great Zhou acquire the fire spirit ear, their strength would undoubtedly increase, potentially posing a future threat to the Great Wu as well. Such a resource is of paramount strategic importance for any dynasty. Thus, upon hearing of the fourth-grade source food, Zhou Yuan comprehended Zhou Qing's excitement. This fire spirit ear must fall into the hands of our great Zhou royal family, he asserted. The consequences of this item falling into the Qi Wangfu's possession are unfathomable. Their power would undoubtedly surge in the coming years, potentially surpassing that of the great Zhou. Zhou Qing nodded in agreement, casting a glance at Zhou Yuan before continuing. In addition to the fire spirit ear, there appears to be a tree within that relic, akin to jade, bearing fruits resembling infants. Zhou Qing fixed his gaze upon Zhou Yuan and slowly added, "This is the jade infant fruit, which can extend one's lifespan." Boom! Zhou Yuan's mind erupted at this revelation. His breath grew heavy, and his eyes blazed crimson. His mother had once sacrificed her lifespan to save him, and now, with less than a decade remaining, this reality remained a thorn in Zhou Yuan's heart. He had exhausted every effort to prolong her life. Yet, the existence of such a rare treasure capable of extending lifespan is exceedingly scarce. Even the royal family, with all their resources, had unearthed no trace of it. Little did Zhou Yuan anticipate that, on this very day, news would finally emerge. Zhou Yuan licked his lips, his gaze resolute as he locked eyes with Zhou Qing, declaring emphatically, "We must secure the jade infant fruit." Chapter 56. Wu Huang. Indeed, it is imperative. Zhou Qing nodded gravely. Had it not been for his inadequacies as a father and husband, Zhou Yuan would not have endured the torment of the vengeful dragon poison for so many years. Consequently, Qing would not have sacrificed her own lifeblood to save him, thereby diminishing her own lifespan. For all these years, he has been burdened with guilt over this matter. Thus, upon receiving news of this rare treasure capable of replenishing lifespans, he was determined not to let it slip away easily. "Father, is the news credible?" Zhou Yuan inquired, his tumultuous emotions gradually settling as he spoke in a low tone. "It is indeed true. Someone inadvertently entered that relic and witnessed the fire spirit ear and the jade infant fruit. However, it appears that a formidable source beast guards the relic." Forcing the individual to flee hastily, Zhou Qing replied, "If the news spreads, the Qi royal mansion is likely to be aware of it as well." Zhou Yuan remarked with a frown, "Should the fire spirit ear fall into their hands, it would pose a significant threat to our royal family. This is a genuine strategic resource, indispensable to any power. With such an asset, whether nurturing forces or attracting skilled practitioners, it becomes an exceedingly effective bargaining chip." Indeed, Zhou Qing acknowledged, his expression turning somewhat grave. "That is why I intend to send Lu Taizhan with a team." "Father, allow me to accompany you," Zhou Yuan proposed. His current strength, having broken through the 8 meridians, meant that stepping into the Qi-nourishing realm was just around the corner. Once he achieved this, he would be considered a minor expert. In the great Zhou dynasty, those in the Taichu realm stood at the pinnacle, followed by those in the Tianguan realm as the next tier, while the Qi-nourishing realm represented a core elite force. Those of this caliber could undertake significant responsibilities within the military. Seeing Zhou Yuan take the initiative, Zhou Qing smiled and said, "That is precisely my intention in summoning you. I will have you assist Lu Taizhan, and I have an important task to entrust to you." "What is it?" Zhou Yuan asked. With a sigh, Zhou Qing replied, "You will first travel to Kanglin County. If possible, I hope you can devise a way to win over the Grand General, persuading him to assist our royal family against the Qi royal mansion. At the very least, we must prevent Qi Hao from swaying the Grand General to their side." Zhou Yuan nodded slightly. With his status as a prince, his visit to Kanglin County would also demonstrate the sincerity of the royal family. "Rest assured, father, I will do my utmost," he assured. Zhou Qing smiled, and then reached into his robes, producing a crimson jade slip that shimmered with light. "You are on the verge of entering the Qi-nourishing realm, and it is time to cultivate a formal technique. This is our royal family's Yan Lei Ju, capable of cultivating the 4th-grade source Qi, Yan Lei Qi. Take it and study it. If it suits you, you may proceed with the cultivation." "Is this truly the Yan Lei Ju?" Zhou Yuan's eyes sparkled with interest. In the realm of source techniques, there are 9 grades, culminating in the ninth grade source chi. The more profound the technique, the higher the grade of the source chi it produces. However, in the Great Zhou, fourth grade source chi is already considered exceptional, as most ordinary individuals can only cultivate first or second grade source chi. Initially, my master lacked the time to impart techniques to me. I wonder if Sister Yao Yao possesses any. Zhou Yuan licked his lips, contemplating the profound and formidable techniques left behind by Master Tsang Yuan, which he presumed would far surpass the royal family's flame thunder technique. With such thoughts occupying his mind, Zhou Yuan accepted the flame thunder scroll, acknowledging that if Yao Yao did not possess it, he would have no choice but to cultivate this method. The Qi nourishing stage. Zhou Yuan tightened his grip on the jade slip, his eyes gleaming with fervent anticipation, for the meridian opening stage could only be deemed as laying the foundation, whereas the Qi nourishing stage represented a genuine entry into the realm of cultivation. At this level, one could truly experience the unparalleled strength and intricacies of source energy. In the great martial dynasty, within the imperial city of Zhenzhou, the Wu family had once rebelled against the Great Zhou, seizing its territory. Now, with the city bearing this name, it was evident that the great marshal sought to thoroughly suppress the Great Zhou, leaving it incapable of resurgence. The Great Martial Palace, with its majestic halls rising and falling in grandeur, stretched as far as the eye could see, with towering spires emanating formidable waves of source energy, enveloping every corner of the palace. In comparison to the royal palace of the Great Zhou, the Great Martial Palace undoubtedly exuded a more formidable and magnificent presence, showcasing the might of the Great Marshal. In one of the inner halls of the palace, a youth donned in a yellow robe sat behind a desk. His skin was as pale as jade, his features strikingly handsome, and his brows sharp as swords. Merely sitting there, he radiated an air of nobility, elevated above all, akin to a favored child of the heavens. Behind him, a faint aura surged, reminiscent of a dragon coiling and roaring. At the center of his forehead, a blood-red dot glimmered with a mysterious light. This youth was none other than the current crown prince of the great martial dynasty, Wu Huang. At that moment, a figure respectfully entered, kneeling before the desk with utmost reverence, reporting, "Your Highness, there is news from the secret surveillance." Wu Huang lifted his eyelids, extending his hand to accept the bamboo tube, extracting the paper within and gradually unfolding it, his gaze sweeping across the contents. "Interesting," Wu Huang remarked, a flicker of intrigue crossing his handsome visage. He spoke in a soft tone. "So it is the sacred dragon of the Zhou family. This individual possesses remarkable resilience. Even with the enmity dragon's poison sealed within him by my father, he manages to survive. Your Highness, shall we take action to eliminate him?" The figure below inquired ominously. Wu Huang smiled lightly, replying, "Currently, our great marshal is engaged in a fierce contest with the Beast King dynasty and the Sword King dynasty. We have no time to concern ourselves with the great Zhou that is barely clinging to life." The shadow whispered. "Yet Zhou Yuan once bore the sacred dragon aura and is known as the sacred dragon of the Zhou family." As soon as he spoke, he caught the faint, piercing gaze of Wu Huang, causing him to hastily swallow his words. Wu Huang maintained a calm demeanor, his dragon aura rising majestically, exuding an air of unparalleled nobility. As he stated in a serene tone, "You are mistaken. Zhou Yuan is not the true sacred dragon. If he were truly a sacred dragon, how could our Wu family have succeeded? The sacred dragon's fortune was initially destined for me. It was merely a minor error that temporarily veered it off course. Now that this error has been rectified, it follows that Zhou Yuan is but a false dragon, burdened with a fortune not rightfully his, and thus, both he and the great Zhou shall ultimately pay the price. I, the crown prince, am the true dragon, and hence, the sacred dragon's fortune has now rightfully returned to me. This is what is meant by the rightful restoration of ownership. Do you comprehend?" Gazing at the smiling countenance of Wu Huang, the shadow shuddered and promptly responded with deference. Wu Huang cast aside the bamboo tube in his hand and remarked nonchalantly, "Let us observe what this false dragon is currently engaged in, opening the 6 meridians. Do you realize? His meager strength renders him utterly unworthy to stand before me." The shadow responded respectfully, "Your Highness is the true dragon. In comparison, Zhou Yuan is indeed like an insignificant insect, hardly worth mentioning." "Indeed," the shadow affirmed. He smiled and added, "Consider this a lesson for that worthless dragon. He should henceforth content himself with remaining a mere failure." His casual utterance seemed to dictate the fate of the great Zhou. Thus, he turned to the shadow with a smile and stated, "Do you see? This is the true dragon. A single word can determine life and death, A single phrase can dictate the rise and fall of nations. Chapter 57. The Ancestor Dragon Scripture in the fragrant pavilion of the Great Zhou Palace. Before a crystal mirror, Yao Yao sat upright, cradling the languid Tun Tun in her arms. Her dark tresses cascaded down to her slender waist, and the mirror reflected a stunningly beautiful yet ethereal visage. Behind her, Qin Yu gently arranged Yao Yao's long hair, her demeanor warm and gentle. Ever since Yao Yao arrived at the palace, Qin Yu had grown quite fond of her, almost regarding her as a daughter. Although Yao Yao possessed a cool temperament, the warmth and enthusiasm of Qin Yu softened her demeanor, leading to an increasingly close bond between the two. Truly beautiful, Qin Yu remarked as she simply styled Yao Yao's hair into a high ponytail, instantly infusing the cool young girl with a sense of youthful vigor that was quite breathtaking. Yao Yao smiled slightly and said, "Thank you, Aunt Qin." Qin Yu affectionately patted the girl's head and said, "No need for thanks. If you find it tedious in the palace, let Zhou Yuan accompany you for a stroll." Yao Yao nodded gently. At that moment, Tun Tun in her arms suddenly opened its eyes, letting out a loud yelp toward the doorway before darting out like a shadow, colliding with the figure of Zhou Yuan, who had just entered. "Ouch!" Zhou Yuan exclaimed, clutching his abdomen as he held Tun Tun, who was now tugging at his collar with fervor, nearly toppling him over with its strength. Stop it, Zhou Yuan scolded, and a maid quickly brought forth a plate of meticulously cured beast jerky, prompting Tun Tun to release its grip on Zhou Yuan's collar and leap onto the silver platter, squinting its eyes while savoring the delicacies. "This little creature truly thinks of me as a mere source of food," Zhou Yuan thought, gritting his teeth in frustration as he observed Tun Tun's behavior. It seemed to eagerly anticipate his presence. Shaking his head, he chose to disregard Tun Tun and entered the room, greeting Qin Yu. "You children carry on your conversation. I shall not intrude," Qin Yu said with a smile, gently patting Zhou Yuan's head before leisurely departing. Yao Yao touched her ponytail, tilting her head slightly, the tip of her hair brushing against the air as her beautiful eyes turned towards Zhou Yuan. She extended her delicate hand to accept the crimson jade bottle, gently inhaling its fragrance. Her eyes brightened momentarily, and she then looked at Zhou Yuan with a playful smile, saying, "What do you desire, given your sudden display of courtesy?" Zhou Yuan, feeling a bit awkward, smiled sheepishly before addressing her earnestly. "Sister Yao Yao, I am on the verge of unlocking the 7th meridian, and the 8th should be within reach soon. Once I open the 8th meridian, I will enter the qi-nourishing realm and establish my qi palace, at which point I will need to cultivate a technique." "Ah, so you seek a technique," Yao Yao replied with a light chuckle, resting her jade hand on her fragrant cheek. "What is it? Do you not fancy the Imperial Flame Thunder technique?" "The Flame Thunder technique only allows for the cultivation of 4th-grade source energy. Even if I were to find a more advanced technique later, it would waste considerable time," Zhou Yuan sighed. While 4th-grade source energy might be considered elite within the Great Zhou, his ambitions clearly extended far beyond that. Yao Yao tilted her head in contemplation before saying, "There are indeed techniques available. However, it depends on the choices you make." Zhou Yuan was momentarily taken aback, inquiring, "What do you mean?" Yao Yao reached for her waist, where a small, exquisite fragrance pouch was suspended. This was the Qiankuan pouch, which contained spatial capabilities. Such items were exceedingly rare, with perhaps only a few existing within the royal treasury of the Great Zhou dynasty. Furthermore, its internal space was limited, measuring only several to a few dozen feet. A flash of brilliance emanated from the Qiankuan pouch, and a black jade slip materialized in Yao Yao's hand. This was the technique passed down by Grandpa He, known as the Tianyuan Classic, capable of cultivating to the 7th rank of source energy. 7th rank source energy. Zhou Yuan's pupils constricted in astonishment, his voice faltering, his face a canvas of shock. The 7th rank of source energy was something he had never witnessed, and one could surmise that even his father, Zhou Qing, had never encountered such a grade of energy. A technique of this caliber would likely be worth more than the entirety of their Great Zhou dynasty. Zhou Yuan's breath quickened, and his eyes reddened slightly. Yet, he managed to maintain his composure, refraining from hastily snatching it away. Instead, he took a deep breath and looked at Yao Yao, asking, "Are there other options?" Since Yao Yao referred to this as a choice, it was certain that other alternatives existed, and anything comparable to the Tianyuan Classic would likely not be inferior. Upon hearing this, Yao Yao paused briefly before gently pressing the Qiankuan pouch again. In an instant, a fragment of shattered bone appeared in her hand, marred and displaying faint cracks. However, as this fragment materialized, an indescribable sense of oppression radiated from it. causing the source energy within Zhou Yuan to momentarily stagnate. Roar. In the background, Tun Tun, lazily munching on source beast jerky, suddenly bristled. Leaping in front of Zhou Yuan and emitting a low growl directed at the fragment of broken bone, its body subtly glowing with a crimson light. Clearly, this fragment instilled a profound sense of threat within Tun Tun. What is this? Zhou Yuan was also taken aback by the oppressive aura emanating from the mysterious fragment, exclaiming in shock. This fragment contains the record of a technique known as the Ancestral Dragon Sutra. Tun Tun spoke, its red lips parting slightly. Legend has it that during the creation of the world, a being known as the Ancestral Dragon was born, capable of devouring the heavens and obliterating the earth. Existing as a supreme entity. Ultimately, the Ancestral Dragon transformed into all things, giving rise to myriad life forms from the chaos of the world. Is it even stronger than the Tianyuan classic? Zhou Yuan inquired. Yao Yao replied slowly. In the beginning stages of cultivation, it can only yield 5th rank source energy. 5th rank source energy? Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow. The Ancestral Dragon Sutra comprises 4 levels. The first level cultivates to 5th rank source energy, known as the Celestial Mysterious Python Energy. The second level to 7th rank source energy, called the World-Subduing Celestial Flood Dragon Energy. The third level to 9th rank source energy, referred to as the Qiankuan Sacred Dragon Energy. As Yao Yao's soft voice resonated, it struck Zhou Yuan's ears like thunder, leaving him stunned, his entire being trembling. 9th rank source energy. Zhou Yuan's voice quivered, grappling with the enormity of the thought. 9th rank source energy was the pinnacle of strength. If he could attain such power, it was unfathomable what he could achieve. Wait, Zhou Yuan suddenly exclaimed, looking at Yao Yao. Did you not say there are 4 levels? The 3rd level has already reached the 9th grade source energy. What, then, of the 4th? At that moment, Yao Yao's enchanting eyes seemed to deepen, and she gently nodded. Her voice ethereal as she spoke. The 4th level is the true Ancestral Dragon Energy, transcending the 9th grade. Zhou Yuan sank into the chair behind him, dumbfounded, murmuring, is it truly possible for a cultivation technique to surpass the 9th grade? This technique surpassed Zhou Yuan's comprehension, and he found himself questioning how such a heaven-defying method could exist in this world. Could it be that this very technique led Master Song Yuan and Yao Yao to be relentlessly pursued by that mysterious enemy, constantly evading danger? The mysteries of heaven and earth. The 9th grade source law are merely spoken of. Just because one has not heard of it does not imply its non-existence, Yao Yao slowly remarked. However, while the Ancestral Dragon Scripture is indeed powerful, the difficulty of its cultivation is unprecedented, and once one embarks on the path of the Ancestral Dragon Scripture, they can no longer transition to other techniques, lest they suffer backlash. What a domineering technique. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan's expression finally shifted. It seemed that this would effectively seal all other paths, leaving only the way of the Ancestral Dragon Scripture to tread upon. Yao Yao nodded slightly and added, moreover, there is an additional condition for cultivating this technique. What condition? Zhou Yuan inquired immediately. Yao Yao glanced at him and stated, one must possess dragon-related fortune. Dragon-related fortune? Legend has it that the ancestral dragon transforms into all living things, and certain fortunate individuals are born with signs resembling a carp, a snake, a python, or a flood dragon, all of which can be considered as possessing dragon-related fortune, indicating that within them resides a trace of ancestral dragon energy, an extraordinary gift. To cultivate the Ancestral Dragon Scripture, this trace of ancestral dragon energy serves as the key. However, although it can be initiated, very few can truly achieve mastery. Throughout history, there has likely been only one who could attain even the 3rd level, let alone the 4th. Yao Yao fixed her gaze upon Zhou Yuan and remarked, you, however, possess the holy dragon fortune, and the ancestral dragon energy within you is stronger than that of others with dragon-related fortune. If you were to cultivate this ancestral dragon scripture, you might have a chance of success, though it remains uncertain how many levels you could ultimately reach. Yet, the most regrettable part is that your holy dragon fortune has been stripped away, and much of the ancestral dragon energy has been claimed by that great martial python bird. Zhou Yuan clenched his fist involuntarily, forcing a bitter smile as he said, if that is the case, I fear I am fated to be estranged from this ancestral dragon scripture. He couldn't help but feel a sense of dejection. After all, who could remain calm upon witnessing such a miraculous technique slip through their fingers? Yet, Yao Yao shook her head, extending her delicate hand to grasp one of Zhou Yuan's palms, softly stating, it is not necessarily a lost cause. Zhou Yuan looked at her in confusion. Yao Yao gently opened Zhou Yuan's palm, revealing a blood-red mass resting within, exuding a sense of malicious resentment that sent chills through the heart. Yao Yao delicately pointed at the crimson mass and softly remarked, "The martial king, in his ignorance, believes that by sealing the resentment of the sacred dragon's fortune within you, he can conjure the dragon of resentment's poison, rendering you eternally immobile. Yet, he remains unaware that this very poison is, in fact, a fragment of the ancestral dragon's essence." Zhou Yuan's pupils contracted. "Are you implying that?" Yao Yao gently nodded her graceful head and replied, "You may utilize the dragon of resentment's poison as a catalyst to unlock the ancestral dragon sutra. Therefore, you too can cultivate this sacred text." Her luminous eyes fixed intently upon Zhou Yuan as her ethereal voice resonated. "So now, what shall be your choice?" Chapter 58. The source material. So, what shall your choice be now? In the fragrant hall, Yao Yao gazed intently at Zhou Yuan, her crimson lips gently parting to utter words that ensnared him in a tumult of inner conflict, his gaze shifting restlessly. Both options lay before him, each fraught with their own weighty implications. Certainly, from a standpoint of prudence, the Tian Yuan Classic appeared the superior choice, a steadfast source of seventh-grade energy, sufficient to elevate him above his contemporaries and, with the quality of that energy, even provide him a fighting chance against foes of greater rank. In stark contrast, the enigmatic Zhu Long Classic brimmed with unpredictable variables. From Yao Yao's discourse, Zhou Yuan discerned the formidable challenges inherent in mastering this technique. And there loomed the possibility that he might remain perpetually ensnared at its first level, which merely offered fifth-grade energy clearly inadequate to satiate his ambitions. The Zhu Long Classic demanded relentless progression, an endeavor that required immense courage and resolve. Yet, despite the perilous nature of the Zhu Long Classic, its boundless potential for growth ignited a spark of desire within Zhou Yuan, rendering it impossible for him to dismiss. Thus, confronted with such a pivotal decision, even the typically decisive Zhou Yuan found himself ensnared in a quandary, his expression shifting as he hesitated to render a verdict. Yao Yao, patient as ever, refrained from pressing him, her demeanor tranquil as silence enveloped the fragrant hall. After what felt like an eternity, Zhou Yuan finally shattered the stillness with a prolonged sigh. He opened his half-closed eyes, met Yao Yao's gaze, and spoke slowly. "I choose the Zhu Long Classic." Yao Yao's delicate hand quivered slightly, a clear indication of her surprise at Zhou Yuan's choice. After all, the Zhu Long Classic was laden with uncertainty when compared to the Tian Yuan Classic. Zhou Yuan, noticing her reaction, offered a self-deprecating smile and remarked, "Yao Yao, I no longer wish to endure the trials of my youth, where others took what rightfully belonged to me, inflicting profound harm upon those I hold dear, while I remained powerless to intervene." Each time he beheld his mother, Qinyu, with her pallid visage, Zhou Yuan felt his heart wrench in agony. He understood that had it not been for her relentless sacrifices of blood to sustain him, he would have long since perished. And then there was Zhou Qing, betrayed and stripped of his dynasty, ultimately losing an arm to the martial king while burdened by the inability to safeguard his own son. Consumed by relentless guilt, this turmoil stemmed solely from a lack of power. The adversaries I must face in the future may grow increasingly formidable. Thus, to protect myself and my family, I require the mightiest strength. I must become so powerful that no entity can pose a threat to those I cherish. The Tian Yuan Classic is indeed formidable, but it does not possess the capacity to elevate me to that level. Therefore, he fixed his gaze upon Yao Yao and pronounced with deliberate clarity, "I will choose the Zhu Long Classic." Yao Yao perceived the unwavering flame of determination in Zhou Yuan's eyes, and with a slight nod of her elegant head, she extended the fragment of model bone in her hand towards him. Zhou Yuan reached out to accept it, exerting a slight pressure, yet it remained firmly in her grasp. "Zhou Yuan, once you select this path, there shall be no turning back, so do not harbor regrets in the days to come." A solemn expression flickered across Yao Yao's delicate visage. Zhou Yuan chuckled softly and remarked, "Sister Yao Yao, I have endured the torment of the vengeful dragon's poison since my youth. And having been unable to open my meridians, I have experienced the vicissitudes of life. Thus, I am acutely aware of the steadfastness of my heart. This path may be arduous, yet I am resolute in my determination to see it through to the end." His voice resonated with conviction, and without further hesitation, he exerted force to extract the mottled fragment of bone, placing it with utmost seriousness into his bosom. In the realm of cultivation, the essence lies in one's temperament. The trials he had faced over the years had instilled in Zhou Yuan the understanding that to possess power, one must cultivate an unwavering heart. Once a goal is set, one must strive diligently to achieve it, and thus he possessed immense willpower. Yao Yao observed as Zhou Yuan carefully stowed away the mottled bone and sighed lightly before saying, "To master the first tier of the ancestral dragon scripture, you must acquire 4 essential source materials to succeed." She produced a piece of paper and handed it to Zhou Yuan. Upon glancing at it, he noticed elegant script, but when he discerned the 4 required source materials, his countenance involuntarily twitched. Swallowing source stone, heavenly golden essence, 9 nether mysterious spring crystal, 4th rank python source beast soul. Each of these materials elicited gasps of astonishment from Zhou Yuan, causing his hands to tremble uncontrollably. Whether it be the swallowing source stone, the heavenly golden essence, or the 9 nether mysterious spring crystal, all were exceedingly rare. He was somewhat familiar with the heavenly golden essence, which was available in the royal treasury, albeit in but a few drops. Just a single drop added during the forging of a source weapon could sharpen it significantly, potentially even elevating its grade, making it immensely precious. What sent a shiver down Zhou Yuan's spine was the mention of the 4th rank python source beast soul. A 4th rank entity is comparable to a human in the primordial realm. Among the entire Great Zhou, there were only a few primordial realm experts, and now, seeking to acquire the soul of a 4th rank python source beast was akin to attempting to slay a primordial realm powerhouse. The sheer difficulty of this endeavor left Zhou Yuan's heart quaking at the mere thought. In the realm of practitioners, once one steps into the qi-nourishing realm, to refine a source qi that belongs to oneself, one must serve as the furnace, utilizing the pure source qi drawn from the heavens and the earth as the fundamental material. The cultivation method acts as the blueprint, while the source materials serve as auxiliary components. Following the blueprint, one must refine these components within the body, merging and tempering them, ultimately cultivating a source qi unique to oneself. Each component is indispensable. Therefore, all auxiliary materials must be meticulously prepared. Are you having second thoughts? It is not too late to reconsider. Yao Yao observed Zhou Yuan's pallid complexion and couldn't help but smile. Zhou Yuan let out a wry laugh. He indeed felt a tinge of regret. If the first tier of the ancestral dragon scripture demanded such rare materials, he could scarcely fathom the mysterious materials required for the 2nd, 3rd, or even 4th tiers. At that moment, Zhou Yuan finally comprehended the formidable challenges of cultivating the ancestral dragon scripture, for even the prerequisites for training were so daunting as to seem unattainable. Nevertheless, his gaze swiftly transformed into one of determination as he declared, "I will find a way to acquire these source materials." Since a decision has already been made, it will undoubtedly remain unshaken by these matters. Otherwise, it would be better to abandon it sooner. Yao Yao also held a degree of admiration for Zhou Yuan's unwavering resolve, stating, "If you do not wish to rely solely on the most rudimentary source energy to engage in battle after entering the qi-nurturing realm, then you must hasten your pace in gathering resources. The source energy not cultivated through techniques lacks attributes and special effects, rendering its combat power far inferior to that of technique-based source energy." Zhou Yuan smiled wryly and nodded. It seemed that he would soon need to trouble Zhou Qing, for with his current capabilities, it would be difficult to collect all these materials. Chapter 59, Mid-phase of Illusory Realm. On the 5th day after acquiring the ancestral dragon scripture, Zhou Yuan's 7th meridian was finally completely unblocked. This undoubtedly brought him one step closer to the qi-nourishing realm. Likewise, his urgency for the materials required to cultivate the 1st level of the ancestral dragon scripture grew ever more intense. In the hall, Zhou Yuan entered with an eager gaze fixed upon Zhou Qing. "Father, have the materials I requested been prepared?" he inquired. Upon noticing the anticipation in Zhou Yuan's eyes, Zhou Qing could not help but let out a bitter chuckle. "Do you truly believe our royal treasury possesses everything?" The 4 types of materials that Zhou Yuan needed made even Zhou Qing shiver upon hearing them. And are these materials really only for cultivating a 5th grade source qi? Zhou Qing, well versed in such matters, mused. Although he had encountered 5th grade source qi before, the materials required for it had never been as rare or advanced as those Zhou Yuan sought. Zhou Yuan managed a dry laugh. Since Yao Yao had instructed him to keep the ancestral dragon scripture confidential, he merely informed Zhou Qing that he was cultivating a technique for 5th grade source qi. "Is the royal treasury unable to gather them?" Zhou Yuan asked, his expression troubled. With a helpless sigh, Zhou Qing retrieved a jade box from behind him. Upon opening it, a crystal-clear jade vial was revealed, filled with water in which a drop of golden viscous liquid swirled slowly. "This is the heavenly golden essence," he declared. Beside the jade vial lay a black crystal stone, riddled with holes, emanating an astonishing chill that caused frost to form in the air. Within the crystal, it seemed as if a spring flowed, producing a gentle sound. "This is the 9 nether mysterious spring crystal. These are the only 2 types we have in the royal treasury," Zhou Qing explained, gesturing to the jade box. Zhou Yuan scratched his head and asked, "What about the source devouring stone and the soul of the 4th grade python-type source beast?" Zhou Qing shot him an exasperated glare. "Greedy little rascal. The 4 types of materials you desire, if valued, would likely approach 500,000 source crystals, and many are scarce in the market. Our great Zhou's annual tax revenue is only in the millions, which illustrates the immense worth of the materials you seek." Zhou Yuan offered an awkward smile. 500,000 source crystals was indeed a staggering figure, enough to purchase a mid-grade mysterious source weapon at an auction. In the royal family, only Zhou Qing possessed the 9-flame spear, a superior mysterious source weapon. "What shall we do?" Zhou Yuan's brow furrowed in distress. If he could not gather these 4 types of materials, he would be unable to cultivate the first level of the ancestral dragon scripture, the celestial python chi. Zhou Qing pondered for a moment, furrowing his brow. "However, I have heard of the source devouring stone." "Oh." Zhou Yuan's eyes brightened. If there was news of it, then there might be a way forward. "In the Grand General's residence, there is a source devouring stone. This type of stone continuously absorbs and expels the source chi from the heavens and earth. The source chi it releases is purer than that which it consumes. So placing one in a room can significantly enhance the efficiency of cultivation," Zhou Qing explained. "The Grand General, Wei Kanglin?" Zhou Yuan was momentarily taken aback. What a stroke of fortune it was, for he was soon to embark on his journey to Kanglin County. However, the value of this item was considerable, and whether he could procure it from the Grand General would depend on his own abilities. Zhou Qing expressed his inability to assist, as it was not appropriate for him to compel the Grand General to relinquish the source stone to Zhou Yuan. "I shall endeavor to find a way," Zhou Yuan replied, nodding. At the very least, he had received some information. As for how to acquire it, he would devise a plan. "What about the 4th grade python source beast soul?" Zhou Yuan inquired, fixing his gaze on Zhou Qing. Upon hearing this, Zhou Qing felt a pang of frustration and replied helplessly, "The 4th grade python source beast. A creature of such caliber poses challenges even for me. You, young lad, wish to obtain its soul. I have not heard much about this, but I will assist in your search. Additionally, as you are heading to Kanglin County, which borders the Black Abyss, teeming with countless source beasts and numerous source masters hunting them, perhaps fortune will favor you." With a resigned sigh, Zhou Yuan realized that he must venture to Kanglin County to test his luck for the remaining 2 source materials. "Father, when shall we set out?" Zhou Yuan asked, his mind consumed with the urgency to gather the remaining materials and cultivate the first layer of the ancestral dragon scripture, the heavenly mysterious python chi. Observing Zhou Yuan's eager demeanor, Zhou Qing smiled wryly and said, "In 5 days, I shall have Lu Taizhan lead a contingent of the Forbidden Army to protect your journey to Kanglin County." Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, for days had passed. On the 4th night, Zhou Yuan lay in bed, his eyes closed, a faint glow flickering at his brow, resembling a shadow meditating, his soul. Boom. At that moment, a resounding noise emanated from his brow. The chaos great mill was in motion, indicating that Zhou Yuan was engaged in the chaos divine mill visualization, refining his soul. Since embarking on this practice nearly half a year ago, Zhou Yuan's soul had become increasingly resilient and formidable through continuous honing. In the boundless expanse of the chaotic starry sky, the ancient mill turned slowly. Anything cast within would be ground to nothingness. Meanwhile, within the mill, a shadowy figure of a soul struggled in agony. The upper and lower millstones slowly pressed down upon it, each crushing motion causing the shadowy soul to tremble, as if enduring immense suffering. Amidst this arduous perseverance, suddenly, 2 golden vertical lines on the slowly rotating millstones began to converge. The divine mill turned 9 times. With each rotation, a new realm unfolded. After nearly half a year of relentless training, Zhou Yuan's soul finally completed the first full rotation of the divine mill. Crack! As the golden lines aligned, the shadowy figure of Zhou Yuan's soul reached its limit and shattered. However, soon after, an intangible wave gathered in front of the mill, and a shadow gradually reformed. It was none other than Zhou Yuan's soul. At this moment, Zhou Yuan's spirit was tightly closed, and compared to before, his soul had undoubtedly solidified significantly. A peculiar wave emanated from the ethereal manifestation of his spirit. Suddenly, Zhou Yuan opened his eyes, and a radiant light burst forth from them. The fluctuation of his soul at the center of his brow began to intensify dramatically. He had reached the mid-stage of the ethereal realm. As he felt the pulsating energy of his spirit, a look of ecstatic joy spread across his face. After more than half a year of diligent cultivation, his spirit had finally advanced from the initial stage of the ethereal realm to the mid-stage. At this level, the power of the spirit could manifest externally, allowing for certain spiritual attacks, akin to the soul needle pattern that Qiyu had executed at the Jade Spirit Waterfall, which could yield remarkable results when employed unexpectedly. Most importantly, having reached the mid-stage of the ethereal realm, Zhou Yuan could now learn to inscribe second-tier source patterns. The power of second-tier source patterns would instill a sense of trepidation even in adversaries at the Qi nurturing stage. Previously, Zhou Yuan had been troubled by his inability to swiftly cultivate the heavenly profound Python Qi, but now, with the assistance of second-tier source patterns, he could face those opponents who had mastered the source energy techniques with unshakable confidence. Sighing deeply, Zhou Yuan gradually relaxed his body. At last, he could set off for Kanglin County with peace of mind. Chapter 60. The departure the following day, before the royal palace. A contingent of elite guards stood ready for departure. Zhou Yuan conversed with Zhou Qing and Qin Yu, while his gaze frequently swept towards the distance. Suddenly, the rapid sound of hooves approached, and a magnificent fiery steed leapt forward, coming to a halt with a graceful flourish. A live figure dismounted with agility, revealing none other than Su Yuwei. Today, she was attired in a refreshing ensemble of gray-blue garments, with her long hair tied back in a ponytail, exuding an air of vivacity and charm. The guards did not impede her, allowing Su Yuwei to proceed unhindered. She approached the carriage, her cheeks flushed from the journey, and a sheen of sweat glimmered softly on her fair forehead. Yuwei had previously met the king and the queen. She first saluted Zhou Qing and Qin Yu with a respectful clasp of her hands. Both Zhou Qing and Qin Yu responded with warm smiles. Having witnessed Su Yuwei's performance during the provincial examination, which endeared her to them as a strong and independent young woman, Yuwei, consider this an opportunity for growth. And please keep a watchful eye on Zhou Yuan. Ensure he does not stray, Qin Yu advised with a smile. Zhou Yuan chuckled beside them, as both Yao Yao and Su Yuwei would accompany him to Kanglin County. Yao Yao was simply seeking an escape from the confines of the palace, while Zhou Yuan hoped that Su Yuwei could gain further experience, which would benefit her training. After all, Su Yuwei was on the brink of opening her 8 meridians and entering the Qi-nourishing realm. Thus, remaining in the Great Zhou residence would bear little significance. To avoid hindering her progress, Zhou Yuan decided to bring Su Yuwei along for the journey to Kanglin County. The hour is upon us. Let us prepare to set forth, Zhou Qing remarked, glancing at the sky before directing his gaze towards Lu Taizhan. I entrust the escort duties to you. Rest assured, Your Majesty, should anything befall the prince, I shall present my head as proof of failure. Lu Taizhan responded solemnly. I do not wish for any misfortune to befall any of you. Zhou Qing waved his hand dismissively. Lu Taizhan nodded, rising to mount his horse, and with a commanding gesture, he shouted, Let us depart. Zhou Yuan also boarded the carriage, bidding farewell to Zhou Qing and Qin Yu before entering. The grand procession began its journey, the thunderous sound of hooves echoing as they traversed the streets, ultimately exiting the Great Zhou city and heading towards Kanglin County. At the same time, Zhou Yuan departed from the Great Zhou city. In the Qi Wang mansion, My lord, Lu Taizhan has taken 1,000 elite guards to escort Zhou Yuan out of the Great Zhou city. They are likely headed to Kanglin County, reported the steward, Qi Ling, with a respectful tone. Seated behind the desk, Qi Yuan, the Qi Wang, nodded impassively. It appears the royal family is aware of the news regarding the ruins, he remarked, a glint of cold intensity flickering in his eyes. The Great Zhou residence has gained some advantage, but this time, the fire spirit grain is mine for the taking. The fire spirit grain, a 4th-grade source food, held immeasurable value if obtained. It would enable the Qi Wang mansion to cultivate and attract numerous formidable experts. Consider this. The royal family relies on the precious second-tier source crystal rice to maintain their standing. If the Qi Wang Fu were to acquire the fire spirit ear, Qi Yuan firmly believes that within a year, their power would overwhelmingly surpass that of the royal family. I shall remain in Dazhou City to keep a close watch on Zhou Qing. Therefore, you must immediately set off to Kanglin County to find Hao Heir. He has established a foothold there over the past 2 years. I urge you to devise ways to ensure that Wei Kanglan aligns with us at Qi Wangfu. Qi Yuan's gaze was cold and menacing as he declared, once Wei Kanglan stands with us, we shall have no more reservations and can take direct action to eradicate the Dazhou royal family entirely. Of course, as Qi Yuan held his teacup, his voice turned icy. If Wei Kanglan shows any inclination towards the royal family, it would be prudent to eliminate him. Once he is dead, the Kanglan army will be leaderless, and we can swiftly recruit Hao heir to turn against the royal family. Understood, Qi Ling responded. Kanglan County, adjacent to the Black Abyss, is a place where the death of an individual, even a prince, would not raise any eyebrows. Since that little beast severed my son's hand, I shall ensure he pays with his life. In the study, Qi Yuan's voice was as chilling as a ghost emerging from the depths of an abyss, evoking a sense of dread. Qi Ling nodded once more before turning to leave. As Qi Yuan watched Qi Ling depart, he lifted his gaze toward the palace, his cold words echoing in the study. Zhou Qing, do not presume that a single victory over the Dazhou government will bring you pride. Should the fire spirit ear fall into my hands this time, the Dazhou royal family will never rise again. This contest is assuredly won by Qi Wangfu. At that time, I shall ensure you and your son experience the taste of being hunted down like stray dogs. Kanglan County lies in the southwestern frontier of the Dazhou dynasty, quite distant from Dazhou City. Thus, given Zhou Yuan and his companions' pace, reaching Kanglan County would take at least 10 days. However, the presence of the enchanting Yao Yao and Su Yuwei made the journey seem far more vibrant, alleviating the monotony of travel. Yet, Zhou Yuan's fleeting enjoyment was soon interrupted by Yao Yao, who disapproved of his leisure. I see you are quite idle. Your spirit has reached the mid-stage of the void realm. So why not practice the second-tier source pattern? In the carriage, Yao Yao tossed a jade tablet to Zhou Yuan, which bore a complex source pattern, shimmering with brilliance. This was a second-tier source pattern, the golden ape mountain moving pattern. When inscribed onto the body, it enhances physical strength significantly. Oh! Zhou Yuan exclaimed in surprise as he accepted the jade tablet. The efficacy of the second-tier source pattern far surpasses that of the first tier. If the golden ape mountain moving pattern were inscribed onto him, the augmentation would undoubtedly be incomparable to the previous bull pattern. How intricate! Zhou Yuan cast a glance at the intricate source patterns etched upon the jade slab, unable to suppress a grin. According to his estimation, this second-grade source pattern contained no fewer than 1,000 source traces. For those with weaker spirits, merely gazing upon it a few times would induce dizziness. He shook his head and turned his gaze, finding Su Yuwei stifling a smile, her eyes sparkling as she regarded him, who was clearly troubled. What are you looking at? You shan't expect an easy time, Zhou Yuan remarked, casting her an exasperated glance. He then retrieved a jade slip from his robe and tossed it to Su Yuwei. She hastily caught it, her brow furrowing in curiosity. What is this? It is a low-grade Xian source technique, the heavenly net hand, which I procured from the royal treasury. It is perfectly suited for you, Zhou Yuan replied with a smile. Su Yuwei held the jade slip, hesitating. Your Highness, this is far too precious. She was well aware of the value of Xian source techniques. None of such caliber existed in the entire Great Zhou Prefecture. If offered for sale, it would fetch at least tens of thousands of source crystals, more than enough to sell her own worth. We are not merely on an excursion. You are about to open your 8th meridian and step into the Qi nourishing realm. If you master the heavenly net hand, you will possess the strength to contend with adversaries, Zhou Yuan stated earnestly. Su Yuwei bit her crimson lip, yet she was not one to be overly sentimental. Soon, she grasped the jade slip firmly, nodding earnestly. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will master it swiftly. Zhou Yuan nodded with a smile. As they departed from the Great Zhou City, Shou Qing had also gifted him another middle-grade Xian source technique, known as the Imperial Seal. However, this technique was too aggressive and ill-suited for Su Yuwei, so he intended to keep it for his own cultivation. It seemed that the journey ahead would not be particularly comfortable, Zhou Yuan mused, and then he gathered his composure, focusing all his mental energy on the jade slab, beginning to meticulously trace the golden ape mountain moving pattern. Thus, over the ensuing days, most of Zhou Yuan's time was devoted to studying the golden ape mountain moving pattern. Whenever he found a moment's respite, he would practice the middle-grade Xian source technique, the Imperial Seal, leaving him quite occupied. Amidst this intense study, Zhou Yuan and his companions gradually approached Kanglan County. However, just before arriving, an unexpected event compelled Zhou Yuan to reduce their pace. After nearly 2 months of cultivation, Su Yue had finally succeeded in fully opening her 8th meridian. With the 8th meridian open, her Qi Palace had manifested. Su Yue was on the verge of stepping into the Qi-nourishing realm. Chapter 61. The Yin-Yang Qi Mansion within the spacious carriage. Su Yue sat upright in a meditative posture, her bright eyes gently closed. A faint rumble akin to distant thunder emanated from her body. As the primordial energies of the universe continuously converged, ultimately flowing into her being. This thunderous sound signified the vibrations of the 8 meridians, heralding the opening of her Qi mansion. Zhou Yuan, observing intently beside her, felt a mix of anxiety and curiosity. For this was his first encounter with the opening of a Qi mansion. The cosmic energy swirled around Su Yue, stirring her garments, while Zhou Yuan's gaze lowered slightly. Sensing that within her, streams of primordial energy were rapidly gathering towards her lower abdomen. The Qi mansion is a mysterious point within the human body, elusive and difficult to perceive. Only when all 8 meridians are activated can it resonate, allowing for its opening and the genuine connection to the internal meridians. An increasing amount of primordial energy coalesced in Su Yue's lower abdomen, and after a moment, a soft popping sound emerged quietly. At the very center of this gathering energy, it appeared as if a source point had materialized, absorbing all the surrounding primordial energies in its entirety. Simultaneously, even through her garments, Zhou Yuan could distinctly see a glimmer of azure light emanating from Su Yue's Qi Mansion location in her lower abdomen. Azure Qi Mansion? Zhou Yuan's gaze flickered. During the opening of a Qi Mansion, the quality varies according to one's innate constitution, generally classified into 4 levels. The first level is the colorless Qi Mansion, the most common and widely seen. The second level is the azure Qi Mansion, the third is the purple Qi Mansion, and the fourth is the golden Qi Mansion. The higher the grade of the Qi Mansion, the more resilient it becomes and the greater the capacity for primordial energy it can contain. It is well known that the human Qi Mansion functions as a vessel for water, requiring continual expansion during cultivation. Possessing a high-level Qi Mansion from the outset undoubtedly grants a significant advantage, ensuring a more robust and enduring supply of primordial energy in competitions of equal rank. Not merely azure. Yao Yao interjected from the side. Zhou Yuan was momentarily taken aback, focusing his attention, and indeed, as the azure light intensified, purple specks began to appear within it, gradually overshadowing the azure hue. A purple Qi Mansion. Zhou Yuan could hardly contain his astonishment. From what he knew, achieving an azure Qi Mansion already indicated exceptional innate talent, but a purple Qi Mansion was exceedingly rare, marking one as a top-tier genius with immense potential for the future. I never anticipated that Yue's constitution would be so formidable, Zhou Yuan mused. Though her rapid cultivation speed had already hinted at her genius, he still did not expect her to manifest a purple Qi Mansion. The purple light surged vigorously for a time before gradually subsiding. At that moment, Su Yue's tightly shut bright eyes suddenly opened wide, radiating bursts of primordial energy, her fair skin resembling jade, exuding a palpable aura of pressure from within. The Qi-nourishing realm. Is this truly what the Qi-nourishing realm entails? It is indeed a remarkable transformation. Zhou Yuan marveled at the remarkable aura emanating from Su Yue, which had intensified several-fold compared to before, even causing him to feel a hint of pressure. He reckoned that without employing the golden ape mountain moving technique, he might struggle to gain the upper hand against Su Yue in her current state. Congratulations, not only have you entered the Qi-nourishing realm, but you have also opened the purple Qi Palace, Zhou Yuan remarked with a smile. Su Yue's delicate face was equally adorned with joy, yet she soon furrowed her brows in hesitation, expressing, "My Qi Palace feels somewhat off." Both Zhou Yuan and Yao Yao were momentarily taken aback, perplexed by her words. Su Yue continued, "For some reason, my Qi Palace feels as if it has been split into 2 halves." Zhou Yuan, in utter confusion, responded, "Isn't the Qi Palace supposed to be a unified whole? What does it mean to be divided?" After a moment of contemplation, Yao Yao leaned closer to Su Yue and shot Zhou Yuan a glance, instructing, "Turn your head away." Though puzzled, Zhou Yuan complied under Yao Yao's gaze. Once he had turned, Yao Yao addressed Su Yue, saying, "Let me take a look." After receiving a nod from Su Yue, Yao Yao delicately lifted the hem of her garment, revealing a slender waist and a flat, smooth abdomen devoid of any excess flesh. Su Yue's face flushed red as she realized Yao Yao's intention for Zhou Yuan to turn away. Yao Yao gently pressed her jade finger against Su Yue's abdomen, her beautiful eyes closing slightly as she channeled her spiritual energy to sense the situation. "Indeed, your Qi Palace is distinctly divided into 2 sections," Yao Yao slowly declared. After a lengthy pause, she softly added, there doesn't seem to be any issue. If I am not mistaken, this Qi Palace may be the rumored Yin-Yang Qi Palace. Previously, when she had inscribed the source patterns for Su Yuwei, she sensed that the latter seemingly possessed Yin-Yang source roots, an exceedingly rare attribute. Thus, the current transformation of her Qi Palace should also be related to those roots. A Yin-Yang Qi Palace? Zhou Yuan and Su Yuwei exchanged bewildered glances. Clearly unfamiliar with the term. Do not worry, this Yin-Yang Qi Palace is not a disadvantage, but rather an immense boon, Yao Yao reassured, dismissing their concerns with a wave of her hand. A boon? Yes, the greatest advantage is she can cultivate 2 different techniques simultaneously, Yao Yao replied, cradling the snoring Tun-Tun in her arms and gently stroking it with a smile. Cultivating 2 techniques? Both Zhou Yuan and Su Yuwei were astonished. Did this mean that 2 distinct sources of energy would coexist within her Qi Palace? Wouldn't they conflict? In a typical Qi Palace, only one source of energy can be accommodated, Yao Yao confirmed with a nod. However, hers is different. The Yin-Yang Qi Palace functions as 2 separate Qi Palaces, allowing them to coexist without conflict. However, in your future cultivation, you must practice techniques of both Yin and Yang attributes, and strictly avoid cultivating dual Yang or dual Yin attributes. Otherwise, your Yin-Yang Qi Palace will lose its balance, ultimately leading to a backlash that could destroy the Qi Palace. Yao Yao cautioned. Su Yuwei's expression shifted slightly. Moreover, the cultivation of the Yin-Yang technique requires that the levels of both aspects do not diverge too greatly, lest the balance be disrupted. Yao Yao solemnly remarked. While the Yin-Yang energy reservoir is undeniably formidable, it is not without its constraints. However, should you one day transcend the boundaries of the energy reservoir and achieve the harmony of Yin and Yang, you shall undoubtedly ascend to become one of the preeminent existences in this world. Su Yuwei, feeling a twinge of anxiety, blinked and turned her gaze towards Zhou Yuan. In contrast, Zhou Yuan appeared elated. He produced a jade slip from his robes and said, a Yang attribute technique? How fortuitous. Our royal family's flame thunder technique is precisely of the Yang attribute. Your Highness, this is a technique reserved solely for the royal lineage. Su Yuwei gasped in astonishment. She was well aware of the flame thunder technique, capable of cultivating 4th-tier source energy, its worth far surpassing that of the previous heavenly net technique. It is merely 4th-tier source energy, Zhou Yuan insisted, forcibly placing the jade slip into Su Yuwei's hands. I find it lacking in rank, but for now, I lack the means. If I discover a higher-tier technique in the future, I shall have you transition to it. In light of Zhou Yuan's audacious actions, Su Yuwei bit her lip, her delicate fingers tightening around the jade slip. Ultimately, she refrained from further refusal, casting a deeply appreciative glance at Zhou Yuan, her bright eyes glistening with emotion. Since he has bestowed upon you a Yang attribute technique, I shall provide you with a corresponding Yin attribute technique. Yao Yao smiled at this and retrieved a jade slip imbued with an icy aura from her Chinquan pouch, presenting it to Su Yuwei. This is the cold abyss scripture, capable of cultivating 4th-tier cold energy. Noticing that Yao Yao was also offering a technique for 4th-tier source energy, Su Yuwei hesitated briefly, looking toward Zhou Yuan for confirmation. Upon seeing him nod, she accepted it gratefully, exclaiming, "Thank you, Sister Yao Yao." Yao Yao dismissed it lightly, saying, "It is merely a 4th-tier source energy technique. In the future, as your strength increases, you might seek out other higher-quality Yin-Yang source energy techniques. However, always remember, the Yin-Yang energy reservoir hinges on balance. Once that equilibrium is shattered, the resulting imbalance will lead to a backlash." Su Yuwei nodded earnestly, replying, "I shall remember, Sister Yao Yao." Observing the 2 women seated together, Zhou Yuan was struck by their beauty, one radiantly charming, the other exquisitely ethereal, akin to the harmonious interplay of stars and moonlight, bringing a sense of tranquility to his heart. Yet, before he could fully savor the moment, Yao Yao's bright gaze swept over him. "Have you perfected the golden monkey mountain moving technique?" At this, Zhou Yuan, feeling somewhat dejected, turned his head away and resumed his rigorous practice. Witnessing his flustered demeanor, Su Yuwei could not help but stifle a giggle, while Yao Yao's lips curled into a subtle smile. The 2 stunningly beautiful faces illuminated the interior of the carriage, as if the very light had grown brighter. Chapter 62, Kanglin County. Wei Qingqing Kanglin County lies on the southwestern border of the Great Zhou Dynasty. By the time Zhou Yuan and his entourage arrived outside the county city, a fortnight had already elapsed. Standing atop the carriage, Zhou Yuan gazed upon the expansive city. In stark contrast to the grandeur of Zhou City, Kanglan City exuded a more formidable aura, a testament to its proximity to the border where warfare frequently erupted, imbuing the atmosphere with a sense of sternness. Among the passers-by, many bore an unmistakable hint of sanguine energy, each emanating varying degrees of source energy fluctuations. Kanglan County, adjacent to the Black Abyss, had undoubtedly attracted countless source masters drawn to hunt source beasts and seek opportunities within its depths. In comparison, the Black Forest mountain range where Zhou Yuan had previously resided appeared rather insignificant. Your Highness, just ahead lies Kanglan County City. Our numbers are too great to enter. We shall proceed to the Kanglan military camp beside the city, Lu Taizhan proclaimed, riding forth with a resonant voice. Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement, stating, "The day is drawing to a close. Let us first head to the camp and visit General Wei on the morrow." Lu Taizhan acknowledged with a grunt and swiftly relayed the command. Soon, 1,000 soldiers transformed into a torrent, their thunderous footsteps echoing as they circumvented the city. Heading towards the distant camp, the approach of such an unfamiliar army naturally stirred commotion within the Kanglan military camp, prompting several swift steeds to gallop out. Racing towards Zhou Yuan and his party. Who approaches? A dozen horses blocked their path, led by a young general clad in crimson armor. As they drew nearer, Zhou Yuan and his companions discerned that this red-armored general was, in fact, a woman. She donned a red soft armor that gracefully enveloped her exquisite form, and beneath her scaled skirt, her long, straight legs were strikingly accentuated by her battle boots, rendering her legs breathtakingly long. Beneath her helmet lay a face of icy beauty, with elegantly arched brows that conveyed a spirited demeanor. Commander of the Imperial Guards, Lu Taizhan declared, his voice grave as he addressed the newcomer. "We have come at the King's behest to Kanglan County and intend to proceed to the Kanglan military camp." "Ah, Commander Lu," the red-armored woman's countenance softened slightly, clearly recognizing him. "I am Wei Qingqing." Wei Qingqing. At the mention of this name, Zhou Yuan's heart stirred. Wei Kanglan had a daughter and a son. The daughter was indeed named Wei Qingqing, and it seemed she was the valiant general before him. "Ah, so you are the esteemed daughter of General Wei," Lu Taizhan remarked with cupped fists. In response, Wei Qingqing coolly stated, "Here, I am merely the deputy commander of the Kanglan army, not the daughter of the county governor." Lu Taizhan was momentarily taken aback, conceding with a nod as he stepped aside to reveal Zhou Yuan behind him. "This is His Highness Zhou Yuan, who has accompanied me on this journey." Wei Qingqing's eyes lifted to meet Zhou Yuan's gaze, though she had never heard of him before. The recent examinations held at the Great Zhou Prefectural Court had stirred considerable chatter. It was said that this rumored waste of a prince, who could not cultivate, had astonishingly defeated the second prince of the Qi royal house, Qi Yu. However, her delicate eyebrows soon furrowed, for at that moment, Zhou Yuan was accompanied by the enchanting Yao Yao and the graceful Su Yuwei, both of whom possessed striking beauty. This rendered Zhou Yuan appear akin to a dashing prince enjoying the company of lovely maidens. It was indeed Prince Zhou Yuan. Due to an unfavorable first impression, Wei Qingqing merely offered a casual salute, her expression unremarkable, while inwardly she shook her head, suspecting that there was some deceit behind the recent examinations at the Great Zhou mansion. She found it hard to believe that such a flamboyant prince, who needed two beauties by his side even for a mere outing, could have possibly defeated the reputedly talented Qi Wangfu Qi Yu. With a strong-willed nature since childhood, she detested men who indulged in the superficial charm of beautiful women. Otherwise, she would not have ventured into the Kanglan army as a woman. Zhou Yuan, sensing the peculiar demeanor of this woman, felt bewildered by her lack of warmth. "Your Highness, let us proceed. We must remain discreet on their territory," Lu Taizhan suggested, concerned that Zhou Yuan might take offense. After all, a significant purpose of their journey was to win over Wei Kanglan, and should Zhou Yuan's interaction with Wei Qingqing deteriorate, it could diminish Wei Kanglan's impression of them. Zhou Yuan chuckled nonchalantly. He had long been accustomed to the fickleness of human sentiments and would not allow Wei Qingqing's attitude to provoke his ire. "Let us go," he waved his hand, and the large entourage followed Wei Qingqing into the vast Kanglan military encampment. As 1,000 Imperial Guards surged into the Kanglan camp, they immediately attracted countless curious and challenging gazes. In the Great Zhou, 3 armies stood supreme: the Imperial Guards, the Qi Wangwei, and the Kanglan army. As fellow formidable forces, the soldiers of the Kanglan army scrutinized the rarely encountered Imperial Guards, eager to ascertain whether the latter possessed the merit to be considered their equals. As they advanced, A path suddenly opened in the crowd of observing Kanglan soldiers, and several figures emerged. Wei Qingqing dismounted, her expression composed as she exchanged a few words. Zhou Yuan and Lu Taizan approached her. Wei Qingqing turned to them and said, "These are the commanders of the Kanglan army. This is my cousin, Wei Ting." She indicated another woman clad in soft armor. Her figure was somewhat voluptuous, though her beauty paled in comparison to Wei Qingqing's. At that moment, with a gaze that flickered between amusement and scrutiny, she remarked, "So this is the renowned prince we have heard so much about? Traveling such a long distance with two lovely companions, you certainly lead a leisurely life." Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing her words, sensing a hint of hostility directed towards him. However, he quickly discerned the source of this animosity, for beside the woman stood a tall, youthful figure clad in armor. His helm tucked under his arm, revealing a handsome face adorned with a broad smile. Surrounding him was an unmistakable aura of formidable energy, indicative of an expert who had ascended to the realm of qi nurturing, and indeed, one who was in the latter stages of this mastery. As Zhou Yuan gazed at the young man in white armor, his eyes narrowed slightly. There was something familiar about the latter's countenance. Approaching Zhou Yuan, the young man beamed amiably and inquired, "Are you Prince Zhou Yuan? It seems we have crossed paths before." Fixating on Zhou Yuan, the young man's smile was radiant. Yet his gaze was serpentine as he extended his hand. "I am Qi Hao. I've heard that my rather unremarkable younger brother has had his hand severed by you." Zhou Yuan's expression sharpened. Indeed, this youth was Qi Yu's elder brother, Qi Hao. In the realm of martial arts, where conflict is blind, it was no surprise that his sibling had met with misfortune due to his lack of prowess. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Zhou Yuan reciprocated the handshake, his voice steady. Qi Hao's smile grew more pronounced as he nodded, saying, "Indeed, that lad is outmatched, and losing a hand is a fitting consequence." He regarded Zhou Yuan with apparent enthusiasm, adding, "I hear the royal palace's imperial guards have arrived today, and everyone in the Kanglan army is quite elated. We have prepared a welcome banquet for the evening, and you must certainly attend, Your Highness. The troops are rather straightforward, and your absence might lead them to feel you hold them in disdain." Zhou Yuan lowered his gaze slightly and replied, "Rest assured, with such warmth, I shall certainly attend." Qi Hao nodded with a smile, then leaned in slightly to caution, "However, I must sincerely advise you, Your Highness, that this is Kanglan County, adjacent to the Black Abyss. Here, the death of a prince would hardly raise eyebrows. So you must exercise caution while in this vicinity." Zhou Yuan chuckled softly, lowering his voice in turn. "Then you should be all the more vigilant. The death of a prince is inconsequential, but that of a royal family member is far less significant." Qi Hao burst into laughter as their hands tightened in a firm grip, only to release simultaneously, yet in their exchanged glances, a glimmer of cold murderous intent lingered. Chapter 63. A display of power in the vast encampment. The night was illuminated by roaring bonfires that dispelled the darkness, casting a warm glow across the sky. At the heart of the camp stood a spacious platform, surrounded by clusters of blazing fires, where soldiers gathered, indulging in hearty feasts and revelry, their boisterous laughter echoing into the night. In the central position, Zhou Yuan, Yao Yao, Su Yue, and Lu Taizan were all present. "Your Highness seems to be in splendid spirits, always accompanied by beautiful women," Wei Qingqing remarked, casting a casual glance at the two young ladies beside Zhou Yuan. Yao Yao merely shot her a fleeting look without uttering a word, while Su Yue, unable to tolerate Wei Qingqing's dismissive attitude towards Zhou Yuan, spoke up with a slight parting of her luscious lips. "Deputy Commander Wei, you too are a woman. Why must you regard other women merely as objects for admiration?" As she spoke, the energy around Su Yue surged, showcasing her prowess at the qi nurturing stage. Wei Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, her gaze towards Su Yue now imbued with a sense of gravity. Achieving such a level at this age was undoubtedly a mark of genius, far from being a mere decorative vase. "My apologies for my oversight," Wei Qingqing acknowledged, nodding slightly to convey her contrition. However, her brow furrowed even deeper as she glanced at Zhou Yuan, seemingly lamenting the fact that such a remarkable girl was in his company, deeming it a waste. "Haha. Your Highness, many of our brothers from the Kanglan army wish to spar with the soldiers of the Imperial Guard for some excitement. What are your thoughts?" At that moment, Qi Hao, seated beside Wei Qingqing, spoke with a smile. As his words fell, a thunderous roar erupted from the surrounding Kanglan soldiers, their eyes gleaming with martial fervor. Zhou Yuan turned to Lu Taizan, who nodded in agreement and shouted towards the direction of the Imperial Guard, "Someone wishes to challenge you." rise to the occasion and uphold the dignity of our Imperial Guard. Yes, the accompanying members of the Imperial Guard, comprised of the elite, were naturally proud and eager to engage, having long been provoked by the Kanglan army. Tong Wudi of the Imperial Guard, who dares to step forward from the Kanglan army? A robust figure leaped onto the platform, his voice booming. This individual was clearly a master at the initial stage of chi nurturing, an officer among the Imperial Guard. Haha. Splendid. I, Sun Ming of the Kanglan army, shall take you on. Another figure surged forth from the Kanglan ranks, evidently matching Tong Wudi in strength. As the two ascended the platform, cheers erupted from the crowd. Without further ado, they exchanged respectful gestures and launched into a fierce combat, sending dust and debris swirling as their fists and feet clashed with intensity. The soldiers below roared in fervor, the atmosphere ablaze with excitement. After a prolonged exchange, the battle concluded with Tong Wudi narrowly claiming victory, eliciting a chorus of jubilant cheers. With this initial clash as a catalyst, more masters from both sides took to the stage, engaging in fierce duels that reverberated throughout the encampment with waves of applause. Zhou Yuan watched with great interest as these warriors, seasoned by the trials of battle and marked by their decisive prowess, showcased a ferocity that was incomparable to the mere sparring of the students at the Great Zhou Academy. As the atmosphere grew increasingly fervent, Qi Hao suddenly rose, casually smiling as he remarked, "I have heard that your highness has turned the tide at the Great Zhou Academy, gaining remarkable fame. The brothers of our Kanglan army are quite curious. Might we have the honor of witnessing your skills firsthand?" Countless eyes turned toward Zhou Yuan, their curiosity piqued. They had all heard of the esteemed prince of Great Zhou, yet it was rumored that he could not cultivate his meridians, which rendered them astonished by the accounts of the academy trials. Indeed, he has come for me, Zhou Yuan thought, his expression unwavering. He anticipated that Qi Hao would go to great lengths to provoke him tonight. It was clear that this fellow sought to embarrass him before the Kanglan army, aiming to undermine his reputation and, in turn, diminish the royal authority. Should Wei Kanglan choose to assist the royalty thereafter, the soldiers of the Kanglan army might perceive the royal family as ineffectual, leading them to harbor alternative sentiments. Thus, this seemingly trivial matter was, in fact, a scheme of malicious intent by Qi Hao. Qi Hao was astute. He refrained from sending a practitioner of the breathing realm to challenge Zhou Yuan, for even in defeat, it would not tarnish his honor. Instead, he selected someone who had successfully opened the 8 meridians but had yet to establish a Qi palace. A choice that demonstrated his premeditation. Of course, if your highness feels this is unnecessary, we can let it be. After all, we mere brutes are indeed far removed from your esteemed status. Qi Hao lamented, feigning understanding, yet his words dripped with malice. Should Zhou Yuan decline, the soldiers of the Kanglan army would perceive him as arrogant, looking down upon their martial prowess, thus sowing seeds of discontent. Beside them, Wei Qingqing's delicate features shifted as she sensed Qi Hao's intentions and immediately sought to intervene. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Zhou Yuan lifted his gaze to meet Qi Hao's smiling visage. A smile crept onto his face as he declared, "Since everyone is so enthusiastic, I cannot dampen the spirit of the occasion." He was well aware of Qi Hao's motives. However, if he believed he could suppress Zhou Yuan with this tactic, he was sorely mistaken. Rising to his feet, Zhou Yuan lightly pressed his toes against the ground, ascending the platform. Grasping the Tian Yuan brush, he activated its martial form, which expanded magnificently, resembling a long spear. "Come forth. If you can withstand a single strike from me, I shall concede defeat," Zhou Yuan proclaimed, tilting the Tian Yuan brush toward the ground with a composed smile. "Oh." The moment Zhou Yuan's words left his lips, a cacophony of exclamations erupted. Whether from the Kanglan army or the Imperial Guards, all could not contain their cheers. Regardless of his strength, Zhou Yuan's audacity was met with admiration. Such bravado, Wei Qingqing remarked, momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Wei Ting scoffed dismissively. With a faint smile, Qi Hao retrieved a blazing red long knife and tossed it to the lean man, saying, "Go ahead. If you win, this mid-grade source weapon shall be yours." The lean man eagerly caught it, his eyes shining with joy. A mid-grade source weapon was worth over 1,000 source crystals, a sum beyond the means of an ordinary soldier. Clutching the long knife, he leaped onto the stage, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan, unfazed, displayed an expression devoid of emotion, as the source energy of heaven and earth surged into him through his mouth and nose. In the next instant, he launched forward with tremendous speed, directly targeting the lean man. Upper-grade source technique, flame blade slash. The lean man did not dare to hesitate. With a fierce shout, he wielded the knife with both hands and brought it down with great force, flames flickering along the blade. The attack exuded a fierce aura, remarkably sharp. Among those who had opened 8 meridians, the lean man was indeed a standout. This assault was even more ferocious than that of Qi Yu during the provincial examination. However, in the face of such a formidable strike, Zhou Yuan remained undeterred, charging forward as the tip of his Tianyuan pin traced across the ground, igniting a spark. He took a deep breath, source energy surging into his body, causing the Tianyuan pin to tremble violently, from which streams of azure light erupted. Mystic Radiance technique. Yet this time, the azure light Zhou Yuan unleashed extended several inches, and with the enhancement of the Tianyuan pin. Its power was far superior to that witnessed during the provincial examination. With a swift motion, he propelled himself forward, the Tianyuan pin transforming into a spear, slicing through the air with a piercing sound. Under the watchful gaze of many, it collided heavily with the fiery blade of the lean man. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated, sparks flying. At that moment, everyone witnessed a figure being violently repelled backward, stumbling several steps before finally regaining his balance. As he steadied himself, a wave of astonishment erupted among the crowd, for the figure was none other than the lean man who had opened 8 meridians. No one had anticipated that a man of such prowess would be unable to withstand even a single strike from Zhou Yuan. The latter, equally taken aback, slowly raised the crimson long knife, revealing visible cracks on its surface, which ultimately shattered with a series of sharp snaps. A collective gasp of shock enveloped the onlookers as they realized Zhou Yuan had utterly destroyed the mid-grade source weapon. What immense power must he possess? By the campfire, Wei Qingqing gazed at the scene with widened eyes, acutely aware of the ferocity of Zhou Yuan's earlier strike. That blow would pose a threat, even to a master at the initial stage of the Qi nurturing realm. So the rumors were true, Wei Qingqing murmured. Her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment as they lingered on Zhou Yuan's figure. On the stage, with the Tianyuan pin angled towards the ground, Zhou Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Thank you for the match." Qi Hao believed that by sending someone on the verge of unlocking their energy palace, he could thwart Zhou Yuan. However, he likely did not anticipate that during the time following the palace examination, Zhou Yuan's prowess had also advanced, having successfully opened the 7th meridian. Now, beneath the realm of Qi nourishing, it is likely that few can withstand even a single strike from him. Oh, oh, oh. From the audience, the countless members of the Kanglan army erupted in a chorus of cheers. Their gazes towards Zhou Yuan were now infused with a newfound admiration and respect. His breathtaking strike had evidently captivated these warriors, who revered strength above all else. Your Highness! Your Highness! Amidst the cacophony of applause and celebration by the flickering bonfire, Qi Hao's countenance appeared somewhat rigid in the firelight. Clearly, he had not anticipated that his intention to diminish Zhou Yuan's reputation and undermine the prestige of the royal family would ultimately bolster Zhou Yuan's standing, earning the recognition of all the Kanglan army soldiers for this prince from Bizhou City. This truly is a case of miscalculating one's own schemes. Chapter 64. The Master of Victory. It appears that the rumors about the previous provincial examination were indeed true. You have triumphed over Qi Yu. Wei Qingqing gazed at Zhou Yuan with astonishment in her bright eyes. She had initially suspected some underhanded dealings in the examination. Yet the fierce strike Zhou Yuan had displayed earlier had left even her in awe. That blow, it seemed, was beyond the capability of most individuals at the Qi nourishing realm. I was blinded before. Allow me to toast you as an apology, Wei Qingqing said, elegantly lifting her cup and raising it towards Zhou Yuan before downing its contents in one swift motion. Her demeanor was graceful and unpretentious. Indeed, Your Highness Zhou Yuan possesses remarkable skill. However, Kanglan County is perilously close to the Black Abyss, fraught with dangers. To defeat someone with 8 meridians here does not necessarily entail a sense of security. Thus, should you choose to remain, caution is paramount. Wei Ting remarked with a playful smile beside Wei Qingqing. Zhou Yuan smiled lightly and replied, "There is no need for excessive worry." He had discerned that Wei Ting seemed to harbor feelings for Qi Hao, which explained her veiled hostility towards him. Nevertheless, he was unconcerned. Wei Ting was merely a niece of Wei Kanglan, her standing far inferior to that of Wei Qingqing. At that moment, Qi Hao's previously stiff expression returned to normalcy, a smile once again gracing his features as he addressed Zhou Yuan. Your Highness Zhou Yuan is indeed skilled. No wonder my inept brother fell to your prowess. Fortunately, we owe it to the Xuanmong technique of the Qi royal house. Zhou Yuan responded with a smile. Indeed. It was fortunate for me to utilize the Xuanmong technique from your esteemed house. Qi Hao's face darkened instantly. Zhou Yuan's words nearly provoked him to utter a curse. Yet he found himself unable to retort. For the truth was undeniable. Zhou Yuan's victories over Qi Yu and that lean man with 8 meridians were indeed facilitated by their Xuanmong technique. Your Highness must exercise caution. The treasures of the Qi royal house are not easily obtained. Qi Hao's eyes glinted ominously. Let us hope no one else becomes an unwitting benefactor. Zhou Yuan replied with a smile. As their gazes locked, an undercurrent of animosity surged between them. Ahem. Suddenly, Wei Qingqing's gentle cough shattered the tension between the two men. She regarded them calmly and remarked, Gentlemen, we are in Kanglan County. Regardless of your grievances, it is best not to disrupt the order of this place. As the daughter of Wei Kanglan, she was well aware of the strained relations between the royal family and the Qi royal house. However, with Wei Kanglan choosing neutrality, it was only natural that they would offer no aid to either party. When Qi Hao's gaze landed on Wei Qingqing's cheek, his smile softened. He moved closer, saying, Qingqing, tomorrow I shall visit the general's mansion to pay my respects to the Grand General. Wei Qingqing frowned slightly. My father has not been in the best of spirits lately. I would prefer you not to disturb him. She understood that Qi Hao's intentions were merely to curry favor. Oh, Qingqing, please do not say that. I have heard that Qi Hao has gone to great lengths to invite a master well-versed in source patterns, possessing profound knowledge in the art of toxin expulsion. He likely intends to assist Xiaobin in this endeavor. Wei Ting chimed in cheerfully from the side. Wei Qingqing was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Qi Hao, her delicate features softening somewhat. In the Wei family, the most pressing matter at hand was aiding her younger brother in dispelling the poison that plagued him. As he was the family's sole heir, the source of her father's distress stemmed from her brother's deteriorating health. Is this master truly proficient in dispelling poison through the source patterns? Wei Qingqing inquired with a hint of anxiety. The realm of source patterns is vast and profound, with certain auxiliary patterns designed specifically for detoxification. This master is well-versed in third-tier source patterns, Qi Hao replied. Third-tier source patterns? Wei Qingqing's eyes brightened. Such expertise in the domain of source patterns was exceedingly rare within the entire Great Zhou dynasty, indicating that Qi Hao had indeed invested considerable effort. Well then, I am truly grateful, she nodded, a faint smile gracing her face. It is only right. Seeing Xiaobin in such a state pains me deeply as his elder brother. Qi Hao remarked, subtly fostering a closer rapport between them. Observing from the sidelines, Zhou Yuan regarded them with a cold gaze, his brow furrowing slightly. It appeared that the Qi royal family had recently intensified their efforts, enlisting a master of source patterns. Should they manage to cure Wei Bin's affliction, it would be an immense boon for the Wei family, potentially swaying even Wei Kanglan, no matter how resolute he might be. Zhou Yuan's primary objective in coming to Kanglan County was to ensure Wei Kanglan's stability. With a flicker of determination in his eyes, Zhou Yuan raised his head and smiled at Wei Qingqing, stating, coincidentally, we plan to pay a visit tomorrow. We could go together. Wei Qingqing nodded, then turned her attention back to Qi Hao, incessantly inquiring about the origins of the source pattern master, clearly placing great importance on the matter. Qi Hao maintained a smile, but his gaze swept over Zhou Yuan, a shadow of smugness flitting across his features. As night deepened, the banquet concluded. With Qi Hao's considerable favor, it was likely that Wei Kanglan would lean towards the Qi royal family, considering that he was their family's only son, the sole continuation of their lineage. Zhou Yuan nodded gravely. He then turned to Yao Yao, saying, Sister Yao Yao, could you accompany me to the Qi royal residence tomorrow? Yao Yao tilted her head. Even in the night, her exquisitely beautiful visage radiated a faint luminous glow. She cast a sidelong glance at Zhou Yuan and replied, I can help you assess the situation then. After speaking, she cradled Tun Tun and gracefully slipped into the tent. The following day, Zhou Yuan, Lu Taizhan, Yao Yao, and Su Yue arrived at the eastern gate of the encampment, where they found Wei Qingqing and Qi Hao waiting. However, standing beside Qi Hao was an elderly man with graying hair. His sunken eyes were sharp and cold, and his demeanor exuded an air of aloofness. Even in the presence of this elder, Wei Qingqing, despite her character, wore a smile. Your Highness, are you ready? Upon seeing Zhou Yuan and his companions emerge, Wei Qingqing smiled and gestured to the elder beside her. This is Master Ing, the source pattern master that Qi Hao invited to assist in detoxifying my younger brother. Upon hearing Wei Qingqing's introduction, the esteemed Master Ing merely cast a fleeting glance at Zhou Yuan, nodding slightly with an air of arrogance. A master capable of inscribing third-grade source patterns possesses strength that can rival that of a formidable figure in the celestial realm. However, when it comes to the Great Zhou dynasty, it is evident that masters proficient in third-grade source patterns are exceedingly rare. to claim mastery with merely a third-grade source pattern. I cannot help but ponder the silence of the individual beside me. Zhou Yuan mused silently, offering a nod in acknowledgement to mastering. Let us proceed, Wei Qingqing remarked, her urgency palpable as she gestured, prompting her swift steed to launch forth, racing towards Kanglan County City. With a hearty laugh, she spurred her fiery steed into a rapid gallop. As Zhou Yuan observed her receding figure, his gaze turned icy, and without further ado, he signaled to the others to hastily follow suit. A lingering doubt resided within him. Could a master well-versed in third-grade source patterns truly possess the means to contend with the venom of the Black Poison King? Such poison is a source of trepidation even for those of the primordial realm. Today, he was determined to witness what peculiarities Qi Hao might conjure. Chapter 65. Detoxification. With Wei Qingqing leading the way, Zhou Yuan and his companions arrived at the Grand General's residence without any hindrance. Disembarking from their horses, they proceeded directly into the mansion, traversing through corridors and courtyards until they finally reached the main hall. Upon entering, Zhou Yuan's gaze was immediately drawn to the principal seat in the hall, where a middle-aged man sat. Clad in a purple robe, he appeared somewhat gaunt, with faint dark spots adorning his face. Merely his presence exuded an overwhelming aura of ferocity, instilling a palpable sense of pressure upon Zhou Yuan and the others as they entered. It was evident that this purple-robed man was none other than Wei Kanglan, the Grand General of the Great Zhou Dynasty. Father, Wei Qingqing called out as she entered the main hall. Wei Kanglan lifted his head, casting a glance at the group. His gaze lingered momentarily on Zhou Yuan before he rose and spoke in a measured tone. Wei Kanglan pays his respects to His Highness Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan clasped his fist respectfully and replied, Zhou Yuan pays his respects to the Grand General. My father has asked me to convey his regards to you. Zhou Yuan's eyes lowered slightly. It was evident from Wei Kanglan's reaction that there remained some lingering resentment regarding past events. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhou Yuan, Wei Kanglan turned his attention to Qi Hao and the elder by his side. I presume this esteemed individual is mastering? I have long heard of your reputation. His previously cold demeanor softened considerably, clearly directed at Master Ing. Greetings, Grand General, Master Ing replied, tempering his usual arrogance with a courteous bow. I have heard from the young lady that Master Ing is well-versed in source patterns and adept at detoxification, Wei Kanglan inquired. Master Ing smiled lightly, responding, I am aware that the poison afflicting the General's son is the miasmic poison, is it not? I have traversed the Black Abyss and encountered this poison before, ultimately managing to resolve it. At this revelation, Wei Qingqing's face lit up with delight, her gaze towards Master Ing filled with newfound respect. Even Wei Kanglan's stern visage broke into a smile. Then it is a matter of great urgency to solicit your assistance, Master Ing. Should you succeed in curing my son, I shall be most grateful, Wei Kanglan declared earnestly. At this juncture, Qi Hao smiled subtly and remarked, there is no need for such formality, Grand General. It is my father who facilitated Master Ying's arrival. Wei Kanglan's expression shifted slightly. Qi Hao's implication was clear. Should they accept Master Ying's help, it would signify an acknowledgement of the Qi royal family's goodwill, while it would not completely sway the Grand General's residence. It was evident that Wei Kanglan's neutrality would inevitably incline somewhat. Casting a glance at Zhou Yuan, Wei Kanglan hesitated momentarily but, moved by concern for his only child, solemnly stated, Then I shall express my gratitude for the Qi royal family's kindness. If my son is indeed cured, I will certainly pay a visit to convey my thanks. A smile graced Qi Hao's face as his eyes subtly gleamed with satisfaction, casting a knowing look at Zhou Yuan. If Wei Kanglan were to visit, it would undoubtedly send a signal to the various factions within the Great Zhou, indicating a shift in the Grand General's stance. Such a development would undeniably influence the dynamics of the Great Zhou dynasty. Zhou Yuan's expression remained impassive, his gaze lowered, while Lu Taizong beside him exhibited a flicker of anxiety in his eyes. Wei Qingqing cast an apologetic glance, yet remained silent. For Wei Bin's affliction was a shared anguish that burdened their entire family. In their desperate quest for his recovery, they had exhausted every conceivable remedy. Now, with the rare opportunity to confront the poisonous miasma, they were not inclined to let it slip away. Without further ado, it was time to act. Wei Kanglan turned his gaze towards Master Ing, his eagerness palpable. Master Ing nodded with a serene demeanor. Observing this, Wei Kanglan instructed Wei Qingqing, please attend to His Highness Zhou Yuan first. After a moment of hesitation, recalling the previous slight to Zhou Yuan, he found it difficult to refuse. Thus he looked to Master Ing, who evidently regarded Zhou Yuan as a potential disciple. Then let us proceed, Wei Kanglin declared, not lingering on words. As he led the way out of the hall towards the rear courtyard, with the rest of the entourage hastily following. In the courtyard, they entered a spacious and well-lit room. As Wei Kanglin ushered in the group, Zhou Yuan's gaze swept the space and landed on a small boy, around 8 or 9 years old, lying weakly on a bed. His complexion was pale, marred by dark spots, exuding a foul odor. At that moment, he timidly regarded the influx of visitors. "Do not fear, little brother. They are here to help you dispel the poison," Wei Qingqing reassured him. Rushing forward with a gentle voice, her demeanor far removed from the valiant figure she had portrayed in the military camp, Wei Kanglin, equally pained, approached the boy and gently stroked his head, then turned his hopeful gaze towards Master Ing. "Master, please proceed." Master Ing strode confidently forward, and Wei Kanglin quickly offered him a seat. After settling down, the master glanced at the boy's mottled skin and remarked, "The poison has penetrated to the marrow. It is quite severe. If we delay any longer, his life may be in jeopardy." Upon hearing this, Wei Qingqing's face blanched, and Wei Kanglin's expression shifted. "Master, you must save my little brother," Wei Qingqing implored, her lovely eyes glistening with urgency. "Do not worry, Qingqing. Master Ing will surely rescue your brother," Ji Hao interjected, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. Wei Qingqing nodded rapidly, oblivious to Ji Hao's touch. Master Ing, with a composed smile, assured them, "Rest assured, General Wei and Miss. Since I am here, I am confident in my abilities. Remove young Master Wei's outer garments." He gestured, and a maid stepped forward, carefully peeling away Wei Bin's clothing to reveal his pale body, marred by dark spots. Master Ing retrieved a dark gray source pattern pen from his waist, focusing intently before suddenly applying it to the boy's skin. The pen tip shimmered with a silvery light as it traced intricate, esoteric patterns upon Wei Bin's body. In the room, everyone held their breath, not daring to make a sound. Only Wei Qingqing and Wei Kanglin displayed expressions of anxious anticipation, while Ji Hao wore a subtle smile, occasionally casting a glance at Zhou Yuan and his companions, his eyes gleaming with an air of assured triumph. Zhou Yuan wore an impassive expression, while Lu Taizan clenched his fists, feeling a sense of unease. Both were acutely aware that if Master Ing truly succeeded in healing Wei Bin, their circumstances in Kanglin County would become increasingly precarious. Furthermore, any subsequent competition for the relics within the abyss would inevitably tilt in favor of their rivals. After all, without the support of Wei Kanglin, their forces would find it exceedingly challenging to vie for dominance in the abyss. The stakes were indeed monumental, in stark contrast to Zhou Yuan and Lu Taizhan's demeanor. Yao Yao held Tun Tun in her arms, her delicate and refined face displaying a cool indifference as she gazed at the source patterns being etched by Master Ing, a flicker of brilliance shimmering in her bright eyes. Chapter 66. Unveiling within the chamber, the atmosphere was stifled and silent, with everyone hesitant to utter a word. The only sound that pierced the stillness was the subtle hiss of Master Ying's source pen gliding over the skin. Time flowed slowly, and a remarkably intricate source pattern began to manifest on Wei Bin's body, enveloping half of him and emitting an astonishing energy wave. This was a third-grade source pattern. Wei Kanglin's expression grew solemn, followed by an exclamation. However, this source pattern appears to serve merely as an auxiliary, which is why even with Xiao Bin's physique, he can endure it. Master Ying's pen tip danced as he completed the final source mark, and at that moment, the source pattern fully integrated, radiating an extraordinary light that incessantly penetrated Wei Bin's body. Wei Bin, lying on the bed, emitted a low groan of pain, his fingers clenched tightly. "Little brother," Wei Qingqing exclaimed anxiously upon witnessing this. Master Ing replied with a gentle smile, "Miss, there is no need for concern. My source pattern is merely dispelling the miasma poison within him. The process involves a modicum of discomfort." Upon hearing this, Wei Qingqing had no choice but to suppress her anxiety, nodding as her beautiful eyes remained fixated on Wei Bin. Under their intense watch, after a while, they indeed noticed that the black spots on Wei Bin's body began to recede. In less than a few minutes, those once dreadful black marks had vanished entirely. "The miasma poison has been dispelled?" Wei Qingqing exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with joy. Wei Kanglin's eyes widened in astonishment, his fists clenched tightly, clearly overwhelmed with excitement. "This third-grade source pattern, which I acquired by chance, is known as the detoxification pattern. It is capable of neutralizing all poisons under heaven. Although the miasma poison is formidable, my detoxification pattern can still contend with it," Master Ing proclaimed with pride. Wei Kanglin nodded appreciatively, acknowledging, this detoxification pattern is indeed remarkable, despite being merely third grade. It can counter even the Black Poison King's miasma poison. He turned to Master Ying and solemnly clasped his fists, stating, Master, you are truly a benefactor to the Wei family. Wei Qingqing hurriedly bowed in agreement. I am merely fulfilling a request, Master Ying replied with a calm smile. Wei Kanglin cast a glance at the smiling Qi Hao and the expressionless Zhou Yuan, unable to suppress a sigh within. The debt of gratitude owed this time was indeed substantial. Your Highness Zhou Yuan, you shall remain temporarily within the camp. Recently, the winds of change have swept through Kanglin County, with chaos and treachery abound. Only within the military encampment can you find true safety, Wei Kanglin stated. Lu Qiashan's expression shifted slightly. Did Wei Kanglin intend to place them under house arrest? If so, how could they contend for the fire spirit ear and the jade jar fruit in Heiyuan? Qi Hao regarded Zhou Yuan with a smile, his lips curling into a playful and teasing grin. Wei Qingqing sighed inwardly, shaking her head. What brings you such delight? Just then, amidst the oppressive atmosphere, a light and melodious voice rang out. Everyone turned to see Yao Yao, standing beside Zhou Yuan, speaking softly. Hee. Is it not worth rejoicing that young Master Wei has successfully expelled the poison and regained his health? Qi Hao chuckled. Yao Yao gently brushed her fingers through Tun Tun's fur and replied, if the poison has truly been eradicated, then certainly it is a cause for celebration. Yet, I fear that one might merely be performing superficial gestures, inadvertently causing harm instead. Upon her utterance, the expressions of all present in the room shifted dramatically. Little girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Master Ying exclaimed first, his countenance as frosty as the winter's chill. Wei Kanglin also furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed upon Yao Yao with the intensity of a lion, inquiring, what do you mean, young lady? If you continue to speak recklessly here, even as a person of the prince's court, I fear I shall have to teach you a lesson. Ignoring their ire, Yao Yao approached the bedside. Casting a glance at Wei Bin, her crimson lips parted slightly as she declared, what poison-dispelling pattern. It is truly laughable. Master Ying, seething with rage, barked, child, are your eyes blind? Is there any poison left in him? If you persist in this disturbance, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Beside them, Wei Qingqing furrowed her delicate brows. At this moment, Wei Bin's pallid face bore a hint of color, indeed appearing as though he had successfully shed the poison. Wei Kanglin's demeanor remained grave, as he had also assessed that the miasmic poison within Wei Bin had vanished. Unfazed by Master Ying's furious outburst, Yao Yao calmly addressed Wei Kanglin, saying, fetch a silver needle and pierce the Sansuan acupoint on his lumbar spine. Upon hearing this, Master Ying's pupils seemed to constrict, and he addressed Wei Kanglin in a low voice, General, I was entrusted with this task, not to be insulted by a mere girl. Qi Hao interjected, General, Master Ying has journeyed a great distance to assist young Master Wei. To harbor doubts now would be most disheartening. Seeing the situation, Wei Kanglin hesitated for a moment. Zhou Yuan suddenly spoke up, General, this matter concerns young Master Wei's life. It is best to investigate thoroughly, lest we regret it later. Bring the silver needle. Wei Kanglin commanded sharply, and a maid swiftly procured a silver needle. Grasping the needle, Wei Kanglin approached the bedside and said solemnly, only pierce 3 inches into the lumbar spine. The miasmic poison has all been forced into this location by that master. It is ineffective elsewhere, only here. Yao Yu replied nonchalantly. Wei Kanglin cast a deep glance at Yu Yu before resolutely proceeding. The silver needle swiftly penetrated 3 inches beneath Wei Bin's lumbar spine, inserted halfway before being drawn out slowly. In that moment, as the needle was extracted, the expressions of everyone in the room changed abruptly. At the needle's tip, a pitch-black substance emanated a foul odor. It was indeed the miasmic poison. Wei Qingqing's fair face paled dramatically as she shot her gaze upwards, her frosty eyes fixed on Master Ying. Master Ying's complexion turned ashen, yet he maintained his defiance, stating, it appears that the poison was not completely neutralized and remains residual. Qi Hao's countenance twitched, forcing a smile as he suggested, perhaps the general should allow Master Ying to make another attempt? Yao Yao's voice, cold and unyielding, interjected. It is not that the poison was not completely dispelled. Rather, your so-called dispelling pattern is not a poison-expelling pattern at all, but a poison-suppressing pattern. I suspect that those you have previously saved with your dispelling pattern have met with a most tragic fate. As these words fell, both Wei Kanglin and Wei Qingqing's expressions dramatically changed, their gazes fixed upon Master Ying, as if they wished to devour him whole. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from Master Ying's body, and his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting away, unable to withstand the predatory gaze of Wei Kanglin. With a sinister countenance, Wei Kanglin flicked his fingers, causing a silver needle enveloped in azure energy to vanish with a swish. Alas, a few breaths later, a wretched scream echoed from afar. Outside the room, someone responded respectfully and then swiftly departed. Qi Hao's face also turned pale, his palm trembling slightly. His eyes directed at Zhou Yuan and Yao Yao filled with venomous resentment. The once flawless plan had been disrupted by these two individuals. Please, Prince Qi, go rest, Wei Kanglin said indifferently. A guard entered and escorted Qi Hao out, and as he left, his gaze towards Zhou Yuan brimmed with a chilling intent to kill. With the departure of Master Ying and Qi Hao, the room grew heavy with an oppressive silence once more. Wei Qingqing's beautiful eyes reddened as tears fell silently, while Wei Kanglin slumped down, appearing significantly aged. Yao Yao glanced at the two, her brows furrowing slightly, and remarked, "What is there to weep about? The person is not dead." Wei Kanglin was taken aback, as if he sensed the deeper meaning behind Yao Yao's words. He quickly lifted his head to regard the exceptionally beautiful girl, hurriedly saying, "I apologize for any offense earlier. I hope you will not take it to heart." After the previous incident, he no longer dared to underestimate this girl who exuded no trace of energy fluctuations. Yao Yu tilted her head, contemplating before stating, "I shall not save him, but he can." She extended her jade finger, pointing directly at Zhou Yuan. Instantly, the gazes of Wei Kanglin and Wei Qingqing fixated on Zhou Yuan. Under their intense scrutiny, Zhou Yuan felt a prickling sensation on his scalp, nearly bursting out in expletives. If even Master Ying, capable of inscribing third-grade source patterns, could not contend with this miasma poison, what could his second-grade source pattern proficiency possibly achieve? Yao Yao, please do not put me in this predicament. At this moment, it was precisely the time for you to shine and leave them in awe. Amidst his inner turmoil, faced with Wei Kanglin's expectant gaze and Wei Qingqing's tearful, pitiful demeanor, Zhou Yuan could only force a smile, ultimately nodding reluctantly. For he understood that shaking his head might very well lead to a fate akin to that of Qi Hao, being unceremoniously dismissed. He chuckled softly, a hint of irony in his laughter. Chapter 67. The venomous mark of the thousand ants. When Wei Kanglin and Wei Qingqing saw Zhou Yuan nodding, a flicker of excitement danced in their eyes. Though they harbored some confusion regarding Zhou Yuan's ability to resolve the miasmic poison in such dire circumstances, they could only cling to this final glimmer of hope. Zhou Yuan, steeling himself, approached the bedside and cast a glance at the young boy, whose eager gaze was fixed upon him. He offered a wry smile before turning to Yao Yao and whispering, "How shall I save him?" Noticing Zhou Yuan's demeanor, Yao Yao's lips curved into a subtle smile. She lifted her delicate face and addressed Wei Kanglin. "He says he needs to prepare some materials, and it will take 10 days. Wei Kanglin was taken aback. "What does he require?" "I can assist. Some ingredients for crafting the source patterns. No need to trouble General Wei," Yao Yao replied, shaking her head. Zhou Yuan nodded, glancing at Yao Yao. Her composure eased his trepidation somewhat. After all, she was not one to act recklessly. Since she chose to proceed in this manner, there must be her reasons. "General, I can intervene to save young Master Wei, but I have 2 conditions," Zhou Yuan stated, regaining his composure. "Please, speak." "Wei Bin is the sole heir of the Wei family. For his sake, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life," Wei Kanglin declared earnestly. "Firstly, I wish for the general's assistance in obtaining the fire spirit silk and the jade infant fruit." Zhou Yuan was forthright about his intentions. Wei Kanglin was not surprised. After a moment's contemplation, he responded, "The matter regarding the ruins has already spread throughout Kanglin County and the Black Abyss. It is certain that fierce competition will ensue, and perhaps even the Black Poison King will take part." A glimmer of intense killing intent flashed in Wei Kanglin's eyes at the mention of the Black Poison King. "However, if your highness can truly save Wei Bin, my general's residence will offer unwavering support," Wei Kanglin affirmed, his focus unwavering on the importance of Wei Bin's life. Zhou Yuan was taken aback by Wei Kanglin's resoluteness, but he soon smiled and added, "As for the second condition, I have heard that the general's residence possesses a source-devouring stone. I wish to acquire this item." A source-devouring stone. Wei Kanglin pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. "Though it is a treasure, it pales in comparison to my son's life." Both conditions agreed upon. Joy flickered in Zhou Yuan's eyes as he clasped his fists and solemnly declared, "In that case, I will exert every effort to dispel the poison afflicting young Master Wei." "Very well, Qingqing, please escort His Highness to his quarters and ensure he is well settled," Wei Kanglin instructed with a smile. Wei Qingqing nodded gracefully, her beautiful eyes turning to Zhou Yuan, her typically soft expression graced by a rare smile. She gracefully stepped forward, leading the way with her long, elegant legs. Wei Kanglin watched their departing figures, his brow furrowing. Although Master Ying was detestable, his mastery of source patterns was formidable. Yet, when it came to Zhou Yuan, his expertise seemed lacking in comparison. Wei Kanglin appeared somewhat despondent, letting out a soft sigh as he remarked, at this point, all I can do is treat a dead horse as if it were alive. I hope he hasn't deceived me. Otherwise, even if he is a prince, I will have no choice but to expel him from Kanglin County. In the guest room of the Grand General's residence, upon entering, Lu Taizhan anxiously gazed at Zhou Yuan and inquired, Your Highness, can you truly resolve that miasmic poison? Zhou Yuan rolled his eyes in response and said, If you ask me, who should I turn to for answers? Lu Taizhan smiled bitterly. In 10 days, we will likely be forced out of Kanglin County. Zhou Yuan shook his head helplessly and turned to the serene figure seated beside him, playing with the creature named Tun. He chuckled awkwardly, Sister Yao Yao. Are you teasing me? Given your proficiency with source patterns, resolving that miasmic poison should be a mere flick of your wrist. Yao Yao, cradling Tun, lightly tapped its forehead with her delicate fingers, her beautiful eyes lifting as she replied, That fellow threatened me before and expects me to personally intervene to save someone? How absurd. Zhou Yuan's lips twitched. It turned out this ethereal maiden had quite the petty side. Beside them, Su Yue stifled a laugh. Zhou Yuan took a seat next to Yao Yao, his expression clouded with worry. I have no knowledge of the source patterns for detoxification, and that miasmic poison is exceedingly troublesome. How can I possibly resolve it? I'll teach you, Yao Yao replied nonchalantly. I can't even inscribe a third-grade source pattern, Zhou Yuan lamented. With his current spiritual realm, he could manage at most a second-grade source pattern. Achieving a third-grade one would necessitate elevating his spirit to the late stage of the void realm. Who said anything about a third-grade source pattern? Yao Yao shot Zhou Yuan an exasperated look. That old fellow lacks the capability. Thus he can only rely on a third-grade source pattern to suppress the miasmic poison. In the coming 10 days, I will instruct you in a second-grade source pattern called Thousand Ants Erosion Poison Pattern along with several first-grade detoxification patterns. If you follow my instructions, resolving that miasmic poison should not be difficult. Yao Yao produced a sheet of white paper and, with a source pattern pen, jotted down some notes before handing it to Zhou Yuan. Moreover, you must promptly gather all the items listed here. Zhou Yuan took a glance at the paper, and his expression shifted dramatically. Sister Yao Yao, this is a bit too much, isn't it? This list contains various toxic blood from source beasts. Are you trying to kill young Master Wei? The contents of the paper detailed an array of highly poisonous substances, prompting Zhou Yuan to question whether Yao Yao was still upset. Yao Yao retorted irritably, What nonsense are you spouting? These are merely the materials required for inscribing the Thousand Ants Erosion Poison Pattern. It is a case of using poison to counteract poison. Will this be safe? Zhou Yuan expressed concern. Given that young Master Wei was already in ill health, he feared that if something went awry, it could lead to his demise, leaving Zhou Yuan with no way to absolve himself. There was even a chance that Wei Kanglin might go mad and take his life in revenge for his son. Yao Yao, now disinclined to entertain his worries, turned away to continue playing with Tun. Zhou Yuan, with a wry smile, handed the paper to Lu Taizhan, saying, Go prepare. Lu Taizhan glanced at the list, his expression twitching as well. Ultimately, he said nothing and steeled himself to carry out the task. Though it was clear he had already begun contemplating his escape route should the need arise. Zhou Yuan gazed at Yao Yao and smiled, Sister Yao Yao. When shall we commence our study of the Thousand Ants venomous pattern? Yao Yao stretched languidly, revealing her enchanting curves. Embracing Tun, she rose and replied with a hint of lethargy, Let us begin tomorrow. I am too weary today. With that, she led Su Yue directly into the inner courtyard. Zhou Yuan watched the graceful figures of the two women as they departed, and as he pondered the fierce Thousand Ants venomous pattern, he could only shake his head in admiration. What a spirited young lady. Truly, my Yao sister is a force to be reckoned with, sparing with words, yet formidable in presence. Chapter 68. Preparation. In the course of nearly 10 days, Zhou Yuan devoted himself entirely to mastering the intricate Thousand Ants poison pattern. The method employed by Yao Yao was indeed rather ruthless. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, given Wei Bin's physical condition, he could very well meet his demise on the spot. Thus, in order to prevent the wrath of Wei Kanglin, who might go mad with grief, Zhou Yuan had no choice but to exert every effort in his studies. Fortunately, His aptitude for source patterns was commendable, and with his spirit having reached the mid-stage of the learning, a second-tier source pattern did not prove overly taxing. Therefore, after 7 or 8 days had passed, Zhou Yuan was already proficient in the Thousand Ants poison pattern. The next step was merely to refine his skill. In the Grand General's residence, within the study, "What has His Highness been up to these days?" Wei Kanglin inquired, glancing at Wei Qingqing. Wei Qingqing hesitated briefly before replying. "It seems he has been practicing source patterns." Residing in the Grand General's estate, Zhou Yuan's every action was naturally easily discernible. Wei Kanglin's face twitched slightly. Was this a last-minute scramble for knowledge? What exactly was His Highness planning? Moreover, "I've noticed that Commander Liu has recently procured certain items within the city." Wei Qingqing, after a moment's hesitation, produced a note and handed it to Wei Kanglin. It detailed the highly toxic substances Zhou Yuan had instructed Liu Taizhan to acquire. Taking the note, Wei Kanglin cast a glance at it, his features contorting once more. Were he not assured of Zhou Yuan's identity, he might have begun to doubt the young man's intentions. "Father, are we truly entrusting my younger brother to His Highness for treatment? Should we seek out other alternatives?" Wei Qingqing expressed her unease regarding Zhou Yuan. With a sigh, Wei Kanglin replied, "Have we not sought enough individuals? If the Black Poison King's miasmic toxins were so easily dispelled, he would not have dominated the depths of the Black Abyss for so many years. For now, we must place our trust in His Highness." Casting a glance towards the guest quarters, Wei Kanglin narrowed his eyes and added, "Furthermore, our esteemed prince is quite astute. He is no fool. He must be well aware of the consequences that would ensue from any reckless actions regarding Wei Bin." At this, Wei Qingqing nodded slightly. That day, Zhou Yuan had expressed his confidence unequivocally, even laying out the conditions beforehand. He must possess some degree of assurance to act so boldly. Otherwise, would he not be slapping his own face? Then, let us wait until the day after tomorrow. "I sincerely hope he can indeed save my brother," Wei Qingqing sighed. Wei Bin's affliction had become a source of distress for the Wei family. Until this ailment was resolved, the Grand General's residence would remain a stifling place. Zhou Yuan had brought them a glimmer of hope, yet one could not help but wonder if this hope would ultimately lead to an even greater despair. In a vast estate within the county town. Zhou Yuan is truly self-assured, even laying out conditions beforehand, Qi Hao remarked, a dark expression on his face. As he faced Wei Ting, clearly he had obtained all information regarding Zhou Yuan's activities within the Grand General's residence from her. That arrogant young man. How could he possibly resolve the miasma poison when even the esteemed Master Ing, whom you invited, could not? Wei Ting expressed her disdain. "Do you have any other news?" Qi Hao inquired. Wei Ting, with a radiant smile, leaned closer to Qi Hao, who reciprocated by wrapping his arm around her slender waist. She then retrieved a piece of paper from her sleeve. "These are the items that Liu Taizhan has recently purchased in the city." Qi Hao took the note, glanced at it, and his brows furrowed instantly. "It's all poison. What on earth do they intend to accomplish?" After a moment of contemplation, without a clear answer, he could only sneer and remark, "Let them make their fuss. If they end up causing Wei Bin's demise, I would relish witnessing Wei Kanglin's descent into madness." He, too, held little faith in Zhou Yuan's ability to dispel the miasma poison. "Ting Ting, keep a close watch on Zhou Yuan at the Grand General's residence. Relay any information to me at once. Moreover, if Zhou Yuan truly finds himself in peril, seize the opportunity to incite Wei Kanglin's wrath. He must not be allowed to leave the Grand General's estate alive," Qi Hao instructed. Additionally, should Zhou Yuan indeed lead to Wei Bin's demise, Wei Qingqing will undoubtedly be heartbroken. At that moment, you can arrange a meeting with her. Her defenses will be down, presenting me with a prime opportunity to intervene. Wei Ting pouted at his words. "You want me to help you win over another woman?" Qi Hao smiled slightly and replied, "Ting Ting. If you wish to marry into the Qi royal family, my father's consent is essential. If you assist me in winning Wei Qingqing, I could infiltrate the Kanglin army. Once that is achieved, it would be a monumental feat, and my father would surely permit me to marry you." Although he had mingled within the ranks of the Kanglin army for a year, he remained unable to penetrate its true core, aware that Wei Kanglin was wary of him. Thus, to gain access to the Kanglin army, securing Wei Qingqing was imperative. This woman held considerable esteem within the army. "Is that true?" Wei Ting asked dreamily. Qi Hao nodded with a smile. Wei Ting bit her red lip, then nodded vigorously. "All right, I will do my utmost to assist you." The two indulged in a moment of intimacy before Wei Ting departed, satisfied. Qi Hao watched her retreating silhouette, his smile cooling into a disdainful expression as he lightly brushed off his garments, muttering, "What a deluded woman." From behind the screen, a figure emerged, Qi Ling. the steward of the Qi royal residence. Young master, what exactly is Zhou Yuan up to? Can he truly heal Wei Bin? Qi Ling frowned. Upon hearing this, Qi Hao scoffed, that brat. Dream on. How long has the miasma poison plagued Wei Kanglin? He has sought the aid of numerous experts, but to no avail. Thus, I do not believe that a mere novice like Zhou Yuan, who has yet to even step into the Qi cultivation realm, could succeed. However, despite his skepticism regarding the young man's potential for success, Qi Hao acknowledged the need to prepare for the worst. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he added, should Zhou Yuan stumble upon a rare success, Wei Kanglin would undoubtedly assist him in acquiring the fire spirit ear. Qi Hao raised his gaze towards the direction of the Grand General's residence, a surge of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Wei Kanglin, oh Wei Kanglin, should you truly wish to aid Zhou Yuan, then it appears the only recourse is to find a way to eliminate you. Fear not, for once you are removed, I shall ensure that both your daughter and the Kanglin army are well cared for. As the attention of various factions converged, the final days slowly approached. In the courtyard, Zhou Yuan collected his belongings, casting a glance at Lu Taizhan, who wore an expression akin to one gallantly marching towards death. Unable to stifle a roll of his eyes, Zhou Yuan then motioned towards Yao Yao and Su Yuwei with a subtle lift of his chin. Let us depart. Today shall determine our fate, whether life or death. Chapter 69, displaying skills in the backyard, within the room. When Zhou Yuan and his companions arrived, Wei Kanglin and Wei Qingqing had long been awaiting their presence. Upon seeing Zhou Yuan, the two swiftly approached him. Your Highness, are we to make a move today? Wei Kanglin inquired with a smile. Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement, opting not to engage in unnecessary chatter as he stepped into the room. Approaching the bed, he found Wei Bin lying there, his complexion evidently improved compared to before. However, Zhou Yuan understood that this was merely a result of Master Ing forcibly suppressing the miasmic poison within him. Once the poison erupted again, it could swiftly claim his life. Zhou Yuan reached for the black Qiankuan pouch at his waist. When he departed from Dazhou City, Zhou Qing had retrieved a Qiankuan pouch from the royal treasury for him. Although its grade was modest and its space limited to a few meters in radius, it still provided considerable convenience. Several jade vials appeared in Zhou Yuan's hands, and he then took out a jade plate, carefully dripping the liquid from the vials into it for preparation. As soon as the liquid emerged, it emitted a foul odor. Merely inhaling it caused a slight dizziness, clearly indicating its toxicity. Although Wei Kanglin and Wei Qingqing had anticipated this, their expressions still shifted. Your Highness, what do you intend to do? Wei Qingqing asked, biting her crimson lip. Zhou Yuan offered a faint smile, saying, the miasmic poison is exceedingly domineering. To neutralize it, one would need a master capable of inscribing a fourth-grade detoxification source pattern. However, such masters are likely quite rare in our dojo. Thus, I must resort to an alternative method. He paused momentarily and continued, to use poison against poison. As for the specifics of the procedure, you shall witness it shortly. Rest assured, General, I am aware of the consequences. If I lacked confidence, I would not act so recklessly. Zhou Yuan cast a glance at Wei Kanglin, his tone calm. Wei Kanglin regarded Zhou Yuan intently, slowly responding, since your Highness is confident, then proceed. If you truly can heal my son, the Wei family will owe you a great debt of gratitude. Zhou Yuan smiled lightly, refraining from further comment as he focused on preparing the viscous poison. After a considerable time, when the stench of the poison reached its peak, he finally halted. He retrieved the Tianyuan brush from his waist, dipped its tip into the poison, and his expression turned solemn. Drawing a deep breath, he gradually lowered the brush's tip. With a sizzling sound, as the poison brush tip touched Wei Bin's skin, a black source mark emerged. Zhou Yuan's wrist turned deftly, the brush tip moving without pause, creating source marks as fluidly as flowing water. Wei Kanglin and Wei Qingqing observed Zhou Yuan's inscribing of the source marks, their brows furrowing slightly. Though their understanding of source patterns was limited, they could discern that Zhou Yuan was currently inscribing merely a first-grade source pattern. Such a low-grade pattern would be utterly ineffective against the miasmic poison. Despite their doubts, they found it inappropriate to voice their concerns at that moment, and thus, they could only continue to watch. Zhou Yuan was fully focused, disregarding the gazes of those around him. After meticulously carving out the first-grade source pattern, he continued to inscribe, and after a while, another first-grade source pattern emerged. Over the next half an hour, Zhou Yuan successfully engraved 8 first-grade source patterns. These 8 patterns perfectly encircled the 3-inch area of Wei Bin's lumbar vertebrae. Wei Kanglin's eyes flickered as he finally discerned that the first-grade source patterns Zhou Yuan had inscribed seemed to be arranged strategically, effectively sealing off the hidden layer of the miasmic poison lurking beneath Wei Bin's lumbar region. After meticulously carving the 8 first-grade source patterns, Zhou Yuan let out a sigh of relief, a fine sheen of sweat appearing on his forehead. He closed his eyes for a moment to gather himself before resuming his work. This time, his expression grew more solemn, for he was about to inscribe the second-grade source pattern, the 1,000-ant venom pattern, a crucial element in combating the miasmic poison. With a moment of concentration, Zhou Yuan suddenly put pen to paper, a flicker of spirit emanating from his brow, seemingly merging with the heavenly origin pen in his hand. Sizzling sounds resonated as dark source traces emerged, connecting flawlessly, and then Wei Kanglin and Wei Qingqing were astonished to witness a complex and profound source pattern slowly materializing. This was a second-grade source pattern. Exchanging glances, both Wei Kanglin and Wei Qingqing sensed that this second-grade source pattern was anything but ordinary. Zhou Yuan's pen finally came to a halt as he gazed upon the complete source pattern, a wave of relief washing over him. He had successfully inscribed the 1,000-ant venom pattern at last. Now came the most critical moment. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's murmured words, both Wei Kanglin and Wei Qingqing felt a jolt of anticipation. Zhou Yuan lightly tapped the tip of the heavenly origin pen onto the innermost first-grade source pattern, which immediately radiated a faint glow, beginning to writhe as if it were a provocative octopus. As the first-grade source pattern twisted in defiance, Wei Bin suddenly cried out in pain, and the onlookers were horrified to see his skin beneath the lumbar vertebrae darkening ominously. This dark hue, akin to ink, began to spread, lunging towards the surrounding first-grade source patterns. The ferocious miasmic poison surged forth, causing the first-grade source pattern to disperse, akin to an army breaking formation, allowing the encroaching miasmic poison to surge directly toward the layers of first-grade source patterns. At that moment, all the first-grade source patterns sprang into action, rotating and unknowingly segmenting the emerging miasmic poison into various sizes of toxic gas. This toxic gas caused Wei Bin's skin to blacken in patches, a sight both shocking and distressing. Zhou Yuan remained composed, and with another precise tap of the heavenly origin pen, he observed a stream of miasmic poison breach the heavy blockade, approaching the 1,000-ant venom pattern. The 1,000-ant venom pattern also harbored potent toxicity. Thus, when the two entities met, it was akin to two ferocious tigers clashing in the forest, engaging in battle without a second word. The black mist, transformed from the miasmic poison, charged towards the 1,000-ant venom pattern, which, undeterred, writhed as if it were the gaping maw of an abyss, swallowing the miasmic poison cleanly. The 1,000-ant poison pattern engulfed the miasmic toxin, gradually operating as it shimmered with an eerie black light. After a moment, the brilliance dimmed. Yet all present witnessed a wisp of black toxic mist emanating from Wei Bin's skin. This noxious vapor exuded a foul stench of miasma, inducing nausea. However, Wei Kanglin and Wei Qingqing could not suppress their ecstatic expressions upon seeing this toxic mist, for they recognized it all too well. It was indeed the miasmic toxin. This signified that the miasmic toxin within Wei Bin had truly been neutralized. But this was merely the beginning. Zhou Yuan prompted them, as yet another wave of miasmic toxin, segmented by numerous first-grade source patterns, surged toward the 1,000-ant poison pattern. Remarkable, truly remarkable. The brilliance in Wei Kanglin's eyes surged, and he could not help but exclaim in admiration. Wei Qingqing, however, appeared somewhat perplexed and inquired why this second-grade source pattern was capable of neutralizing the miasmic toxin. This second-grade source pattern also harbored potent toxins, employing toxicity to combat toxicity, thereby dissolving the relentless waves of miasmic poison. If this continued, the miasmic toxin within Wei Bin would eventually be completely eradicated. Such mastery of source patterns and the astuteness displayed were astonishing even to a formidable expert like Wei Kanglin of the Primordial realm. Wei Qingqing, having absorbed this information, also felt a profound shock, clearly unprepared for Zhou Yuan's remarkable achievement. It seemed that her younger brother was indeed saved. Wei Qingqing was overwhelmed with excitement, her pearly teeth biting her crimson lip, her beautiful eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yet, when she gazed at the tall and handsome youth seated by the bedside, a hint of extraordinary radiance could not help but surface. Chapter 70. Within reach in a spacious and well-lit room, tendrils of black mist occasionally rose, bringing with them a nauseating stench. However, the individuals present did not display any signs of disgust. Instead, their faces were illuminated with joy. for this indicated that an increasing amount of the miasma was being dispelled. Wei Kanglin gazed eagerly at the dark mass at Wei Bin's waist. Noticing that it had diminished significantly, its color lightening considerably. Wei Qingqing, beside him, clenched her delicate hands, unable to contain her excitement. Despite their enthusiasm, they refrained from interrupting Zhou Yuan, who wore a serious expression, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. The Tian Yuan brush in his hand continued to move, as it endured repeated assaults from the miasma, causing the source patterns to show signs of fading. In some areas, they even appeared to fracture. Thus, he needed to continuously mend them to maintain the formation. Otherwise, if the miasma broke through, it would greatly increase the difficulty of drawing it out again for annihilation. A radiant glow flickered at Zhou Yuan's brow, a manifestation of his soul power operating at its peak. Managing a formation that controlled 8 first-grade source patterns and 1 second-grade source pattern was taxing even for Zhou Yuan, who was at the mid-stage of the virtual realm. He could only rely on his tenacity to endure. Sweat trickled down his forehead, stinging his eyes. Suddenly, a faint fragrance wafted through the air as a delicate hand extended a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. Zhou Yuan turned in surprise, realizing that the handkerchief belonged to Wei Qingqing. Noticing his gaze, she smiled gently, her lips forming a subtle curve. Zhou Yuan nodded in gratitude before refocusing his mind on the intricate source patterns. As time slowly passed, it was soon midday. The dark miasma at Wei Bin's lower back had shrunk to the size of half a fist. Its concentration considerably diminished. It appeared that complete resolution was imminent. However, just as the group began to relax, the miasma suddenly trembled violently, as if it had gone mad, dispersing and darting in all directions. This is bad. The miasma is attempting to escape, seeking refuge deep within Xiao Bin's body. Wei Kanglin's expression shifted, realizing the miasma was indeed troublesome. Upon sensing a life-threatening crisis, it instinctively sought to evade. If it managed to hide again, it would pose a significant risk. Do not worry, it cannot escape, Zhou Yuan calmly declared. With a flick of the Tian Yuan brush, the layers of source patterns suddenly expanded, sealing off all possible avenues of escape. The originally peripheral Qianyi Shidu pattern surged inward, launching a counterattack. The miasma surged in all directions but to no avail, ultimately being consumed entirely by the Qianyi Shidu pattern, dissipating into wisps of black mist. After a span of several minutes, as the final traces of the miasma dissipated, a profound silence enveloped the entire room. Exhaling deeply, Zhou Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just as he attempted to rise, a sudden wave of dizziness assailed his mind, causing him to stagger backward. However, his body did not fall. Instead, he collided with a soft, fragrant form, leaving him momentarily stunned. As he shifted his gaze, a fierce beastly face appeared before him. That of Tun Tun, who was growling at him. Raising his eyes further, he found Yao Yao's cold, piercing gaze fixed upon him. If you don't get up soon, Tun Tun will swallow you whole, Yao Yao said, her lips slightly parted. Tun Tun bared its teeth at Zhou Yuan. Instantly, Zhou Yuan straightened himself, inwardly cursing the insatiable little creature. All those days of consuming beast meat had seemingly been in vain. General, I am grateful I did not fail in my duty, Zhou Yuan remarked, rubbing his temples and smiling at the still silent Wei Kanglin and Wei Qingqing. Oh, little brother. Wei Qingqing was the first to regain her senses, suddenly rushing forward to embrace the young boy, weeping. They had finally preserved the last hope of the Wei family. Wei Kanglin's hands trembled slightly as he wiped his eyes and then bowed deeply to Zhou Yuan. Please rise, General. I cannot accept such a grand gesture. Zhou Yuan hastily assisted him to his feet, saying, Your Highness, let us not dwell on formalities. This kindness will be remembered by the Wei family. Wei Kanglin spoke in a low voice. I will ensure that the favor you have shown is not forgotten. Meanwhile, Lu Taizan, who had been tense and intently watching Wei Kanglin, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the prince had indeed succeeded. Zhou Yuan smiled, replying, Each party has their needs. There is no need for such formality, General. Wei Kanglin gestured and made approach with a jade box. He personally handed it to Zhou Yuan, stating, Within this box lies the source-devouring stone. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan felt a surge of excitement. He carefully accepted the jade box and opened it to reveal a stone, roughly the size of a palm, of a grayish-yellow hue. The stone had 2 holes, one large and one small. The smaller hole emitted a pulling force, drawing in the source energy from the surroundings, while the larger hole expelled a torrent of source energy, which was undoubtedly purer. Indeed, it is the source-devouring stone. Zhou Yuan's eyes sparkled with joy as he stored the jade box in his chinquan bag. At last, he had obtained the source-devouring stone. Now, he only needed to acquire the spirit of a fourth-grade python-type source beast to complete the materials required for the first level of the ancestral dragon scripture. All this effort had been worthwhile. Your Highness, I will discuss the matter of the Black Abyss relic with you in detail later. Rest assured, since I have promised you, I will do my utmost to assist, Wei Kanglin said solemnly. Thank you, General, Zhou Yuan replied, elated with Wei Kanglin's assurance. He felt a sense of security regarding the competition for the relic, as the general's mansion was one of the most powerful forces in this region. Understanding that the Wei family was immersed in joy, Zhou Yuan and his companions chose not to intrude further, allowing them some time together before taking their leave. Zhou Yuan has cured Wei Bin. How is that possible? In the manner, Qi Hao rose abruptly, his face a canvas of disbelief. Beside him, Qi Ling wore a shocked expression as well. Wei Ting offered a bitter smile and nodded. Although she too found it hard to believe, the reality was indeed as such. Qi Hao's face darkened, his fist clenched tightly, producing a creaking sound as he growled, "This Zhou Yuan dares to thwart my plans." Consequently, his year of effort in Kanglin County had been rendered nearly futile. Qi Ling's gaze turned ominous as he remarked, "If Zhou Yuan has truly healed Wei Bin, given Wei Kanglin's temperament, he is likely to lend his full support to help Zhou Yuan seize the relic. Young master, we cannot linger in Kanglin County. Otherwise, we will be under Wei Kanglin's watch." Qi Hao gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with a chilling malice, his face contorted with rage. "Wei Kanglin, since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige." He whispered resolutely, "Let us depart. We must leave Kanglin County. The fire spirit spike shall be claimed by the Qi Wangfu. Should Wei Kanglin dare to assist Zhou Yuan against us, he will learn that in the eyes of the Qi Wangfu, he is not nearly as significant as he believes." Stepping out, he cast a malevolent glance towards the direction of the general's mansion, his fingers clenched tightly. "This fire spirit spike is coveted by my Qi Wangfu. Should you dare to covet it, the abyss shall become your burial ground." Chapter 71. The Alliance in the Grand Hall of the General's Residence. Wei Kanglin and Wei Qingqing sat at the elevated position, their faces illuminated with joy, the long-standing worries that had etched themselves upon their brows dissipating entirely at this moment. Clearly, after Zhou Yuan and his companions had temporarily departed, Wei Kanglin had meticulously examined Wei Bin's condition. Upon sensing the gradual resurgence of vitality within him, they were finally assured that the miasma poison had indeed been thoroughly resolved. The significant trouble that had plagued the general's residence for years had at last been eradicated. Filled with elation, when Zhou Yuan and his party re-entered the hall, both Wei Kanglin and Wei Qingqing hastily rose, clasping their fists in a gesture of gratitude, exclaiming, "Your Highness, we shall never forget your profound grace." Zhou Yuan smiled, casting a glance at the side where Yao Yao stood, knowing well that without her guidance, he would have been unable to successfully dispel the miasma poison. "Your Highness, please take a seat. I presume your purpose for this visit is to seek the relic within the Black Abyss?" Wei Kanglin inquired with a smile. Zhou Yuan nodded, his expression turning grave as he responded, "The fire spirit spike is of utmost importance to our great Zhou. We must secure it, otherwise, should it fall into the hands of others, it would pose a significant threat." Simultaneously, he scrutinized Wei Kanglin, aware of the strategic value that the fire spirit spike, a fourth-tier source food, held. He could not ascertain whether Wei Kanglin harbored any designs on it. After all, if Wei Kanglin were to acquire it, his power would undoubtedly expand rapidly. Wei Kanglin met Zhou Yuan's gaze, his seasoned demeanor allowing him to perceive the underlying implications. With a faint smile, he reassured, "Your Highness, rest assured, my ambitions are modest. I merely seek to maintain the tranquility of my family." Zhou Yuan replied, "Perhaps I am being overly cautious. I hope you will not take offense." Although he voiced such sentiments, the expression on his face remained unchanged. It was, after all, prudent to probe Wei Kanglin's intentions. Wei Kanglin waved his hand dismissively. "Since your Highness is here for the relic, do you possess any knowledge of its particulars?" Zhou Yuan shook his head. Due to the urgency of time, their information was limited, and they planned to gather intelligence upon their arrival in Kanglin County. The Black Abyss is exceedingly vast. What we currently know only pertains to its outer regions. Deep within the abyss, it is said to be inhabited by numerous formidable source beasts. With fourth-tier source beasts being quite common, Wei Kanglin elaborated slowly. In ancient times, the Black Abyss was home to many powerful factions, but they gradually vanished, leading the abyss to become a desolate, forbidden ground. As for the relic that has recently emerged, based on the intelligence we have gathered. It is believed to be a remnant of an ancient force known as the Battle Puppet Sect that once existed within the Black Abyss. The Battle Puppet Sect? Zhou Yuan exclaimed, astonished, clearly taken aback by the remarkable origins of the relic. This ancient faction was reputed for its adeptness in creating combat puppets of formidable strength. Hence the relic is likely to be fraught with various battle puppets, posing significant dangers. Wei Kanglin's expression grew grave as he spoke. Moreover, the most challenging aspect lies in the ruins, where it appears there exists an exceptionally formidable war puppet, a colossal serpent war puppet, powered by the soul of a fourth-tier serpent-type source beast. Even a formidable expert at the primordial stage would encounter significant trouble should they confront it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan's expression shifted abruptly. The soul of a fourth-tier serpent-type source beast? Wei Kanglin nodded in affirmation. I did not anticipate encountering the soul of a fourth-tier serpent-type source beast here. Zhou Yuan felt a mix of astonishment and delight, yet he soon wore a wry smile. For acquiring that beast's soul would evidently require overcoming a war puppet on par with a primordial stage expert. This, undoubtedly, posed an insurmountable challenge for him. With a sigh, Zhou Yuan shook his head, recognizing the arduous path ahead to cultivate the first layer of the ancestral dragon scripture, the celestial serpent chi. Moreover, aside from the inherent dangers of the ruins, other factors could not be underestimated. Wei Kanglin spoke solemnly. Are you referring to the forces within the Black Abyss? Zhou Yuan inquired. The other factions within the Black Abyss pose little threat, but one particular force stands as a formidable adversary. Wei Kanglin's eyes glinted with cold light as he spoke. The Black Poison King. Zhou Yuan's expression grew serious as well. Wei Kanglin slowly nodded, stating, the Black Poison King has dominated the Black Abyss for many years, and the Black Poison City is currently the most powerful faction within the Abyss. His ambitions are vast, and with news of the fire spirit spike, he will undoubtedly intervene. Zhou Yuan acknowledged with a nod, fully aware of the immense strategic value the fire spirit spike held for any faction. If the Black Poison King harbored ambitions, he would certainly not let it pass. Therefore, one must remain vigilant against the Black Poison King in this contest for the ruins. In addition to the Black Poison King, there is another faction. Zhou Yuan paused. Wei Kanglin regarded him for a moment, then nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, the Qi royal mansion is also watching closely. However, Qi Yuan is under the king's scrutiny in Dazhou City and cannot come. Relying solely on Qi Hao, it is likely they will struggle to achieve their goals. Zhou Yuan spoke softly. It is wise to exercise caution. Upon hearing this, Wei Kanglin contemplated briefly, then summoned a guard, instructing, relay the order to seal off Qi Hao's estate completely, preventing any exit. The guard hesitated before replying quietly. General, prior reports indicated that an hour ago, Qi Hao left the county city with a group, and his whereabouts are unknown. Wei Kanglin frowned, saying, this fellow is truly astute. He has fled swiftly. Zhou Yuan was also somewhat astonished by the speed of Qi Hao's escape. Nevertheless, with the individual gone, there was little to be done. At the very least, in this encounter with Qi Hao, he had gained the upper hand, securing the formidable support of Wei Kanglin. General Wei, when shall we depart? Zhou Yuan inquired. Wei Kanglin responded, currently, all factions are mobilizing their forces. However, the dangers within the ruins are profound, rendering the army ineffective. Thus, we should deploy our elite troops. Zhou Yuan nodded in agreement, recognizing that even if the Kanglin army were sent into such perilous terrain, the results would likely be minimal and might even lead to increased casualties. This time, I shall personally lead the expedition. In my ranks within the Kanglin army, there are 8 formidable warriors of the Tianguan realm. 3 shall remain to guard the city, while the remaining 5 will accompany me. Additionally, there is a distinguished contingent composed of practitioners at the Nourishing Qi realm. In 5 days, we shall embark on our journey to the Black Abyss, declared Wei Kanglin with a smile. This formidable group represents nearly the peak strength of the Kanglin army, clearly indicating that Wei Kanglin is indeed a man of his word. Having made a promise to Zhou Yuan, he is committed to offering his utmost assistance. I must extend my heartfelt gratitude to the general. Zhou Yuan replied with a fist clasped in respect, fully aware of the significance of this alliance. As he observed Zhou Yuan's departing figure, Wei Kanglin leaned back against his chair, his fingers lightly tapping the table, and sighed. I never imagined that after all these years, that frail little boy has transformed into a remarkable young man. The king is truly fortunate. His prowess in the realm of source patterns is indeed astonishing. However, in terms of strength, he still falls short. as he has yet to reach the nourishing Qi realm. At this moment, Wei Qingqing nodded slightly, expressing her concurrence. Unable to suppress a smile, Wei Kanglin remarked, "If you were aware that just over 6 months ago, he was unable to even locate the 8 meridians within his body and was incapable of cultivating, you would not be so quick to judge." Over 6 months? Wei Qingqing was taken aback. She was vaguely aware of Zhou Yuan's past struggles with cultivation but had no idea that his remarkable turnaround had occurred in such a brief span. After all, even she had spent 2 years before reaching the nourishing Qi realm, while Zhou Yuan would likely open his 8th meridian within a month. Wei Kanglin sighed softly, his gaze following Zhou Yuan as he receded into the distance, a mix of admiration and regret evident in his eyes. It is truly unfortunate. Our esteemed prince was destined to possess the fortune of the sacred dragon. Had it not been for the 2 individuals from the Great Wu who usurped the fate that rightfully belonged to him, I shudder to think of the heights he might have achieved. Indeed, even I would not dare to overshadow his brilliance, but would instead bow in deference. Hearing such words from the venerable Wei Kanglin, whom she held in high esteem, Wei Qingqing's countenance flickered with emotion. She lifted her beautiful eyes towards the direction in which Zhou Yuan had departed, biting her red lip with wonderment glimmering in her gaze. This young man, whom she initially regarded as a dashing prince, was evidently far more complex than she had ever imagined. Chapter 72. The Black Poison King in the Tranquil Courtyard. Su Yue sat quietly upon a slab of blue stone, her upper body erect, revealing a gentle curve at her chest and a slender waist, delicate enough to be grasped with a gentle hand. Surrounding her, the primal energy flowed. Wisps of celestial essence were drawn towards her, continuously surging into her being. Simultaneously, a faint rumbling akin to distant thunder resonated within her body. Suddenly, Su Yue opened her bright eyes, in which a flicker of crimson lightning seemed to flash through. And in the next moment, she extended her jade hand and gently clasped it. With a resounding burst, a crimson primal energy erupted from her right hand, resembling leaping thunder and burning flames, exuding an overwhelming aura. She then raised her left hand, where an icy blue primal energy began to swirl, emanating an extremely frigid vibration, as if even the air around it was frozen. 4th grade primal energy, flame thunder. 4th grade primal energy, cold abyss. At this moment, the flame thunder technique and the true scripture of cold abyss were simultaneously mastered by Su Yue. She gazed at the 2 contrasting energies swirling in her palms, her countenance reflecting her excitement, for she could distinctly feel that the emergence of these 2 energies would result in a significant surge in her strength compared to before. Although she had entered the Qi nourishing realm, her previous techniques had yet to mature, leaving her with only the most rudimentary primal energy. Devoid of attributes and thus lacking in various effects, in terms of power, she was considerably weaker. Clap, clap, as Su Yue reveled in the sight of the 2 energies. Applause suddenly echoed. She looked up to find Zhou Yuan standing not far away, a smile gracing his face as he clapped. Your Highness, Su Yue replied with a faint smile. Congratulations. Truly, your mastery is remarkable, and unifying the world is but a matter of time. Zhou Yuan jested, with a flirtatious glance. Su Yue raised her jade hand and teased. Shall we test the power? Zhou Yuan grinned. With Su Yue's acquisition of the 2 4th grade primal energies, her combat prowess had undoubtedly skyrocketed. Although she was still in the early stages of the Qi nourishing realm, should a confrontation arise, it would be challenging for even those in the mid-stages of the same realm to best her. After all, possessing 2 distinctly different 4th grade primal energies would certainly pose a significant challenge to her adversaries. Thus, while Zhou Yuan had previously felt confident in matching her when she first entered the Qi nourishing realm, he now realized that he might not stand a chance, unless he could also reach the Qi nourishing realm and utilize the assistance of source patterns to contend with her current strength. Of course, this was contingent upon not having yet mastered the first layer of the Ancestor Dragon Scripture, the heavenly mysterious Python energy. The Ancestor Dragon Scripture is indeed arduous to cultivate. Contemplating this, Zhou Yuan could not help but sigh, for while the materials required for Su Yue's Flame Thunder technique and true scripture of Cold Abyss were numerous, they could be acquired with a modest expenditure of source crystals. Thus, in just over a dozen days, Su Yue, leveraging her innate talent, had successfully mastered them. In contrast, he had yet to gather the necessary materials, and when he compared their progress, it truly brought him to tears. Fortunately, his 8th meridian has become increasingly unblocked due to recent efforts, and it seems that complete mastery will not take much longer. Let us depart for the Black Abyss today. Zhou Yuan suppressed his emotions and smiled at Su Yue. She gently nodded, made a few preparations, and then followed Zhou Yuan out of the general's mansion. At this moment, outside the general's mansion, Wei Kanglin had long awaited their arrival, accompanied by the graceful Wei Qingqing, adorned in soft red armor, a battle skirt, and combat boots. The slightly elongated boots accentuated her strikingly fair legs, which even caught Zhou Yuan's eye more than once. Compared to Su Yue's enchanting beauty, Wei Qingqing might have fallen slightly short, yet her impressive legs significantly enhanced her allure, leaving a lasting impression. Behind Wei Kanglin and Wei Qingqing, 5 figures radiated an imposing aura of source energy, all of whom were masters who had entered the Heavenly Gate realm. Further behind them was an elite contingent of approximately 30 individuals, all possessing strength in the qi-nourishing realm. This assembly could be deemed the mightiest force in Kanglin County. On the opposite side stood the Imperial Guard, led by Lu Taizhan, featuring 3 experts from the Heavenly Gate realm, with the remaining 20 also in the qi-nourishing realm. The combined forces of both sides were nothing short of magnificent. Your Highness, are you ready? Wei Kanglin inquired with a smile upon seeing Zhou Yuan emerge. Zhou Yuan nodded in affirmation. In that case, let us set forth. Wei Kanglin, with decisive authority, waved his hand and commanded. As his voice fell, the 2 groups surged into motion like a torrent, racing forth from the county city towards the direction of the Black Abyss. In the Black Abyss, within the Lord's mansion of the Black Poison City, a familiar figure sat in the parlor, Qi Hao, who had recently slipped away from Kanglin County. Oh? So the Qi Wangfu seeks to collaborate with me? A raspy voice echoed in the room, revealing a middle-aged man in black robes seated in the main position. With a slightly pointed nose and a face marked by dark patterns, he emanated a faint stench as wisps of black mist swirled around him. This notorious figure was none other than the infamous Lord of Black Poison City, the Black Poison King. Faced with this fearsome individual, even Qi Hao felt a bead of cold sweat form on his brow. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, nodding and clasping his hands in salute. With the recent emergence of relics in the Black Abyss, the great Zhou imperial family has allied with Wei Kanglin. Although Black Poison City reigns over the Black Abyss, it may find itself at a disadvantage alone. If we could join forces with the Qi Wangfu, we would surely be able to deliver a significant blow to them. As for Wei Kanglin, I am not afraid of him. The Black Poison King chuckled darkly, his gaze fixed on Qi Hao. Besides, do you truly believe I am unaware that Zhou Qing has not come this time? As long as that powerful figure from the primordial realm is absent, Wei Kanglin will find it difficult to contend with me. Thus, your visit serves merely to seek my strength to confront Wei Kanglin. In light of this, I urge you to demonstrate your sincerity. Otherwise, sensing the ominous aura emanating from the Black Poison King, Qi Hao momentarily hesitated before speaking in a grave tone. Surely the Black Poison King is aware that Wei Kanglin considers you a thorn in his side, perpetually seeking your elimination. I believe the Black Poison King also wishes to eradicate this persistent threat. Does he not? The Black Poison King's eyes narrowed slightly. Wei Kanglin, stationed in Kanglin County, kept a vigilant watch over the movements of his Black Poison City. Any action taken would be swiftly thwarted by Wei Kanglin, causing considerable trouble for him over the years. Thus, the Black Poison King regarded him as a significant adversary, intent on uprooting him. If the Black Poison King can assist our Qi Wangfu in obtaining the Fire Spirit Spike, once we overthrow the Imperial family, Kanglin County will belong to Black Poison City. Oh? The Black Poison King raised an eyebrow. Are you so certain that you can topple the great Zhou imperial family? Qi Hao scoffed coldly. Our Qi Wangfu is supported by the great Wu dynasty. Does the Black Poison King truly believe that a faltering great Zhou imperial family can contend with the might of the great Wu? After a moment of contemplation, the Black Poison King replied slowly, the Fire Spirit Spike is indeed a treasure of great value to my Black Poison City. Qi Hao responded calmly, however. Black Poison City cannot lay claim to such an item. Otherwise, our Qi Wangfu will not take it lightly, and neither will the great Wu dynasty behind us. At this, the Black Poison King scoffed, but upon hearing the name of the great Wu dynasty, his expression shifted, revealing a palpable wariness in his eyes. After all, the current great Wu dynasty is unlike the great Zhou. It is flourishing and filled with formidable individuals, far beyond the capabilities of his Black Poison City. To provoke the great Wu would leave him in a wretched state. Yet, unbeknownst to the Black Poison King, the great Wu is currently embroiled in a rivalry with 2 other major dynasties and possesses little capacity to focus on their remote territory. The Black Poison King's gaze flickered, and after a while, he said slowly, I can collaborate with you. Qi Hao was instantly elated. However, the Black Poison King's voice turned cold as he added, "Merely Kanglan County does not sway me. I require the other 2 counties adjacent to the Black Abyss." Upon hearing this, Chi Hao's expression changed dramatically. Throughout the Great Zhou, there are only 13 counties, and now the Black Poison King demanded 3, including Kanglan County, effectively claiming nearly a quarter of Great Zhou's territory. His appetite was formidable. Chi Hao's gaze shifted, and after a determined bite of his teeth, he declared, "Very well. As long as the Black Poison King aids us in securing the Fire Spirit Spike, the 3 counties shall belong to Black Poison City in the future." Upon hearing this, a smile finally graced the Black Poison King's shadowy visage. "In that case, Black Poison City shall accept this transaction." Chi Hao secretly exhaled in relief. Raising his gaze toward the distant direction of Kanglan County, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. "Zhou Yuan, do not think that your alliance with Wei Kanglan grants you the upper hand. The outcome of this relic conflict is still uncertain." Chapter 73. Entering the Abyss. The Abyss is a realm fraught with peril, yet simultaneously teeming with opportunity. In ancient times, numerous formidable powers resided within its depths, each perhaps more formidable than the contemporary dynasties surrounding it. However, due to certain inscrutable circumstances, these forces gradually vanished, allowing an increasing number of source beasts to proliferate throughout the Abyss, transforming it into a veritable paradise for these creatures. Though the ancient powers have dissipated, remnants of their existence linger, drawing countless source masters in pursuit of these elusive treasures. Occasionally, fortunate individuals within the Abyss stumble upon rare opportunities, catapulting them to fame and renown. Over time, this phenomenon has attracted a growing throng of source masters who, undeterred by the inherent dangers, seek their own fortunes in hopes of becoming the next beneficiary of luck. Yet, the reality remains that only a scant few achieve such fortune. Many more become mere skeletons beneath the chaos and bloodshed of this tumultuous land. The Abyss is rife with disorder and slaughter, a place where the strong prey upon the weak. However, those accompanying Zhou Yuan are evidently not among the weak. As they plunged into the Abyss, their presence drew countless inquisitive gazes, yet none dared to confront them. Within the Abyss, various factions vie for dominance, each claiming their territory. Whenever Zhou Yuan and his companions pass through, these factions watch with trepidation and vigilance. After all, those who have long navigated the Abyss know well that there are 2 entities one should never provoke: the infamous Black Poison King and the formidable General Wei Kanglan of Kanglan County. Though Zhou Yuan's group is relatively small, they are exceptionally elite, bolstered by the presence of the powerful Wei Kanglan, a figure of the initial stage. This formidable assembly is sufficient to contend with any force in the Abyss, save for the Black Demon City. Consequently, upon sighting them, the factions become anxious and fearful, apprehensive that this formidable group might soon unleash their wrath upon them. At this moment, however, Zhou Yuan and his companions appear indifferent to the faction's concerns. As long as they do not impede their passage, they will simply continue on their way. In this manner, within just a few days, Zhou Yuan and his party gradually approach their intended destination. The prison Demon City, the closest city to the ruins, is governed by a master of the late Heavenly Gate realm, who has garnered a measure of renown within the Abyss, thus enabling him to maintain control over the city. Historically, the prison Demon City was lively but not overwhelmingly so. However, ever since the news of the ruins emerged, it has become a hub for various factions and countless treasure seekers, resulting in a significant surge in the city's popularity. Countless individuals venture daily to the realm of ancient ruins, although they dare not delve too deeply. For the area is fraught with peculiar war puppets that could ensnare the unwary. There are indeed some fortunate souls who inadvertently stumble into certain locales, unearthing bizarre artifacts. Once these items are brought to light, they attract considerable attention and can fetch a substantial amount of source crystals, yielding a modest profit. Zhou Yuan and his companions boldly entered the city of captured demons. The guards of the city, faced with their audacity, did not dare to impede their passage, allowing them to stride in unabated. Within the confines of the city of captured demons, Zhou Yuan and his group secured a tavern to accommodate everyone. "Your Highness, this city is the closest to the ruins of the war puppet sect, and many have already sneaked in. We could gather a wealth of information regarding the ruins. It would be prudent for us to explore," suggested Wei Kanglan after ensuring everyone was settled. Zhou Yuan, upon hearing this, saw no reason to decline. The relentless journey of the past few days had been exceedingly monotonous. Noticing Su Yuwei, Wei Qingqing, and even Yao Yao, who had overheard Wei Kanglan ask words, their expressions revealed intrigue. Thus, after a brief arrangement, they took a few guards and departed from the tavern. The city of captured demons lacked the splendor of Great Zhou City and Kanglan Prefecture, bearing a rugged charm and an atmosphere rife with chaos. The streets were often the battlegrounds for fierce skirmishes, where combatants exchanged lethal blows, occasionally resulting in lifeless bodies being discarded, rendering the city steeped in a menacing aura. As Zhou Yuan and his group traversed the city, they attracted numerous covetous glances, predominantly directed towards Yao Yao, Su Yuwei, and the long-legged Wei Qingqing. In such a locale, beauties of their caliber were indeed a rarity. However, those who had managed to survive in the abyss possessed a discerning eye. And despite the myriad of gazes laden with various implications scrutinizing the three women, none dared to approach. After wandering for a while, they finally arrived at a relatively tidy street, bustling with activity, its liveliness unmatched by other areas. The street was lined with shops displaying an array of captivating items, drawing attention. Come, behold the newly unearthed treasures from the ruins. A plethora of wonders awaits, don't miss out. Following the enthusiastic cries, Zhou Yuan and his companions found themselves before the largest shop. Inside, a crystal mirror showcased various seemingly damaged artifacts, exuding an ancient aura, as if just excavated. Ladies and gentlemen, behold this source weapon extracted from the war puppet sect ruins. It was once a profound source weapon, and now it's a clearance sale, yours for just 1,900 source crystals. The shopkeeper proclaimed, gripping a shattered bronze spear with a dim and murky source energy. To say it was a profound source weapon would be an exaggeration. It likely could not even match the quality of a mid-grade source weapon. Yet, this was to be expected. Had it truly been a profound source weapon, it would command a price exceeding 10,000 source crystals, far beyond the mere 1,009. The number of bidders for this item was rather sparse. Only a few individuals made offers, and ultimately it sold for 2,500 source crystals. One can surmise that the buyer was perhaps hoping for a hidden gem amidst the debris. Following this, several damaged artifacts emerged, presumably retrieved from the remnants of the war puppet sect. Zhou Yuan examined them, but found them lacking in interest, as his spiritual perception revealed that these items were indeed entirely shattered and devoid of value. After a brief observation, he intended to lead the group away. However, just as he turned, Yao Yao suddenly grasped his arm, directing her snow-white chin toward the cabinet displaying the crystal mirror, and remarked, "The item in the bottom right corner. We should consider acquiring it for a closer look." Zhou Yuan was taken aback and shifted his gaze to discover what appeared to be a black jade tablet. Its surface mottled and cracked, but with faint patterns discernible upon it. He felt a sense of perplexity, as he could sense that the black jade tablet bore no trace of source energy fluctuations. "What is this?" Zhou Yuan inquired softly. "The tablet itself may lack value, yet it seems to possess an incomplete source pattern, which is rather peculiar. The fact that it can evoke such a sensation in me suggests that it is likely not an ordinary object from the war puppet sect." Yao Yu replied with a slight smile. Zhou Yuan's lips twitched slightly. This young lady certainly held herself in high regard. Such reasoning left him with no grounds for rebuttal. Secretly shaking his head, he refrained from further commentary and pointed directly at the jade tablet, asking plainly, "What is the price?" The auctioneer, a shrewd-looking fellow, noted Zhou Yuan's inquiry. Although he was unaware of the black jade tablet's potential, a glint of opportunism sparked in his eyes as he contemplated a hefty price. "My funds are not so easily depleted. Are you certain your companions can withstand the cost?" Zhou Yuan replied coolly. The man's mouth snapped shut upon realizing the indifferent gaze of Wei Kanglan directed toward him. The oppressive aura emanating from a practitioner of the primordial realm made it abundantly clear that this group was not to be trifled with. "The consignor has set the price at 2,000 source crystals," he stated begrudgingly. Zhou Yuan nodded, unwilling to engage in further negotiations. "Very well. I shall take it for 2,000 source crystals." He waved his hand, and Lu Taizan prepared to produce the source crystals for payment. "Wait. I'll offer 3,000 source crystals for that jade tablet." Just then, a voice filled with laughter broke the air. Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes and tilted his head slightly, witnessing a path parting in the crowd as a group of individuals surged forward. At the forefront was a familiar figure that immediately caught Zhou Yuan's attention. "Qihao?" Zhou Yuan's gaze sharpened as he recognized the individual, realizing that this man had concealed himself within the abyss. Qihao grinned at Zhou Yuan and, lazily gesturing toward the black jade tablet, declared, 3,000. I shall take this item. Chapter 74. The black jade tablet. The sudden arrival of Qihao instantly heightened the tension in the atmosphere. Behind Zhou Yuan, Lu Taizan and the others were enveloped in surging source energy, their gazes sharp and predatory, like hawks locking onto their prey. "What the Qi royal house covets." Even General Wei's mere words might not suffice, Chi Hao remarked with a smirk, laced with sarcasm. His previous courtesy towards Wei Kanglin was merely a strategic maneuver to court favor, but now that Wei Kanglin had chosen to assist Zhou Yuan, Chi Hao felt no obligation to maintain that pretense. Oh, Wei Kanglin's eyes narrowed, an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from him, cascading toward Chi Hao. The oppressive aura of a Tai Chi realm expert enveloped the space, causing Chi Hao to tremble involuntarily. Wei Kanglin. It seems your temper remains as volatile as ever after all these years. Just as Wei Kanglin's pressure intensified, a raspy voice interrupted. A figure clad in black robes emerged from behind Chi Hao. As black mist coiled around him, it effectively countered the pressure emanating from Wei Kanglin. It was the Black Poison King. The moment the figure appeared, gasps of horror erupted from the surrounding crowd, who then hastily retreated, their faces marked by fear, demonstrating the notorious reputation of the Black Poison King within the Black Abyss. Black Poison King. Wei Kanglin stared at the middle-aged man in black robes, momentarily taken aback. Before his expression darkened, a palpable wave of murderous intent surging from his being, causing the very essence of the surroundings to tremble. What? Wei Kanglin. Do you wish to engage me in battle here? Have you forgotten the suffering you endured at my hands? The Black Poison King sneered, his aura thickening with a rancid odor permeating the air. Their gazes locked, animosity flaring, both exuding a chilling intent to kill. Gentlemen, this small town cannot withstand your conflict. The relic is right before us. This is not the place for a fight, lest we allow others to take advantage. As their aura swelled, a voice rang out, and a figure descended from afar, landing nearby. It was the Lord of the Prison Demon City, a formidable presence at the late stage of the Heavenly Gate realm. The power of both individuals was evenly matched. Should they engage in combat here, they risked mutual destruction, inadvertently granting an opportunity to others. Should we meet within the relic, I shall surely slay you, Wei Kanglin declared coldly. I fear you may not even escape the Black Abyss this time. The Black Poison King countered sharply. Observing the two cease their hostilities, Zhou Yuan turned his attention to the shopkeeper, who appeared distressed, caught between two formidable forces. Unwilling to offend either. 5,000 source crystals, Zhou Yuan stated succinctly. 6,000, Chi Hao interjected immediately, though he was unaware of the purpose of the Black Jade Tablet. He was intent on vexing Zhou Yuan, ensuring he could not obtain it easily. 1,000, Zhou Yuan replied, his tone remaining steady. Chi Hao's eyes flickered. 1,005. 2,000. A clamor erupted around, with all present quietly expressing their astonishment. Who could have anticipated that an object of little worth would command such a price? To them, it seemed that Zhou Yuan was merely indulging in a gamble of pride. Chi Hao, equally taken aback, scrutinized the Black Jade Tablet intently for some time. Yet he discerned nothing of significance. The tablet exuded not a trace of energy fluctuation. With a smile, he remarked, Your Highness Zhou Yuan is indeed extravagant. In that case, a gentleman does not deprive others of their desires. This item shall be yours. As he spoke, a hint of mockery danced at the corners of his mouth. What was originally valued at 2,000 source crystals had now been inflated to 20,000, a feat that would surely vex Zhou Yuan, thus serving as a form of retribution for past grievances. The onlookers regarded Zhou Yuan with pitying eyes. This was not merely a matter of finances, but the folly of purchasing a seemingly useless Black Jade Tablet for 20,000 source crystals. Clearly, Zhou Yuan had been outmaneuvered by Chi Hao. Ignoring the gazes of those around him, Zhou Yuan instructed Lu Taizhan to complete the transaction. He took the Black Jade Tablet in hand, examining it closely yet finding no discernible merit. He then passed it to the attendant Yao Yao, whispering, Do you think it's worth it? Deep down, he too felt like a fool, but his faith in Yao Yao's judgment compelled him to proceed with the purchase. 20,000 source crystals was no trifling sum. For the energy cultivators present, years of toil might yield only a few thousand crystals, making Zhou Yuan's expenditure of nearly half his accumulated wealth, approximately 50,000 source crystals, all the more staggering. Yao Yao, delicately wiping the tablet, gazed at the ancient patterns etched upon it and suddenly smiled, saying, Whether it is worth it, only time will tell. Zhou Yuan could only shake his head in resignation. At that moment, the Black Poison King approached, his piercing gaze fixed upon Zhou Yuan, shrouded in an aura of darkness. Wei Kanglin stepped forward, his expression wary as he observed the ominous figure. So you are the prince of the great Zhou dynasty? I hear you have dispelled my miasma poison? The Black Poison King glanced at Wei Kanglin before turning his attention to Zhou Yuan, his voice raspy with intrigue. Clearly, he had learned from Qi Hao of Zhou Yuan's feat in alleviating Wei Bin's affliction. The miasma poison was not particularly formidable. Its dispelling was hardly remarkable. Zhou Yuan maintained a calm demeanor, responding, "It is nothing extraordinary." The Black Poison King's eyes narrowed, exclaiming, "What an arrogant young man." He chuckled darkly, adding, "Do not think that with Wei Kanglin as your protector, you possess any real confidence." Casting a sidelong glance at Wei Kanglin, he continued, "Even he has suffered greatly at my hands, so you may find your wager misplaced." Wei Kanglin's expression darkened. The miasma energy wielded by the Black Poison King was notoriously troublesome, and past encounters had indeed left him at a disadvantage, even affecting his son, Wei Bin. With a grin, the Black Poison King said, "Young man, the Qi royal estate has promised me 3 prefectures upon completion of the task. If you can offer me 6, I may be willing to assist you." Upon hearing these words, a flicker of anger flashed in Zhou Yuan's eyes as he cast a cold, penetrating gaze towards Qi Hao. This scoundrel dared to trade with the territory and people of the Great Zhou. However, in the face of Zhou Yuan's glare, Qi Hao merely smiled indifferently. The Black Poison King was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, pointing a finger at Zhou Yuan. "What a bold young man. I hope you do not fall into my hands. Otherwise, I would relish the opportunity to taste what it is like to concoct the Prince of the Great Zhou." The Black Poison King's smile was sinister, sending chills down one's spine. "If you were to fall into my grasp, I would not bother with concocting." "A swift strike would suffice," Zhou Yuan retorted coldly, harboring a deep aversion for this villain who repeatedly violated the borders of the Great Zhou and slaughtered its people. Qi Hao, standing nearby, let out a mocking laugh, poised to speak. "Qi Ritian, should you fall into my hands, it would be the same for you." Yet before he could utter a word, Zhou Yuan shot him a cold glance. This bastard, trading with the territory of the Great Zhou, further incensed him. Should Qi Hao find himself in Zhou Yuan's clutches, he would show no mercy. "Qi Ritian?" Qi Hao was momentarily stunned before his fury erupted, his voice icy. "Zhou Yuan, do you dare insult me?" Zhou Yuan replied, "What of it if I insult a family of treacherous fools?" Qi Hao laughed in rage, "You ignorant fool. Lacking even the cultivation of the Qi-nourishing realm, dares to speak to me in such a manner. If you had no protector, I would slay you on the spot." He was a formidable figure in the late stage of the Qi-nourishing realm, while Zhou Yuan had only just opened 7 meridians. A direct confrontation would undoubtedly lead to Zhou Yuan's demise. "There will be an opportunity. I am eager to see who will slay whom," Zhou Yuan remarked indifferently. Once he stepped into the Qi-nourishing realm, even if he had yet to master the first level of the ancestral dragon scripture, with the aid of his spirit and source patterns, he would not necessarily fear Qi Hao. After Zhou Yuan's verbal onslaught subdued him, Qi Hao's expression darkened. Yet, he recognized that further threats would be futile, so he cast Zhou Yuan a cold glance and, with a flick of his hand, turned to leave with the Black Poison King and his entourage. Zhou Yuan watched their departing figures, his expression growing grave. While banter was easy, he did not underestimate the situation. The most troublesome adversary was indeed the Black Poison King. Even General Wei struggled against him, and it seemed imperative to devise a strategy against the Black Poison King's miasma. Otherwise, should an accident befall General Wei, the entire situation would turn dire for them. Zhou Yuan's gaze flickered before finally settling on the side of Yao Yao, a smile gracing his lips. These 20,000 source crystals must not be squandered. Chapter 75, The 8th Vein at the Inn. In light of recent events, the expressions of those present had turned solemn, as they understood that the alliance between the Qi royal mansion and the Black Poison City would undoubtedly pose the greatest obstacle to their undertaking. "General Wei, what are our odds against the Black Poison King?" Zhou Yuan inquired gravely, casting a serious glance at Wei Kanglin. Hesitating for a moment, Wei Kanglin responded slowly. "In the realm of the Taichu's 9 heavens, both the Black Poison King and I occupy the second layer of this realm. If we were to engage in combat, the outcome would be uncertain. However, the toxic miasma he wields is a result of a unique opportunity he encountered, classified as an exceptionally advanced 4th-grade source energy. Its toxicity is overwhelming, and engaging him may lead to an insidious contamination by the miasma. I suffered greatly from this in the past. This miasma is quite troublesome. Nonetheless, despite my reservations about the miasma, I am confident that I can hold the Black Poison King at bay." Fearing a blow to morale, Wei Kanglin quickly added. Zhou Yuan appeared deep in thought. Such a strategy is fraught with risk. Should anything go awry, the situation could turn dire for them. After a moment of contemplation, He suddenly turned his gaze to Yao Yao and smiled. Sister Yao Yao, could you devise a plan for us? Yao Yao, who was intently examining a black jade token while cradling Tun Tun, raised her delicate face and shot Zhou Yuan a glare. I knew you were plotting something against me. However, she recognized the gravity of the matter. And after giving Zhou Yuan a sharp look, she retrieved a green scroll from her spatial pouch and placed it on the table. This is the Wanmyuk Yudu pattern, a pinnacle third-grade source pattern. When activated, it can defend against all poisons, and the miasma should be unable to penetrate it. A pinnacle third-grade source pattern? Wei Kanglin and Wei Qingqing exchanged astonished glances at Yao Yao. It was astonishing that this seemingly unassuming girl possessed such remarkable mastery over source patterns. In the Dezhou, such patterns were considered elite. At this moment, Wei Qingqing finally understood why Zhou Yuan insisted on keeping this seemingly burdensome girl by his side. With the assistance of this source pattern, the Black Poison King is no longer a threat to me. I can act without restraint, suppressing him thoroughly and even seizing the opportunity to slay him. Wei Kanglin exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. His hatred for the Black Poison King ran deep, and he had sought every possible means to eliminate him, yet the fear of the miasma had always left him at a disadvantage in their previous encounters. Now, with the pinnacle third-grade Wanmyuk Yudu pattern in hand, the Black Poison King's greatest asset posed no threat whatsoever. Seeing the confidence radiating from Wei Kanglin, the others in the room breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Yuan nodded with a smile. Since General Wei is assured, I feel at ease. Our intelligence gathering is nearing completion, and we can set out tomorrow to enter the ruins of the Battle Puppet sect. Everyone present expressed their agreement. As night fell, the gates of the prison demon city were firmly shut, while the forests outside echoed with the roars of countless source beasts. The darkness of the abyss was fraught with danger. In the chamber of the inn, Zhou Yuan sat cross-legged upon the bed, his eyes firmly closed, his body trembling slightly, as if a faint sound of dragon's chant emanated from him. Simultaneously, the energy of the world surged around him, transforming into ethereal white strands that flowed into his being with each breath he took. Since his encounter with Qi Hao and the Black Poison King that day, Zhou Yuan sensed a hint of impending danger. Although he was under the protection of an elite force, he understood that only his own strength could ensure true safety. His current prowess, having opened 7 meridians, began to feel inadequate in the midst of the Black Abyss. Thus, he recognized it was time to enter the realm of energy nurturing. Within his body, the source energy surged relentlessly. Suddenly, Zhou Yuan's body quaked violently as he activated the dragon absorption technique, drawing forth another strand of the world's energy into himself. Akin to a tidal wave crashing against the final barrier of the 8th meridian. With a soft pop, it was as if a delicate membrane had been breached, and a subtle sound resonated through the air. Zhou Yuan opened his eyes and gazed at his palms, feeling an exhilarating lightness envelop his body, as if shackles had been shattered in that very moment. The energy of the universe flowed uncontrollably into him, rapidly enhancing his physical constitution. The 8th meridian had finally been unblocked. Zhou Yuan trembled slightly, an indescribable emotion swelling within him. After over half a year of relentless effort, he had successfully opened all 8 meridians within his body. After more than a decade, the pathways were once again fully connected. He inhaled deeply, calming himself, and then closed his eyes once more. With the 8th meridian open, it was time to establish the energy dwelling. Only then could he truly claim to have entered the realm of energy nurturing. Come forth. Zhou Yuan's gaze burned with fervor, filled with anticipation. He had awaited this day for far too long. Once more, the faint sound of the dragon's chant resonated from within him. However, this time, the power of the dragon absorption technique surged dramatically. The energy of the room resonated violently, transforming into thick white strands that Zhou Yuan swallowed eagerly. The source energy within him began to converge rapidly toward his lower abdomen, forming a vortex that spun ceaselessly. As the rotation reached its zenith, Zhou Yuan sensed the emergence of a source point at the vortex's center, an enigmatic space that felt both tangible and intangible, infinitely small yet infinitely vast. Upon the appearance of this source point, the flowing energy within him seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, roaring through his meridians, ultimately surging into that source point. As the energy flooded in, the source point awakened from its chaos, beginning to manifest a space that would become the energy dwelling. In that moment, Zhou Yuan's energy dwelling was finally established. The source energy he had cultivated over time now had a sanctuary, allowing it to grow increasingly potent and formidable. Unlike before when much of the energy dissipated after merely enhancing his physical attributes, Zhou Yuan's soul also entered the Qi Palace, which appeared to him as an extraordinary realm. The source Qi surged incessantly, and he witnessed a vibrant azure light emanating, transforming the entire Qi Palace into a brilliant blue. When the Qi Palace is established, it takes on one of four grades: colorless, azure, purple, or golden, depending on an individual's innate constitution and talent. Zhou Yuan's spirit remained intently focused on the changes within the Qi Palace, for he understood that while the quality of the Qi Palace does not definitively dictate future achievements, a higher quality provides a significant advantage. As the azure light grew ever more intense, a hint of purple emerged, gradually spreading to envelop the Qi Palace in a resplendent hue. A purple Qi Palace. Upon witnessing the transformation to purple, Zhou Yuan nodded in satisfaction. With the Qi Palace stabilizing in this color, he quietly exhaled, intending to withdraw from the Qi Palace. However, in that very instant, the Qi Palace suddenly trembled, and Zhou Yuan felt an unfamiliar yet oddly familiar source Qi surge from deep within. The purity of the source Qi astonished him, exuding a primordial essence reminiscent of the very dawn of all things, untouched by the murkiness of the world, an innate source Qi. Yet, why did it evoke such a sense of familiarity? Countless thoughts raced through Zhou Yuan's mind until, in a moment of clarity, he murmured in astonishment. Could it be that this source Qi is the innate energy that, upon my birth, connected to the Qi Palace when my 8 meridians first opened, only to retreat into its depths for safety during a calamity? At the time of his birth, Zhou Yuan's 8 meridians had already opened, and logically, a Qi Palace should have automatically formed. However, due to the ensuing tribulations, the Qi Palace remained partially unestablished. Yet, an innate source Qi had hidden itself in the depths of the Qi Palace to evade disaster. Now, with the successful establishment of Zhou Yuan's Qi Palace, this latent source Qi, after 14 years of concealment, sensed his presence and emerged once more. Zhou Yuan stood entranced, absorbing the essence of this pure source Qi, his heart a tempest of emotions. At that moment, the innate source Qi surged into the Qi Palace, and he was once again astonished to behold, amidst the rich purple light, a glimmer of golden radiance emerging, akin to the sun rising majestically, gradually unfurling itself. Chapter 76. The unveiling of the Qi Palace. As golden light burst forth, resembling a resplendent sun ascending, it swiftly began to radiate, dispelling the violet glow and saturating the entire Qi Palace. The Qi Palace transformed into a dazzling spectacle of gold, exuding a majestic aura. Is this a golden Qi Palace? Zhou Yuan gazed in awe at the brilliant golden expanse, momentarily rendered speechless. He never anticipated that he would evolve a golden Qi Palace. Initially, he had aspired to attain a purple Qi Palace, content if he could reach the level of Su Yue. Yet, he was astonished to discover that, at this crucial moment, the innate source energy hidden deep within his Qi Palace had elevated its rank to a new tier. Zhou Yuan's heart surged with exhilaration. The quality of the Qi Palace not only determined its potential for expansion but also enhanced the quality of the source energy. A person possessing a golden Qi Palace, even if they cultivated only second-grade source energy, would likely wield greater power than one with a cyan Qi Palace cultivating third-grade source energy. I cannot believe I have produced a golden Qi Palace, Zhou Yuan marveled to himself. Within the Qi Palace, the golden light permeated the space, illuminating the swirling source energy, which appeared even more refined and robust under its radiance. However, as Zhou Yuan reveled in the joy brought by the golden Qi Palace, he remained oblivious to the sinister movement of the blood-red resentment dragon poison coiling within his palm. Hiss! A peculiar sound echoed within the golden Qi Palace as tendrils of blood mist, seeping from an unknown source, began to invade the sanctity of the Qi Palace. Is this the resentment dragon poison? The sanguine mist seemed to resonate with the dragon's roar filled with enmity, as blood light surged forth from the mist, spreading like a virus throughout the golden Qi Palace. Zhou Yuan was struck with terror at this unforeseen turn of events. He never expected that the resentment dragon poison, dormant within him for over half a year, would suddenly manifest at the moment his Qi Palace took form, infiltrating it with alarming swiftness. With anxiety, Zhou Yuan scrutinized his Qi Palace. As the blood light tainted the space, the once vibrant golden glow began to wane, gradually merging with the blood light, until the entire Qi Palace transformed into an eerie shade of crimson. What is this? A blood-red Qi Palace? Zhou Yuan found himself in a state of bewilderment, having never encountered such a phenomenon before. Cursed resentment dragon poison. Zhou Yuan roared in fury within his heart. His splendid golden Qi palace had been disrupted by this wretched substance, resulting in the creation of an entirely unfamiliar blood-red Qi palace. In his chamber, Zhou Yuan opened his eyes, his expression grave. Taking a deep breath, he quelled the inferno of anger within and began to meticulously examine his Qi palace. Any issues with the Qi palace could pose significant hazards to his cultivation. Fortunately, after thorough inspection, he did not detect anything amiss. In fact, the capacity of the Qi palace to harbor source energy seemed to have surpassed that of the previous golden Qi palace. However, Zhou Yuan did not dare to be negligent. His brow furrowed, and with a flicker of thought, a stream of source energy surged forth from his palm. Generally speaking, source energy that had not been cultivated was as clear as crystal. Yet, the energy that Zhou Yuan manifested bore an ominous hint of blood red pulsating within it. This crimson hue was all too familiar to him. It was the venom of the resentful dragon. How could the venom of the resentful dragon have infused itself into his source energy? Had it transformed into poisonous dragon energy? This was utterly baffling. Zhou Yuan wore a bewildered expression, clearly unable to comprehend why such a transformation had occurred. Although he was uncertain of its potential dangers, he could at least sense that the source energy, now tainted by the resentful dragon's venom, seemed to have grown even more ferocious. After all, Zhou Yuan had personally experienced the tyrannical nature of the resentful dragon's poison. Feeling utterly drained, he lamented the tumultuous process of establishing his energy residence, a series of unexpected twists that had led him from hues of purple to gold, culminating in this unprecedented blood red. Perhaps he would seek answers from Sister Yao Yao tomorrow. After mulling over the matter without resolution, Zhou Yuan could only sigh in exasperation. The following day, as Zhou Yuan stepped out of the inn, the crowd was taken aback, for they could distinctly sense the source energy swirling around him, far more powerful than the day before. Has His Highness broken through to the Qi-nourishing realm? Wei Kanglin exclaimed in astonishment. Wei Qingqing gazed at Zhou Yuan with equal surprise. I broke through last night, Zhou Yuan replied with a smile. Your Highness is truly remarkable. In less than a year, you have progressed from being unable to open your meridians to reaching the Qi-nourishing realm. Catching up with me, Su Yue remarked, her eyes brimming with admiration. Yao Yao, however, scrutinized Zhou Yuan with her clear, ethereal gaze, a flicker of puzzlement crossing her features. Given the number of people around, Zhou Yuan refrained from approaching her with inquiries and instead addressed the group. If everyone is prepared, then let us set off. The group nodded in agreement, swiftly mounting their steeds, transforming into a torrent as they departed from the prison demon city, heading toward the direction of the ruins. En route, Zhou Yuan seized an opportunity to discreetly pull Yao Yao aside, his expression troubled as he recounted the strange occurrences that had befallen him. Blood-red energy residence? Yao Yao exclaimed, her delicate features revealing her surprise, clearly having never encountered such a phenomenon before. This is likely due to the contamination by the resentful dragon's venom. In truth, it is not entirely a bad thing, for your energy residence fundamentally possesses a golden essence. It has merely been tainted by the venom, altering its appearance, Yao Yao pondered. As for whether there will be any issues, I cannot say for certain. You'll need to be vigilant moving forward. Zhou Yuan found himself at a loss in response to such an answer, simply nodding in acceptance. It seemed there was no other course of action. Meanwhile, as Zhou Yuan and his group made their way to the ruins, Qi Hao and the Black Poison King were also preparing for departure within the prison demon city. Behind them, 100 figures surged with source energy, clearly elite warriors. Zhou Yuan and his party have already set off, Qi Hao informed the Black Poison King. The Black Poison King shrugged off the concern, stating, the ruins are fraught with peril. Even if we arrive first, we will not gain any significant advantage. Let them pave the way for us. Qi Hao smiled faintly and said, at that time, the Lord of Black City will come to realize the truth. Rest assured, this time, with our combined strength, Zhou Yuan, Wei Kanglin, and the others will undoubtedly be trapped within the depths of the Black Abyss. The smile at the corners of his mouth gradually turned sinister. They are doomed.